Chapter 221. As a runner of Asham, it is normal for Denton to save Cynthia, isn't it? Of course, saving lives is not in vain. Cynthia has something she must do. Wait a little longer. Someone will naturally do the troublesome things. Denton is only sequence 4, but he looks like he has a grasp of the overall situation. He looked into the distance and said, "Now we just need to find that door and wait for them to come back." After saying that, Denton glanced at the Hawkeye that disappeared in the sky again, and walked forward along the wall. Seeing his clear purpose, Cynthia pursed her lips and followed him. Jacques can see the area within 50 kilometers, but not all the scenery within 50 kilometers, so he doesn't know that someone is doing something secretly under his nose. But Jacques firmly believes in his intuition that there are still secrets in this building that have not been explored. The most important thing is that the collapse came too suddenly. Some people might think that the collapse is a test for them, and it is normal, but there is no reason why something unexpected happened when they just arrived here and found nothing. He carefully searched every corner of his vision, looking for something unusual. On this side, Wei Huan had already flown a long distance. But what Jones and Liao could be sure of was that Wei Huan did not go in a straight line. Soon, the answer to why Wei Huan did this came out. The speed of flight slowed down, and fell from a high altitude into the barren forest. Everyone saw the purple crystal mud that was about to be buried by the purple fallen leaves at the first time. This is a person, or after he recovered, he was a challenger from Blue Star. But now, he was severely contaminated and collapsed on the ground without any self-awareness. Liao remembered the feeling, like falling into a bottomless abyss. He clearly felt that he was still alive, but he had no sense of his body. The fear and despair made his hair stand on end even when he thought about it now. He watched Wei Huan catch the infected man with the crypt beast. Although Wei Huan also absorbed the colossus he brought, it was considered saving him. Regardless of Wei Huan's purpose, Liao, who was indeed rescued, cast a grateful look at Wei Huan. Wei Huan did not pay attention to Liao's gaze. He just saved people, then absorbed the colossus, and then took people away and rushed to the destination. Along the way, more people were found one after another. When they were rescued by Wei Huan's colossus finally had a clear facial contour. When another giant was gathered, the one with only one head suddenly made a voice. Not enough. Help! Jones was startled, and turned over and flexibly climbed onto the back of the cave beast, looking at the stone statue vigilantly. Wei Huan and Liao were much calmer. They paid more attention to cultivating spiritual power, and actually felt the subtle changes in the giant a long time ago. It was probably when Wei Huan absorbed the first one, the pure natural power in the stone statue seemed to gather together. If I have to describe that feeling, it's like the wind blowing, the water flowing, and the flames jumping and being ignited. It's a perverted feeling. In order to confirm the result of this change, of course, it was consistent with Wei Huan's purpose. They saved some people along the way, and finally made the giant change. Not enough, it said. Hearing the colossus speak, it was obviously asking for more colossus fusion. Liao asked Wei Huan with a serious face, "Do you want to continue?" Wei Huan nodded. "There is no other way." "Do you think it will attack us?" "It doesn't matter. If it dares to attack, just smash it into pieces again." Colossus, eh? In order to confirm his guess, Wei Huan had to search for survivors in a larger area, which almost expanded to half of the trial field. Every time he found a challenger and integrated into a new colossus, he would say, "Not enough." Wei Huan saved 8 people in a blink of an eye, which made him a little curious. Are there so many colossi? Liao didn't expect Wei Huan to ask this. As a senior general and strong man of the Great Bear Country, he knew a lot and explained, a lot. These colossus fragments will appear in gold-level treasure chests, and they are not divided by world. 5 or 6 pieces are opened every year, and there are many in the past 7 years. You mean 50 pieces? About 50. Most of them were taken away by the country, and some were collected by private forces and strong people. They should all come in this time. Wei Huan was not interested in this. He was just guessing a possibility. He now has 19 stones. Does it mean that he is almost halfway? Will there be any changes? Wei Huan's guess was correct. After spending a long time, he finally found a new challenger and got his colossus. The colossus that had been floating beside Wei Huan, whose head alone was several times larger than Wei Huan's entire body, finally changed its voice and said, "Thank you, challenger. I finally feel much better, but this is not enough now. We need to collect more colossi to restore my strength so that I can open the door." Wei Huan was silent for a second, as if he was hearing the lines of a game NPC. The challenge world had never given him a false feeling, but now this assessment world had. But this was not a bad thing. With clear guidance, he could go directly to complete the task, which was better than relying on guesswork. After thinking for a while, Wei Huan asked the Colossus, "This place is too big, and it is difficult for me to collect other fragments." The Colossus replied, "I know the direction of the remaining fragments. Go in the direction I point, Challenger." As its voice fell, a green breeze blew from behind, and then turned into a colorful butterfly, flying in front. The Colossus said, "This world has been polluted. We need to purify it and restore it to its original appearance, but my power is still too weak. Now I need to rest. I will wake up when you find new fragments." "Are you a Titan? What is behind that door? What exactly does this test require us to do?" Leof asked hurriedly, but unfortunately the Colossus did not answer him. After it finished speaking, it closed its eyes, as if it was really tired, and fell asleep. "What is this?" Leof frowned, "And there are task instructions." He was referring to the butterfly, just like a game. Joan saw that Wei Huan did not answer, so he thought about it and said, "The so-called assessment is not just a prearranged test." Wei Huan raised his eyebrows after hearing this, and approved this answer. In fact, challenging the world is also a prearranged test. Otherwise, how could monsters jump out of the treasure chest and get supplies in the real world? It's just that the challenge world has no plot, and it exists only to make them upgrade, just like the worst monster-killing game. The battlefield is a real-time strategic confrontation without end. In addition to killing, there is also cruelty that does not regard human life as human life, and there is nothing else. Then in this assessment, it obviously becomes a plot-oriented adventure test. One after another rigid game forces humans to grow up at the fastest speed. Otherwise, what awaits is the destruction of the race. A game of gods? Wei Huan sighed softly when he thought of this. He really didn't want to think too much, which would make his emotions fall into the abyss, so before he fell, he grabbed himself. Turning his head to look at Leof and Jones, he said, "Yes, since it is a test, there must be rewards. It is a large-scale test that gathers the strongest people in the world. I am already looking forward to the rewards." Sure enough, when it comes to rewards, the eyes of those two people are also bright. That's right, when it comes to rewards, you won't be tired. After Wei Huan had figured out the direction of the plot, and had the guidance of the butterfly, everything went smoothly. In addition to the purple spot pollution, there were no other monsters in this world, so he just had to hurry on. All the infected challengers scattered outside were found, and treated one by him. Although it took a long time, when the last fragment was found by him and completed the fusion, the expected next plot finally came. The Colossus, who had been crying tired, had completely opened his eyes at this time and said to Wei Huan, "I feel that it's enough." "Thank you, Challenger. Next we need to go to a place. Only by opening that door can we have the ability to fight against this pollution. Next we need to speed up. We don't have much time left." While speaking, this ball of stone that seemed to be the size of a truck suddenly jumped off Wei Huan's shoulder. It rolled in the air, then grew hands and feet, and landed on the ground with a bang. As its feet landed, it seemed to have gained great power, and its body grew with the wind. In a few breaths, it grew to a height of 100 meters. The skin that looked like stone before also became smooth during this process. Although it was still grayish-white, different from humans, it could not be seen as stone. Its appearance was almost exactly the same as humans, with the same facial features and hands and feet, and even 5 toes. However, there was no gender feature on that burly naked body, it just gave people a very strong feeling. As for whether he could be killed, Wei Huan had a vague feeling in his heart that he seemed to be able to fight this guy. After the giant recovered to its peak state, it said to Wei Huan, "Okay, next we have to move forward at full speed. I hope you can keep up with me." After saying that, without waiting for Wei Huan's answer, it took a big step and ran out. One step was more than 100 meters, and the amplitude was not slow. The speed of movement was indeed very fast. And the amplitude of the body swing also showed that it had the same swiftness when fighting. Wei Huan secretly compared it, and the difficulty of defeating it increased a little. Wei Huan drove the female burrow beast to follow. He needed to go at full speed to keep up with the giant's pace. Perhaps this was also a test. Wei Huan did not try to stop. What would happen? After all, the burrow beast was running, not him, so he just followed. Just run all the way. Halfway through, Wei Huan found some reference points to confirm that they were indeed heading in the direction of one of the 2 giants on the map. But this direction seemed different from what he chose at the beginning. It was actually heading in the direction of the sun. Sunlight, scorching heat. These terms are very unfriendly to a great keeper. Wei Huan frowned, thinking about the probability of completing this task. Whether it can be done or not, you have to try it. There is no reason to go back now. And will the task fail after going back? This big guy kept shouting time is running out. Perhaps, the task here is an escort task that competes with time. Finally, the familiar white fog appeared in front. The thick white fog was like a waterfall flowing down from the sky, surrounding the world they were in. Wei Huan had used all the methods before, but he couldn't break through and leave. At this moment, the gray-skinned giant stood in front of the white fog and inserted the fingers of both hands into the white fog. Its arms exerted force, bulging muscles, and its legs were deeply rooted in the ground like iron towers. Then it roared loudly, "Titan!" The white mist that blocked Wei Huan was actually like two white curtains, which were lifted to both sides by the giant. Wei Huan was shocked and reevaluated the strength of the Titan. Well, he couldn't beat this Titan now. Because it was not just because of the huge force, but more importantly, Wei Huan felt the power of the law from the opponent's action of pulling open the restriction. Behind the torn restriction, there was still a white mist, but this mist could no longer stop them. The giant kept moving, turned his head and looked at them and said, "Quick, go and get it out. I can't hold on for much longer." "Move quickly." "What? Get out of what?" Jones was scratching his head anxiously. "How long is our mission? Can you explain it more clearly?" Jones' question was also what Wei Huan wanted to know, but unfortunately the giant did not answer them, but focused on fighting the power of the ban. Jones wanted to ask again. The giant roared, "Quick! I can't hold on for much longer." "Titan? Well, it seems that it's time for them to explore on their own." Wei Huan no longer hesitated and drove the undead into the white fog. The white fog really no longer blocked them. Just like the most ordinary fog, except for blocking their vision, it had no effect on them. Wei Huan didn't know the direction, just flew forward blindly, and soon, he couldn't even hear the giant shouting Titan. The surroundings were extremely quiet, but not eerie. The air in the white mist was pure, just like walking in a park on Blue Star one morning, and the world was gradually lit up under the shining sun. Wei Huan's flying speed also slowed down unconsciously, until a huge outline appeared in front of him, just like he walked under a huge building, and the shadow enveloped him. Wei Huan stopped to feel it, and did not feel any danger, so he continued to move forward. However, the portal behind him had been opened, and a large number of undead came out and flew towards the huge black shadow. Soon, Sister Crow's quack sounded in his ears. Wei Huan raised his eyebrows after hearing this, and this time he flew directly over. Liafa asked, "What is it?" Wei Huan said, "Ship." "Ship? A very big ship." Yes, it was a very big ship. As they continued to approach and rise higher and higher, they could see the whole object from above, and found that it was indeed a wooden sailing ship made of unknown materials, but it looked a bit like the ancient wooden sailing ships of Blue Star. But the size was beyond imagination, as big as 10 aircraft carriers, and the tallest mast alone seemed to be able to break through the sky, and the crossbar was endless. "What is this?" Liafa muttered. Jones said, "This is an ancient sailing ship." Liafa looked at Jones with a serious expression. "I know it is an ancient sailing ship, but that's not what I'm asking, Jones said, "Yes, you want to ask what it is?" "It's a large sailing ship sailing with wind power." Liafa wanted to say something, but quickly reacted and said, "It can't be said that you are wrong, but obviously such a big guy is not for humans." Jones said, "A Titan wind-powered sailing ship." There is no doubt that the giant is referring to it. While listening to the conversation between the two, Wei Huan was already thinking about how to control it. Recalling the words of the giant, he clearly said drive it out. In other words, they must find a way to start this huge ancient sailing ship before the giant loses his strength and let it leave this white fog space. This is an ancient sailing ship. There is no wind here. Is it possible that the ancient sailing ship is just a form, and the real power is in the cabin? Yes. Do you want to go down and take a look? The last sentence was asked by Liafa to Wei Huan. Wei Huan was already the backbone of the action team. Things that he disagreed with could not be promoted. Wei Huan nodded. He had no better way at the moment. Liafa and Jones went down, followed by hundreds of undead. The undead army that could be seen everywhere stepped onto the deck of the ancient sailing ship earlier than them, and seemed to have been searching for a while. The two also had their own tasks. Although the undead army could search the ship quickly, they could not be as meticulous as humans due to their limited intelligence. Liafa and Jones needed to enter the ship to see if they could find the power room. The two landed on the deck. It was too big. They were like two ants entering a human room. They could not see the end of the front, back, left, and right. The two quickly discussed and decided that one would search at the bow, and the other at the stern. Jones summoned a 5th-level world goshawk and rode on it. With a loud cry, he flew to the bow. Leof waved his staff, and a red transparent halo appeared on his body. He took a step forward and was 3 or 4 meters away, as if teleporting, and quickly went to the stern. Leof didn't find anything at the stern, only a huge rudder, a mast, and a thick hemp rope that he could use as a bed. Finally, he flew down along the hull and came to the first floor of the cabin, which was a room. However, there were only basic bed frames and fixed wooden benches in the room, without any items. Some were old, but not broken or dirty, as if the owner had carefully cleaned it before leaving, and everything was well preserved. Leof searched a total of 6 rooms, and there were some rooms in front, but they should look the same. He was about to go down one floor when he suddenly felt a vibration under his feet and a friction sound. Realizing something, Leof hurriedly flew up, returned to the room, came to the window and looked out. Sure enough, the boat was moving. Did Jones find the power room and drive the boat? Leof was a little annoyed. It was another useless day. This test was obviously not prepared for him. He almost died here when he arrived. Even though he was now able to move freely, it seemed that his strength was always nowhere to be used. And that black monkey got ahead of him. Although Leof didn't want to admit it, he really wanted to show more usefulness in front of Wei Huan. After all, Wei Huan was the only captain who mastered the ascending channel. Leof returned to the deck and didn't walk for long before he saw Jones flying over on a goshawk. As soon as they met, Jones spoke first. "So the power room is at the stern? You are really amazing." Leof was stunned. It wasn't him, nor Jones, so could it be? Leof looked up at the sky, and then he saw a very shocking scene. He saw that the masts were full of Shiroma. The strong Shiroma had a dark body, a huge body, and a 3-headed, 6-armed human head and a horse body, full of murderous and fierce aura. A white light flashed in front of his eyes, reflecting the Shiroma's body hazily. Looking carefully, it was not light, but a piece of light and flying gauze. The large piece of white gauze was like clouds falling from the sky, flying in front of his eyes, and it seemed like a sail, carrying the wind and taking the ship to sail. Leof understood that this ship did not have a so-called power room at all. Just like what they saw at the beginning, this was the purest ancient sailing ship. Wei Huan untied the canvas tied to the horizontal bar, and the ship flew up. Leof smiled bitterly. Yes, it's already a magical world, what's the point of talking about science? The huge ancient sailing ship, which is 10 kilometers long, sailed in the white fog. The sails made of white gauze were flying without wind. Soon the white fog was broken, revealing a purple-red world outside. Buzz! The ancient sailing ship flew out and entered this mutated world. Wherever it passed, purple spots of light flew into the sky like extracted purple bubbles, and then were quickly purified in the white light emitted by the ancient sailing ship. A touch of green appeared on the earth. Although there are still large patches of purple spots, it is indeed getting better. Titan! At this time, a roar sounded, and a figure jumped up from the purple earth. It was the giant resurrected by Wei Huan. It jumped onto the ancient sailing ship handsomely, and its huge body landed on the ancient sailing ship steadily, without a trace of vibration. "Thank you, brave challenger." The giant went straight to the bow, and Leof hurriedly followed him, only to see that Wei Huan was here. The giant continued, "We are the Titan Sun Shepherds. We are twin tribes with the Moon Shepherds. Combining the power of our 2 tribes, we can purify all the pollution in the world, even if it comes from the foreign gods." Everyone caught the key words. Foreign gods. The giant continued, "But it's not enough for us to purify alone. There is also a sacred object of our tribe in the temple. Protect it from being polluted. When it grows up, it can completely purify this land." Wei Huan raised his eyebrows. Leof was already saying, "Is it the sapling with 12 leaves?" The giant seemed quite happy and willing to answer their questions. "Yes, the tree of nature is the totem of our sun and moon tribes, a gift from the god of nature. Being close to it allows us to feel the nature, purify our souls, and achieve a state of unity of mind and body more quickly. Its fruit has natural properties, and after taking it, it allows us to feel the essence of the law up close and communicate with the gods. Only by nurturing it can the world be thoroughly purified." Wei Huan, Leof, and Jones looked at each other. A very shocking worldview. But something seems to be wrong? Chapter 222. The information about the 12-leaf sapling should be obtained at this time. Then, they entered the building, found the 12-leaf sapling, and used Captain Fong's ability to protect the sapling. Something might happen during this period, but it would definitely not be like now. 7 leaves are gone, and used by Wei Huan. Without leaves, how can the land be purified? Wei Huan wanted to run away. He estimated that he could not kill this giant. The giant was right. The 12-leaf sapling did have the ability to accelerate cultivation. Wei Huan's body was full of surging energy now. The cultivation speed would be dozens of times faster than in the past. It would not take long for him to reach sequence 5. But it was all thanks to the leaves. And the fruit? Wei Huan's eyes narrowed slightly. There was no need to think about the leaves. There were only 12 leaves in total. He had taken 7 leaves. It would be unreasonable for him to grab the rest. He always had to give others a sip of soup when he ate meat. Now that he knows there are fruits, does that mean he can get a share again? No one can refuse to become stronger. Although Wei Huan is not interested in fighting for them, there is no reason not to eat what is in front of him. If the leaves? Joan seemed to want to ask if the leaves could grow again, but he was stopped by Liaf. There was no need to tell the NPC about this. The giant was very busy for a while. It was like a team, looking out from the bow, pulling the rope under the main mast, and steering the ship from the stern. If they talked to it again, it would tell them, "We are purifying this land. Don't worry, it will be done soon." Wei Huan and the other two gave up asking. Then they focused their attention on other places. Liaf flew out and came back and said, "As we guessed, this ship is full of holy light from the outside, like a huge sun, purifying all the land and trees it shines on." Liaf guessed, "This energy may be effective for the people we rescued." Wei Huan looked at the active Liaf. Is this because he wanted to hold an umbrella for others, because he had been held up by an umbrella? I can only move inside this ship. Once I leave the ship, I will be harmed by the holy power. I'm sorry to bother you, Wei Huan said. Liaf and Joan smiled and nodded. Saving them, and making them owe him a favor is a good thing. Maybe they can use it someday. Wei Huan gently put the 13 people he rescued on the ground. Liaf and Jones each took one to the side of the ship, which is close to the outside of the hull, and can be affected by the holy light. The ship's side in the giant's eyes was just the width of a handshake, but for humans, it was like a big bed more than 5 meters wide, and soon these people were placed on it one by one. The healing effect here was much better than Captain Fong's. After all, the ship of the Muri tribe was used for this purpose. They specialized in their professions, and soon some people's bodies were restored from a pile of mud to the basic shape of humans. Everything was getting better. Time passed by minute, and under the control of the giant, the Muri ship continued to converge in the middle of this test field in a spiral line. I don't know how long it took, but Wei Huan, who absorbed a little bit of dark energy, felt that he was stronger again. When he woke up from his practice, he found that there were many more people around him. There were actually a few familiar faces here. They were the strong men of the Yin country's pioneering army, from different legions. Even the Azure Dragon Legion had one, and they had seen each other several times in the past. This also just confirmed what Liaf said, that various countries had a lot of fragments of the Colossus. And looking at their positions, it was obvious that they had made their own distinctions during the period of cultivation. Several challengers from the Yin country were closest to him, and they protected him in the middle. Even Jones and Liaf were squeezed a little further away. In addition, most of them were facing the direction where 4 people who obviously belonged to the same faction of Asham gathered, and they were obviously wary of them. When Wei Huan opened his eyes, they felt it at the first time and looked over. Then Captain Lu of the Azure Dragon Corps smiled. Wake up! Thanks to you for saving us, I didn't expect to die here as soon as we came in. Wei Huan knew Captain Lu inside. It's really dangerous. After all, if it were someone like Cynthia who wanted to kill people and steal treasures, these people would be unguarded targets and could be easily killed, and their equipment would be stolen. Indeed, by doing so, Cynthia was armed and strengthened, and even the members of her own forces were promoted. But what about those who died because of this? They were the heroes who walked at the forefront of various countries without fear of life and death. It was because of their adventures in challenging the world that humans were evenly matched with dark beasts on the battlefield. Humans should not kill each other, and this should be very clear from the beginning. Fortunately, those who hold powerful power have a kind heart, so this assessment can be carried out smoothly to this point, and save so many strong men from Yin country. Wei Huan thought deeply, and was very grateful. Wei Huan returned the equipment to them on the spot. Because they were still alive, they kept the storage space with them. So far, this assessment has not caused much damage except for the huge psychological shadow left by those who turned into purple mud. After getting to know the other captains, Captain Lu said again, Look there, we seem to be very close to the finish line. Wei Huan nodded. He also saw the building that pierced the ground obliquely, but now it has collapsed, and it no longer looks so obviously tilted, but a bit like a mountain. Boom! Boom! The deck trembled. The giant just came to the bow. Wei Huan noticed its expression. It didn't seem to find it unusual. It even saluted respectfully towards the mountain. Wei Huan asked, "Is it like that?" The giant actually answered him, "Yes, we are almost at our destination, that holy mountain, where our precious holy objects are." What Wei Huan thought was that the Titans actually mistook the original pollution source for the holy mountain. Could this be a bloody plot of mistaking the mother for the wrong god? Unconsciously, they came to the building, which was different from when Wei Huan left. It was obviously not the rubble after the collapse. The stones with runes were buried under the soil, and dense trees grew on them. It seemed like a long time had passed. The three people who had been here were all stunned. Could it be that they had entered different timelines during this trip? Are Captain Fong and Jacques who stayed inside okay? How is Agres who went to the Muyue clan? Will they meet again? Jones was already anxiously shouting not far away. It has changed. It is different from when we left. Have we entered time? Or the mirror? Liaf was silent, but his expression was very tense. Captain Liu asked Wei Huan, "What happened?" Wei Huan nodded, spoke quickly, and continued to whisper, "Follow me." The giant didn't care what their mood was. At this point in the plot, he was as happy as if he had returned home. "I'm going in, and will wait for you at the door." But before leaving, he seemed to say deliberately, "Put up the sails. The power of light is not friendly to the Muyue tribe." After saying that, it jumped off the boat and disappeared into the mountain. In other words, Wei Huan could only leave the boat after the sails were put down. Wei Huan ordered the army of undead to take up the sails, and found that the group of people from Asham were sneaking into the cabin. Wei Huan didn't indulge them, and said directly, "Where are you going? Let's focus on the mission." Wei Huan's undead blocked their way, and prevented them from getting off. There was actually nothing underneath. The most important part of a magic ship was the canvas, but if these guys were allowed to walk around on the ship, Wei Huan was worried that they would ruin the plot. Although these people were unhappy, they didn't dare to go against Wei Huan and laughed, of course, quickly take down the sails and leave. The challengers and the undead army cooperated, and the sails were soon taken up. Without the sails, the power of light disappeared, and Wei Huan could leave the ship. Wei Huan sat on the back shell of the mother crypt beast, and also arranged one for Captain Yin and Jones. A group of people floated out slowly like sitting on the back of a jellyfish. The ship they were on was huge, like a city. But compared to the mountain in front of them, it was small. The mountain, which stretched for more than 200 kilometers, not only looked majestic, but also felt as if something was pressing on his heart after looking at it for a long time. Wei Huan did not ignore the warning brought by his pounding heart. This was the culprit of pollution, but it was regarded as a holy mountain by the Titans. There must be something wrong, and this should be the problem they need to solve. When they arrived at the entrance where the giants were waiting, it was different from the previous one. It was obviously a gate that was artificially dug later, which could accommodate the giants' huge bodies to enter easily. For Wei Huan and his team, it was even bigger. "Let's go, they are already waiting for us." After the giant said this, he turned around and walked into the gate. Wei Huan and his team followed behind, and they didn't walk long before they arrived. A hall that can be called vast. In the hall, more than a dozen giants appeared, but obviously different from the Mu-Ri tribe. These giants had dark skin and were smaller in size. They should be the Muyu tribe. "High priest of the Muyu tribe, I have to trouble you again this time. Warrior of the Mu-Ri tribe, over the past 1,000 years, the number of people in our two tribes has been decreasing, and there have been no newborns for a long time. Only the sacred tree can bring us new hope. Alas, the leaves of the sacred tree have become fewer and fewer in recent years." It was obvious that the plot was going on here. Wei Huan was paying attention while looking at the group of people standing not far away. Agres was inside, as well as the druids, and the people they saved along the way. They obviously arrived earlier than them. Wei Huan. Agres also saw them, and waved at them from a distance. Wei Huan ordered the cave beast to fly directly over. The two teams gathered together, and quickly shared their experiences. It was almost the same process. The only difference was that there were more Muyu people on Agres' side. After opening the gate of the border, they sailed out directly without delay. Agres whispered, "Did you find it? We seem to be in a time channel, and we are quickly experiencing the experience of the Mu-Ri and Muyu tribes for more than 10,000 years. We know what this mountain is. It is its arrival that polluted this land. The Muyu tribe has not had newborns for a long time. Only by relying on the 12-leaf sapling can the tribe continue. They built a temple here, and called it the Holy Mountain. It's so ironic." Wei Huan nodded. This was probably a destined plot, and there was no need to remind him. But there was one thing he cared about from the beginning. It mentioned the pollution of the outer gods, but the 12-leaf sapling appeared with the pollution source. What does this mean? Agris was puzzled. What pollution of the outer gods? Is this the information you got? Wei Huan lowered his eyes. Didn't the Muyu tribe mention the outer gods? Agris looked serious and looked at the ceiling above his head and said, So, it means that outside this world, there are unimaginable strong people who are causing harm to this world. This is the world of Titans. Each of them has mastered the power of the law. I can feel that their power is about sequence 7. And these two small tribes are definitely not the full power of the Titans. Don't they have a better way to deal with the so-called pollution of the outer gods? Agris frowned, not quite sure. I have been thinking about it in the past. Does the cultivation of civilization by the challenge world seem to be cultivating excellent soldiers? Is it possible that when we reach the end, we will find that the outside of the original world is still a cruel war? Wei Huan didn't know, and didn't want to make a guess. He said to Agris, This assessment may be our chance to get closer to the truth. Agris frowned, and she was already brainstorming. Speculations about the truth of the challenge world are the hottest topic on Blue Star, and Agris is no exception. The conversation over there is also coming to an end. Wei Huan didn't think deeply about Agris's conjecture. He paid attention to the conversation between the two giant tribes, and finally set his sights on the face of the priest of the Muyu tribe. The height of the chief priest of the Muyu tribe is only as high as the waist of the Mu Ri tribe, but humans are still as small as ants in their eyes. It turned its head to look at Wei Huan and Agris. We are going to pray at the holy tree now. Thank you, warriors. After saying that, together with the giants of the Mu Ri tribe, they walked into the gate behind them and disappeared into the passage. The hall became quiet. Wei Huan and Agris looked at each other, and the two of them chased after them at the same time. As soon as they moved, the Druid and Jones, who followed them at first, Leof also followed, and the captains of the Yin country also followed unswervingly. But those people from the Asham faction turned around and walked quickly out of the door after seeing them leave. Obviously, they still did not give up on the ancient sailing ship of the Mu Ri tribe. There were still some people who hesitated for a while, and each had their own destination. Wei Huan and Agris followed the giant all the way to the depths. The distance was not as far as they had imagined, and soon they saw the forest that appeared inside the building. But unlike what they had seen before, they stood at the edge of the forest and could see a huge tree growing in the depths of the forest. The tree was so big that it seemed to support the world, and the brown branches grew vigorously like a big umbrella, and the developed root system even penetrated the sky. The rich power of nature filled this huge space, and the specialness of the giant tree could be felt from a distance. It was like the root of the earth. Agris murmured, Sure enough. Yes, that's right, they really entered the time channel. The sapling has now grown into a towering tree, and even opened up the underground space that had once collapsed. If we don't consider that this sapling fell into this world with a pollution source, its ability to open up the earth is enough to make people amazed. They walked through the forest, and the closer they got, the bigger the tree seemed. Even the giants under the tree looked like ordinary people. The giants sat around the tree, singing songs they couldn't understand. The chief priest of the Muyue tribe danced and kowtowed. After a long period of prayer, everyone sat quietly under the tree, as if waiting for something. What are they waiting for? Waiting for the blessing of the gods? It is said that the leaves can increase the inheritance of the tribe. After the scene became quiet, everyone didn't know what to do for a while, and talked in a low voice. Finally, a druid walked forward bravely, surpassing the giants, trying to get closer to the tree. The giants ignored him, but after walking a few steps forward, the druid walked back with a gloomy face. It's impossible to get through, he said. The others naturally tried it with doubts, and then they all came back with gloomy faces. Are we going? Captain Lu asked. Wei Huan nodded. Wei Huan walked with them, but after finding that Agris also retreated with regret, he hid his emotions in his eyes and retreated. What should we do now? Continue to watch the plot? They haven't moved. Are they asking us to collect something? Or should we look around? Okay. Wei Huan looked at several druids flying up suddenly, and frowned. Captain Lu leaned over and whispered in Wei Huan's ear. Since they came in here, these druids have been looking in one direction. They seem to know something. Wei Huan nodded. This was where he noticed something was wrong. Obviously, this place looked the most unusual. In addition, these people should know that Wei Huan had benefited from the sapling before, but they still left without hesitation. Moreover, the way they left was a bit of a rush, and they did not hide their expectations at all. Are you saying that they are hiding something from us? Agris had sharp ears. When he heard their conversation, his eyes turned, Humph. He turned into a blood mist and chased after them. In fact, those who had experienced the first time had a confusion in their hearts. Why did the ceiling suddenly collapse? If they had touched some mechanism, they would have accepted it, but the collapse had no warning. It took less than 3 minutes from the time Wei Huan discovered the ceiling cracked to the time the rocks fell, and the entire building collapsed. These people may know something, and now is the time to verify it. Captain Lu saw that Agres had also left, and asked Wei Huan anxiously, "Do you want to go and have a look?" Wei Huan said, "Take someone to have a look. Don't get too close, don't fight. Agres is trustworthy." Captain Lu didn't say much, and left with 4 people. In this way, Jones and Liao were left by Wei Huan's side. Wei Huan ignored the 2 of them. He returned to the back shell of the burrow beast, and then sat cross-legged on it, looking like he was determined to fight to the end. It was only about 3 minutes before and after, and suddenly there was a rumbling sound in the distance. Liao sat up from the ground, looked in the direction of the sound, and then looked at Wei Huan to say something. Wei Huan lowered his head, and one of his eyes had turned green. He said, "There is a secret passage over there, and Agres and the druids have already started fighting." Lia's expression changed again, and finally he couldn't resist the greed in his heart, and stood up and said, "I go and take a look." Wei Huan said, "Maybe there will be a plot here soon. But I'm more curious about that side." After saying that, Liao didn't wait for Wei Huan to speak, and turned into a meteor fireball and splashed away. In this way, Jones was left beside Wei Huan. "Aren't you going?" Wei Huan asked Jones. Jones raised his head and smiled with white teeth. "I will always follow Lord Wei. You can tell me what to do." Wei Huan was a little surprised by Jones's attitude. When Jones said he would follow, he thought it was just a simple hug, and once it came to his own interests, he would leave unwaveringly. Now it is obvious that there are good things over there. Even Li couldn't help but fight for it, but Jones has always kept his promise. Wei Huan didn't say anything else. He lowered his eyes, and waited for more than 10 seconds. When Sister Crow came back after a round of exploration, Wei Huan moved decisively. He jumped off the burrow beast, and under Jones's curious eyes, he once again passed through the giant, and tried to approach the big tree. "Be careful, sir." Jones couldn't help but call him. He still remembered the palpitations when he tried to approach the big tree. The extreme fear was like being watched by the gods with disgust. However, before Jones could say more, Wei Huan had easily crossed the boundary that no one could cross, and touched the vines hanging from the trunk. Jones opened his mouth wide, and couldn't close it. For a long time, his eyes showed an expression of admiration. He was worthy of being Lord Wei. Wei Huan touched the holy tree and felt the familiar energy coming from it. He was not unfamiliar with this energy. When he fell into the depths of the tomb, it was this holy tree that helped him enter the state of enlightenment, and it happened 7 times, allowing him to get very close to the source of the netherworld power, and even saw the towering body that seemed to be as big as the universe. Perhaps it was these 7 consecutive enlightenments that made him recognized by the holy tree in some ways. When others were having difficulty getting close, he had no strange feeling. Strictly speaking, he even wanted to get close to the tree. It was just that everyone retreated at that time, and he couldn't explore the truth in public, so he retreated as well. Thanks to the selfishness of those druids, otherwise he would have to find a way to let them leave, and leave himself the opportunity to explore. What Wei Huan touched was just the tiniest vine of the giant tree, but he needed one hand to hold it. Then Wei Huan looked up, and saw that the tree had very few leaves. There were less than 100 leaves at a glance. For such a huge tree, this number of leaves was too few. Combined with the conversation between the giants, does this mean that this seemingly thriving holy tree has actually been declining? Is it because the number of the Sun Shepherding clan and the Moon Shepherding clan is small, resulting in insufficient faith in the holy tree? Or is it that the pollution from the outside world has been invading it? Or, Wei Huan's heart moved, and he squatted down and dug underground along the roots of the tree. The portal opened behind him, and the facehugger crawled out, helping Wei Huan to dig quickly. Chapter 223. In less than 3 minutes, a large pit more than 3 meters deep appeared. Wei Huan remembered that in the first stage, they dug 3 meters down and touched the building, and they could not dig any further. But now 3 meters did not reach the bottom. Wei Huan kept an eye on the movement over there while speeding up the digging of the face hugger. This time, it was about 7 meters deep, and he finally saw the familiar black stone, which was engraved with a magic pattern that seemed to be solid and could not be easily destroyed. In fact, it was not important whether it could be dug to the bottom. What was important was that Wei Huan saw what he wanted to see. He stood at the edge of the pit, and saw the process of the tree roots turning from dark purple to brown at a height of half a meter. Dark purple, pollutants falling from the sky. In the last time, Wei Huan and his team found that the 12-leaf sapling was polluted, and Captain Fong stayed there to purify the sapling. But in this timeline, Captain Fong obviously did not exist, so the tree has been growing on the pollution. Wei Huan couldn't figure it out for a moment. Was it a tree of purification that bloomed on pollution, or a source of pollution disguised as a holy tree? Or maybe it did have extremely special abilities, but it accidentally took root in the source of pollution. Even though it survived with the powerful vitality of the holy object, this unhealthy environment from birth made it extremely difficult for it to grow. Wei Huan looked at it again carefully, with the data glasses, and confirmed that it still showed holy tree. Holy tree? Wei Huan looked at the sky, and then at his feet. He inexplicably felt that this tree seemed to be sealed. As soon as this thought came to his mind, Wei Huan raised his eyebrows. He found that he seemed to be approaching the truth. After jumping back to the ground, Wei Huan quickly came to the chief priest of the Muyu tribe and said, "The situation of this sacred tree seems not good. We must find a way to release it from here." The chief priest of the Muyu tribe was immersed in prayer and ignored Wei Huan. Wei Huan thought for a while and said, "If you don't take it away from here, it will die sooner or later, and your tribe will also perish." I don't know if there are keywords in Wei Huan's words, or if the plot just reached this point. Just when Wei Huan wanted to continue speaking, the chief priest of the Muyu tribe suddenly opened his eyes. There was a trace of fear and panic in its eyes, and then it turned to look at the tribesman behind it, and said, "Did you hear the voice of the holy tree?" The giant of the Muyu tribe nodded. "Yes, I heard it too. It said it was in pain, it was dying, and it was asking for help." After receiving affirmative answers from all the tribesmen, the chief priest of the Muyu tribe said with a firm look in his eyes, "Quick, find a way to communicate with the holy tree. We must find a way to save the holy tree." Then the Muyu tribe held hands, formed a circle, and prayed devoutly hand in hand. Time seemed to be sped up 100 times at this moment. He watched the Muyu tribe, and the Mu-Ri tribe praying here day and night. Sometimes there were many people, sometimes there were few people, but as time passed, the number of people in these two Titan tribes was indeed decreasing. He also saw that the chief priest of the Muyu tribe, who always existed, was getting older little by little. The lifespan of the Titans must be very long, but they still could not resist the ravages of time. Wrinkles appeared on the high priest's face, and his back became bulging. For a long time, he even sat under the tree without leaving. Wei Huan, who was watching intently, suddenly felt a palpitation. He looked back in pursuit of the source of the palpitation, and his pupils suddenly contracted. What did he see? A holy tree that was seriously polluted by purple spots. The last time he looked at it, only the roots were polluted, and there was also the trouble of leaf shedding. With the rapid passage of time, it now looked like an old tree that was terminally ill, standing in front of him, tottering. The purple spots completely invaded the big tree, and the pollution spread from the roots to the treetops. The leaves were long gone, leaving only crooked and collapsed dead branches. Purple pus flowed out from the wrinkles of the bark, turning into a bunch of large and small tumor-like things, piling up together. It seemed that it would drip on Wei Huan's head in the next second. Wei Huan took 3 steps back, and when he was thinking about what to do next, a series of shrill screams rang out behind him. He turned back suddenly, and saw the mad priest of the Muyu tribe, dancing and roaring, "It's all dead, all dead. You are not the holy tree, you are not. You are the source of pollution, the culprit of all this." Ah! The priest of the Muyu tribe raised the staff in his hand, and stood up staggeringly. The surrounding air pressure and spiritual energy gathered madly with his movements. The huge force supported his body to stand upright again, as if he had returned to his youth. But the wrinkles on his face were broken into bloody holes, his eyes bulged out as if they were about to fall off, and he looked like a demon, swinging a crazy blow at the holy tree he believed in all his life. Alas! Boom! With a sigh from another dimension, the holy tree endured the high priest's all-out attack. The tree broke apart in the middle, the trunk broke and fell down, crackling and hitting the high priest. When Wei Huan found that he would also be hit by the collapse of the holy tree, his first reaction was to rush out. But he was blocked by an invisible mass. After bouncing back, he found that he seemed to be captured by time. He could only move within the scope of this event. He could even see Jones looking inward from outside time, with a frozen expression on his face. The time in the outside world seemed to be paused. Or maybe the time he existed passed too quickly, so everything in the outside world seemed to have stopped. Wei Huan couldn't think of a way to get out of here for a while, so he could only be forced to get involved in the plot. The priest of the Muyu tribe went crazy, and attacked the holy tree that he had guarded all his life. The black stream of light bombarded the trunk, and the branches fell cracklingly. Wave 1 could only summon some beasts to protect his head, like a big umbrella, and he also summoned undead like Shiroma to protect him, and pushed him to the edge he could reach. Crack! A black rock fell. Wave 1 looked up at the dome that was beginning to crack again, and muttered to himself, "Again?" Although he felt it was ridiculous, Wave 1 continued to summon his army of undead to surround him in circles. What if he was crushed to death? Who would believe it if he told others? While Wei Huan was busy building a nest and a house, the high priest's madness reached its climax. Finally, under its persistent chopping, the main branch of the holy tree was cut to the center. A pure force of nature suddenly burst out. Wei Huan's attention was drawn to it, and he was surprised to find that the tree was not completely polluted. In its center, there was a white tree core, emitting a purifying force. Enshrouded by this natural force, the high priest of the Muyue tribe came back to his senses, and the chopping action of his hand hesitated for a few seconds, but soon he fell into madness again. Ka ka ka. The continuous power of the moon chopped on the intact tree cores regardless of anything, and each time it would burst out extremely rich natural power. Under the cover of the natural force, Wave 1 could feel that his realm was slowly growing bit by bit. It was just like hanging up a cheating artifact. It was a pity that now was not the time to practice. The high priest had gone crazy, howling, and vowed to chop the giant tree into 2 pieces. The branches of the giant tree fell in large groups, hitting the back of the point beast with a dull thud. Some branches fell in front of him, and he could hardly see the plot in front of him. Wei Huan walked forward involuntarily. The branches were pushed away by the undead, and the disgusting purple juice was blocked by the body of the face hugger. He walked forward on the back of the face hugger without getting his feet dirty. Finally, he came to the forefront of eating melons. At this moment, the high priest almost cut the holy tree in half, ignoring the sky that had begun to collapse and fall. At this moment, the holy tree seemed to know that it was about to die, and it sighed through the space again. Ah! An extremely rich and pure power erupted from the broken core of the tree, and the whole field of vision turned into a brilliant green. Wei Huan's eyes suddenly widened as he looked at the thing that emerged from the tree core. Before his brain realized what it was, his body took action first. Xiaoluoma and Guiya turned into the wind chasing the light, and rushed over. But after rushing into the air one after another, Wei Huan followed closely, and rode on the back of a Xiaoluoma. Go! Xiaoluoma flew over. Wei Huan grabbed one of Xiaoluoma's hands, and turned over to hang on the horse's back. He stretched out his hand, and touched a hard object from the green light, and held it firmly in his palm. The green light disappeared. The world was quiet for a moment. Wei Huan rode Xiaoluoma back to the corner. When he was about to check the items in his hand, a crazy look fell on him. Wei Huan looked up, and met the eyes of the crazy Muyu tribe high priest. This was the first time the high priest saw his existence after he entered this time zone. Is it because of what he holds in his hand? Wei Huan felt the pure power in his hand, and his slowly increasing realm. His fingers slowly clenched. If he gets it, it's his! Ah! The high priest of the Muyue tribe screamed and rushed over. The portal behind Wei Huan appeared, and the undead poured out from it like pouring. The 2 sides collided fiercely. Agris had previously speculated that these giants of the Titan tribe had probably reached sequence 7. And this high priest, as a special existence in the tribe, would only be stronger, not weaker. In theory, Wei Huan could not fight against it. But perhaps because this test was only a test of the 5th level world, or perhaps because of some luck, when Wei Huan fought against this high priest, it was already in his twilight years. It was already crazy and had no rules to fight, and most of its spiritual power was used to bombard the holy tree. When it was Wei Huan's turn to fight it, even though the army of undead was dying in large numbers, the high priest could not rush to Wei Huan, which meant that this battle was completely winnable. If you don't have the strength to sweep away a large area with one sword when fighting against a necromancer, who is a one-man army, it is only a matter of time before you are overwhelmed by the undead. The big bear finally came to the high priest with 6 flying monkeys, and a ball of green light. Come on, you bastard! The big bear made a wow-wow sound, and kept hitting the ground, finally attracting the attention of the high priest. The high priest's attack fell on it, and the flying monkey made a wow and disappeared. The big bear stood firm, and the green light on its head flickered. One blow resisted. The high priest naturally launched a second blow at the big bear. Another flying monkey disappeared, and the big bear was still howling. The high priest hit the big bear one after another, and finally sent the big bear away with the 5th hit. The big bear that fell to the ground was caught by the hands of the undead and taken back to the tomb. After being resurrected again, it lined up to wait for the high priest to come out. But the high priest's nightmare also came. In the 5 hits, the high priest was surrounded by the undead in the sky and on the ground, in front, behind, left and right. The flying monkey made a cheese sound, refreshing the undead army. Shiroma climbed onto the high priest's body, and his 3 heads and 6 arms were like a meat grinder, biting the high priest's body crazily. The lord of the demon eye was like a dark cloud covering the high priest's head, and beams of light fell densely like rain. The high priest, who was struggling, finally fell under the attack of the undead army and was quickly submerged. Until this time, Wei Huan's clenched fists relaxed. A little nervous. He had been under the protection of the chariot for too long, and he hadn't fought like this for a long time. Although the ability of the high priest was weakened, it was only relatively speaking. Wei Huan felt that this boss battle, except for him, was probably a tragic battle for Captain Fang and his team. After all, Wei Huan's current strength was a bit supermodel. If Mafati, who might catch up, was not considered, he had already touched the ceiling of the 5th level world. And the high priest was at the middle level of sequence 6. The high priest was completely torn apart by the army of undead, and the holy tree also fell down at this time. The sky began to fall in large areas without the support of the holy tree branches. Walala. Wei Huan frowned, and was about to reinforce the bone fortress. Suddenly, the dark world disappeared in front of him, and he was actually outdoors. He was stunned. The sky was dark purple, and all around were trees that were gradually turning green from the purple spot state. A 200-kilometer mountain stood before him, and he was standing on the ancient sailing ship of the Mu Ri tribe, at the bow. Was he teleported out? Wei Huan. Why is he here? Before Wei Huan could see more, the voice behind him suddenly woke him up. When he turned around, he threw the thing he had been holding into the portable space and looked at the people behind him. It was the group of people from the Osum faction. Including the group of people brought by Agris, there were more than 10 people here. It seemed that they had just climbed back to the ancient sailing ship, and they never dreamed that Wei Huan would be here, so they were all shocked. Then, an Osum captain whom Wei Huan should have met said, "Wei Huan, we are all here to take the test. You have your test, and we have ours too. Don't stop us." Wei Huan looked at the 6 of them, and without saying a word, he showed 8 portals, from which the undead army that had not yet disappeared was teleported out. This also made Wei Huan more certain that what he had just experienced was real. Wei Huan's actions made the Osum group very nervous, and the person who spoke raised his voice. "This is not a killing game. Wei Huan, calm down." Wei Huan's expressionless face, his eyes moved away. He just didn't feel safe without the undead army by his side, and these people's exploration was doomed to fail. Seeing Wei Huan turn around and look outside the ship, he just pulled a cordon between the undead army, and these people breathed a sigh of relief. After looking at each other, their expressions were a little complicated. The reason why they chose to go and come back here was because Wei Huan and Agris were in front. They knew that it would be hard to get any benefit from these 2 strong men, so they avoided the direction they were going to, trying to find other things. But now that Wei Huan was here, maybe the useful things were gone. Do you want to continue? We can't go back. We don't know where we have explored. We don't have any chance at all. Since we are here. Okay. More than a dozen people avoided Wei Huan and quickly disappeared in the cabin. Seeing that there was no one around, Wei Huan wanted to see what he got, but it was obvious that God didn't give him a chance. As the people on this side left, Jones, who looked confused, also appeared on the boat not far away. He saw Wei Huan at a glance and ran over happily. "Master Wei, master, I got something good." Jones tiptoed through the army of undead, and finally came to Wei Huan, spreading his hands in front of him. The shape of a maple leaf, Wei Huan remembered that it was the leaf of a sacred tree. Wei Huan looked at the leaf, then at Jones, and said, "You should know the use of this leaf." Jones nodded. "If you know, you can get a chance of enlightenment. Don't keep it for yourself?" Jones scratched his head and laughed. "I know my ability myself. Even if I am given 10 more chances of enlightenment, I can't become as strong as you, so I hope to offer this leaf and follow you forever." Wei Huan picked up the leaf, looked at Jones's eyes flashing with expectation, and nodded. "Okay, contact me after you leave. Get ready to get in the car." "Thank you, master." Jones's lips trembled with excitement, and he saluted him with the highest etiquette of their country. Wei Huan put the leaves into the storage space and asked Jones about his experience after they separated. Jones told him everything he knew. In short, Wei Huan disappeared after entering a separate time stream. Jones wanted to find him, but was suppressed by the breath of the sacred tree and was blocked outside. Just as he was anxious, the giants of the sun and moon tribes completed their sacrifices, and the sacred tree gave blessings, and several leaves fell down, and Jones also got one. When he got the leaves, he was teleported back to the ship and saw Wei Huan. Jones also said, "There is a war not far away, but because I have been following the adults, I have not been able to find out any useful information." Wei Huan was indeed a little curious, recalling the scene he had seen with the Lord of the Magic Eye before. It seemed to be the warehouse of the giants, but the group of people started fighting before entering the warehouse, and it was unknown whether Captain Liu and his men were affected. Although entering the assessment site is bound to be risky and life and death are at your own risk, Wei Huan still does not want them to be hurt. Let's go in and take a look. Waiting here is also waiting. He doesn't have to take the things in the warehouse, but he still has to protect the lives of Captain Liu and his men. Jones naturally followed quietly. And this time, because of the Pledge of Allegiance, Wei Huan's attitude towards him was indeed much better. Not only did he arrange a cave beast mount, but he also specially arranged some undead to take care of his safety. But as they left the ancient sailing ship and walked forward again, they found that something was different. It seemed that they were traveling through time again. With every step forward, the mountains in front of them were changing. The trees grew back, the soil gradually became thinner, revealing the dark mountain, and the broken rocks were piled up randomly on the ground as if there had just been an earthquake, and were even falling down. Until they came to the nearest place where they could touch the rocks with their hands, Wei Huan could be very sure that they had returned to the past. That is, the beginning. Is the assessment not over yet? Wei Huan frowned. He flew high to find the entrance, and sure enough, after circling half a circle, he found the passage he came from. In the passage, there were challengers guarding here. When they saw Wei Huan coming back, they stood up excitedly and waved to them. They said from a distance, "Finally the boat has come. We have been waiting for several days. Is the journey smooth?" Then someone found that one person was missing and became nervous. "Where is Liaf?" Wei Huan thought of Liaf who was fighting for the warehouse, and shook his head. "I don't know." This person was from the Great Bear Country. When he heard Wei Huan's answer, his face darkened, and he looked at Wei Huan with some vigilance. Wei Huan was too lazy to explain more. He jumped from the back of the burrow beast to the back of the face hugger. The face hugger ran wildly with 8 legs, and soon disappeared in the passage. Of course, Jones was also taken away by him. Now that group of people could not be trusted. The long passage spiraled down all the way, as if it led to the depths of the Earth's core. The face hugger moved very fast, but it still took nearly half an hour to reach the destination. When he saw Captain Fong guarding the saplings, he was safe and sound, and he took a breath and slowly relaxed. Captain Fong exuded a sacred aura, and his face looked at him with an inexplicable compassion. Wei Huan, who had been running and killing outside, put away all the external aura on his body, got off the back of the face hugger, and sat next to Captain Fong. He looked at him, then looked at the sapling, and then told all his experiences. Except for the hard thing he got in the time flow, which he had not had time to look at. After finishing speaking, Wei Huan said, "I have thought of a way to leave." Captain Fong was still immersed in the experience described by Wei Huan, and looked at him. "I seem to know it too." Wei Huan said again, "And if everything goes well, this sapling may become our final reward." "Yes, if this sapling can be taken out, the whole human race will benefit from it. During the time I stayed by its side, my realm has also been greatly improved." Wei Huan felt much more comfortable after hearing this. This time he came in and took away 7 leaves at once. It didn't matter if others took them or not, but Captain Fong couldn't go back empty-handed. It's good to have a promotion. Wei Huan's tone became lighter, and he smiled. "Come on, it's almost time to go out." Chapter 224. The assessment has come to this point, and the next step is actually very simple. They drove the ancient sailing ships of the Mu-Ri tribe and the Mu-Yi tribe. According to the strong purification ability of the ancient sailing ships, it is obvious that their next task is to purify the sapling. The entire assessment task is actually very simple, but it hides huge dangers. If they choose to kill each other at the beginning, I am afraid that this task will be solved in another way. Wei Huan is not sure whether killing can have a better way out, but he likes the current result. The vitality of mankind has been preserved, and the participants have had more or less adventures. As for himself, it seems that he has obtained something different. He has a clear conscience and everyone is happy. Wei Huan and Captain Fong dug out the sapling together. After seeing the grown holy tree, Wei Huan confirmed that this sapling and the fallen object were not together. The sapling stage holy tree survived only by relying on a little floating soil. One of its roots, as if trying, gently touched the black stone with magic patterns drawn on it. That is, the root that was in contact with the black stone was polluted and turned purple. The purple color spread from the roots to the lower part of the trunk, and was blocked. Moreover, because Captain Fong continued to purify it, the purple color faded a lot more than in memory. The holy tree that had grown in memory, probably in order to survive, had been trying to absorb the nutrients in the black stone while fighting against the pollution, until a critical point that could not be tolerated came, and it was finally polluted. But even though it was polluted like a ghost tree, the core of this tree still preserved the purest natural power, and was also trying to protect the Muri and Muyu tribes. Thinking of the crazy Muyu tribe chief priest, Wei Huan felt a little depressed. Captain Fong seemed to know what Wei Huan was thinking and said, when a person has nothing, he may go from one extreme to another. The fate of the Muri tribe and the Muyu tribe was doomed from the beginning. The existence of this tree and this falling object from outer space seems to be longer than the two tribes. Wei Huan nodded. He knew, but after all, he had seen it with his own eyes, so he would always be touched. Not wanting to let his thoughts sink, Wei Huan saw that Captain Fong had stood up with the sapling and continued to purify the sapling with a halo, so he looked around and said, "Where is Jacques?" Speaking of this, Captain Fong frowned slightly. Not long ago, Jacques came to me and said that he found something unusual and had tracked it down. Abnormal? Some new traces left. Everyone is here, and those traces are very deliberate. Wei Huan nodded. It's not that he is not curious, but saving the sacred tree sapling is more important at the moment. He called the face hugger and asked Captain Fong to step on it. Captain Fong was not used to it, but it was too far to go out here, and the road was steep and narrow. The face hugger was indeed the best means of transportation. They sat cross-legged on the back of the face hugger, without saying a word, and walked for a long time before reaching the exit. But there was no one at the exit. Wei Huan and Captain Fong looked at each other in confusion. It shouldn't be. At the beginning, everyone knew that practicing next to the sacred tree sapling could achieve twice the result with half the effort, but the confined space hundreds of miles deep underground was still too depressing, and later only Captain Fong was left. When Wei Huan came back not long ago, the first thing he saw was these challengers gathered near the exit. Now none of them are gone. And not only are they gone, but the ancient sailing ship of Agres, and the Muyua clan she controls, has not returned either. Did something unexpected happen? I go and take a look, Wei Huan said. Captain Fong nodded, and he just chose to sit cross-legged on the spot, holding the sapling of the holy tree against his chest. With a clang sound, the halo was turned on, and his face was bright and compassionate. The sacred power made Wei Huan uncomfortable, and he left without saying anything. The ghost crow was dispersed, and Wei Huan flew on the back shell of the crypt beast. It took more than 10 minutes to search. Suddenly, a boom sounded in the distance. Wei Huan looked up and saw the rising smoke. There was no need for the ghost crow to come back to report. Wei Huan ordered the crypt beast to rush over at full speed. As the distance got closer, he found that everyone had gathered here. And this place. Wei Huan looked at it from a distance and felt that it looked familiar. After thinking for a while, he realized that this was the gate that the giant of the Sun Shepherding tribe led them into. But now there is no gate here, only a deep and huge crack, like two 10,000-meter-long boulders put together to form a human shape. After a little repair, it is indeed the same as in memory. Agres and Jacques were together, and behind them were the 5 people of Osum. The 4 captains of Yen country stood in one place. The others stood on the opposite side. The 3 parties seemed to have fought several battles, and were a little embarrassed. The movement of Wei Huan coming disturbed them. Agres was the first to shout, "Wei Huan, come and judge." Everyone saw that the fruit disappeared in front of us, but they said I took it away. Liaofu frowned and said, "The fruit will not disappear for no reason. You were near it at the time. If it wasn't you, who was it?" "I've already said it wasn't me. Isn't my name Agres enough to guarantee it? It disappeared before my eyes, and I didn't get any of it. This crime is not only. You are Agres, so what? We all know what these 6 fruits represent. I don't believe you don't want to take them all. Everyone wants them, but I..." Agres suddenly reacted and stamped his feet in anger. "I said I didn't take them. If you don't believe me, come and fight. Kill me if you have the guts, and the things are yours." Wei Huan, he admitted that she took it. Wei Huan finally looked at Captain Liu. Captain Liu and his 4 men just bypassed the 2 teams that were confronting each other and walked towards Wei Huan, saying at the same time, "We were too far away at the time, and we didn't see anything." Wei Huan chose to remain silent. There was no way to mediate this kind of thing. Without witnesses and evidence, it was just a headless lawsuit. However, Wei Huan thought that he had traveled through time, and they had obviously traveled through time as well. Thinking about the so-called disappeared fruit, is it possible? Agrees, can you still see the boat? Wei Huan did not want to get involved in this lawsuit. He wanted to complete this assessment more now. Agrees was stunned for a moment, as if he had just reacted. Where is this? Wei Huan said, we have returned from the future to the present. The ship of the Muyue tribe can purify the sacred tree. I need you to return to that ship. Agri's face was pale. We are back. What should we do now? Wei Huan said, maybe if you walk back to the sacred tree from here, you can enter the correct time point. Okay. Agri's turned to leave. Stop. But Liaf didn't let her go. Don't think about taking the fruit for yourself. Get out of here. Agri's finally got angry. Her body suddenly turned red, and then blood shadows rushed out of her body, like a sharp flying knife cutting towards Liaf. Liaf hurriedly responded, and the fire escape appeared on his body, blocking the cutting of the blood shadows, and just shouted, Agri's you. Bang! Then all the blood shadows merged into one in an instant, turning into a man with a clear figure, kicking Liaf's blood shield to pieces with one foot, kicking him more than 100 meters away, hitting the black stone, rumbling and causing a collapse. Wei Huan's eyes fell on the man who suddenly appeared. The man was wearing an evening dress, with a scarlet cloak behind him, fluttering in the wind, and the cloak fluttering behind him. Wei Huan felt a hint of threat from this man. This is the rumored vampire Count of Agres, a man with extremely strong single combat power, and also has the characteristics of immortality, which is condensed by Agres' ability. His appearance is different from Jacques, but he is so handsome that even Ning can't tell the slightest imperfection of it. It is an appearance that only exists in human imagination. The angry Agres almost killed Liaf in one move, and instantly shocked the others. Then when Agres let the vampire Count Princess hug himself and fly away, others dared not ask to keep him. Jacques shook his head and chuckled, summoned Nightmare, and rode after him. Then came several car captains of Asham, and Wei Huan and others who followed closely behind. They chose to enter again from the passage, trying to copy the route they took in the future, and return to that point in time. But there was a landslide here just now, and there were too many fallen rocks. The further you go in, the harder it is to find a foothold. The person is missing? When they came to their senses, they found that Agres, who was walking in the front, had completely lost his trace. Wei Huan guessed. She may have set foot on the future timeline, and will be back soon. Captain Lu said, so we are also in the future? Then don't go for now, see you later. Wei Huan nodded. Don't make trouble, Captain Fong is waiting for us. Okay. Sure enough, under the gaze of Wei Huan and Jacques, Captain Lu and his 4 companions actually walked directly into the pile of rocks and disappeared. Now, only Wei Huan, Jacques and 5 awesome drivers are left here. The expressions of 2 of the awesome drivers seemed to be active again. But in the end, they were still intimidated by Wei Huan's reputation, and did not dare to move. They just wanted to find out whether Wei Huan had gained anything in a roundabout way. How could Wei Huan pay attention to him? Wei Huan just asked Jacques, you said you found some special traces, is this the place? Jacques shook his head, not here, but nearby, let's go and have a look. Okay. They flew out of the passage, the group of people at the door were still gathered, Liaf was rescued, and a druid turned into a tree man to treat him. Seeing them come out, the group of people looked unhappy, and seemed to not understand why Wei Huan came back and walked with Osam's group. Everyone here knows that Wei Huan has been tossing Osam hard in the past 6 months. Whether it is the 300 captives on Blue Star, or the reputation that Wei Huan built with blood on the 5-star island, they are all stepping on Osam to move up. Theoretically, Osam and Wei Huan should have blood feuds. It was okay for these eyes to fall on Wei Huan, but it was very uncomfortable for Jacques and others to fall on them. In the end, the 5 Osam tank commander said with a stern face, let's go pick up Major General Franklin, they should be back soon. Wei Huan thought that if they went there, Captain Lu and his 4 men would also come back with them, so there was no need to worry about Captain Fong, so he didn't say anything. However, Jacques said meaningfully, this is an assessment to test the unity of mankind. The face of the Osam tank commander twitched secretly, and finally gave up and nodded. I know. Now only Jacques and Wei Huan were left. This was the first time the 2 of them were alone in this assessment. In fact, in the interactions with these human powerhouses, Wei Huan and Jacques had many intersections, and they were particularly concerned about his movements. Wei Huan said, you appeared in the assessment this time. After you leave, Asham will definitely look for you. What are your plans? Jacques looked at Wei Huan. What do you want to say? Wei Huan said, I have a level 6 car. Jacques pursed his lips and fell silent. Wei Huan didn't want to put pressure on Jacques. He said, do what you need to do first. I will stay in the level 5 world for about 3 months. I should go to the level 6 world. You can come to me anytime before then. Jacques breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you for the invitation. I do have something I have to do. If there is still room in your car after I finish my work, I will follow you to see the scenery of the level 6 world. Okay. The topic stopped here. There is no point in talking about things that are uncertain. Just like Wei Huan said, he was willing to wait for Jacques for 3 months. This was a respect for the strong and the hero, but he would not wait forever. After all, he still had his own responsibilities. After that, the two talked about the experience of this assessment again. Before they finished talking, they arrived at the abnormality discovered by Jacques. There was another crack here. The crack was so narrow that it was almost invisible from the outside, but it was completely fine if you crawled in. Jacques used eagle eye and saw footprints here, as well as traces of crawling. Jacques said, It's here, do you want to go in? Wei Huan nodded. Of course, he wanted to go in. This building just collapsed, and the footprints left here must be new. I don't know who it was. After the accident, they did not gather with the main force, but instead drilled a hole. It was too suspicious. The facehugger engineering team started working again. When the black stone had magic patterns, it should be very strong, but now the magic patterns have been broken, and it is very easy to dig. Soon the facehugger dug more than 10 meters away, and the front was suddenly clear. Wei Huan and Jacques looked at the wide passage ahead. Their expressions were somewhat solemn, and then they sped up and flew deeper. They walked for half an hour, and there were some collapsed places in the middle, but they were easily dug out by the face-huggers. They didn't know how deep they went, but suddenly the sound of crackling from Sister Crows sounded above their heads. Wei Huan suddenly stopped the army of undead. Before Jacques spoke, Wei Huan raised his finger to signal him not to speak. Then he said in a very small voice, There is someone in front. At the same time, Wei Huan's vision fell on the elite demon Eye Lord, and flew a little further forward, and stopped far before the location explored by the Ghost Crow. The muscles and blood vessels behind the elite demon Eye Lord are like signal receivers, which can see and hear what human eyes and ears cannot receive. And the sense of smell is 100 times more sensitive than that of human noses. Wei Huan smelled the bloody smell deep in the cave, which was warm and fresh. In the thick and disgusting blood, there was also a hoarse and rapid breathing sound, followed by a cough sound, as if blood was blocked in the throat, and a violent cough and groan sounded at the same time. The green flames in Wei Huan's eyes danced. He distinguished that the groaning sound was made by a woman, and for some reason, he thought of Cynthia directly. To be honest, this woman is a character. If this is an unordered doomsday test, people like her will definitely be able to thrive. It's a pity that even though humans are constantly fighting internally, the top leaders have always insisted on focusing on the battles on the battlefield and unity. Wei Huan listened for a while, and there was no other movement except the slower and slower breathing. He wanted to walk forward curiously. Suddenly, new footsteps sounded, followed by the muffled sound of kicking heavy objects. Someone said, Wait for death, don't struggle anymore, no one can save you. If you take out all the fruits, I can at least guarantee that you will die happily. The person who spoke was a man, and Wei Huan also heard it familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had heard it for a while. Cough. The woman coughed heartbreakingly, but finally laughed, and spoke smoothly, I won't give it to you even if I die, you devil, your ugly face that makes you want to vomit, and your dirty heart really match. Wei Huan knew who this person was. Denton. The crippled and disfigured man, he really didn't die in the collapse, and he seemed to know something. Denton seemed to be stimulated suddenly, and vented wildly in Cynthia's wailing. As the muffled sound came out, he also cursed with gnashing teeth, It's all poisonous scorpions, you disgusting women, die. Die! Die! Cynthia must have been beaten too hard, and finally lost her voice, but the beating continued, and it had become a pure vent. Wei Huan did not show up, he was not as holy as the father, and with this strong bloody smell, Cynthia was probably not saved. He was a little curious about what Denton would do next. So the elite demon Eye Lord, under his control, slowly went to the direction where the sound came from, but did not wait for Wei Huan to get close. Who? Denton actually spoke with unusual vigilance. Wei Huan heard the sudden running sound, and without bothering to hide his tracks, he ordered the demon Eye Lord to chase after him. In front of the passage, he saw that Denton's body had grown to 2 meters high, his hands and feet had condensed into a dark body, and bone spurs grew from the joints of his bones. The parts of his hands and feet were like claws, and they looked extremely sharp. He ran very fast, and the demon lord had to speed up to catch up, and at the same time tentatively sent out a black beam. Boom! The black beam hit Denton's back, and he staggered, but when he turned over, he seemed to be unscathed and ran faster. Wei Huan was surprised. This was the attack of an elite demon lord, and Denton was only sequence 4, but he could easily withstand the damage. After being corroded by the dark energy, it really became very powerful. The demon lord chased after him. The speed of the two was almost the same. He could only shoot black beams from time to knock down Denton to close the distance. In addition, Wei Huan's main body chased after him without saying anything. When he passed by a place and saw Cynthia lying in a pool of blood, Wei Huan didn't have time to think about it, so he ordered the crypt beast to hook her up and throw her on the back shell to take her away. Jacques was surprised when he saw Cynthia. "What's going on?" Wei Huan explained it quickly in a few words. Jacques frowned. "Is it really Denton? I just feel that he is not right. Agris also reminded me to be careful. Be careful of people who sell their souls to the devil." Wei Huan did not answer. His attention was more on the front. Finally, once again, after Denton was knocked down, he was completely angry with Wei Huan. He turned his head suddenly, revealing his tattered and terrifying face that was more hideous than a demon, and gnashed his teeth. "Wei Huan! I will kill you!" The strong hatred was like a raging storm. Then Denton's body suddenly grew larger, from 2 meters to 3 meters, his muscles swelled and powerful, roaring and rushing towards the elite lord possessed by Wei Huan. Wei Huan frowned, and soon he lost his vision. I didn't expect this Denton's attack to be so fierce. Although the demon lord was just a long-range turret and had no melee defense, it didn't even last a minute in Denton's hands. "What's wrong?" Jacques noticed that the green flame in Wei Huan's eyes disappeared. Wei Huan shook his head and said lightly, "Nothing." Then, the portal behind Wei Huan opened, and the resurrected elite demon lord flew out. However, the flying speed of the demon lord was not as fast as that of the crypt beast, so it could only stop beside Wei Huan, its big eyes whirring around, looking a little aggrieved. This time, Jacques did not ask, but opened his golden eyes, and saw Denton surrounded by the ghost crows. The ghost crows had done something good again. Although in the current world, the ghost crows have become increasingly useless, that is only because they are only sequence 4, and it is of course difficult for them to play a role in the face of monsters and challengers in the level 5 world. But isn't this a coincidence? Denton is only sequence 4. Under Wei Huan's command, the ghost crows continued to transform into black arrows and rush towards Denton's brain. Denton was able to resist some of the ghost crow's soul screams, but not much, and he staggered all the way while holding his head. At the same time, he shouted in pain, "Wei Huan! Wei Huan! Wei Huan!" Voices rang out in the empty passage, like a vicious curse. As he kept shouting Wei Huan's name, black mist visibly emerged from his body, as if something was lying behind him, and was about to be torn apart. Jacques' eagle eyes had no hearing, and he didn't know what Denton called out. He just locked on to the target, and made a backhand move. He held a sniper rifle that was about 1.5 meters long in his hand. The sniper rifle had a large caliber, just like a small cannon barrel, but Jacques easily raised it to his eyes. Then he aimed and pulled the trigger. Bang! The deafening sound echoed in the passage, and Jacques' shoulders shook slightly, easily removing the recoil of the sniper rifle. Then, the bullet, as long as an adult's palm, traveled through time and space and appeared directly 10 meters away from Denton. Swoosh! It hit him accurately between the eyebrows. Ah! Denton was hit and flipped backwards, falling heavily to the ground. Wei Huan couldn't break Denton's defense with his elite demon lord, and when he got up again, his face was covered with blood. But he didn't die. The powerful bullet only pierced his skin and got stuck in his forehead. Jacques saw this, raised his eyebrows, and then pulled the trigger again. This time, Denton was prepared. The next second after the gunshot, he rolled to avoid it, and a splash of blood exploded on his shoulder. Bang, bang, bang. The next few shots were all dodged, leaving only a few skin wounds on Denton's body. But it didn't matter that Jacques couldn't kill Denton. Because of this delay, Wei Huan and his army of undead finally arrived. Chapter 225. Jacques put away his gun, and together with Wei Huan, he looked at Denton, who was like a trapped beast, in the outer circle of the undead. Then, Jacques' sight followed Denton's eyes full of deep hatred, and finally looked at Wei Huan. Wei Huan was also locked by this hatred, and after a moment of hesitation, he said, "Who are you?" Hee, ha ha ha. Denton's laughter gradually grew from small to large, gradually twisted and neurotic. But the next second, the laughter suddenly disappeared, and he looked straight at Wei Huan and said, "Who am I? Your god of death." After saying that, Denton actually ignored the bites of the undead and rushed directly towards Wei Huan. The man who had just been beaten to the ground by him gave Wei Huan a palpitation at this moment. Looking at Denton's gradually twisted and hunched body, and more bone spurs emerging from his body, and the vague shape outlined by the black fog above his head. What made him feel dangerous was the thing in the black fog. Wei Huan thought of what Agris mentioned, that the sleepless people would come into contact with the demons in the depths of darkness starting from the sequence, For Fallen Witch. Demons like souls that are tortured and in pain, and this Denton seems to be loved by the demons. The demon power gave him the ability to descend upon the demons, leaping a level and achieving a temporary sequence 6. In other words, this guy might be similar to the crazy high priest of the Muyue tribe, or even stronger. Wei Huan could feel the threat from the other party, but it was only a little bit of a threat. Come on! Although he didn't know why he hated himself so much, it was all about fighting. He has never lost in single combat or group fight. Just fight. Wei Huan didn't even bother to ask for the reason. The portal behind him opened, and the army of undead surged out like a wave. The shadow behind Denton became clear, and a demon shadow, with a height of nearly 100 meters appeared. The appearance of the shadow was still unclear, but it was known that the breath was evil and powerful, with the suppression of the life class. But compared with the Dharma image of the Dark Beast royal family, it was more than one level worse. The army of undead crawled all over the passage, rushing up to Denton's body and biting. The giant above Denton's head bared its fangs and claws, and the army of undead died in large numbers. In the roar, the earth collapsed and the rocks cracked, and the mountains shook. Wei Huan glanced at the shaky top of his head and said to Jacques, "Let's go out first." It was indeed dangerous to fight under the ruins that had just collapsed. Without Captain Fong's invincible aura this time, they might not be able to withstand the weight of the collapse. This place was not suitable for fighting. However, it was only Wei Huan and Jacques who retreated, and the undead continued to pour out of Wei Huan's portal. Jacques' eyes were always golden, paying attention to the battle in the tunnel, and occasionally firing a shot to make up for the lack of Wei Huan's attack force. Ho ho ho! Ah! Bang! A series of sounds were exploded in the passage, and along with the falling rocks, there was also the muffled groan of Denton from time to time. This Denton can't be said to have been beaten badly, but very badly. But to be honest, although this demon's attack method was a bit single after his arrival, it might also be limited by the environment of the passage and could not be used, and he could only passively take the beating, but this guy was really durable. The demon seemed to have given him a sequence 6 body. Even Jacques, who had the strongest long-range attack, could only break his defense but could not kill him. Even Shiroma, who had the highest attack power in the army of undead, only left blood marks on Denton's body with his waving claws, but was torn into pieces by the demon's casual swing. Of course, the huge number of undead also made it impossible for Denton to attack Wei Huan's body. In addition to being helpless and furious, there were only more and more wounds on his body, and blood was pouring out. Wei Huan had retreated to the limit of his summoning distance. If he retreated further, the undead hanging on Denton would return to the tomb. This place was not too far from the exit, and the two stopped with solemn expressions. "The defense is very high, but I brought the Angel Spear Scroll." Jacques looked at Wei Huan. Jacques had a special talent, and the Angel Spear Scroll was simply a killer made for him. However, it was not easy for an individual to get one with 100,000 points. If he really used it, Wei Huan would owe him a big favor. Wait a minute. Wei Huan did not agree. It was not that he was soft-hearted. He would never let the person who wanted to kill him live. Please wait a little longer. Gravekeepers are a profession of attrition. Wei Huan is not afraid of such a battle. But? Jacques reminded Wei Huan. Agris has passed, and may complete this assessment at any time. Wei Huan thought about it, and looked up. Use it. No matter what, he can't let the person who wants to kill him live. Especially this guy seems to have mastered the secret promotion channel. There is no need to keep someone to investigate the cause and effect. When a person dies, everything ends. There are so many people who hate him, dislike him, love him, and like him. One more is not much, and one less is not much. Jacques nodded, and took out the Angel Spear Scroll with his backhand. As his eagle eyes appeared above Denton's head, a huge magical force also gathered above Denton's head. At this time, outside the mountain, a huge hole appeared in the bloody sky, and the people who were rushing back to do the task were frightened and widened their eyes. The broken sky revealed a golden spear, which pressed down like piercing through the sky and earth until it was aimed at the belly of the Black Mountain. Agres was leading people to control the ancient sailing ship of the Muyu tribe, purifying the sacred sapling. Another ancient sailing ship of the Mu-Ri tribe was controlled by the captains of Yen country. Captain Fong held a sapling in his hands and protected it against his chest, sitting cross-legged on the ground. The purple spots at the root of the sapling were fading little by little, and the purification had reached its end. The strangeness in the sky made them frown and look up at the same time. Angel Spear. Someone recognized the source of the abnormality at first sight. Some people had never seen it before. What is this? A new test? Only Agres looked serious. Stop for a moment. Something might have happened to Jacques. This Angel Spear scroll was given to Jacques by her. If nothing important had happened, Jacques would never have used his trump card. Unfortunately, it was a little late. The power of purification fell on the sacred sapling, and the last trace of purple on the polluted roots faded away. The sacred sapling seemed to have been reborn, swaying its leaves and glowing with green light. Within a kilometer range, all the purple pollution disappeared, and the power of purification was still spreading outward. The people around were also enveloped by green light at the same time. The power of nature gave birth to the energy in their bodies, like the cool breeze in summer and the warm sun in winter, which was very comfortable. At the same time, their realm was also increasing little by little. Agres found that after being enveloped by the green light, he could not move, and could only watch the spear that pierced the sky and pierced straight into the Black Mountain, and there was no movement. Then the next second, boom, a loud sound that shook the earth burst out from the mountain. Agres looked at the collapsed mountain, and the flying dust with his eyes wide open. With a loud rumbling sound, this place collapsed again. Then, Agres' eyes blurred and found himself back on the chariot. The people in the chariot looked at her return with surprise. But after she finally regained control of her body, she suddenly jumped up, turned into a blood mist and rushed out of the car, leaving only a whisper, Jacques. The adjutant in Agres' car, the grandson of Councillor Osum, looked as ugly as if his mother had died, cursed his cousin, and then chased after him. He followed all the way, chasing Agres' blood mist to the underground city, and saw Agres knock on a car door and run in a parking lot that had just been built. The adjutant raised his eyebrows, picked up the communicator, and said expressionlessly, "We found the wanted criminal Jacques in the underground floor of Peanut City. Don't rush to come. Let the people on Blue Star guard the beacon, and we must catch him this time." Wei Huan found that he couldn't move, so he knew he should go back soon. He blinked, and the green flame in his left eye slowly disappeared. The falling angel spear pierced through Denton's body from top to bottom, nailing him deep underground as he screamed in pain. Even the demon form that possessed him dissipated in an instant, and turned into a swirling black wind and disappeared. Then the power of the angel spear continued to increase, hitting the hard bottom shell of the building heavily, and the power of the impact affected the ruins that had just collapsed once. The second collapse occurred. The huge falling rocks fell fiercely, crushing the demon eye lord possessed by Wei Huan and burying Denton deeply underground. The scream stopped abruptly, and there was no sound. Then when the collapse spread to them, he was teleported away from the test site. He opened his eyes, and was in the captain's room of the chariot. Or rather, it was where the rubble of the Colossus was before. However, when Wei Huan looked at the corpse that appeared at his feet with him, he was silent for a moment. How did Cynthia, who was already dead, come back here with me? Is it because the body cannot be teleported, but because it has been captured by my ability, it was teleported back with me? Wei Huan thought of something and suddenly shouted, "Butler! Captain, I'm here. You're back. Do you need me to notify the deputy captain?" "Okay." Then Wei Huan said, "This person has something on him. Can you get it? It's in her personal space now." "Yes, Captain. She has no vital signs. Her personal space belongs to the ownerless space. I can open its space. It must be fast. The body of the challenge world will disappear. Once it disappears, the signal source will be lost, and it can no longer be tracked." In less than 2 seconds after the butler completed the transfer, Cynthia's body disappeared, and the blood flowing from her body disappeared with it. It was like the whole person was wiped out from this world. There was no her in the challenge world, and there was no her in the Blue Star anymore. And her chariot will also be taken back by the challenge world, leaving the crew with very little time to escape from the chariot. At this time, the sound of footsteps came. Wei Huan! Wei Huan turned his head, and smiled at Mu Zhong, who pushed the door in. His feet were clean, and he could be considered to have returned with a full load. After a short chat with Mu Zhong, the two of them got down to business first, cleaning up the spoils. This time Wei Huan went in, and it was considered to have a great harvest. The most obvious thing was the 7 leaves, which helped Wei Huan complete 7 epiphanies in just 3 days, allowing him to get closer and closer to the source of the netherworld. Like a big dream, he actually saw the sleeping god in the depths of the law, with a majestic body like the universe. Every breath caused countless planets to be destroyed and born, and the rich netherworld power was as pure as a wandering river. What Wei Huan gained was not only 7 epiphanies, but a journey to the origin, which had endless benefits for his subsequent cultivation. For example, in the few days after that, he was busy and didn't practice much. His progress in practice was like a rushing river, faster than his realm of concentration. It was only a matter of time before he caught up with the main force and surpassed the main force. The key point was that Wei Huan took a diamond-level awakening potion when he awakened. So before the 7th level, he didn't need to consider the problem of advanced potions, and he advanced to Disaster Apostle naturally. And this, Mu Zhong said, as he took something from the warehouse, and put it in his palm to see that there were 3 in total. However, the green fruit the size of an olive, surrounded by a hazy green object, looked very unusual. Mu Zhong looked at it intently and muttered, "The fruit of the tree of nature is blessed by the goddess of nature. After taking it, you can get closer to nature and feel nature." Wei Huan nodded, "It's yours." It just so happens that Mu Zhong Shaman is the power of nature, and it's useless for others to take it. As for this fruit, it's obviously from Cynthia. Before he killed Denton, he heard Cynthia mention the word fruit. It should be this thing, right? Since the development of the challenge world, everyone has been looking for ways to increase the speed of cultivation. So far, this kind of natural treasure that clearly points out that it can improve the affinity with nature has appeared for the first time. No wonder Denton and Cynthia turned against each other and lost their lives. In addition, earlier, the confrontation between the Agris and Liao factions seemed to mention the fruit. I just don't know if the fruit they are talking about is the same. After all, they have traveled through time. How did the 2 items from different times intertwine? And how did Denton and Cynthia get these things? Some secrets can no longer be explored with the death of the parties involved. The only pity is that such good things, I am afraid Denton also has a few of them, but he couldn't take them out. If we know Denton's real identity and find the phone he left behind, maybe it's possible? Mu Zhong was also very sorry, but whether it was the treasures left on him or his hatred for Wei Huan, it was worth investigating. What if these treasures were found? I arranged for someone to take a look. By the way, what did you say that the priest robbed in front of the sacred tree? Wei Huan was not in a hurry to see the thing, but because he was investigating the warehouse, he thought of something. He was now taking out the platinum data glasses he had just opened before leaving from the warehouse of the chariot. Fortunately, he had not exchanged them yet. These main combat forces in the car are obviously more willing to exchange for items that increase combat power or save lives than to spend huge amounts of DKP to exchange for an auxiliary item. Wei Huan took out the platinum data glasses, and there was another ear clip, a very simple black ring, which can be activated and used by clipping it on the ear bone. Wei Huan did not rush to activate it, but asked, "Butler, can you enter this data glasses?" The butler replied, "The level of the platinum level portable system is too low. I need to upgrade to enter. I need to spend 22,000 points to buy items in the mall to complete the basic upgrade. But due to the limitations of basic hardware, after you leave the current world, I can only follow you offline and return to the car to synchronize information." Wei Huan understood. Mu Zhong tilted his head and looked at the iron heart on his shoulder in confusion. "Can I upgrade this?" After a few seconds, Mu Zhong nodded, "This way." Then he explained to Wei Huan, "The iron heart is a portable system, and my data glasses can also be put back in the warehouse." Wei Huan nodded. The intelligence level of the Heart of Steel is very high, second only to the core rules of the challenge world. It can even help the housekeeper AI upgrade to a version that is not available in the mall, and the authority of the Heart of Steel is always 1 level higher. So everyone has this kind of portable system, and other items are of course no longer needed. It just so happens that he takes one and Mu Zhong returns one, they are a family. However, Wei Huan was of course not happy to hear that Mu Zhong wanted to put his used things back to the warehouse. Even though there was a small butterfly on Mu Zhong's ear clip, like the women's style with carvings, Wei Huan still took it and hung it on his ear. As for the one in his hand, he threw it back into the warehouse. The ear clip still retained Mu Zhong's body temperature, and along with Mu Zhong's warm smile, it drove away Wei Huan's fatigue from running around in the assessment world. After instructing the housekeeper AI to upgrade itself, Wei Huan had time to look at the items he had kept in his personal space. After changing to data glasses, the data will be directly presented in front of him. But if you don't stare at it specifically, the data will become very faint and disappear in your field of vision. But if you want to see it, you can see it in the next second. In addition, you can see your own data, which is much better than Wei Huan before. Of course, without the glasses, the coldness in Wei Huan's eyes can no longer be concealed. Mu Zhong looked at Wei Huan's disfigured face. With the continuous debugging of the portable system, he gradually disguised himself to a normal appearance. He looked at Wei Huan without glasses, and couldn't help laughing. It's just right not to wear these glasses at your current location. Wei Huan was puzzled. Why? Mu Zhong smiled. Wearing glasses will make you look a little younger. After all, we are only 20 years old. Wei Huan is not 20 years old. Including the 6 months since his rebirth, he is already 33 years old. However, Mu Zhong is really 20 years old, but he has such ability. He is a real genius. Thinking of Mu Zhong who died early in the previous life. Wei Huan adjusted his mood, opened the item he had been holding, and looked over. At this sight, both of them were stunned. Seed of the Tree of Nature. Description: also called the World Tree, a giant tree that can grow into a continent. Elves like to live on it. The germination period is very slow, but the growth period is very fast. Living on the World Tree can gain the attention of the gods, and increase the speed of cultivation. Gift from the Goddess of Life, it's actually the seed of the World Tree. There are also fruits of the World Tree, plus the leaves of the World Tree that are already in Wei Huan's body. Has he pulled out all the World Tree? Mu Zhong said happily. Qinglong City has been settled. You mean Captain Fong still has a sapling? The sapling has passed the germination period, so it can grow quickly if it is planted? Mu Zhong was about to get up and contact Captain Fong, but Wei Huan grabbed his hand. Wei Huan, who reached out to pull him, looked at Mu Zhong silently for a long time, and then said hesitantly, "Don't plant it in this world. I got news that the next world is the deep sea." Mu Zhong sat back in his seat, thinking. Wei Huan knew that he might expose the secret of rebirth, but he still said, the deep sea environment is too harsh and not suitable for human survival. The Tree of Life may be the key for humans to gain a foothold in the 6th level world. Don't use it in this world. Mu Zhong did not ask Wei Huan why he was sure that the next world was the deep sea, but there were indeed voices from the outside world saying that the next world might be in the sea. Of course, there are also people who say that humans may be able to fly. But no matter where they go, humans must have a place to stay. This place to stay does not refer to the car. Even if the 6th level chariot can accommodate 1,000 people, it cannot be just these 1,000 people. People must leave the chariot and travel on a larger scale to maintain unity. You are right. Mu Zhong quickly figured out the key. He stood up and nodded to Wei Huan. I will do my best to persuade Captain Fong to hand over the sapling of the World Tree to us and bring it to the 6th level world. In addition, before going out, Mu Zhong listened to Ironheart's words and told Wei Huan, the seeds of this Tree of Nature can be planted in a larger flower pot. The area where it is located will be blessed by the Goddess of Nature, and will also have the effect of growing into a tree. Wei Huan raised his eyebrows. It seems that the level of his data glasses is still not enough. Ironheart obviously knows many secrets that cannot be displayed. However, in this way, Wei Huan feels that his biggest gain this time is this seed. Planting it in the car will improve the cultivation speed of not only himself and Mu Zhong, but also the people in the car. At that time, he will not always be the only one standing in front, and the crew will also become stronger with him. Wei Huan couldn't wait to find a large flower pot from the warehouse, fill it with soil, and plant the seeds of the Tree of Nature in it. As soon as the seeds were buried, the soil that was just wet was visibly cracked, and the moisture disappeared crazily. Wei Huan then took 2 buckets of water from the warehouse and poured it in. The water was still draining very fast. Wei Huan vaguely heard the sound of the seeds gulping. In less than a minute, the 2 buckets of water were dry again. Wei Huan understood. It seems that this seed has been imprisoned by the black building in the future, and has not received the nutrients it should have. It is only relying on its divine ability to survive tenaciously. Now with normal nutrients, it is like a bottomless pit that cannot be filled. Wei Huan took out some more fresh water, then stepped out of the driver's room, holding the flower pot, and shouted, Lu Qingji, come here. Lu Qingji was of course not here, but he ran over as soon as he was notified by the housekeeper. Wei Huan saw him in the square, and heard Lu Qingji howling from afar, Boss, you are back. Boss, you are finally back. Boss, I missed you so much. Wei Huan threw the flower pot to Lu Qingji. Are you good at growing vegetables? This tree seed is given to you. Plant it well. Lu Qingji held the big flower pot with both hands, as if holding a big jar, and looked at the cracking soil curiously, and asked, "What is this?" Wei Huan said, "The world tree. Now it is the most valuable thing in the car." World tree. Lu Qingji was stunned. "Is it what I think?" "Yes, it is what you think." Lu Qingji hugged the flower pot tightly, as if holding a child, and looked into the deep cracked soil with excitement and doting. World tree. Legendary god-level plant. Mom, worthy of being the boss, can get this thing too amazing. Chapter 226. The return of Wei Huan not only injected strong vitality into the crew of his chariot, but also made the whole Yin kingdom seem to be busy. The first and most important thing is the destination of the sapling of the world tree brought back by Captain Fong. There were challengers from 17 countries participating in this trial, and they all contributed more or less. Yin Kingdom and Osum contributed the most, and both sides tried to seize the control of the sapling of the world tree. But this time Yin Kingdom took a tough attitude and held the sapling of the world tree in its hands, only allowing scientists from various countries to conduct protective research on the sapling in their designated areas. Osum certainly disagreed, but since Wei Huan's rise, Osum has never gotten a good deal in the confrontation with Yin Kingdom, so naturally the protest was invalid. After more than a month of tug-of-war, Osum finally compromised and asked for 10 quotas for the ascending channel from Yin Kingdom, and then sent less than 10 scientists, who were very limited in the 5th level world, to Yin Kingdom Suzaku City for research. When these scientists from Osum arrived at the World Tree Research Institute in Suzaku City, they were surprised to see that there were nearly 100 scientists from Yin country. Isn't it said that when challenging world dangers, the number of chariots should be prioritized over the main combat personnel? Where did these researchers with little combat capability come from? So it goes without saying that the research on the world tree must be led by Yin country. They can only look at it and smell it, and are not even allowed to touch it. The key research data are kept highly confidential. The scientists from Osum can only study some scraps, and the progress is slow. Of course, the progress of Yin country is so fast because these scientists are taking turns to go home and are actually doing research. There is also a world tree on Wei Huan's car. The difference is just that it has just sprouted. The god-level world tree is planted in the flower bed of the central square of the chariot. Because of the extremely slow germination period, it is like a small bean sprout, poking its head out of the soil for a long time without growing any more. However, although the bean sprout is small, the effect of practicing around it is not small at all. Recently, its radiation range has even expanded to the room. Some crew members living on the lower floors, including these scientists, have made breakthroughs one after another. Mu Zhong's driver sequence has already broken through to sequence 3 a month ago, and the mecha produced by the steel factory has also reached level 3. Recently, the various pioneering armies of Yin country have frequently mobilized or materials to Mu Zhong, and the production of level 3 mechas has been crazy. If the level 3 mechas are organized into a team, they can already gain a foothold in the level 4 world. Wei Huan has the effect of enlightenment, and with the help of the world tree, he will almost advance to the 5th level of gatekeeper of the underworld in the next few days. Every promotion in the sequence is a huge improvement for Wei Huan, and it is also crucial for Yin country, or all mankind. In other words, the scientists that Wei Huan brought along all the way have played a shining role in the 5th level world. They have initially cracked the secret of the world tree's ability to accelerate cultivation, all from the hundreds of millions of runes engraved on the plant. The rune also came from Wei Huan. During the assessment, he was cautious and copied a rune from a huge building on the back shell of the face hugger. At that time, it was just a flash of inspiration, but he didn't expect that it really made the face hugger abnormal. After returning, he told this to the bureau elder. Some research and development results may be the result of countless boring experiments, or a flash of inspiration before they come out. Wei Huan's idea of carving a piece of rune on the face hugger gave the researchers a direction for research, and soon there was a result. A talisman that can be used even on Blue Star was born. The talisman is carved on the challenge material that only Yin country has. This wooden challenge material produced on trees is a 100-acre forest that Yin country obtained after the opening battle of the 5th level world. Those trees have abundant natural energy, but because they are not mineral wealth, they have never found a use. Now, the spiritual wood with sufficient energy is made into wooden signs, and then simplified runes are carved on them, so that people can have multiple benefits when using wooden signs. It should be pointed out that Wei Huan's casual rubbing was obtained from the outer space building that was enlarged tens of thousands of times, so this research broke through from 0 to 1. It was like finding the first complete rune from the endless genetic code, and then, there was the follow-up work of continuing to study along the genetic chain. In short, the scientists brought by Wei Huan studied and verified between the world tree saplings of the Suzaku Legion and the world tree species of Wei Huan's chariot, and gradually deciphered a lot of runes. As a result, a special profession was born in Yin country, Rune Master. Wei Huan got the first dark energy talisman, and wearing it on his body had a slight effect of accelerating cultivation. Of course, the effect is far less than that of being next to the world tree, but among the 3 billion human beings, only a very small part can touch the world tree, and the talisman can be carried by everyone regardless of gender, age and strength, even on Blue Star, to accelerate cultivation. It can be said to be a huge research and development that benefits the country and the people. The talisman had never appeared in Wei Huan's previous life, because humans did not win the opening battle of the 5th level world, and Wei Huan did not participate in the assessment. In the end, of course, it was because humans were deceived by the survivors in the 5th level world in the previous life and failed to break through the fatal crisis. Now the talisman has just been developed. Although it is still a hot commodity, most challengers in the future can be equipped with it. If the 6th level opening battle is also won, at that time, it is not a dream for challengers to have a talisman to accelerate cultivation. In short, the raw materials and scientific research results of the talisman are now in the hands of Yin State, becoming a very important trading material at present. In addition, the exclusive business of ascending channels, and so on has given Yin State an absolute initiative in diplomacy. So recently Yin State is uniting various forces to plan to send the world saplings to the 6th level world. However, regarding the matter of sending the world tree saplings to the 6th level world, the Yin State and Wei Huan held 2 meetings, and finally decided that Wei Huan would go to the 6th level world first, and Captain Fong would enter with the world saplings in the second batch. After all, it was related to divine items, and a major national move. It was not that they did not trust Wei Huan, but it was too important. Someone had to go ahead and explore the way. Only after it was determined that it was appropriate could the divine tree be sent away. Moreover, Asham had always disagreed with sending the tree to the 6th level world, because they could not determine the environment of the 6th level world. They believed that even in the deep sea world, they could build underwater cities, and it was not necessary for the world tree to build the continent. In short, the world tree was of great importance, and the tree must not be moved easily without more accurate information. Wei Huan didn't care about the process of wrangling about the world tree. He just wanted to make sure that the tree could be planted in the 6th level world. If, when he reached the 6th level world, the tree was pressed in the 5th level world for various reasons, it didn't matter. At most, he would come back once, and he would be stronger at that time, enough to complete any vacillation and dispute by force. As for the one in his car, he would naturally not hand it over. The top leaders of Yin country knew it, but it was his personal trophy after all, and he was also the strongest man in Yin country. It would also be good for Yin country to let Wei Huan continue to maintain his advantage as a strong man. That is, Wei Huan himself also had won, otherwise Muti Heo and Commander Chai would do anything to help Wei Huan and get the sapling in Captain Fong's hand to Wei Huan's car. Even if they couldn't have it exclusively, they would have to set up a rotation system. Now that Wei Huan had it himself, everyone was happy. In addition, of course, it was clearly stated on the sapling that the world tree grows slowly during the budding period, and it is impossible for it to grow into a world tree in the 6th level world, so this small tree bud took root in Wei Huan's car. A small bean sprout looks timid and tender, but it can't be destroyed casually. After all, it is the bud of the world tree, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is invulnerable. In addition, after realizing its preciousness, the crew specially arranged a set of care teams that even mosquitoes can't fly into. Coupled with the intelligent supervision of the AI butler, it is impossible to approach the world tree casually. The crew made such arrangements, of course, because some people have been on the car one after another recently. The tank has been upgraded to level 6, with 900 more places. Even though the various legions were reluctant to send out people at the beginning, they could not stop Wei Huan's chariot from being too good. Not only is there a human supreme leader sitting in charge, who can go to the 6th level world at any time, but there are also title bonuses, and the world tree to assist in cultivation. It is simply a holy place for challengers. So some challengers either applied on their own initiative, or were arranged to board Wei Huan's chariot. Even though most of these people who got on the chariot later were also from the Yin country's pioneering army, the drivers, who got on the chariot first did not trust them very much, which is why the old drivers arranged a lot of protection for the world tree. And the people they wanted to guard the most were the 21 gang people who had recently boarded the chariot. This group of people was brought up by Jones. Jones was the chariot captain trained by Gang with a whole country's strength. Because he followed the right boss, among so many countries, a small country with a population of less than 50,000 people actually had 2 chariots come to the 5th level world. Now that Jones has obtained Wei Huan's permission to board the car, he has become a hero in his country. It can be said that he boarded Wei Huan's chariot sprinkled with holy water. Coming with him are the crew members of his chariot. The family backgrounds of these crew members have been checked over and over by Yin country many times, and they were allowed to board the car only after confirming that they were absolutely safe. The other 70 or so Jones's original crew members, who did not come, stayed in the 5th level world and became a separate car to continue the adventure here. Small countries have their own way of survival. Jones got on the car. Although it was difficult for him to integrate into the place, and he was guarded everywhere, this was never a problem for him. As long as he followed Lord Wei, he had become the strongest person in their country. But even so, there were only about 200 people in Wei Huan's car. Because the assessment road from level 4 to level 5 is only once every 6 months, it will take some time for Yin country to send people up. Wei Huan does not have to wait until the car is full before taking the next step. The reason why he has stayed in Qinglong Station since he came back from the assessment is that he is finally about to reach sequence 5. With the blessing of many parties, he used 10 times faster than others to catch up with the realm cultivation, and now he is finally catching up. Entering the level 6 world with the strength of sequence 5 is Wei Huan's bottom line. In addition, he has always been thinking about the platinum level treasure ruins. There are not only platinum level supplies in it, maybe Mo Fady will come to find him, which is a chance for him to improve his strength again. As for the possibility of facing the complete Mo Fady after helping Mo Fady to unlock the seal continuously, Wei Huan is too lazy to think about things in the future. Let's make ourselves stronger first. During the time when Wei Huan was in seclusion, the Qinglong army also found an island in the 5th level world. Although it was not what Wei Huan expected at the beginning, it was an island that looked like a land as big as the 5-star island, but it was not much smaller. The island was located 200,000 kilometers away from the uninhabited area, and it was one of the qualified islands that Wei Huan found in his search. There were no islands suitable for building a city within a 5-day distance. The Qinglong army built a city there, which could not only ensure the supply of the pioneering team, but also generate a lot of income including entry fees, accommodation fees, etc. In other words, once the challenger enters this area, he must stop in Qinglong City. Whether it is buying expensive parking spaces or temporary accommodation to buy supplies, it is an exclusive business. There may not be many people in the level 5 world now, but as private forces and ordinary challengers slowly come to the level 5 world, Qinglong City is destined to become one of the most prosperous cities. Although the official will not build the city for the purpose of making money like private forces, it will not be soft-handed to spend such huge manpower and material resources, and the key is that there are so many martyrs in the pioneering army. The country will not be soft-handed in making money. Under the promotion of Wei Huan, the Qinglong army is gradually surpassing the Suzaku army and returning to the position of the first army of Yin country. The Qinglong army is not afraid of being at the forefront or sacrificing, but they are afraid that they are not qualified to fight. Is Wei Huan breaking through? On the day when Wei Huan broke through, Mu Dihao came to see him several times, and he was more concerned about it than his own son's breakthrough. When Mu Zhong was dying, and had to face the assessment of entering the challenge world, Mu Dihao aged more than 10 years in that short week. When no one was around at night, he secretly wiped tears in front of Mu Zhong's bed. With Mu Zhong's serious injuries, he would definitely die if he entered the challenge world. What could be more painful than parents watching their son die? But in a blink of an eye, more than half a year has passed, and that memory seems to have become a vague nightmare. Mu Dihao can hardly remember it. Now, good things happen every day when he opens his eyes. Not only did his son save his life, but he became more and more vigorous and full of fighting spirit. His wife's ability, which was sealed because of her life-threatening divination, has now been lifted. Although she cannot enter the challenge world because of her daughter, having ability and not having ability are two different things. And he himself inexplicably became the deputy commander of the Qinglong army and the next head of the Mu family, and it was only a matter of time before he was promoted to the official level. Now the things he handles are as smooth as if assisted by God. Mu Dihao knew who brought all these. Even if Wei Huan was nothing, Mu Zhong liked him just because of this, which was enough for him to treat him well. Not to mention that Wei Huan was the lucky star of their family. Mu Dihao almost dug out his eyeballs and pressed Wei Huan into his eyes to protect him at any time. The Qinglong army was preparing to build a city, and Mu Dihao was busy, but he would come to see it when he had time. Wei Huan's promotion was not only useful to him and Yan country, but also crucial to the entire human race in challenging the world. When Wei Huan successfully advanced, the big stone in his heart would fall to the ground. Not only him, but the top leaders of Yan country were paying attention to Wei Huan's advancement. It's been almost a week. Mu Dihao frowned and asked his son, "Does it take so long?" Mu Zhong said, "It's not difficult to break through, especially since Wei Huan is awakened by the 7th level potion. He can directly advance when he reaches the level of strength. The trouble is the consolidation after the advancement. Wei Huan has more than 200,000 undead troops to advance one by one. It will definitely not be completed without some time. Go and get busy. The team has urged you several times. Don't let so many people wait for you. You are so old." Mu Dihao sighed, "Don't you want to see someone before leaving? After departure, I will be a nail stuck in that city. If you don't come to find me, I can't just leave. Oh, I am an old man who can only work every day." Mu Zhong smiled, "We will come to see you. Don't talk like a lonely old man. Let's go, let's go." Mu Dihao also smiled, and finally turned around and left. With Mu Dihao's departure, only 12 vehicles including Wei Huan were left in the entire Qinglong base. The rest of the vehicles followed Mu Dihao, and left in a mighty manner. These remaining 12 vehicles will also leave one after another in the future. This is just the station of the Qinglong Reclamation Army. In the future, the focus of the Qinglong Reclamation Army will only be on Qinglong City. Mu Zhong looked at the large army going away, then looked at the empty station, and then returned to the car. As he walked along, the atmosphere in the car was very positive. When the main combat crew members had no combat missions, they would take turns to practice in front of the buds of the World Tree every day. After the practice time was over, they would take turns to join the guard team, and they could also get close to the World Tree. Although they did not practice, they would invisibly increase the speed of practice. The non-combatant scientific researchers could get closer to the buds of the World Tree. They would use a magnifying device developed by the veteran mecha technician, who had been promoted to Sequence 5 to observe the runes on the buds. Up to now, Yin Country has completely printed out 6 runes, corresponding to light, darkness, nature, flesh and blood, speed, and strength. According to preliminary research, there should be 108 primary runes, and in the later stage, runes can be superimposed to produce runes with more complex effects. If the ability is sufficient, it is possible to replicate a world tree. When Mu Zhong walked past the buds of the world tree, Lu Qingji, who had just watered the buds, called him, "Boss Mu, where are you going?" Mu Zhong raised his hand and pointed to the top of his head. Lu Qingji jumped up and whispered, "Going to see the boss?" Together. Mu Zhong nodded. The two came to the elevator, and went to the top floor of the 30th floor. As soon as they stepped out of the elevator, they saw Jones sitting cross-legged at the elevator door. His dark face smiled at them with white teeth, and he stood up and called respectfully, "Master Mu, Master Lu, hello." Lu Qingji curled his lips and whispered, "You are really good at licking." Mu Zhong smiled and nodded to Jones. "Thank you for your hard work." After Jones got on the car, he did not approach the World Tree, but followed him after getting Wei Huan's permission. When Wei Huan returned to his room, or went to a separate space such as the driver's room, he and the people he brought would always guard the door and never leave. Neither Mu Zhong nor Wei Huan tried to correct Jones' behavior. Everyone has a different way of survival. It is not wrong for an outsider to stay close to Wei Huan if he wants to survive in such a team. Wei Huan wants to make Yan country stronger. But the greater cause in his heart is to make the human race live forever. As long as Jones sincerely seeks shelter, there is no more room for him by Wei Huan's side. But it was Jones's behavior that made Lu Qingji very unhappy. He muttered and complained, and then followed Mu Zhong into Wei Huan's room under Jones' envious eyes. This envious look instantly made Lu Qingji happy again. Sure enough, I am still the baby that my adoptive father loves and trusts the most. Mu Zhong entered the house, and didn't see Wei Huan who was supposed to practice. He said, "Sure enough, we have entered the undead ranch." As they talked, the two walked to the balcony outside the house. There stood an object that was 2 meters high and looked like a coffin. This was the professional training ground for the gravekeeper that Wei Huan got, the undead ranch. Mu Zhong said, "It takes 1 hour for ordinary undead to upgrade from Sequence 3 to Sequence 4, and 6 hours or even longer for elites. The grass in the professional training ground is not unlimited. Wei Huan now has so many undead. It will take a month or so to complete the arrangement of the army. Let's wait a little longer." Lu Qingji rubbed his hands. "Boss, you are so powerful at level 4. How much will it take to reach level 5? One man forming an army is nothing. It is simply a natural disaster. Mu Zhong raised his eyebrows and laughed. Sequence 8 of the Great Keeper is a natural disaster. TSK, it is a natural disaster. Lu Qingji smiled happily, then jumped up and said, no more talking. I should think about making something delicious for the boss to replenish his body. It must be hard to practice in seclusion after coming back. Lu Qingji left after saying that, and Mu Zhong did not stay and left with him. Now that Wei Huan is in seclusion, he is the only one who can make decisions in the car, but no matter how many things there are, it will not make people anxious and difficult, because they have Wei Huan in the car and Wei Huan behind him. As long as this strongest force always exists, all problems will be solved. Not long after Mu Zhong left, Wei Huan walked out of the professional training ground. After advancing to Sequence 5, his overall strength has improved, but he is not like in the Immortal Cultivation novels, where he can eat wind and drink dew and fast. Instead, he can eat more. In order to maintain this strong body, and keep it at the best level at all times, he must eat and drink enough. Once he eats a full meal, he can endure for a long time without fighting, because at this level, he almost doesn't defecate, and his body can absorb any energy, and keep the energy from being lost. It has been more than a week since Wei Huan last ate a full meal. When he felt the breakthrough, he asked Lu Qingji to cook a full table of food, using creatures that challenge the world. With Lu Qingji's talent as a chef, the abundant spiritual power will not only fill his whole body, but also nourish his body little by little and increase his attributes. It was very fast to advance to Sequence 5. He only took 1 day to complete the advancement. After that, he felt that he was in very good condition, so he went directly to the Undead Ranch, and stayed there for so many days. The reason why he waited until today to come out was not only because he was hungry, but the most important thing was that his combat power had been precipitated by half. All elite undead have completed the upgrade, and half of the ordinary undead have also completed the upgrade. Now the durability of all the 5-star grass in the undead pasture has dropped to 1 point. Next, we have to wait for them to recover slowly before the undead can continue to upgrade. However, even if it is only half, Wei Huan's current combat power has more than doubled compared to when he was at Sequence 4. Looking at his current attributes, it is also very different from before. Chapter 227. Name, Wei Huan, Pseudo-Artifact plus 50%. Title plus 25%, Age, 20. Gender, Male. Occupation, Netherworld Gatekeeper, Sequence 5, Endurance, 10098. Strength, 1120. Agility, 966. Nether Power, 8880. Special Status, Dark Energy Accelerated Erosion. Number of Summons, 110,000 plus. This number of summons does not include the summons of summons. In other words, the number of summons of the Point Beast is not counted under Wei Huan's name. In the entire Crypt Beast lineage, only the Point Beast is counted on his head, but after the Point Beast is upgraded to a hero unit, it can burst out nearly 100,000 undead. This is of course related to the Face Hugger being a levelless undead, but if Wei Huan is willing, he could upgrade them through the Undead Ranch. Before, when Wei Huan was bored, the Point Beast lineage almost reached Sequence 4, so it had such a strong combat power. Number of Shiroma, 21,000. Completed level 5 upgrades, 21,000. Zayuroma is the main combat force, and has been upgraded to level 5. Number of Flying Monkeys, 2,200. Completed level 5 upgrades, 800. Elite, 1. Flying monkeys are mainly used to increase status, and share damage in kite status. Currently, 800 are enough. Number of Dog-Headed Men, 500. Completed level 5 upgrades, 200. Ordinary hero level, 1. Elite, 30. If Dog-Headed Men want to grow, they must devour each other. When Wei Huan was not strong enough, he did not want to cultivate them, so the number has always been small. But even with this occasional cultivation, a hero-level Dog-Headed Man was raised. Then Wei Huan discovered the special features of the hero-level Dog-Headed Man. Not only did it carry more than 30 Dog-Headed Man, but when it reached the edge of Wei Huan's summoning, its Dog-Headed Man could ignore Wei Huan's summoning distance and teleport 30 kilometers further. In other words, the hero-level Dog-Headed Man became a base station, which could extend Wei Huan's teleportation distance, allowing Wei Huan's teleportation ability to reach a terrifying 90 kilometers. As long as the period is well arranged, his undead army and crew can easily cross 90 kilometers in the shortest time, allowing him to easily complete the deployment of troops within 100 kilometers on the car. Number of Magic Eye Lords, 10,000. Number of completed level 5 upgrades, 10,000. Ordinary Hero level, 1. Elite, none. The way to upgrade the Magic Eye Lord is quite special, requiring Wei Huan's vision to descend frequently, but the hero level Magic Eye Lord is very easy to use. Wei Huan doesn't like the feeling of having no other perceptions except vision after descending, so he has never specially cultivated other magic eyes. However, in terms of upgrade, Wei Huan still prioritized the Demon Eye Lord. After all, as the only aerial combat force in Wei Huan's hands, the current aerial strike can only rely on the Demon Eye Lord. In addition, the Demon Eye Lord's mobility in the sea is quite good. In comparison, the upgrade of the Ghost Crow was placed last. Number of Ghost Crows, 6,000. Number of completed level 5 upgrades, 1,000. Ordinary Elite level, 1. Elite, none. After the Ghost Crow was upgraded to Sequence 5, the Soul Scream became somewhat useful. However, in Wei Huan's opinion, there is no need for too many Ghost Crows with controllable capabilities. 1,000 are enough. The biggest role of the Ghost Crow itself is still in exploring the way and plowing the land to open treasure chests. As long as it can support the 60-kilometer diameter he covers, it is enough. The rest will be upgraded slowly when there are enough resources. The Violent Bear and the Wolf Legion also have few upgrades. The Walking Violent Bear and the Violent Bear Skeleton are 2 summons. The Violent Bear Skeleton and the Hidden Cat Skeleton were abandoned by Wei Huan from the beginning. They were too bad in all aspects. The more they recruited, the more resources they wasted. As for the Walking Violent Bear, because of its thick skin and flesh, it consumes less spiritual power to recruit, so Wei Huan recruited 20,000 of them. Number of Walking Violent Bears, 20,000. Number of completed level 5 upgrades, 10,000. Epic Hero, 1. Ordinary Hero, 3. Elite, 10. The elite level of the Walking Violent Bear is too good, especially the big bear that is about to advance to the legendary hero level. It is simply a small boss when it blocks the front. There is no taunt in the challenge world, but if you encounter a big bear and are attracted by it and resist it for a few more times but fail to kill it, the monster will basically be surrounded by the undead army for countless circles, and it will be difficult to turn over. Therefore, the durable zombie Violent Bear is necessary, and Wei Huan has completed half of the upgrade of the ordinary Violent Bear. This is very useful whether fighting monsters in the challenge world or going to the battlefield. And Wei Huan has been looking forward to the big bear becoming a legendary hero for a long time. Finally, there is only the Running Wolf Army. The Running Wolf Army led by the Brother Digging Anus is a summoning unit that Wei Huan likes very much. They form an army quickly and have low summoning consumption, which allows Wei Huan to quickly achieve the battlefield of one man forming an army. It's a pity that the level 5 and level 6 worlds are more naval battles. In comparison, the face huggers that can swim quickly in the sea eventually replace the main battle position of the Running Wolf Army. Number of Running Wolves, 50,000. Number of completed level 5 upgrades, 303. Epic Hero level, 1. Ordinary Hero level, 13. Elite level, 289. Running Wolves are organized as a legion. They are a group that produces elites very quickly. In addition, the commander, Brother Tao Gang, will train elite running wolves himself, so there are more than 300 elites. This is also one of the main reasons why Wei Huan was delayed for a long time this time, and even had no resources to upgrade ordinary undead. He upgraded all the undead above the elite level to Sequence 5, including the 303 elite backbones of the Running Wolf Army. None of the remaining 50,000 running wolves were upgraded. Before the retreat, Muti Heo made an analysis with him. Now humans are still dealing with the dark beasts on the battlefield, and both sides have no intention of having a final battle. First, both sides have just entered the 5th level world. According to past experience, the exploration of the 5th level world will not be less than 3 years, so there is really no need to engage in a large-scale battle now. Besides, the human side has hidden Wei Huan's information, so instead of Wei Huan going to the battlefield now, it is better to accumulate enough strength to rush to the 6th level world. At that time, there will inevitably be an opening battle. At that time, Wei Huan's strength will reach its peak, and it will be better to kill the Dark Beast tribe by surprise. Therefore, the Running Wolf Army and the Ghost Crow Army, which are temporarily unusable in the 5th and 6th level worlds, were put by Wei Huan at the end of the upgrade, and he upgraded the most needed power first. The endurance of grass has reached the bottom, and it will take a month or so for the 5-star grass to fully recover. By then, it will take another half a month to upgrade, and Wei Huan can reach his peak. Now, he was taking a break, and he was indeed hungry. When he came out of the room, he saw Jones guarding the elevator door. Jones stood up when he saw him come out, and followed him silently without saying much, and took the elevator downstairs together. While riding the elevator, Wei Huan used data glasses to scan Jones's attributes and asked, "Have you practiced recently?" Jones said, "Yes, on your floor, you can also get the blessing of the world tree, and with the food supplements from Lord Lu, I feel that I am stronger than before." Wei Huan nodded. "Very good, keep going." "Yes." Jones was recognized, and his answer was crisp and loud. All the way downstairs, Wei Huan deliberately went around the square to the restaurant. Sure enough, the news of his coming out of retreat spread quickly, and the chariot seemed to be injected with vitality, and at the same time, everyone who should come over also came over. When Captain Shui and Mu Zirwei came to report their work, Su Qingqiang was smoking next to them. Their strength has been significantly improved during this period. Afterwards, Mu Zhong talked about Commander Mu going to build Qinglong City, and Wei Huan kept eating. Lu Qingji kept doing it for 2 hours, and Wei Huan's body finally felt full. In addition, he ate Lu Qingji's food, and in a short period of time, his spiritual power increased by 17 points, strength increased by 10 points, agility increased by 8 points, and endurance increased by 110 points. The reason why he increased so much in one go was that Lu Qingji did private work and used the best ingredients, and also because he ate a lot, and he didn't need to eat specially for the next week or so. Lu Qingji's ability is very powerful. In the short term, it may seem that the increase of 1 or 2 points is small, but everyone has to eat, and eating will increase attributes. Over time, the people on Wei Huan's chariot will be stronger than the challengers on other chariots. This is also one of the reasons why some already famous challengers try every means to transfer to Wei Huan's chariot. Eating can increase attributes? This is too delicious. After waiting for Wei Huan to finish eating, Mu Zhong said, "After you retreated, another 100 people got on the car, and I took the initiative to absorb them." Wei Huan wiped his mouth and nodded. "You decide." Mu Zhong smiled. "Don't you want to take a look?" Wei Huan raised his eyebrows. "Special people?" "Yeah." Mu Zhong asked the people waiting outside the door to come in, and Wei Huan saw Captain Wang Ming first. Lu Xiaotian followed closely behind, smiling so hard that his eyes could not be seen. "Hi, Boss Wei, Captain Mu, Brother Chang, Brother Lu, Captain Shui and Brother Mu, you are all hello." Lu Xiaotian didn't care whether he was older or more senior, and he called people directly. He felt that he was a later comer after all, and he had to have an attitude towards the veterans on the car. Wei Huan saw the people and stood up. He looked at them, then at Mu Zhong. Captain Wang and Lu Xiaotian were Commander Mu's personal guards. What would Commander Mu do if they were sent here? Mu Zhong seemed to know Wei Huan's thoughts and said with a smile, "It is because of our close relationship that we have such a great benefit in the car, so of course we have to arrange for them to come in. Besides, Commander Mu's prestige in the pioneering army has been getting higher and higher recently, and he has too many people to use. Even Commander Hong's group of people are here now, so I decided to ask them to come here and take them to the 6th level world together." Wei Huan sincerely welcomed Captain Wang Ming and Lu Xiaotian, and then asked Mu Zhong, "How is Commander Hong doing recently?" "It's the same as before. The injuries on the soul need to wait for the Angel of Life to heal. But the battlefield doesn't wait for anyone, and he can't just leave the people in his hands there. Besides, they are all members of the Azure Dragon Army, so there's no need to divide them too clearly." Wei Huan nodded, and was also concerned. "How is the progress of the Angel of Life?" Mu Zhong smiled. "This is the person I want to introduce, the Angel Jiangyu, who was temporarily assigned to our car to practice. She is the closest prayer to Sequence 6. Wei Huan looked at the woman who walked into the car last, and his heart skipped a beat. Jiangyu actually came to his car? Jiangyu, one of the legends of Yin country in the previous life. She entered the challenge world 2 years late, but she was talented and quickly became a life angel, saving countless people on the battlefield. However, her growth experience is also very sad. On her way to growth, she went through a total of 13 chariots, and almost every chariot and chariot captain ended up with the car destroyed and the people killed. It was not until she stepped onto Sequence 6 and became the chariot captain herself that this bad luck disappeared. Compared to her title of Team Destroyer, she has saved hundreds of times more people. In the last life, in the last battle of mankind, Jiangyu went to the front line alone. After being killed by the Dark Beast King, her soul turned into the light of the Angel of Life. On the battlefield, she cured countless injuries for the soldiers on the front line, and supported them for 3 days, and 3 nights until her soul was completely exhausted, and then she dispersed. Wei Huan was only sequence 3 at the time, but at the moment of life and death for mankind, he also went to the battlefield. After the pillars of mankind fell one after another, he came to the front line of the battlefield and fought a desperate battle with the dark beast. He was also watched by Jianyu. Warm, holy, firm and stubborn. He still remembers the warmth after the holy light fell. Jianyu. Wei Huan read out these 2 words and looked at the girl who was walking at the end of the crowd, lowering her head and picking her nails nervously. Hello, Colonel Wei. Jianyu raised her head and glanced at Wei Huan quickly, then lowered her head in a hurry and was visibly nervous. Wei Huan subconsciously touched his face. He didn't know how to talk to this girl who was afraid of him, but whom he respected very much. Mu Zhong saw Wei Huan's embarrassment. In fact, this reaction was a bit strange, but Mu Zhong still said, "Don't be nervous, just come to see him. This is the driver Wei Huan. Before we enter the 6th level world, you should practice in the car. You don't have to worry about anything. Just concentrate on practicing. The angel of life is too important to us." Mu Zhong's legs, the mental trauma of his cousin Mu and Commander Hong, and many challengers with broken limbs, who have not yet retreated from the front line, are all waiting for the birth of the angel of life. Seeing Jianyu gave Wei Huan a big shock. For a while, he kept thinking about the previous life. The memory of human defeat, the destruction of the country, and the family was like a deep scar, which remained in his mind. Whenever he looked it up, it was stained with red and blood. Even though he has changed too much now, and the fate of mankind has changed, he still can't completely walk out of that shadow. Perhaps only when mankind truly wins, and wipes out the Dark Beast clan, can he regard that memory as a nightmare, and completely fade away. 3 days later. Do you seem to be worried recently? Mu Zhong came out with his clothes on, holding a glass of water in his hand. He was very thirsty, and drank the glass of water in one breath. Transparent water drops flowed from the corners of his mouth, rolled down his rolling Adam's apple, covered with salty sweat, and disappeared into the loose collar. He put down the water cup and looked at the man opposite him, his voice still a little hoarse. Is your practice not going well? Wei Huan sat on the balcony under the night sky, from where he could see a large ocean shrouded in darkness. A black portal that kept rotating stood behind Wei Huan, making the man in black satin look noble and divine. The man's face had a touch of laziness after being satisfied, and his lips were unusually red, which made the originally cold-looking man more sexy. Mu Zhong's eyes were glued to the man, and couldn't move away. That's why he knew too well that Wei Huan was in a bad mood these days. Wei Huan naturally wouldn't talk about his past life, saying, "It's just a bit boring." Mu Zhong was amused and explained, "We are just waiting for the research team. Once we leave, the research on the World Tree in Suzaka City will have to stop. It will take another 2 months for the new batch of researchers to arrive in the level 5 world, so the best thing is for us to stay here for 2 months before leaving." Wei Huan raised his eyebrows. "So I'm not very happy. Staying on the island every day, it's a loss if there is no income." Mu Zhong said, "How about this? We don't wait for them to send a car to pick us up. We just send people over and then set off directly." "This is good." Wei Huan smiled. "I still have a month to fully recover my strength, but this period can't be wasted. Go to the uninhabited area to open boxes and explore treasures. I always have to do something." "Okay." Mu nodded. "I informed them to set off tomorrow." Wei Huan asked, "Today, now?" "Now?" The crew members in the tank were notified that the tank was about to leave the base and head for Zuqueching. After temporarily leaving the scientific research team, they were going to adventure in the no man's land. The soldiers who had been holding back for nearly a month suddenly became excited. Some of them lost their sleepiness and went to the square to chat, and some simply sat cross-legged on the edge of the World Tree Bud to practice. "Finally, we are going to set off. I just realized that I don't dislike adventures, but I don't like to really risk my life. In this car, adventure is a kind of happiness. I haven't been happy for a month." Ha ha ha. The tank became lively instantly, but the scientific researchers were a little disappointed. However, someone comforted him. "It's just a temporary research in Zhuke City. When the replacement is sent up, we will follow Captain Wei to the 6th level world. The higher the world, the closer it is to the essence of power. Soldiers can use it, and we can analyze it. This is the meaning of our existence in this car. Yes, the appearance of the talisman is the result of our work, which is destined to benefit mankind and go down in history." The chariot finally set off. Wei Huan and Mu Zhong changed into combat uniforms, and went downstairs, followed by 4 gang challengers including Jones. When they came out of the elevator, Captain Shui and Mu Dihao were already waiting at the door. Su Qingqiang was smoking on the flower bed beside him, followed by Zhou Yong and Lin Su. When he saw Wei Huan coming out, he jumped down from the flower bed, put out the cigarette in his hand, and squinted at Wei Huan with peach blossom eyes. Finally, we are going to set off. My body is almost rusted. The legendary plowing and unpacking is about to begin, isn't it? Lu Xiaotian, who was standing on the roadside, was smiling with his eyebrows curved. Next to him were Captain Wang Ming and his team of veteran drivers. I have only heard about it in the past few days, but now I am finally going to experience it myself. Looking at the people who were waiting here, they were more energetic in the middle of the night than in the daytime. Wei Huan had some smiles in his eyes. Let's go. Wait for my boss. Lu Qingji shouted behind him, with Dou Lin riding on his neck and a listless old soldier behind him. He ran over and stood behind Wei Huan, laughing. It just so happens that the ingredients are gone. We have to stock up more this time. Lu Qingji smiled. Ding Qi and the twins were just standing casually at first, but after seeing Lu Qingji coming, they stood directly behind him and followed him without saying a word. Wei Huan glanced over and saw that all the backbones on the car were here this time. At that time, there were 306 people in the car, including 66 scientific and technical personnel, 37 logistics personnel, and 203 combat personnel. Among them, there was one driver, Wei Huan, one deputy driver, Mu Zhong, 5 senior managers, Su Qingqiang, Lu Qingji, Mu Cousin, Captain Shui and Mu Zirwei, 11 ordinary managers, including Captain Wang Ming, who had just boarded the car, Lu Xiaotian, Li Shui, and Jones. After upgrading to a level 6 car, there were more seats on the car, and even the number of deputy drivers increased to 4. However, Wei Huan had no idea of arranging a deputy driver for the time being. The entire rooftop was his and Mu Zhong's home. He was very annoyed when he thought someone was going to move in. Anyway, it was okay not to arrange a deputy driver now. There is also a vacancy in the senior management position, in order to prevent the possibility of special talents among the next supplementary personnel. Originally, Wei Huan planned to let the bureau elder take this position, but before he could invite the bureau elder, he was stopped by Mu Zhong. In Mu Zhong's words, with the bureau elder's knowledge and his disciples all over the world, he would have gone to the top long ago. The bureau elder is a great scholar who lives in seclusion and does not like to manage things. There are also many vacancies in ordinary management positions. After all, it is a chariot with 1,000 people, and now there are only 300 people, which is a big gap. Of course, in Wei Huan's view, the number of people does not hinder his exploration of the 5th level world. He swept all the way left and right. The difference now is that with more combat personnel, he is too lazy to care about some low-level ruins. The backbones of the management team walked into the cab in a crowd of excited and envious eyes. Each of them has his own position in the cab, not only the driving position on the car, but also the work that he must be responsible for in the conference room. In the conference room, Wei Huan saw his cousin Mu, who came to work with a headache. He refused to listen after being advised for many times. The mental trauma did not affect his work. The only difference was that he handled the work faster than before. After all, he would be driven away by Wei Huan. And Wei Huan agreed to let Mu Cousin stay here because although he suffered from headaches, his mental strength was growing rapidly every day. After this period of time, his mental strength was almost the same as that of ordinary magic professions. But he happened to be a farmer. I don't know what kind of adventure he will have if he continues like this. Wei Huan nodded to Mu Cousin and entered his driver's room. The walls in the commander's room became transparent after flashing. He was in the room as if he was behind a single-sided glass, and he could see all the movements of the personnel in the cockpit and the military meeting room. With a command, he could see outside the car, as if he was sitting in the front driver's seat. The tank reached level 6, and the technology inside it had completely surpassed the current human technology for about 300 years. Wei Huan sat in the position of the commander, and inexplicably felt a sense of looking down on the world. But Wei Huan quickly suppressed this emotion. It was just a sequence 5, and he was not qualified to be arrogant. Let's go! Wei Huan, who adjusted his mood, sat down in his seat and gave an order. The AI butler replied, "Okay, Commander." The tank slowly rose from the Qinglong station, and after a short period of power accumulation, it was ejected with a buzz and disappeared in an instant. The current maximum speed of the level 6 tank reached 3,800 kilometers per kilometer, and this was when Wei Huan had not yet upgraded to speed-related components. If the level 6 tank is fully upgraded, The speed can reach 4,500. This speed is enough for preliminary space flight. The chariot did not fly higher. After Wei Huan's Ghost Crow was upgraded to level 5, it easily kept up with the speed of the chariot and started the plowing and unpacking that everyone loved to see. This time, Wei Huan did not hide his summoning distance. The Ghost Crow, which spread out to 60 kilometers on the left and right, was like a pair of huge black wings on the chariot, covering the sky and the sun like Kuimpin. On the road of evolution, humans have truly surpassed life itself little by little, and become extraordinary. "Let's go!" Do Lin shouted at the front of the cockpit, jumping up and down, with a flying joy on his face. Even children know that opening boxes with Wei Huan is a happy thing. Chapter 228. 2 months later. Level 5 World. Outside the Platinum-level Treasure Underground Palace. The dark and mysterious gate of the ruin seemed to be embedded in the ground, and the mysterious patterns carved on it exuded a palpitating pressure. Even without any words, it seemed that the slogan "Enter, and you will die" was marked on it. There were 3 level 5 chariots waiting outside the gate for more than an hour, and the people in the chariots kept in touch with the command headquarters in the rear. The person who appeared in front of their projection screen was the deputy commander of the Qinglong Corps of Yen Country, Commander Mu Dihao, who was mainly responsible for challenging the world's opening up. Yes, it was naturally related to Wei Huan that Mu Dihao paid so much attention. Even when he was busy building Qinglong City, he took time out to pay attention to the treasure development this time. After all, it was a platinum-level treasure underground palace, and it was also the underground palace where the mythical beast, Mo Fati, appeared. Mo Fati, even at the sealed stage, was not something that the current challengers could challenge. What's more, it's like trying to take advantage of the situation. While trying to take away the artifact from him, they also unsealed him. Humans are still too insignificant for Mo Fati. Even if he is sealed, the pressure of his huge body is enough to make humans explode and die. A casual whipping of a tentacle can kill a whole team. Mo Fati first appeared in the second-level world, a platinum-level treasure underground palace. That time, a group of private forces accumulated enough treasure maps, called on friends, and gathered nearly 500 chariots to develop the underground palace. At that time, the common third-level vehicles, with only 5 people on each vehicle, were also a large-scale activity with more than 2,000 people. However, the group of people who underestimated the ruins of the Platinum Underground Palace finally paid the price for their greed, and even caused the Yen Kingdom supply points near the Underground Palace to be destroyed, and a large number of people died. Su Qingqiang was the one who got on the car in that incident. As a divine beast, Mo Fati's body is so majestic that it spans dimensions and time, spans several worlds, and every time it appears in the Treasure Underground Palace, with the highest level in the current world. The Treasure Underground Palace is the last mercy of the challenge world to the defeated survivors. The race that failed the challenge will be sealed in the Treasure Underground Palace, like a small world, multiplying and thriving. But at the same time, it is like being locked in a fighting cage, waiting for the civilized race in the current time period to challenge. If they win, the survivors can continue to survive until the next season. If they lose, they will become someone else's ladder to heaven, and the race civilization will be completely annihilated. The civilization living in the Treasure Underground Palace of the 5th level world is undoubtedly the Liar survivors. This survivor is very powerful. It is a plant civilization with mental attack. It can see through all the hidden secrets deep in the enemy's heart. Even if it fails in the road of civilization challenge evolution, it also occupies the resources of 2 worlds. As long as they kill all the challenging civilizations that come to the current world, they can obtain their knowledge and energy by devouring them, and there is a possibility of turning the tables and fighting again. But their conspiracy ended with Wei Huan's understanding and hatred of them. From the beginning, they were not given any chance to exploit loopholes. At the same time, they are powerful, mysterious, and good at disguise. After Wei Huan discovered a huge loophole, they became the easiest civilization to kill since Wei Huan explored the platinum-level treasure underground palace. Their weaknesses have been completely exposed. Whether it is infection or deception, as long as the brain hidden in the deepest part of the root is dug out, everything will be solved. Moreover, Wei Huan, who has the anchor point, will not be deceived at all. His most proud ability is useless to Wei Huan's chariot. So although Mu Dihao has been paying attention to the development of this treasure underground palace, he does not look too nervous. He has confidence in Wei Huan. In addition, Wei Huan also live broadcast the action of this platinum-level underground palace. Although he was in the challenge world and could not watch this great adventure synchronously, he would receive news from Blue Star Live every once in a while, letting him know that everything was intact. The reason why they have not come out until now is of course that although the liar survivors have obvious weaknesses and are easy to kill, their bodies are too huge, and those huge leaves that stand tall and upright, when there is only Wei Huan's chariot, it takes a long time to clean them up before they can be completely killed. In addition, of course, there is the battle with Mafati. Not surprisingly, Mafati appeared again. Wei Huan took away the artifact that had been sealing him, and also allowed him to track Wei Huan. The platinum-level underground palace was obviously the only entrance for him to descend into the current world. With his stronger strength, even if he just waved his tentacles casually, it would be like the end of the world. Boom! The dark door of the underground palace made a sound of the sky collapsing, and the strong smell of fishy smell rushed up crazily. Everyone watching the live broadcast knew that Wei Huan was escaping from the pursuit of the beast. As long as he ran out of the underground palace, even a strong person like Mo Fady could not extend his tentacles into this world. And Wei Huan, who got the artifact again, would be much stronger. As for the platinum materials found in the underground palace, it was nothing in comparison. The scenes in the live broadcast were very tense and exciting, but anyone with a discerning eye knew that this wave was stable. Wei Huan would win. Of course, he had to be nervous when he needed to be. The live broadcast room was filled with all kinds of cheers. Finally, a ray of light appeared in front of him, and the white chariot rushed down at a rapid speed and successfully crashed into the light. Suddenly, like a bird that had left the water, it finally spread its bound wings and flew into the sky. Schwa! It's out! Ah, artifact, artifact, artifact. Oh my god, I can only breathe now. Is this a god-level monster? I can't even breathe through the screen. It's too big. The people of Jing City sent a congratulatory message, wishing Colonel Wei great progress and taking the lead. The people of Zhou City sent a congratulatory message, wishing Colonel Wei great progress and invincibility. The people of Sanzhou. I heard before that the survivors of the 5th level world are very good at deception, and can see through the deepest desires of human hearts. Without preparation, our pioneering army might fall into a big fall. It was Colonel Wei who discovered the truth and selflessly reminded the pioneering armies of various countries at the first time, and even took the initiative to cultivate anchor points for various countries. Thank you, Colonel Wei, for your selfless dedication, and thank you for being human. Does anyone know about the World Tree? I heard that the process of obtaining the artifact is also to unseal the beast. Am I the only one who is worried about the future? Thanks to Colonel Wei's live broadcast. When will we go to the battlefield to kill the Dark Beast? I want to see Colonel Wei's heroic figure killing the Dark Beast, and I also want to see the Dark Beast trembling when it sees Colonel Wei. I just want to know, the platinum-level treasure underground palace of the 5th level world has been cleared, and the artifact of the final boss has been obtained. Are we going to the 6th level world? A chariot to the 6th level world? It's a bit reckless. You can wait a little longer and bring more people to gain a foothold. What is the 6th level world? After Wei Huan took the super sealing artifact of the 5th level world, even ordinary people on Blue Star knew that the 5th level world could no longer keep him, and it was only a matter of time before he went to the 6th level world. This is a good thing. Humans have been stuck in the upgrade from level 4 to level 5 for 3 years. They were originally expected to stay in the level 5 world for at least 3 years. As a result, they had the opportunity to move up in less than a year. Naturally, they are happy. But they are also worried. Just Wei Huan and his chariot will go there. What will happen to the level 6 world? After Wei Huan leaves, can humans stand firm in the level 5 world? In short, there are constant hot discussions in the live broadcast room, and for a long time after the end of this live broadcast, there is only one news media and focus topic in Blue Star. However, no matter how the outside world discusses, it has no effect on Wei Huan, who will not return to Blue Star. Including the fact that he wants to go to the level 6 world, it is not something that ordinary people can change. Going to the advanced world will have better quality equipment. Even if he sends back the silver level equipment from the level 6 world, it can greatly improve the strength of the Yan Kingdom's pioneering army. Moreover, he was going to explore the way for the World Tree, a giant tree built in the deep sea world. A tree was equivalent to a sacred tree in a world. With it in the 6th level world, humans would have a place to stay. Would it be difficult to enter the 7th level world? Of course, going to the 6th level world was not a casual journey. The most important thing was that once he completed the test of the 6th level world, he would start the opening battle with the Dark Beasts, and humans must be prepared for the battle in advance. The human race must be fully prepared, but the slower the better. On the contrary, it is necessary to be quick and decisive. When the Dark Beasts are completely unprepared and are still groping in the 5th level world, A sudden war will definitely yield huge gains. Now Wei Huan got the artifact fragments he had been thinking about, and watched the gate of the Platinum Treasure Underground Palace twist and finally disappear, and his heart was calm. Another thing has been completed. There is not much left to do in this world. Wei Huan looked up at the 3 walls opposite his desk. There were 6 figures projected on the walls. In addition to the 5 tank commanders guarding nearby, there was another one, Moody Heo. Wei Huan said, "Commander Mu, I will leave first." Moody Heo raised his eyebrows. "Don't you want to take a break?" "It's okay. I can rest in the car." "Okay, see you after the mission is completed. Bye." As the call with Moody Heo ended, the other projections disappeared. The single-sided glass in the tank commander's room could see the people outside who had relaxed. After all, it was a battle against a god-level monster. Even though the chance of winning this battle was very high, everyone's spirits were still very tense. From taking advantage of Mafati's tentacles to escaping from his pursuit, everyone in the car was nervous. Now that the mission has been completed, the atmosphere of celebration has not yet ended. Mu Zhong stood up from the driver's seat of the deputy driver and walked towards him. Wei Huan followed him, then he put down his feet that were casually placed on the table, straightened his collar, and sat up straight. The door was opened by Mu Zhong, revealing his smile. Wei Huan smiled back. Mu Zhong said, "I heard that we are going to set off directly. Don't you want to take a break?" Wei Huan said, "You can rest in the car. This is a big house." "That's right." Mu Zhong walked to the table and sat down. From here, he could see all the scenes outside. The excitement of the crew was transmitted in. Mu Zhong felt it quietly for a while before saying, "Okay, now there is only one thing left here. After completing this task, we will go to the 6th level highway." Wei Huan nodded. Of course, he couldn't wait any longer. It took 10 days to drive back from the no man's land, and the overly high atmosphere in the car finally eased. At noon on the 11th day, their chariot arrived at Xuanwu City. Xuanwu City was built in front of the teleportation gate at the end of the Level 5 assessment road. It was the first city for humans to enter the Level 5 world. Obviously, Wei Huan came here to pick people up. It was the 9th day after the assessment road was open when he came here, and the assessment would end tomorrow. From noon tomorrow to 6 o'clock in the evening of the next day, it was the day to come out after completing the assessment. Xuanwu City was crowded recently, and the pioneering groups of various countries sent people here. They parked the chariot in the parking lot on the ground of Xuanwu City, left the chariot to communicate with each other, and a few of them waited directly outside the teleportation gate and chose to spend the night in the wild. When Wei Huan's chariot came in, the challengers who were walking in the city stopped what they were doing when they saw it. The white initial car is very common. As long as you choose to cancel the transformed appearance, the white minivan will appear. But in the Level 5 world, there is only one car that drives a white initial car with the emblem of the Yin Kingdom's Qinglong army painted on it. Is Wei Huan here? Yes, I heard that after he drove the Platinum Underground Palace, he came directly to the portal, and was responsible for the task of picking up and dropping off the newcomers. In addition, there are nearly 700 empty seats on his chariot. This time, Yin Kingdom arranged a lot of strong men to get on. It's a pity that we have our own organization, otherwise I really want to get on his car. Who said it wasn't? The white initial car slowed down and drove in the city, heading straight to the city lord's mansion. The news of Wei Huan's arrival spread quickly, and many people were already looking for gifts to come and meet Wei Huan. Some people came simply to get acquainted, while others were considering joining Wei Huan's chariot or forming an alliance, especially small countries that were in urgent need of a thigh, and even spared no effort to prepare equipment that could be presented and sent to Wei Huan. Wei Huan was not short of equipment, and he could plow the land and open treasure chests with a radiation of 60 kilometers, which would make anyone drop their jaws. All the people in his car were silver as a base, and gold and platinum levels were regular supplies. He also sent a lot of extra supplies to the Qinglong army, and also armed the challengers of the Qinglong army. There were many people who came to meet him, but almost all of them were stopped in the city lord's mansion. Of course, Wei Huan couldn't meet everyone. For example, those who wanted to get on the car were the kind of people who didn't need to be met at all. The chariot is Wei Huan's fortress, his home, and the challengers arranged by Yin State have to go through political review again and again, not to mention these foreigners with different ideas. Those who want to form an alliance don't need Wei Huan to meet. These things can be solved by Cousin Mu. Whether a strategic alliance can be formed depends on what these people can do in wartime. If it is just a temporary alliance, anyone can come. As for the rest who just come to pay homage to Wei Huan, they have to be divided into backgrounds and relationships. Some are leaders of big countries, and Wave 1 still has to give some face, including some famous and powerful challengers. The mayor of Xuanwu City also arranged a dinner and invited these people to meet together. In this way, Wave 1 did not have much free time until the next day after arriving at Xuanwu City. He met some people the next morning, and only ended this boring social event when it was time to leave. The lord of Xuanwu City was a 40-year-old ethnic minority man in his prime. He sent Wave 1 to the car and said reluctantly, "After completing this mission, you will go to the 6th level world. We are also preparing for the next opening battle recently. I don't know when we will see each other again." Wave 1 had a good impression of the lord of Xuanwu City. He shook his hand and said, "Work hard on yourselves and see you at the peak." The lord of Xuanwu City smiled and said, "That's right, the mountains and rivers are long, and we will definitely meet again." Wave 1 turned around and got in the car. The door was tightly closed behind him, and then the chariot started and flew into the sky until it was out of reach of the weapons on the city wall, and then it ejected away with a buzz. The lord of Xuanwu City looked at the direction where the chariot left, and reacted to say to the people around him, "We need to install more anti-aircraft weapons, and we need to install one anti-aircraft equipment first, no matter how expensive it is. I heard that the second level 6 vehicle will be completed soon. In the future, all vehicles coming and going here will be level 6 vehicles. There will be no rules without powerful firepower to deter others." Yes. It was just a few words, and Wei Huan had already arrived at the portal. There are many vehicles waiting here now. This assessment can be said to be a great migration of challengers, with 100,000 vehicles from various countries participating in the assessment. Even if not all of them are level 5 vehicles, the total number of people has reached about 5 million. With this number, if the Dark Beasts get the news, and the royal family goes out in full force to intercept, humans will suffer heavy losses and may be unable to recover, and even Wei Huan will find it difficult to save them. However, after multiple investigations, coupled with some unstoppable private forces, who wanted to fish in troubled waters with the army, the number of people in this assessment was huge. It also made the governments of all countries on Blue Star sweat. Fortunately, this assessment was surprisingly smooth. The Dark Beast Lord obviously did not notice that humans would have such abnormal movements, so he did not arrange for the Dark Beast to come and stop it. Therefore, except for the unexpectedly refreshed royal tribe, which caused some casualties to the Challenger army, more than 98% of the Challengers successfully reached the 80th line. After that, except for a few strong people who continued to move forward and wanted to challenge the final boss, and try to win the challenge assessment reward, others had been waiting on the 80th line since about 8 o'clock this morning. Once the time comes, the level 5 world will usher in a large number of challengers and fresh forces. These cities built frantically by the official have become truly useful. Wei Huan came here this time, of course, as everyone knows, to pick up his crew and escort a group of Qinglong army challengers to the newly built Qinglong City. Qinglong City is deep in the no man's land, and aggressive monsters often appear on the road. Challengers who have just come to the challenge world find it difficult to deal with, but Wei Huan can easily brush materials. To avoid trouble, Wei Huan's chariot flew to a height of 100 meters in the air, which is a position that the 5th level chariot cannot reach, and then hovered above the portal, waiting quietly. Time passed by minute, and at 12 o'clock noon, the portal flashed with brilliant light, and the first car came out. The AI housekeeper projected the screen to magnify the scene of the chariots being teleported out, one after another, and soon the space reserved for the chariots of various countries to pick up people was not enough. Some tanks retreated, some tanks stopped in place, and some even turned on the loudspeakers on the cars and shouted people's names, just like the scene of meeting at the train station. The 5th level world suddenly became much more lively. Wei Huan looked down from a high position, and found that the actions of the big country organization and the actions of the small country were indeed very different. Even when Wei Huan was looking at the chaotic scene, some cars drove in one direction after driving out, and unknowingly formed a new convoy not far from here. There were Osam, Big Bear, Fence Country, etc., and of course there was also the Yin Country convoy. These convoys belonging to the country had unified car codes and military emblems. When dozens or hundreds of them lined up together, the momentum that belonged to the National Blade was enough to deter. As for the private forces, although they also wanted to show some momentum, they were too scattered after all. At the moment, they were still running around in front of the portal like headless flies. Wei Huan saw the Yin State convoy at a glance, drove past, and landed slowly. At the same time, under his order, the housekeeper contacted the commander-in-chief of the Yin State, who was responsible for this assessment operation. A heroic female lieutenant colonel appeared in front of the screen, with neat short hair and wearing Yen State's Legion uniform, and saluted Wei Huan in front of the screen. "Report to Colonel Wei. The mission has been completed. Please review it." Wei Huan nodded, but did not leave the chariot, but ordered, "Continue to form a team and wait for orders." Yes. This female lieutenant colonel is a commanding leader with great command talent. Although her personal ability is only sequence 5, and she is a martial king, every time she fights with dark beasts on the battlefield, the legion she is in charge of can achieve considerable results. Therefore, she was arranged to come to the assessment road that would also be a positional battle. It was also to train her. After successfully reaching the 5th level world, she would get better resources and truly join the ranks of the strong. Wei Huan, the female lieutenant colonel, of course knew this. She was also a well-known strong person in her previous life, and she would not be unknown in this life. After taking a deep look at the female lieutenant colonel, Wei Huan looked away and ended the communication. In the next 2 hours, Wei Huan was waiting for the Yen Kingdom's army to gather. There were a lot of people coming from Yen Kingdom this time. Wei Huan's appearance pushed Yen Kingdom's combat effectiveness to a new height, and the country has decided to open up the exploration of the 5th level world on a full scale, compete for as many resources as possible, and concentrate on training more strong people and advanced chariots. In addition, many criminal sequences that Wei Huan specifically requested were also sent this time. Although the criminal sequence that had never been absorbed by the army in the past had been growing wildly in recent years, when the official announced the release of recruitment, the number of criminal sequences that responded far exceeded everyone's expectations. After all, it is too hard to be alone. The lone wolves who dare not form a team for fear of hurting their companions always say that they are free and unfettered, but there is no iron rice bowl for free-range people. Besides, in the cultural heritage of Yen State, there has been a tradition of imperial examination since ancient times. Even if you don't want to come, your family members will persuade you. And there are no people who don't want to come. The most important thing is that Yen State has obtained the training ground of the criminal sequence, which allows the criminal sequence to have the ability to control themselves. No matter which of the above points, those lone wolf criminals flock to it, making the recruitment team busy. After all, it is an iron rice bowl. Even if the conditions are relaxed and some violations of the previous generation of the family are not considered, at least after becoming a criminal sequence, you don't let yourself kill and lose the bottom line of being a human being. So to collect this batch of more than 2,000 criminal sequences, Yen State mobilized almost all the manpower that could be mobilized and conducted 5 rounds of screening. I dare not say it is foolproof, but there must be few fish that slip through the net. At this moment, this group of people are divided into groups of 15 and dispersed in different cars. Some of them gathered together in small numbers, and some were alone. At this time, they all walked to the balcony and looked at the chariot suspended in the air 100 meters high. All of them showed deep gratitude from the bottom of their eyes. They all knew that without Colonel Wei and Major Su, there would be no criminal sequence today. The criminal sequence is just a profession, not a crime, but it is misunderstood and resisted by the world. Now they finally have the opportunity to redeem themselves. They are grateful from the bottom of their hearts. Chapter 229. Yen Country has a total of 6,006 vehicles this time, including 310 level 5 chariots. There are 19 leader chariots with level 6 attack capabilities, or upgraded level 6 arrow towers, or upgraded level 6 protective shields. Half of the materials for these chariots came from Wei Huan. It's like a return of favor. When Wei Huan was in a low-level vehicle, Commander Mu would give him priority to send him any materials he had, so that he could upgrade to a level 5 vehicle in a short time. Especially when Commander Hong had just had an accident and Commander Chai was still ostracizing Mu Diheo. Mu Diheo himself was in a difficult situation, and did not let Wei Huan worry about upgrading materials. Now, Wei Huan has grown up, and the original investment has been fed back thousands of times, and there will be more in the future. At present, the Yen Country Challenge Legion is so strong that even Osum can only follow behind Yen Country, and get the protection of the Yen Country Legion to successfully reach the level 5 world. Yen Country is undoubtedly in an absolute leading position. In 2 hours, the Yen Kingdom's army was assembled, and 10,000 vehicles set out. Wei Huan's car landed and drove at the front of the convoy. Su Qingqiang, Captain Shui, and others also upgraded to level 5 cars, and received orders to drive at different positions of the convoy to escort. However, compared to these, what other countries envied the most were the flying ghost crows, which looked like continuous dark clouds, and a huge 300-meter-high underground beast mother skeleton. The journey was like a quiet and silent magic movie, which only existed in human imagination and now finally became a reality. It was like the advent of the devil. The Yin country's army slowly left, gradually accelerating and disappearing in front of everyone. Everyone also noticed that there was a long tail following behind them. Most of these cars were from private forces, or lone wolves from Yin country, and there were also some newcomers from other countries, who wanted to follow them to the city to make plans. After all, this is a level 5 world. Even if they followed the official forces to complete the assessment, it was still a bit difficult to face the monsters of the level 5 world. If they met the king-level monsters that suddenly descended, they would basically die. But when they arrived in the city, they could slowly explore, and they could also buy materials from the official through transactions to arm themselves, and slowly they would have the ability to walk in this world. There were also many people who wanted to see if they could contact Wei Huan. But obviously this idea was not realistic. Wei Huan always walked at the front of the team, and those who wanted to see him could line up from here to France. But now Wei Huan did nothing in his chariot. After completing the handover with the chief leader of the Challenge Legion, he only had the task of escorting. Socializing was not on his task list. Mu Zhong took over the subsequent socializing, which was what he should do, and what he was good at. First, he received all the chariot leaders in the conference room. Wei Huan showed up and sat in the main seat, but he basically didn't say anything. Then the particularly outstanding chariot captain was invited by Mu Zhong to come to the chariot and attend a dinner. The chef on Wei Huan's chariot was famous, and everyone knew that eating on Wei Huan's chariot could increase attributes, so after getting on the car captains who were interested started eating like crazy, looking at their own increased attribute points, and didn't pay attention to their own bathing in the power of nature, unconsciously speeding up their cultivation speed. There are too many good things on Wei Huan's chariot. If each one is taken out separately, it will make people break their heads. Now all these are piled together. As long as you can become a crew member of Wei Huan, you can enjoy them at will. This sense of superiority makes the crew members feel great when they are with those former colleagues or former comrades who are jealous during the banquet. However, there are also people who have already decided to board Wei Huan's chariot before going to the 5th level world. They are also invited to be among them. Unlike the jealousy of others, they are all excited and trembling with breath, and their eyes are full of thoughts such as mine, my future, I can, etc. Especially seeing those big men who are now famous all over the world in the banquet hall, looking at their tall and majestic figures, it is like believers in front of gods and Buddhas. The admiration is hard to express. In the end, they can only swear in their hearts that they must do something in this chariot. After the banquet, it was 3 days later. Wei Huan arrived at Suzaka City. Zhuke City is located northwest of the portal at the end of the assessment highway, close to the 5-star island, only 1 day's journey away. It is also the last city for Yin country challengers to go from this direction to the Qilong City under construction. If there is a plan to go to Qilong City, Yin country challengers must complete a supply here. Many private forces chose to stay here. After all, it is too far away and Qilong City has not been built. However, this place has been built and completed, and Captain Fawn William, the first guardian knight of mankind, is in charge. The bloated and huge convoy has successfully lost way here, and the rest have to follow Wei Huan. Basically, they are not members of the Qilong Pioneer Army, or they are people who are going to board Wei Huan's car. It just so happened that the new batch of people who came here would take over the research of the World Tree and complete the handover with the old batch of researchers, which would take 2 or 3 days. Wei Huan chose to stay in Suzaka City, just in time to check the list of people on the bus and complete the last cutting work. Of course, Mu Zhong was in charge of this matter, and Wei Huan didn't have to worry about it. He had a normal daily routine, and would meet with people who needed to be met, and the rest of the time was basically spent on cultivation. With the epiphany effect added to his body, and the buds of the world tree accelerating his cultivation, there was no reason not to indulge in cultivation, and enjoy the sense of achievement of rapid progress. Sometimes Wei Huan didn't see anyone all day, he was always practicing. Mu Zhong was in charge of daily operations, and some trivial matters, and he was very relieved. It was only occasionally that when Wei Huan woke up from his cultivation and left the room to walk in the chariot, he really found that there were indeed more and more people in the chariot. When there were only 100 people on the bus before, there were few people chatting in the square. They were only seen when they were doing physical training. Most of the time, everyone was either in their own room or in the training room. Now, at a glance, the square is full of people. The coffee shop and cinema that Mu Zhong insisted on leaving behind are now visited by customers. Although the atmosphere in the chariot is still that of a military camp, with training and fighting as the main focus, it has a sense of life to some extent. The addition of more female challengers has added some color to the chariot. Wave 1 stayed in Suzaku City for 5 days, and the handover work has not been completed. On this day, when it was time for training, Wave 1 came to the occupational temple. At a glance, the endless undead on the tomb have all been recruited by himself. The unrecruited troops left on the tomb are all the troops that Wave 1 gave up at the beginning, such as the hidden cat skeleton and the violent bear skeleton. Even the nether fire on the tomb was captured and filled by Wave 1 by one, and all of them became level 5 nether fire bombs. It can be said that in the past 40 days, Wave 1 has basically been doing the same thing, which is to make strategic reserves of level 5 nether fire bombs. However, half a month ago, he used up some of them to develop the Platinum Treasure Underground Palace, and now the last one has been replenished. There is also the zombie Violent Bear, who has advanced to the legendary hero. Big Bear, who has become stronger and thicker, standing at the front of the undead, is simply a boss-level monster. And MOG, who has been the focus of Wave 1's attention and targeted training for more than 2 months. Although it has become smaller after being upgraded to level 5, it has reached the standard of an epic hero. In terms of individual combat power, it is stronger than Team Shui, Team Wang, Lu Xiaotian and other Sequence 5 martial kings, and it is not afraid of death. The reason why Wave 1 trained these 2 leaders is that Big Bear himself is about to advance, and he just pushed it. MOG, on the other hand, was considering entering the 6th level world and facing the cheater's descendants, who had come out of the seal, so he could not afford to be careless. Wave 1 had already decided to tie MOG to death by his side. Today, Wave 1 entered the tomb again and looked at the undead in front of him. They were all connected to his mind, like arms. But he also knew that he had reached his limit. There was really no one to recruit in the cemetery, and he was unwilling to waste his dark power on worthless undead. So, it finally came to this, right? Wave 1 looked into the depths of the tomb and felt his full dark power at the same time. Today, he was ready to recruit the 2-headed hidden demon. He didn't know how much dark power it would take to recruit one. After all, it was a noble dark beast that existed in the tomb, and the consumption must be very large. He was afraid that he would return to the situation of being stretched to the limit. As for going to other tombs, Wave 1 had no idea. Adjusting his mood and letting his soul gradually calm down, Wave 1 looked back into the tomb. It was pitch black in front of him, but he could feel that it was a new space, like going from the ground to the underground city, with a vast space. Before Wave 1 reached Sequence 5, he could not see the appearance of this underground space, and even when he had just reached Sequence 5, he had a hard time seeing things in the underground, and all he could see was pitch black. The gatekeeper of the netherworld was Sequence 5, which gave him the qualification to enter this underground world, but the entire training of Sequence 5 was a process from beginning to enter to adapting to it. Now, after 2 months of training, he can basically see a distance of more than 300 meters in this underground world. However, anything farther away was shrouded in thick fog, and could not be seen clearly. During this period, he had not entered the tomb to explore out of curiosity, but the visibility was too low. He searched a few times and found nothing, so he had to leave. This time, Wave 1 really had no place to improve his cultivation, so he decided to look deeper, and he would definitely find it. Wave 1's consciousness descended into this world. After completing the cultivation of Sequence 4 Psychic, his consciousness became more and more real in the tomb, as if his real body had descended, without the illusory feeling. Wave 1 asked the beast to summon the dog, and he flew and sat on its back. After the Point Beast was upgraded to a hero unit, the dog, as an elite, followed the Point Beast to upgrade to a Crypt Beast Mother. Although its body lacked the flexibility of the Facehugger, its personality was still like a dog, without the long legs and jade feet of the Crypt Beast Mother, and the elegance of a jellyfish. It had 8 legs on its body, like the bench with legs that moved in the cartoons that Wave 1 watched when he was a child. It jumped like a wild horse, and when it was too excited, it could coil its 8 legs into a ball. If it hadn't been able to fly, it would have tripped itself. After being called by Wave 1 and coming to the tomb, the dog was extremely happy, jumping and babbling non-stop. Wave 1 let it have fun for a while, and then patted its back shell closer to its head, indicating that it was time to set off. The dog's 8 legs jumped up from the ground and floated in the air. Finally, the long legs stirred like propellers, and flew forward at a low altitude. With a visual distance of less than 300 meters, or walking in the underworld where the mental power is restricted, even though he knew that there were only undead here, and that there would be no danger even if his strength was insufficient, Wei Huan still subconsciously tensed his nerves. He didn't know how long he had walked forward. The speed of time in the professional temple was different from that in the outside world, and it seemed that the time in the tomb was different from that outside the tomb. Wei Huan always felt that he had been walking in one direction for more than half an hour, and heard a sudden movement in the front. Buzz! Buzz! Wei Huan vigilantly ordered the dog to slow down and go in the direction of the sound. At the same time, both the dog and Wei Huan began to summon the undead army. In just a few minutes, the area around Wei Huan was filled with undead, and they were all elite undead. Unfortunately, the undead summoned here cannot exceed their visual range. The most deterrent point beast has long legs, and every step it takes is a kilometer long, so it cannot be summoned first. Wei Huan asked the big bear to lead the charge, and Brother Tao Gang to cover the rear. The flying monkey and the green light hovered above Wei Huan's head, and finally, with the eyeballs whispering and turning above his head, the formation of the elite backbone was basically completed. The rest of the area was filled by the elite legion of the Running Wolf. Under the command of Brother Tao Gang, Wei Huan was surrounded. The Running Wolf Legion has always been Wei Huan's favorite. If it were not for the restrictions of the deep sea world, their combat effectiveness would be very strong. However, even if it is not applicable in the challenge world, it is applicable in the battlefield. The battlefield is a meat grinder, with only an endless plain. The armies of both sides collided with each other in the roar, and the killing was boiling. After quickly forming a formation, Wei Huan set out towards the place where the sound came from. The buzzing sound gradually became louder, and turned into a booming sound. The muffled sound was like a heavy object hitting violently. When he got closer, he could even feel the gusts of fishy wind blowing from the front, and the cold netherworld air was mixed in it, like a sharp blade. Just as Wei Huan was carefully distinguishing, suddenly a black shadow in front of him broke through the black fog and smashed towards him. Roar! Crack! Yaw! Before Wei Huan could react, his army of undead attacked first, rushing forward to try to block the black shadow. Even if they were torn to pieces, their only goal was to protect Wei Huan from any harm. The elite level 5 undead is very powerful. Not to mention that the big bear who stood in front of Wei Huan was a legendary hero. With more than 50,000 HP and the increase of the flying monkey, it would take an hour or two to kill a level 5 sequencer even if it stood still. The flying black shadow was stopped by the leaping elite running wolf one after another, and finally came in front of Wei Huan. Without waiting to get close, the big bear howled, stood up, and blocked in front like a wall, and swung its huge bear paw forward fiercely. Bang! The black shadow was like hitting an iron plate, rebounded violently, and fell heavily to the ground. After the big bear showed its power, it laid down again obediently, and as if it was worried about blocking Wei Huan's vision, it twisted its fat big butt and moved to the side. Wei Huan looked away from its restored shiny fur and landed on the ground, where he saw a shrunken and damaged two-headed hidden demon with black water flowing on its body. As the name suggests, the two-headed hidden demon has two heads. One is the dragon head, and the other is the snake tail. Its entire body shape is like a western evil dragon, but its tail is very long, 3 times the length of its body, and the end is slender and often invisible. When fighting with humans, it will use its snake tail to sneak attack, which is hard to defend against. The dark beasts are a group of people with many hands and feet, so this two-headed hidden demon also has 4 legs and 4 arms. It also has a pair of huge wings, like a dragon behind it, with sharp bone spurs on them, which can be used to attack directly when flying. In normal state, the two-headed hidden demon is strong, like a strong man who loves fitness, with huge muscles and a sturdy and powerful body. As one of the nobles of the Dark Beast clan, he knew at first glance that this species was different. They were not only strong, but also very smart. There was a light of wisdom in their eyes. They would use tactics against humans, and sneak attacks were also common. The above was Wei Huan's impression of the two-headed hidden demon, but it had nothing to do with the thing in front of him. Of course, it was still possible to see that it was a two-headed shadow demon, but it was like a two-headed shadow demon that had starved to death. Its ribs were poking out of its shriveled chest, and its wings were broken, and only the frame was left. There was also the black liquid flowing out of its body. It was unknown whether it was rotten liquid or water. In short, after Wei Huan's level continued to rise, and the undead gradually became more complete and powerful, even Wei Huan didn't often see this kind of disgusting and unappetizing walking corpse like undead. After all, he had summoned all the walking corpses on the tomb. He raised them all very well. If it weren't for their immortal characteristics and eyes burning with green flames, Some people would believe that they were living dark beasts at a cold glance. Looking at the two-headed hidden demon in front of him, its eyes were pitch black, its eyeballs were shriveled like a blind person, and liquid was flowing down its eyes. The snake head at the tail seemed to be non-existent, unconscious, and drooped on the ground. After staring for a few seconds, Wei Huan felt that the two-headed hidden demon was also looking at him. The process of the two sides looking at each other gave Wei Huan the feeling that the other party was still alive, and knew who he was. But it didn't seem surprising. After all, this was a noble of the Dark Beast clan, a wise clan, and it should be normal for them to retain their survival instincts and self-awareness. Wei Huan didn't hesitate. He came into the tomb with only one purpose. He used his soul to pierce the soul of the two-headed hidden demon like a spike. Then his soul turned into an irresistible hand and grabbed the other's fragile soul. The soul of the two-headed hidden demon was as weak as a firefly in front of Wei Huan. Wei Huan found that he only needed to use a little strength to kill it. After being wiped out, the two-headed hidden demon should be like the most common undead around him, only knowing to follow orders, fearless, and without self-awareness. But Wei Huan did not do so. He just used his nether power to invest in this small firefly. Although it was only a little bit, this firefly was like getting a source of energy, or being poured into a barrel of crude oil. Boom, the light was bright. The soul of the two-headed hidden demon became stronger in an instant, but at the same time, Wei Huan's nether fire also left an eternal mark in its soul, and it was always dominated by Wei Huan. If Wei Huan died one day, it would also fall into eternal sleep and never wake up again. This kind of domination is one-sided and will never be broken free of. It is eternal and overbearing. In the ignorant wisdom of this two-headed hidden demon, although it subconsciously struggled for a moment, it was completely defeated by the power that was immersed in it and was completely controlled. Wei Huan ignited its death fire. The eyes of the two-headed hidden demon who turned over and climbed up from the ground again, green flames emerged, covering his shriveled eyes behind. In addition, its snake tail, the snake eyes that seemed to no longer exist, also emitted two pairs of small green flames, and slowly floated up, and finally poked its head out from behind the two-headed shadow demon, floating on its shoulders, and looked at Wei Huan in awe with a dragon head. Wei Huan stood on the back of the crypt beast, 10 meters high, looking down at it. After feeling that he had successfully controlled the two-headed hidden demon, Wei Huan did not rush to give orders, but felt the changes in himself. The dark power actually decreased by 1,000 points. Now his total dark power is less than 11,000, which means that he can only summon 10 at a time. As expected, as he had expected before, the consumption of this thing is too high. It is impossible to form a legion as quickly as other low-level soldiers. Another thing that surprised Wei Huan was that, after he successfully controlled this two-headed hidden demon, his vision seemed to expand 3 to 5 meters outward. It was like being recognized by this world, and by controlling the two-headed hidden demon, he quickly integrated into this world. So what are you waiting for? Wei Huan looked ahead. Although he could not see the specific figure behind the black fog, he could feel the sight staring at him. It can be confirmed that it is another two-headed hidden demon. Wei Huan was worried that the other party had escaped. With the intelligence of the two-headed hidden demon, which has already developed intelligence in its dead bones, it should be instinctive to run away when encountering danger. He immediately drove the dog to jump out. His vision moved quickly, and sure enough, another two-headed hidden demon appeared in front of him, standing still and looking at his arrival with a bit of dullness. The body of this two-headed hidden demon was a little more complete than the previous one, but it still looked malnourished, dirty, and smelly. Before he could take a closer look, Wei Huan's spirit suddenly pierced into the soul of this two-headed hidden demon. The next second, its eyes were also ignited with green flames. So far, Wei Huan had two two-headed hidden demons, and the radius of his vision was opened outward by 10 meters. 10 meters is not much, but a little makes a lot. His current dark power can summon 10 two-headed hidden demons, and he can also get a 100-meter field of vision. The farther he sees, and the more he catches, the faster he will be able to summon two-headed hidden demons in the future. Chapter 230. As for now, Wei Huan ordered the dog to find a random direction and continue to move forward. If you can't see far, you can only rely on luck. I don't know if there are many two-headed hidden demons in this world. Thinking this way, Wei Huan moved his eyes to the two two-headed hidden demons he had just recruited. They were obviously fighting before, and the wounds on their bodies were all new. The one recruited first was beaten away by the one recruited later, which led to the scene of directly crashing into Wei Huan's eyes. If there is any hatred between them, it doesn't seem like it. It's just a little bit of newly born spiritual thoughts. Just like a newborn baby, I'm afraid they don't have the idea of making enemies. From the current point of view, it's more like an instinct of a beast to fight for territory. The more Wei Huan thought about it, the more he felt it was. After all, it is a relatively strong species, like the two-headed hidden demon. It doesn't matter if it can't live together like other undead in its newborn state. Zuroma has a sense of territory, let alone the two-headed hidden demon. The bad thing is, how big is the territory of the two-headed hidden demon? Can I really recruit enough two-headed hidden demons in the direction I randomly choose? What if this world is bigger than I can imagine, and the two-headed hidden demons are also far apart, then wouldn't it really be just luck? Speaking of luck, Wei Huan's luck has run out today. He stayed in the tomb for 25 hours, and then he found another two-headed hidden demon. Before the last time came, looking at the 3 two-headed hidden demons in front of him, Wei Huan sighed helplessly. Obviously, the territory of the two-headed hidden demon is really big. Then, Wei Huan was ejected from the tomb. When Wei Huan opened his eyes, he saw a meeting outside through the one-way glass in the driver's room. During his training, Mu Zhong and his cousin Mu checked the information of all the passengers on the train, and made arrangements for food, lodging and combat teams. In addition, there were 200 new criminals on the train this time, and they had to be divided into different teams, and they were also assigned endless prisons. Su Qingqiang's endless prison had to hold enough monsters to upgrade, and only after the upgrade could 5 quotas be issued. Although the issued senior warden could continue to recruit under his name, it was still not enough to make ends meet. After all, in addition to Yan country, other countries waiting for quotas in the endless prison also offered benefits that Wei Huan and Yan country could not refuse, and they had to give some out. In the past 2 months, Su Qingqiang caught monsters every day, fought every day, and ate every day. He was so tired that his face was ugly, and he kept smoking. His narrow peach blossom eyes were full of hostility, like a sharp embroidered spring knife. Everyone wants to cut a few knives. Of course, it is tiring, but the effect is good. Under Mu Zhong's advance arrangement, the criminal sequence on the bus all have endless prison and become wardens of different levels according to their military ranks. After all, the emotions of the criminal sequence are too unstable, so this problem must be solved before they can get on the bus. These days, Wei Huan was waiting for the handover from the scientific team in Suzaku City. Su Qingqiang took a group of hungry criminals to hunt around and killed all kinds of monsters in this area, big and small, and also made the safety level of Suzaku City the first among all cities. Even those private forces who came up with their own legs wanted to test the gap between themselves and the monsters of the 5th level world, but they couldn't. There was no monster outside, and they complained a little. Wei Huan stared at Mu Zhong, who was in the meeting room outside, rested for a while, then stood up and went out. The door opened, and the meeting room was quiet instantly, and everyone looked over. Mu Zhong smiled. "Have you finished practicing?" Wei Huan nodded. Mu Zhong said, "Then come to the meeting." Wei Huan shook his head again. "I have something else to do." After saying this briefly, Wei Huan turned into the elevator that went directly to the top floor and returned to the room. He was going to the undead ranch now. Although only 3 two-headed hidden demons were recruited this time, the ones that needed to be strengthened still had to be strengthened. He was looking forward to the 5-level two-headed hidden demons, and he didn't know if there would be any surprises after completion. For a period of time, Wei Huan was in the undead ranch, watching the two-headed hidden demons become stronger little by little as they continued to strengthen, and their aura became dangerous, and their strength soared. The fact that the intelligence was very low also made Wei Huan very satisfied. The undead army doesn't need to be too smart. After all, in the Legion's actions, the power of an individual is very small, and too many ideas can easily cause chaos. The current state of ignorant obedience is the best. Counting the time, another day has passed. Wei Huan feels a little guilty. There have been so many things in the car recently. He can continue to practice in such a quiet environment because Mu Zhong has taken on everything. Although his strength as a leader is crucial, his relationship with Mu Zhong is not just superiors and subordinates. Wei Huan teleported back from the undead ranch. He just came back and saw the scenery outside the car and raised his eyebrows. What is this? The undead ranch is located on the balcony of Wei Huan's room. There are leisure chairs on the balcony over 100 meters long, and you can see the scenery outside at 180 degrees. At the moment, the scenery outside was not familiar to Zhuge City, but some exotic buildings. Wei Huan walked out a few steps in confusion. First, he saw the awesome flag flying on the tallest building, and then he saw more than 100 awesome chariots confronting them 100 meters in front of the car. Seeing that it was awesome, Wei Huan's eyes turned cold and he asked, "Butler?" "Hello, Captain, I'm here." The voice of the butler AI came out of the ear clip immediately. It intelligently judged the reason why Wei Huan summoned it, and explained, "Just 1 day ago, half an hour after you entered the professional training ground, our tanks received distress signals from Mr. Jacques and Ms. Agris. After Deputy Captain Mu talked to them, he made the decision to rescue them 10 minutes later. We just arrived at Peanut City in Osum 2 hours ago. The rescue was not smooth. Osum's pioneers surrounded us in the city, and did not let us leave. Now Deputy Captain Mu is negotiating with the other party." Wei Huan's eyebrows were so tight that they could pinch a fly to death. "Help me contact Mu Zhong." "Okay, Captain." The communication was connected after 5 seconds. A virtual screen appeared in front of Wei Huan, and Mu Zhong's figure appeared in front of the screen. "Huh, it's great that you're out." After seeing Wei Huan, Mu Zhong first let out an exaggerated sigh of relief. Then his expression became serious and he said, "You can see that we are now in Peanut City, planning to take Colonel Jacques away, but we were blocked by Osum." Specifically? Although he said so, Wei Huan had already opened the portal and summoned his army of undead. First, the ghost crows made a creepy sound, announcing Wei Huan's move. Then, a huge crypt beast with a height of 300 meters walked out of a portal. In contrast to it, the chariot was as small as an ant, which immediately shocked the whole audience. Then, whether it was the army of face huggers flying out of the belly of the crypt beast, or the other undead that appeared from the portal, they occupied the whole venue in the shortest time. Separated by the chariot, at such a long distance, Wei Huan didn't know what the other party was feeling at the moment. He only knew that if negotiations couldn't solve the problem, then use force to shock and help Osum to make a decision faster. In the virtual communication, Mu Zhong was also obviously stunned for a moment, and then smiled. When he spoke again, he said, "It seems that there is no need for negotiation. The people can definitely be taken away." Wei Huan nodded. "That's right, this is how to solve the problem." After suppressing the whole scene with one move, Wei Huan asked Mu Zhong, "What happened?" Mu Zhong said, "Jacques' whereabouts were exposed, and Osum wanted to catch him, and asked for help in our car. You said you wanted Jacques to be our teammate, so I arranged this operation." After a pause, Mu Zhong said, "The situation is urgent, and I can't contact you, so—" Wei Huan interrupted him, "Do whatever you want, no need to explain." Mu Zhong nodded, "I know, but even if a couple stays out overnight, they have to explain in advance, right? Trust is one thing, but communication is more important." "Yeah." Wei Huan's eyes softened, "I'm listening." "So that's it." Mu Zhong also smiled and said, "Once you take action, this matter will not be troublesome. You are on the balcony now, right? Look down, Jacques' car is there, right between us and Osum." Wei Huan saw it, but he was not in a hurry to pick him up. Instead, he asked Mu Zhong, "Is the negotiation with Osum going well?" Why ask this first at this time? Mu Zhong understood it as soon as he thought about it, and laughed. "How dare you be rude? It's because I was too polite, and used diplomatic words, that there was no conflict as soon as I came. If the stalemate continues like this, it will never end. Fortunately you came out, so we don't have to waste time." Wei Huan turned around and came to the balcony, leaning his head against the railing and looking forward. His left eye had been ignited green at some point. The vision had already descended on the heroic demon Eye Lord. And he passed through the army of the undead, and flew towards the army of Asham. Behind the demon Eye Lord, there were 3 huge monsters with wings on their backs, dragon heads and snake tails, and 4 legs and 4 claws. The mayor of Peanut City, who was cursing in the chariot, was attracted by the 3-headed monster that suddenly appeared. He stared at it for a long time, and when he felt suffocated, he realized that he had forgotten breathing. Although he knew that Wei Huan had gained a lot from his visit to the Colossus's assessment world, especially that his personal strength had risen rapidly in a short period of time, he was still severely suppressed when he saw with his own eyes that the nobles of the Dark Beast tribe, the 2-headed hidden demon, appeared in his undead army. Unconsciously, the mayor of Peanut City, who was responsible for stopping Jacques and confronting Mu Zhong, spoke again, with a tone that dropped a few points. "I really can't explain to you like this. Jacques is a wanted criminal on our side. He is now in my jurisdiction. It is my responsibility to arrest him." Mu Zhong was doing 2 things at once. On one hand, he was talking to Wei Huan, and on the other hand, he had to find time to confront the city lord. He said, "1 place for a 7th level warden, 100 sets of the latest developed talismans, and 1 non-weapon platinum equipment of your choice." The 2 people who had been fighting with diplomatic rhetoric, Mu Zhong suddenly changed his style, and only talked about benefits, which made the city lord of Peanut City look stunned, And then, he couldn't control his greed. Any of these things, in his eyes, is priceless, but Mu Zhong stuffed them all at once. This also made him more greedy. Mu Zhong knew that this matter could be negotiated by looking at his expression. I'm not afraid of greed, I'm afraid of stupidity. This matter has actually been resolved here. However, Mu Zhong would not indulge him. Before the other party wanted more, he took the lead and said, or a battle, the city lord should know which choice is cost-effective, right? This sentence instantly made the eyes of the city lord of Peanut City clear. That's right, it's not that way Huan can't rob. He killed 300 challengers on the 5-star island. Even Asham didn't dare to ask for this blood debt. Why should a small city lord like me stop Wei Huan? Instead of losing both people and money after the conflict, or even losing my life here, it's better to distribute these resources. This can not only reduce a big matter to a small one, but also keep some for myself. The city lord of Peanut City quickly calculated, looked up and said, deal. Mu Zhong knew it would be like this, smiled and nodded, thank you, city lord. Mu Zhong ordered the chariot to land, and came to Jacques' chariot. Jacques, who witnessed the whole process, said nothing, but silently drove his chariot into Wei Huan's car. Afterwards, Mu Zhong ordered the chariot to fly high and quickly leave the city. Not long after, the undead army that remained in the city was also captured by the hands of the undead and returned to the tomb, disappearing. The Peanut City Lord, who got the supplies, was happy and worried. When he was thinking about how to communicate with the upper and lower levels, a video request came over. The grandson of the congressman, the man who was arranged in the Agri's car and served as the deputy driver, appeared on the screen and said angrily, Hermann, why did you let Jacques go? He is a wanted criminal. If you let him go, you are guilty of the same crime. I will report you to the House of Representatives for dereliction of duty. You are also a traitor. You are an accomplice. The Peanut City Lord put down the platinum power armor he had just received and faced the other party's accusations in silence. But deep in his eyes, a murderous intent had emerged. Idiot! The times have changed a long time ago. Those old immortals outside are only superficial and have no real power. He is an upright city lord in the 5th level world, but he was taught a lesson by such a kid. Damn it! On the other side, in Agri's chariot, Agri's used the captain's authority to monitor the conversation between himself, the deputy chariot commander, and the mayor of Peanut City. A ruthless and fierce look also appeared in her eyes. Although she knew that there were all kinds of messed up people in her chariot, it was almost time for her to end her dormancy. The existence of those old guys was really annoying, and the most important thing was that they raised this unknown thing. If this cancer continues to exist, it will only make Osam terminally ill and difficult to stand up again. A drastic reform must be carried out. First of all, let's start by clearing the garbage in her chariot. Wei Huan was called downstairs by Mu Zhong, and saw Jacques accompanied by Mu Zhong on the first floor. Even in the tense environment of the arrest, Jacques still had an elegant temperament. When he looked over, he was as handsome and bright as the flame in the hands of the statue of the goddess of Osam. Even in the face of such injustice, his blue eyes were always clear. Welcome. Wei Huan stepped forward and shook Jacques' hand. The two hugged warmly and politely. Then Wei Huan said, we will go to the 6th level world soon. Please think about it. If you are still busy, I can put you in a safe place first. Jacques didn't seem to expect that he would have to face this problem as soon as he got on the car. But he didn't seem to have any extra choices. Jacques chuckled. I was planning to contact you after I finish my work, but I'm sorry to bother you to come over this time. I will naturally go to the level 6 world, and I will bother you in the future, Captain. Wei Huan also smiled and shook Jacques' hand again. Welcome to join us, Colonel Jacques. Mu Zhong looked around and smiled, saying, that's great. With such an outstanding long-range appearance like you, we are no longer afraid of the level 6 highway assessment. Jacques finally got on Wei Huan's chariot. As a hero of Osam, his prestige among the people has always been very high. In the past, Wei Huan just wanted Jacques to get on his car and didn't think it would work. After all, as one of the pillars of humanity in the previous life, he has the strength to hold up the sky. It's a pity that the flapping of butterfly wings brings about huge changes. Jacques just wanted to stick to the justice in his heart, but because of the conflict with Osam's orders, he ended up like this. Of course, Wei Huan respected Jacques very much and trusted him deep in his heart, so after getting on the bus, Wei Huan gave him the position of temporary deputy captain. After all, they were high-ranking generals from Osam, and most of the people on the car were challengers from Yin country. In terms of resource competition, the two countries have been in frequent friction, and their relationship is not to say that they are like water and fire, but they are also very incompatible. Wei Huan wanted to directly entrust Jacques with an important task, but it was obviously not easy to run in, and Jacques needed to be attentive to truly integrate into this car. On the way back, Wei Huan personally accompanied Jacques to familiarize himself with the chariot, and also introduced all the core members and outstanding main combat personnel on the chariot. Then he took Jacques to the top floor. There was one more person living on the top floor, and Wei Huan and Mu Zhong's world of two was gone. Fortunately, that person was Jacques, a human hero respected by Wei Huan, and he should be treated the best. As for the other human hero, it's a pity that Jiang Yu didn't advance to sequence 6 during this period. After all, it is an evolution of life. Even if the awakening potion is ready, and the world tree assists in cultivation, the understanding of the law still requires individuals. More haste makes waste. Jiang Yu had been on the train for 2.5 months, but the distance to sequence 6 was even further than expected. Wei Huan didn't plan to wait any longer. After meeting Jiang Yu and confirming that she would stay in Suzaka City, and use the sapling of the world tree to practice, Wei Huan sent her off the train. At the same time, the scientific research team had finally completed the final handover work. After all the members were present, Wei Huan decided to set off. Captain Fong sent Wei Huan to the door of the train, looked at him and said, "Opportunities favor the brave, and good luck never favors cowards. You are the spearhead and beacon of our human race, a pioneer and navigator. I wish you good luck and everything goes well. May our human race prosper forever." Wei Huan nodded and repeated, "May our human race prosper forever." Then he stepped onto the chariot without looking back. The chariot took off and left Zhuge City. This time, they will set off directly to Qilong City, the last battle of their level 5 world. Wei Huan will start his journey to the level 6 highway from there, from a light chaser to a beacon that illuminates the way forward for mankind. Gurgle gurgle dark, depressing, cold, and unknown creatures swimming deep in the turbulent water waves. The atmosphere of the whole world is full of disgust for humans. This deep-sea world with no sky above and no ground below is not suitable for human survival. Although Wei Huan had learned about the environment of the deep-sea world in his previous life, when he was really here, he still felt the malice of this world towards humans. It is no wonder that humans who were deceived in the 5th level world would believe in the so-called Atlantis humans so much after reaching the 6th level world, and regard them as the support for the Blue Star humans to gain a foothold in this world. After all, compared with the previous worlds, the deep sea is very unfamiliar to humans. Human technology cannot even explore the deepest trenches, so how can it be possible to build cities in this world for humans to survive and live? Go up. After Wei Huan entered the assessment road, the first order he issued was to explore the limits of this world. Is the deep sea world really only the deep sea? What is the boundary of the world? Can the saplings of the world tree that he suggested be planted in this world really work? With this question, the chariot drove in the deep sea in an oblique upward flight under his command. Similarly, even in this unknown world, Wei Huan was not afraid to use his plowing method to open treasure chests. And Wei Huan also considered that the treasure chests in this world might be floating in the sea in 3 dimensions, so his ghost crow plowing team also became 3-dimensional. Like a huge sphere, it ensures that there will be no fish that slip through the net within a radius of 30 kilometers centered on Wei Huan. This approach really works. They had only been out for 5 minutes when they got the first good news. A silver treasure chest was opened. Supplies popped up on the projection screen in front of the captain's room. Get silver level endurance potion X1. Get engine enhancement blueprint 4x1. Get silver level battle axe X1. Get. Below are more than 3 kinds of materials, some of which are used to prepare awakening potions, and some are necessary materials for tank upgrades. 3 or 5 drops may not be much, but if you rely on buying them all in the mall, it is also a considerable amount of points. Wei Huan has no shortage of points, but he can't make things randomly. He has a big family and 1,000 people to support. If he relies on points, he will go bankrupt. So opening boxes, which are free supplies, is the first choice. Have you noticed that in the 6th level world, even silver treasure chests can open 4th level blueprints? Mu Zhong was in the front cab, but he had been communicating with Wei Huan privately. He naturally saw the supplies that had just been opened from the treasure chest and communicated with Wei Huan. When I was in the 5th level world, I found that the supplies dropped there were close to the attribute ceiling. What I mean is that the damage of a 3rd level weapon is only a little lower than that of a 4th level weapon. Sure enough, in the 6th level world, even a 3rd level box can open a 4th level weapon. Does that mean that when we reach the 8th or 9th level world, opening a 3rd level box can even open a 5th level weapon? The 3rd level box that Mu Zhong mentioned is a silver level treasure chest. The order of treasure chests in the challenge world is bronze treasure chest, black iron treasure chest, silver treasure chest, gold treasure chest, platinum treasure chest, diamond treasure chest. Before entering the 6th level world, the equipment and supplies dropped by opening the treasure chest are all items that meet the current treasure chest level, but the attributes are higher than the equipment opened in the lower level world. However, the damage of the silver level battle suit just opened, as well as the attributes increased by wearing it, have exceeded the data of the battle axe opened by the lowest level gold treasure chest. Chapter 231. Wei Huan has a lot of equipment in his car. Since the primary assessment road, Wei Huan has collected a lot of equipment from high-level treasure chests. When others dared not open the silver treasure chest, he had already touched the diamond treasure chest. So even on the chariot, there are data that can be compared. Yes, it should be like this. Wei Huan nodded. It is difficult to advance in the challenge world, and a new group of challengers enter every year. The strong protect the weak, and the people in front protect the newcomers. Being able to enter the 6th level world is already halfway through the challenge, and improving the overall strength of the civilization is also a reward. Mu Zhong smiled and said, "It feels wonderful to change from a beneficiary to a navigator and a grantaire. Let's see, open a few more boxes to confirm it." Wei Huan nodded. He thought so too. The two did not wait for more words, and then another bronze treasure chest was opened. The bronze treasure chest is nothing to see. They can open 20 to 30 bronze boxes every day. The required materials have long been overflowing and handed over to the Legion. The Legion sent these supplies to the Qulong Department, that is, the Junior Challenger Support Department. After the newcomers enter the challenge world next year, these supplies will be directly distributed to them. When Wei Huan participated in the Junior Road, he distributed small pieces of energy for free. Although it is just a small amount of energy, it allows the newcomers of Yin Country to open a black iron treasure chest in their first treasure chest. The 2nd level awakening potion inside has raised the lower limit of Yin Country's overall strength by 1 level. Now Wei Huan is opening up in front and sweeping resources crazily. The supplies in these bronze treasure chests will further raise the lower limit of Yin Country's new challengers. In the long run, the challengers of Yin Country will become stronger and stronger, and will also benefit the entire Blue Star, so that all the people of Blue Star will benefit and become stronger. However, today, in order to confirm their guess, Wei Huan and Mu Zhong also looked at the drops of the bronze treasure chest. Mu Zhong said, "That's right, the attributes of the bronze gloves have reached the black iron level. It's just the black iron level of the primary road. That's also a breakthrough in attributes. It will definitely be higher in the 7th level world." 7th level world? Don't you have confidence? Mu Zhong smiled at him. Wei Huan naturally couldn't say no. The two smiled at each other. Even if they reached the 9th level world, as long as they were together, they would dare to go and try, not to mention the 7th level world. Then, some more treasure chests were opened one after another, which further verified their guess. The equipment dropped here was indeed upgraded. Mu Zhong and Wei Huan discussed and formulated a new rule of trading old for new. As long as the crew on the chariot replaces the equipment of the same level, each level has different DKP discounts. It only takes a small amount of points to replace the equipment on the body with better equipment of the same level. The eliminated equipment also has a place to go, that is, to replace it with the allied forces. Of course, if they have enough DKP, they can also buy equipment and materials at the price of the allied forces. After forming a strategic alliance, they can also enjoy a discount that is only slightly worse than the chariot crew. It is worth mentioning here that there are 17 chariots that are not afraid of death and follow Wei Huan to break through the road assessment of the 6th level world. Before they set off, the various forces that reached a temporary alliance relationship with Mu Zhong or intended to become a covenant partner. In terms of chariots, the number exceeded 800. But when the news that Wei Huan was about to enter the 6th level road assessment and go to the 6th level world spread, only 17 chariots were willing to come with Wei Huan. When hearing this number, Wei Huan was not surprised. After all, humans have not yet established a firm foothold in the 5th level world, and they are going to the 6th level world. Even for Wei Huan, it feels extremely unsafe. But when Mu Zhong handed the specific list to Wei Huan was still greatly surprised. There are a total of 17 chariots here, 1 from Osum, 1 from the Great Bear Country, and chariots from the Kangaroo Country, Tula Country and Fence Country, as well as 3 countries that are obviously hostile to the Yin Country. And as he expected at the beginning, most of the chariots from small countries did not choose to go all out to fight for a future with him, but chose to remain silent and wait and see. The small country has only 7 tanks, most of which are familiar to Wei Huan. They used to cooperate in the No Man's Land, and later followed him on adventures. Several tank commanders, and 100 crew members led by them. Wei Huan was not surprised that they would follow Wei Huan firmly. After all, in the past few months, their relationship with Wei Huan has reached a strategic alliance relationship, and some of the supplies on the car flowed to their car. In addition, there is a special one, that is, one of the only 2 vehicles in Jones's country, Congo, was originally a tank separated from Jones's car, and this time it also followed firmly. The remaining 10 vehicles are all from major powers. Wei Huan couldn't help sighing after seeing it. Why are powerful countries powerful? It is because powerful countries have foresight and a high tolerance rate. The most important thing is the cohesion in these countries. There is never a shortage of ordinary people who go to the battlefield for the country. Some things, even though you know you might die, someone has to do them. This time, Wei Huan breaks into the level 6 world. If he succeeds, other countries will also have an intelligence point in this world. If not, the hundreds of challengers who sign the life and death agreement on this chariot will be covered with the national flag and buried, and their families will enjoy the highest treatment. Although these chariots participating in the level 6 road assessment are not the strongest chariots in their own country, they also consider the difficulties of the level 6 world. Most of them are equipped with level 6 protective shields and level 6 car shells, and some are upgraded to level 6 tires. The main feature is a turtle shell. It can't be killed and runs fast. Just follow Wei Huan closely. As for whether Wei Huan will abandon them, this is impossible. After all, Wei Huan still has to take care of the chariots following him. As long as they follow these people, they will enjoy the protection of the army of undead. Several superpowers are actually playing rogue. Of course, it is not difficult for Wei Huan to squeeze them out, but Wei Huan didn't do so. It's already this time. If he still takes the lead in creating opposition, the humans on Blue Star will really be finished. Mu Zhong also knew Wei Huan's thoughts, and contacted the captains of the 10 tanks first. First, it was to set the tone of the action. Since they came to hug the thighs, they should hug them well, and not make trouble randomly. If they made a big mess, they would not save them. Second, of course, as long as they could contact the other side's tanks, the higher-level AI butlers could successfully invade these tanks. The monitoring in the dark was actually to further prevent them from doing some conspiracy. Wei Huan slowed down to ensure that these tanks would not fall behind, and drove rapidly all the way to the upper side of the underwater world. Soon, they were stopped by the treasure chest monsters that refreshed in front of the car. In about 20 minutes, they opened a silver treasure chest, a black iron treasure chest, and 2 bronze treasure chests. After leaving the treasure chests, these treasure chest monsters locked their hatred on Wei Huan's car and kept trying to catch up, but in the end, they were pulled away little by little to the limit distance. Wei Huan did not master this distance well, and the challenge world directly sent them in front of him. Just to see the strength of the monsters in this world. Slowed down a little. Wei Huan looked at a huge dragon-shaped deep-sea monster with a body of more than 100 meters, and black smoke blocking the car. While talking calmly with Mu Zhong, he opened the portal and released Emoji. Emoji wanted to run when he came out, but was hugged by the hand of the undead and tied to the spot. After Emoji found himself in the room, next to his ruler, he obviously realized that he was just a mascot now, so he lay on the ground. His eyes, glowing green, looked around, and finally landed on the projection screen in front of him. He seemed to understand, and there was a clear light of wisdom in his eyes. Moji, who had been upgraded to level 5, was even smaller, about the size of an adult horse, but his eyes and actions were more and more like a living cub. Wei Huan did not pay attention to Moji, but after he had Moji as an anchor, the giant dragon in front of him with black smoke disappeared, and a group of seaweed survivors with a range of about 100 meters appeared. It was exactly as he thought. In this world, the lowest level box will have the survivors of the Lyre. Opening a high-level treasure chest will show the survivors of the level 7 world. Wei Huan had found a way to crack the Lyre's descendants, and calmly sent out the army of undead to strangle them. Soon the brain of this group of seaweed was killed, and the rest of the body turned into ash, and the tiny roots twisting like red earthworms also turned into ash. In this world, Wei Huan can walk sideways when encountering low-level treasure chests. As for the high-level treasure chests that opened the 7th level world descendants, Wei Huan didn't know whether it was easy to fight, but with his strength that exceeded the ceiling of the 5th level world, he was very confident to challenge the high-level treasure chest. The battle ended easily, and the chariot set off again. Wei Huan wanted to take Emoji back, but who knew that Emoji's voice sounded in his mind? No, look, stay. This is an unknown language, which should be the Dark Beast language. The challenge world will not translate the dark beast language to humans, but Wei Huan still understood the meaning of emoji's transmission. It can actually communicate with me? Sure enough, emoji is very special. Wei Huan did not reject it. His summoned creature is also an important anchor point for passing this world, so it doesn't matter if he pampers it. Continuing to walk forward, Mu Zhong, who was free for the time being, came over and saw Emoji, who was not bound by the hand of the dead, lying on the ground obediently. Is it watching the projection screen? When Mu Zhong said this, he found that Emoji turned his head and looked at him, and was even more surprised. It's so smart already. Maybe it can talk after 1 or 2 more levels? Wei Huan did not rush to answer Mu Zhong, but observed Emoji's reaction, and then found that after staring at Mu Zhong for a while, it obviously remembered Mu Zhong, and put its eyes back on the screen with a very stable mood. Wei Huan also tried to talk to it again, but it did not transmit any language. Its IQ is now like a smart dog. Wei Huan finally made this conclusion. In short, the 4th level Moji has become lively, but he is not disciplined, and his actions are based on instinct, and he is stubborn. The 5th level Moji has learned to express his opinions, and he can calm down. Wei Huan, who has watched Moji jumping around for half a year, now sees it lying down and watching the projection screen obediently. Not to mention Mu Zhong, even he feels a little fresh. The two chatted briefly about Moji, and then talked about this world again. We have walked more than 2,000 kilometers, almost reaching the horizontal axis of Yin country. It's still early. Compared with the assessment road in the 5th level world, it will take half a day to get there. We can't go at full speed, it may take longer. Also, we can go there, but the chariots following behind may not be able to. The environment at the edge of the world is very harsh. We have to go and see the situation in this world. That's right, the underwater world. Is there really no sky? No water surface. What about the seabed? Where is the world tree planted? The world tree is a divine species, different from ordinary plants. It does not necessarily need soil. Can it live in water? It can live in seawater. When they talked about this, both of them realized something, and there was a meaningful smile in their eyes when they looked at each other. However, whether it was what they thought was left to be verified by the truth, but both of them could confirm that their ideas should be correct. Nothing happened on the way. After confirming that the monsters in this world were indeed as they thought, it was normal to kill the monsters that opened the treasure chests together. Every time a treasure chest monster was sent in front of their car by the challenge world, they would just ram it without slowing down, only waiting until there were enough of them before killing them. Even the allied chariots following behind were calm. After all, it was not the first or second time that Wei Huan opened treasure chests like this. His plowing-style treasure chest opening was well known. The whole world knew that where Wei Huan passed, no grass grew within 60 kilometers. All the supplies were purchased for free, and everyone was drooling with envy. Unfortunately, other people could not copy this trick. It was not that they did not have the ability to explore and open treasure chests at a long distance like the Ghost Crow, but that there were more monsters gathered to kill. Even if some teams were stronger, they could challenge 2 silver-level monsters at the same time, but they were still in danger of death when they met gold-level monsters. It was too dangerous. On the other hand, Wei Huan walked for half a day in one breath. When more and more monsters followed behind them, people began to inevitably have huge psychological pressure, and Wei Huan finally stopped. The huge army of sea beasts chased from behind, and the 17 allied chariots were like ducklings and their mother duck. As soon as they turned around, they immediately gathered together and moved quickly, hiding behind Wei Huan's chariot. But before they could watch the show, Mu Zhong sent a message asking them to join the war. At this moment, everyone would naturally unite together. Even Osum, who was at odds with Yin country, and the 3 countries in his interest group, all walked out from behind Wei Huan's chariot, lined up in a row, and showed their weapons. Then, the army of monsters collided with the army of undead. The most prominent one was the 300-meter-long giant female crypt beast that stepped out of the portal. It cried "ee" and swam out gracefully from the back of the beast hide. Then it collided with an equally huge monster that had smashed through low-level monsters all the way and came to them. The impact of the collision between the 2 huge monsters caused a surge in the sea water, and the chariot was bumpy. The people who had stabilized looked carefully. This was a huge sea beast with an extremely huge body, more than 200 meters long, with wings, a body as long as a snake, and a total of 9 heads. What is that? Someone shouted in surprise. Is this an illusion? Shangliu? Hydra? No! Su Qingqiang made a move. I saw him, and he is not an illusion. Could this be the remnant sealed in the 6th level world? As more and more people passed the challenge world, humans gradually summed up a rule. Opening a gold treasure chest in the 5th level world has a chance to open a remnant of the 6th level world, such as the remnant of the lyre. Of course, there are also some royal monsters within the current world level. Although it is not certain what kind of guy this guy is, just looking at the size and momentum, it must be opened from a treasure chest above the gold level. No wonder Wave 1 also had to stop and concentrate on dealing with it. Being entangled by such a powerful monster is very troublesome. Because of the absolute unity of interests, everyone in each tank hopes that Wave 1 can win and lead them through the level. Then, in about a minute, everyone found that their worries were completely unnecessary. In front of Wave 1's undead and his powerful combat team, this monster is just a big fool, with thick skin and flesh, and it is not difficult to kill at all. The main combat personnel in Wave 1's car have various buff blessings, and each of them is now a super tank commander. Now that such a group of super tank commanders have gathered together, and with the cooperation of countless undead, it is much easier than imagined to kill the king-level monsters in the 6th level world. On Wave 1's chariot, Jacques stood at the battle position on the war platform. He was not in a hurry to kill the big guy, but harvested the lives of monsters below the silver level one by one. Those monsters often restrain the combat power of some undead. The strong undead are sent to the side of the gold level monsters. The remaining undead fighting small monsters are not strong either, and they often stalemate in various places on the battlefield. Jacques' powerful long-range sniping and his eagle-eye attack ability easily free groups of undead from the battle and rushed to the gold level monsters. Such actions reflect Jacques' overall view of the war. If Mu Zirwei was here to command the long-range battle, he would only order the long-range bombardment of the gold monster. After all, that big guy is difficult to kill at first glance. It's not that Mu Zirwei's idea is wrong, but Jacques' war thinking is better. After all, Wave 1's undead army is the main body of the whole battle. Mu Zirwei is a studious and humble person. He immediately reflected on his thinking, and knew that he was still far from becoming a qualified commander. He should learn from Jacques. The Hydra was surrounded and beaten, and soon it was covered with wounds. Su Qingqiang brought a part of the criminal sequence with strong enough strength, buried his head in the bloody mouth of the Hydra, and bit it madly, and even drilled into its body and ate it. The newly added criminal sequence in the car cooperated with Su Qingqiang to put this gold-level monster in the 6th level world into the endless prison. The higher the level of Su Qingqiang's warden, the stronger they will become. Such a professional training ground also gives the famous lone wolf profession the motivation to fight as a team. Soon, the Hydra was devoured by a group of criminal-incarnated demons, leaving no body behind. The captains of various countries, who witnessed the combat strength of the criminal sequence team, narrowed their eyes, and had a new assessment of the criminal sequence. However, the endless prison that can stabilize the criminals is in Wei Huan's hands. TSK, it really makes people feel constrained everywhere, and it is difficult to move forward. What sequence of professional training grounds have not been found yet? Gardener sequence, dancer sequence, gambler sequence, wise man sequence, prayer sequence, and fortune teller sequence. Fortune teller? There is news that Wei Huan has mastered the fortune teller's professional training ground. Even Wei Huan himself cannot be sure of this. The person who controls the suspected fortune teller's training ground is a child born in the challenge world. He just turned 8 not long ago. It is said that the dome has been in his hands since he can remember. As long as it has a special item that can improve the same sequence, it is a professional training ground. This Wei Huan, how come he has taken all the good things? Well, many of them were obtained by him from opening diamond treasure chests. Yes, we really don't have the ability to open diamond treasure chests, but he also has his share of things. The dome and the animal pen were not opened by him, so how did they end up in his hands? The adjutant looked at the envious and unrecognizable superior and stopped talking. The superior took 2 deep breaths and calmed down. He thought of something and sighed deeply. It is unlikely that other countries will get the rest. If it is not taken in by unknown forces in advance, Wave 1 only needs to open a diamond treasure chest to get a professional training ground. Sir, there is a piece of information that I cannot confirm the credibility of, but I heard that someone in South America actually has a professional training ground. They call it the Forest of Nature. Wei Huan suddenly thought of the professional training ground. Gold-level monsters are not the upper limit of the Challenge World assessment. Next, you may encounter a platinum treasure chest or a diamond treasure chest. Diamond treasure chests can open professional training grounds, but the number is too small, and Wave 1 has encountered very few so far. At the same time, in order to ensure that the professional training ground can be opened in the diamond treasure chest, they must arrange challengers who have never appeared in the professional training ground to try, and they will take huge risks during the process. Who will go next? If it is purely from Wei Huan's own combat needs, he certainly hopes to open a dancer sequence training ground. Then Mu Zhong will go. But from a personal perspective, he doesn't want Mu Zhong to take risks. It would be better if Mu Zhong could always be by his side and live under his wings. But he also knew that Mu Zhong definitely didn't want to live like this, so he had to think about this matter carefully again. After clearing the monster and getting the gold equipment with platinum level attributes, even Wei Huan took a second look. The equipment in the advanced world is indeed good. Doesn't that mean that if you can find a platinum level treasure chest, the diamond level attributes will be opened, and you can replace your own equipment? The newly opened gold level equipment was sold out as soon as it was released in the tank warehouse. Then, there were sounds of regret and jokes from all over the tank. Whose hand is so fast? I've been waiting for it, but it was snatched away by Lao Lu. I really want the equipment. How about I give you a little more DKP, and you can exchange it with me? Whoever gets it will own it, and you still need to a DKP to exchange it. Isn't this giving rise to scalpers? I hate scalpers the most. Everyone, don't worry, we have come to the 6th level world, and our boss can open boxes with the efficiency we have. Chapter 232. The excitement gradually faded away. The people on the chariot were no longer surprised by the gold level equipment. They had seen too much. The reason for their excitement was more because they had come to the 6th level world, and the thrilling and exciting delayed display was just that. After the excitement passed, everyone returned to their posts, training and resting. Su Qingqiang gathered the 200 criminals under his command together for a meeting and summary. He also invited Instructor Xing and the staff to help him manage his men in a proper manner. When Wei Huan saw it, he suddenly remembered Su Qingqiang's information. His father was a drug policeman who worked incognito all year round. His mother took care of him at home and raised him. Although he was not a quiet child since he was a child, it was not wrong for him to be naughty. If there was no big problem, if he was excellent in all aspects when he grew up, he would definitely go to the military police. The sudden arrival of the challenge world messed up everything. Many children became orphans overnight. Although the country established an orphanage as soon as possible, Su Qingqiang's future was completely disrupted. Is it now a rectification of chaos? He finally came to this position and inherited his father's legacy. Wei Huan looked at Su Qingqiang, who was trying to be serious and establish prestige, smiled, and moved his eyes to other places. He saw Mu Zirwei and Jacques together. The two were talking in a low voice. Mu Zirwei's expression was respectful, and occasionally he would show a look of sudden enlightenment. And because of the conversation with Mu Zirwei, the slight melancholy in Jacques' expression dissipated more, and his smile was humble and graceful. After looking around, Wei Huan remembered that it had been 8 hours since he entered the 6th level world. Normally, at this time, he should go to the professional temple to practice. Not today. The road test is the process of adapting to the new world in advance. In addition, he has now lost the ability to foresee and perceive things, so he should be careful in this test. Wei Huan, who was fine for the time being, could only relax himself, leaning back on the seat and closing his eyes to rest. Unconsciously, he fell into a light sleep. When he opened his eyes again, he was awakened by the housekeeper AI. "Hello, Captain, we are close to the edge of the world. The waves here are relatively large. Deputy Captain Mu asked me to ask you if you still want the team to continue moving forward?" Wei Huan had come to his senses after hearing this. After sitting up straight, he did not answer the AI's question, but directly contacted Mu Zhong. Mu Zhong was in the cab, in his own driving seat. His driving seat was at the front of the chariot. Wei Huan's current position could no longer see him directly. Mu Zhong said, "When we reach the edge of the world, our chariots should be fine, but the other chariots may be struggling. If we leave them to gather in one place and wait, the monsters may spawn." Wei Huan saw that Mu Zhong wanted to have the best of both worlds, but this would only make things difficult for himself. Wei Huan didn't want to make things difficult for him, so he said, "The monsters have been stopped by us, don't they even know how to drive?" Wei Huan didn't want to make things difficult for Mu Zhong, and he didn't want to make things difficult for himself, so he had to make things difficult for them. They are not infants in swaddling clothes, they can't take no risks and need others to take care of everything. Besides, if it was just a bad environment, the level 5 chariot would struggle but not be damaged. I don't have to kill the world monsters, so why can't I follow? Mu Zhong actually had the same idea, but he always had to ask. He was indeed indecisive, and the most important thing was that he always wanted to have the best of both worlds. But the truth is that there are not so many perfect things. Wei Huan's decisiveness is what he envied the most. This attitude of being able to take on everything is the most beautiful quality of a leader. Mu Zhong got the answer and turned around to get busy again. Wei Huan naturally couldn't sleep, so he simply got up and left his room and went to the cockpit. After the cockpit was upgraded to level 7, there were only 30 driving seats. Most of the people staying here are talents in the driver sequence. Their profession determines that their talents are better at handling these tasks. As for the old people, combat teams, and managers who originally had driving seats, their seats are in the combat meeting room, but there are not many people sitting here for nothing now. The existence of these positions is more of a symbol of position and identity. Wei Huan walked through a group of drivers and came to Mu Zhong. Mu Zhong had seen Wei Huan appear in the reflection of the glass and smiled before he got close. "Why are you here?" "Let's see." Wei Huan walked to the side of Mu Zhong's seat, put one hand on the armchair, and leaned close to Mu Zhong. He then bent down slightly and asked in a low voice, "Are you tired?" Mu Zhong's ears were brushed by the warm wind, and his earlobes fluttered slightly, stained with a faint crimson color. He glanced at Wei Huan and smiled. "Not tired. Did you fall asleep just now? Come here?" "Well, it's not a big deal. I didn't call you when I saw you fell asleep. Since you know, let me take over the shift. You should rest. It's not that I insist, but I also want to see what the border of this world looks like. I have some guesses." "Me too, so I want the answer even more." "Okay, I stay here with you." There was a hint of doting helplessness in Wei Huan's eyes, and his hand on the back of the chair fell down, hooked Mu Zhong's hair, and slowly and tenderly entwined it. Wei Huan's chariot is level 6, and his vehicle components have been upgraded by more than half in the past few months. Unfortunately, they are unlucky. The materials for the level 7 protective shield have been collected, but the blueprints have not been dropped. There is no acquisition in the world. If it is a level 7 protective shield, after the protective shield is expanded, the chariots following behind can be protected. This journey to the border of the world is no different from tourism. But now the level 6 protective shield, once it is too large, the consumption will be greater, and it may be broken by the undercurrent at any time. Finally, Mu Zhong's method was to let the chariots with level 6 protective shields protect the chariots without them, and shrink the protective shields as much as possible, so that they could resist higher wind and wave strength. Jacques and Su Qingqiang's chariots were sent out. Although Wei Huan could not drive a level 7 protective shield, the level 6 protective shields kept coming out, so he left 2 chariots with upgraded crews, and handed the rest to Mu Dihao and the country. The chariots of these 2 people, plus the level 6 protective shields of most of the major powers, basically can be one car with one, and the extra 3 cars are in the protective shield of Wei Huan's chariot. After a little reorganization, it was much smoother to set off again. Although most of the people who followed did not understand why Wei Huan had to take risks at the border of the world, they had no right to object and could only follow him. There are monsters in the wind and waves, and there are relatively more high-level treasure chests. After entering for more than an hour, 3 silver treasure chests were opened. Those monsters seemed to be very adapted to this turbulent environment. They were more powerful and more difficult to kill. Of course, no matter how difficult they were to kill, they could not stop Wei Huan from moving forward. They all returned to the darkness of the challenge world and contributed materials and equipment to Wei Huan. Finally, 3 hours later, they arrived at the edge of the world. In fact, they were all a little embarrassed when they came here. The level 6 protective shield against the wind and waves of the level 6 world will soon run out of energy and break. Everyone can only enter the protection range of other tanks at the right time. After all, it takes about 3 minutes for the protective shield to be recharged. During this period, if only the level 5 tank was exposed to the impact, it would explode in a few hits. In addition, the energy consumption is also very high. Fortunately, with everyone's increasingly tacit cooperation, this journey was safe. Now the chariot is parked at the edge of the world. Almost everyone here has never been to such a place, and they can't help but open their eyes wide to look. Record it all, this is key information. Why are you here? Just take a look? My God, I feel like I'm in a fish tank full of water, and what's in front of us is like a piece of transparent glass. So, this world really has only water, no sky? No land? Only endless seabed? This world is really suffocating. Faced with this result, Wei Huan and Mu Zhong both showed an expression of as expected. They often run to the edge of the world. After all, the worse the environment, the more good things there will be. So it was guessed at the beginning that this world might really only have seawater. Mu Zhong said, I wonder if the assessment road is the same as the 6th level world. Wei Huan shook his head. Just go and see when the time comes. Mu Zhong nodded, then changed the subject and said, by the way, I asked Orange Juice to connect a pipe to pull the seawater here directly into the bud of the world tree. So far, everything is good, and it obviously prefers this complex seawater to purified water. Wei Huan was a little surprised. He didn't expect Mu Zhong to make such an attempt. Mu Zhong said, so if everything is good, when Captain Fong brings the world tree here, maybe the final result will be better than we imagined. Wei Huan nodded. It was true. The two chatted for a few more words, and prepared to go back. Now that they have seen it all and know the answer, they should return to the normal adventure environment. This place consumes too much energy, and the assessment world has a time limit. But Wei Huan said, this time we will go down. Mu Zhong raised his eyebrows. Wei Huan has fewer and fewer clues about the future, but he knows that except for a few floating ruins, the real ruins are all on the seabed. If you want to get good things, you still have to go to the bottom of the sea. Wei Huan didn't explain, and Mu Zhong didn't ask. Because when Wei Huan made a decision, Mu Zhong just needed to execute it. Mu Zhong is very perceptive. He knows what to ask and what not to ask. Even if the two are close, it is precisely because they cherish this relationship that they have to be more careful and not touch places that should not be touched. Decided to leave here. Of course, the happiest people who followed were the other chariots that followed. Most of them have no interest in exploring the edge of the world, including how humans can build a base in the deep sea world, and they are unwilling to think about it. In short, if the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up, so it is not their turn to worry. But the captain of the awesome chariot talked to his deputy on the way back. Wei Huan advocated bringing the saplings of the world tree to the 6th level world. At that time, almost all countries were opposed, and there was a large voice demanding that the world tree be planted directly to benefit mankind. But now I understand why Yin country insisted on Wei Huan's proposal. The horror of the deep sea world is beyond human imagination. If there is no world tree, humans in this world, just the natural environment, will destroy us. His deputy also sighed. Colonel Wei is a great man. The appearance changed the fate of the human beings on Blue Star. If humans can finally win in the future, the greatest credit should go to Colonel Wei. Extreme personal worship? The captain said this, and in the suddenly panicked eyes of his deputy, he smiled comfortingly and said, I also admire Wei Huan very much, and I trust him more than I trust myself. This is why I will come here even if I sign a life and death agreement. I think you all believe that Wei Huan can definitely lead us to victory, and eventually build a new world in the 6th level world. Wei Huan naturally didn't know about such a conversation. I didn't know that in fact, these chariots from various powerful countries, and the people in the chariots admired him very much, and voluntarily signed up to follow him. Luckily on the way back, they encountered another golden treasure chest. Wei Huan chose to slaughter on the spot. This is a giant western dragon with 2 heads, even longer than the dot beast. When it appears, it casts a huge shadow like a mountain. Being locked by its cold and ruthless eyes will be shrouded by a strong sense of powerlessness and fear. Moreover, this dragon can control water with one head and wind with the other head. Coupled with its hard body, it is very difficult to kill. Wei Huan fought for a full half an hour, causing the earth to shake and the waves to surge, before he finally killed it with great difficulty. Encountering gold-level monsters twice in a row also made everyone have a guess about the 7th level world. Like mythical creatures. Yes, there are some shadows of Blue Star mythology, but they are mythical beasts. The Hydra and the 2-headed dragon are not mythical beasts, at most they are legendary monsters. I just didn't expect that the legendary monsters would appear in the challenge world. Legends are born from imagination, and some come from word of mouth from ancient times to the present. Maybe the ancients really saw these monsters? If so, the myths and legends of many countries all mention that this world is very big, hundreds or tens of thousands of times bigger than it is now. Could this be true? Legends become reality? It is very likely, you see. With every victory or defeat on the battlefield, Blue Star will have more or less land. The extra land is smoothly connected to the original land of Blue Star. Maybe Blue Star is really folded up? Challenge the world. Maybe we are solving these mysteries little by little in the process of challenging. When the 2-headed dragon was fighting, the twins had been observing carefully. This battle had a great impact on the two. After a period of trial and error, they pushed their ice and fire combination skills to a new height. Whether it was damage or endurance, the combined combat power of the two of them ranked among the best in the long-range group. Now that the battle is over, the melee professions have returned, and the ranged professions have also retreated from the war platform. There are only 18 chariots left in the vast ocean, floating under the purple protective shield. After waiting for a few minutes, the ghost crows returned to their positions and formed a 60-kilometer diameter plow area around the chariots again. This time they went diagonally downward. Another day passed, and their total advance was less than 20%, but they reached the world border again. This time it was the bottom of the sea. Everyone is used to it now. Since they can't resist, of course they can only enjoy this journey. So when they saw the bottom of the sea, everyone started to discuss enthusiastically. So there is a seabed? I thought that like the sea surface, the seabed was also blocked by invisible things. It turns out that there is soil. It's just that this soil looks dead, and no marine life can survive on it. The soil is white. From a scientific point of view, these soils have almost no nutrients. A dead sea, it is hard to imagine how we humans can survive in such an environment. The environment at the bottom of the sea is too harsh. The more you know how difficult the predicament facing humans is. At this time, even some people who lack foresight have come to their senses a little bit, and understand why Wei Huan has to search for this road so stubbornly. It can only be said that leaders think differently from us. Every day when I open my eyes, I only think about how to earn DKP to exchange equipment, but some people have already thought about the future of mankind. This is a road assessment, with a time limit. Should I say that people with high skills are bold? I was afraid of the timeout at first, but now I don't know why. Wei Huan has already taken control of his own destiny. He won't put himself in real danger. Yes, before entering the 6th level world, he got another artifact fragment. Is he about to collect the complete artifact? Just follow this kind of big guy, no need to ask too many questions. I also want the artifact. I don't want the artifact, I just want to get on the big guy's car when I can. The driver should interact with the big guy more, but it's a pity that our driver is a woman. Men can't do it either. Look at Big Moo. Is he an ordinary person? 100 of you, and I can't match him. His ability is. With that look and that family background, I heard that the two of them are friends in times of trouble. If it weren't for the boss, Boss Moo would have failed the primary assessment. Boss Moo is a double sequence, and he also has a professional training ground for pilots. Now all the mechas on Blue Star are purchased from Boss Moo. For this assessment, they said they would stop production for half a month. All countries cried and prayed to Buddha to let Boss Moo pass the assessment. The couple are both powerful people, so there is no need to think about the beauty trap. Ha ha ha. The seabed should not be at the edge of the world, so there are not many undercurrents, but there are more world monsters hidden in the mud than in other places. These monsters will not only lurk, but also organize similar joint actions to form an encirclement in front of them, and launch an attack after they all enter the encirclement. In theory, there should be no creatures in this dead seabed. Maybe these monsters have adapted to such an environment, or they are temporarily thrown in for their assessment. But no matter what it was, it couldn't stop Wei Huan and his team. Wei Huan was too lazy to kill these monsters in the world, which could be called small monsters, and he just drove his car into them. The monsters scattered in the world did not have a killing hatred, so they would only track for a distance, and then leave the battle and return. There were not many treasure chests on the seabed, and various ruins increased with them. Wei Huan had wasted some time in the past 2 days to explore the border of the world, so he decided to explore only ruins above the gold level. You could only see 1 or 2 gold level ruins a day, so the speed of travel was greatly increased. Everything went smoothly. There were no dark beasts to block him. With Wei Huan's strength, he was like a fish in water in such a world. He opened boxes and killed monsters. 7 days passed in a blink of an eye. They had exceeded the 80th line half an hour ago. After the bottom line was successfully guaranteed, they were now heading for the bottom boss. As long as the bottom boss was killed, they would officially enter the 6th level world. At the same time, the Dark Beast tribe would be notified that the 6th level opening battle would begin. Let's not talk about the surprise of the Dark Beast tribe when they get the news, which is welcomed by all mankind. Let's talk about Wei Huan, who has also gained a lot in the past few days. On average, he opened 1 gold treasure chest a day, and he opened a lot of silver treasure chests, but there were fewer low-level treasure chests. In addition, they did not encounter platinum and diamond-level treasure chests along the way. Wei Huan guessed that it was because they were too disciplined this time, and did not walk on the dangerous route, so they did not encounter high-level supplies. It's a pity. Wei Huan always thought that the supplies in the highway assessment were given away for free, and there would definitely be high-level treasure chests in it. If you can find a platinum treasure chest in 10 days, you will make a lot of money. Not to mention that there must be more than one platinum treasure chest on this road. Maybe there is even a diamond-level treasure chest in a hidden corner. They have passed the 80th line without encountering any of these. The possibility of encountering a high-level treasure chest will be much lower. Don't think about it. What do you think the final boss is? It must be a monster that has reached the current world's high-level combat power level. Wei Huan and Mu Zhong talked. Since they couldn't open the high-level treasure chest, they could only let it go. They couldn't go back and continue looking. Now, being able to successfully pass the final boss is the real thing. In the past, the Dark Beast sent out the lords of the royal family to build a city at the end of the level, and the challenge world tacitly accepted that they were the boss at the end of the level. Mu Zhong and Wei Huan analyzed, this time we walked ahead, and the Dark Beast Lord did not come in. The boss at the end of the level might be a gold, or a gold level boss above. Although there are not as many materials as the treasure chest, it will drop the core materials of the 7th level. Wei Huan nodded. In this way, it is not a loss. The core materials of the 7th level are very precious at any time. But if it is just a boss, it is easy for us to kill it. With our strength, it is difficult to find high-level treasure chests. This boss, at the end of the level, is a reward delivered to our door. That's right. After chatting like this, the depression in the hearts of the two people was gone. There is still a lot of time. When you reach the 6th level world without time limit, you can explore casually and find high-level materials sooner or later. The most important thing is that at present, only they can open the high-level treasure chest. Even if the pioneers come in half a year later and find the high-level treasure chest, they must be told, otherwise it will take too long for them to open it. Wei Huan will also give a considerable intelligence fee for opening the treasure chest. In short, take your time. After Mu Zhong finished talking, the topic suddenly changed. How is your cultivation going? Is it smoother? Speaking of this, Wei Huan's face tightened, and there was some depression in his eyes. Chapter 233. That night, after confirming that he was fine, Wei Huan laid down in the driver's room and entered the professional temple. When the fog was cleared, he came to the depths of the tomb again, where there were 21 two-headed hidden demons that had been lit up with the fire of death and strengthened to level 5. When the two-headed hidden demons that were successfully recruited saw him coming, they gathered together against their habits and approached him. Some walked slowly on the ground like frogs, some spread their wings and flew into the air, and some twisted their bodies and merged with the surrounding colors. They could not be distinguished without careful observation. They had hideous faces and burly bodies. Each of them looked fierce and powerful, like a tiger climbing a mountain, but they were 100% tame to Wei Huan, guarding him in the center and protecting his safety. Looking ahead again, his visual distance had reached about 500 meters. The 21 two-headed hidden demons provided him with a visual distance of about 100 meters, and the other 100 meters was gained from training during this period. He still has the effect of enlightenment, and is in the blessing of the world tree day and night, so he has a faster training progress than the super recruitment speed. But even with double the effort, in the past 20 days, he has only increased his visual range by 200 meters. The two is so big that it is simply a world. The territory of the two-headed hidden demon is particularly wide, and it has been a long time since you can see one. Wei Huan does not rule out that some of the stronger and smarter ones may hide from him. After all, once Wei Huan successfully recruits, he will erase the spiritual consciousness that should not exist according to the situation, and these undead creatures with self-awareness are naturally unwilling to surrender to him. The most obvious thing is that when he was at Sequence 4, there would be two-headed hidden demons that would occasionally contact him. At that time, Wei Huan could feel that the spiritual consciousness of the opponent was very agile, and it was obvious that they were planning something. Or maybe they thought that when he was at a low sequence, they could control him in the opposite direction. At that time, Wei Huan felt that his strength was not enough, and he was very vigilant to ignore all the hooking spiritual consciousness, but occasionally he would think, could these elites, who took the initiative to find him, just like the active and positive when Brother Dyogong first met him, just a common performance of elites? He was also moved at one time. Now looking at these two-headed hidden demons, who seemed a little dull, and dominated more by instinct, Wei Huan was very glad that he was cautious at the time. I didn't expect that there were risks in practicing in the professional temple. If you are not careful, you may go crazy. While Wei Huan was thinking this, just like in the past, the dog carried him, the big bear protected him in front, the demon Eye Lord was on top of his head, the ghost crow and the green cloud were on his shoulders. Brother Dyogong led his army of running wolves to cover the rear, and Xiao Luoma was exploring the way in front. Adding the ghost crows, Wei Huan filled the area within 500 meters around him. Water could not get in, and even if the two-headed hidden demon fell from the top of his head, it could not hit him. In this way, he walked forward randomly for an hour or so, and did not encounter anything. Obviously, today was not a lucky day. Wei Huan was not discouraged. As long as he caught one, his strength would be stronger. Moreover, in the process of searching for the two-headed hidden demon, he could continue to practice. Every time he immersed himself in practice, his visual range would increase by half a meter or a meter. If he put in one more circle of running wolves, he would have more than 100 running wolves protecting him. It feels good to see his strength grow all the time. He firmly believes that as long as he perseveres, sooner or later his vision will cover the whole world and control the resources of the whole world. He will become stronger and stronger. At this moment, there was a rustling sound from the front. Wei Huan's eyes lit up. He didn't care whether he had heard this sound before or not. It was different from the sound of the two-headed hidden demon. He ordered the army of undead to rush forward. In this quiet and silent world of the tomb, any sound is worth paying attention to. The sound was actually very close, and Wei Huan's reaction was very fast. The army of undead rushed forward like a whole. In the next second, a strange dark cloud was captured. When Wei Huan saw the thing, he was stunned for a second, and then he was overjoyed. He didn't expect that this was actually a thought beast. Although the thought beast has the word beast in its name, in Wei Huan's view, it is more like the wireless network Wi-Fi of the dark beast tribe. Not only can it connect to the souls of every dark beast through its body, command and drive low-level dark beasts, but most importantly, it has the ability to update gene fragments. It only takes one thought-sending beast to collect information about Wei Huan. After returning to the dark beast plane, the entire dark beast clan, even the newly born dark beast cubs, will know that Wei Huan is the enemy. Wei Huan is very strong, and Wei Huan must die. Moreover, this awakened memory in the genes and blood is accompanied by Wei Huan's abilities, his strengths and weaknesses, including what tactics to adopt to kill him after meeting him. The importance of thought-sending beasts to the Dark Beast clan is almost equivalent to the importance of the internet to humans. If humans do not have the internet and satellite signals, it would be like returning to ancient times, and everything would regress accordingly. The Dark Beast left the challenge world. If there was no effective way to transmit information, it would not have fought against humans for so long, and even suppressed humans. When Wei Huan saw that it was a thought-provoking beast, he didn't have time to think about it. As if he was afraid that it would run away in the next second, his consciousness turned into a sharp spike and pierced into the soul of the thought-provoking beast fiercely. A flash of light. It was the largest soul-gathering Wei Huan had ever seen. Wei Huan didn't know how to describe the twisted entanglement, like countless silk threads entangled in a ball, and the object was still slowly wriggling. He could only describe it this way. Soul-gathering. Maybe it was the instinct of the necromancer? The first time Wei Huan saw this dark entangled object, he knew that each of these silk threads seemed to be a spiritual consciousness. Although they were all very small and weaker than fireflies, when they were entangled together, they became extremely huge. Even bigger than Wei Huan's consciousness. In comparison, it was like the difference between a basin of water and a spoon. But Wei Huan was not afraid. After all, this kind of soul object that was scattered and tangled together was completely different from his spiritual thorn. His spiritual thorn, although small, was extremely condensed and sharp. Under Wei Huan's control, it pierced into the mass of objects fiercely. Just like a steel spoon cutting into a ball of tofu, it penetrated without feeling and reached the core. Then, his condensed and sharp spiritual thorn seemed to melt, softening, and a green flame was ignited. This was the fire of death transformed by Wei Huan's netherworld power. The undead whose souls were ignited by the fire of death will be resurrected because of him, and can only listen to his orders, be dominated and controlled by him, forever and ever. The fire of death burned from the center of this soul gathering, and the black silk thread that was stained seemed to be ignited by the flame, and green cold flames also emerged. Almost without any resistance, Wei Huan completed the step of igniting the fire of death. It stands to reason that at this step, he can withdraw his consciousness and complete a successful summoning. But before Wei Huan left, he subconsciously swept his consciousness and found that this object actually had a flame-spreading process. Those green flame-colored silk threads spread rapidly to both ends, but because these silk threads were too long, as if there was no end, the seemingly fast spread was actually very slow. And once Wei Huan's consciousness left, without the continuous supply of the fire source, the spread would slow down, or even stop, and even the lit flames might disappear and return to the beginning. Wei Huan had no choice but to leave his consciousness in this soul mass to continuously provide combustion energy. But the whole process took longer than he imagined, so long that it seemed like eternity. Time passed by minute, and his consciousness could not leave the soul mass, and could not return to the world of the tomb. Not to mention returning to his body and waking up. Rather than saying that he was igniting the consciousness of this thought beast, it would be better to say that he was also trapped. Perhaps his level was not high enough, even though this thought beast did not resist at all. Simply igniting it seemed to have used up all of Wei Huan's energy. Finally, when the green flames finally passed halfway, the fire of death could spread forward on its own. But Wei Huan stayed to take precautions until the last bit of soul filament was lit. Wei Huan felt its consciousness. It was faint and very small, like the most ordinary undead, but it was indeed an 8th level dark beast. In that meager consciousness that seemed to dissipate in the next second, Wei Huan felt it surrender. Wei Huan then felt relieved to take back his consciousness. After returning to the tomb world, he found that his eyes were bright. His field of vision doubled. No, not just doubled, but tripled. The visible distance reached about 1,500 meters. This distance can be said to be very far. The distance that human eyes can see clearly is less than a kilometer, but within Wei Huan's field of vision, he can see a stone under the ground clearly. From a distance, the microscopic view is extremely detailed, as clear as a candlelight, as if he has a domain that belongs to him alone. Wei Huan was a little surprised by this phenomenon, but before he could think more, a violent elastic force appeared, and his soul was ejected out of the professional temple. The professional temple can stay in the real world for 5 hours, and the time flow rate inside and outside is 1:5. Wei Huan thought, I have spent 25 hours so quickly. Sure enough, the feeling of the soul is different from that of the body, but the specific difference still needs to be slowly understood by oneself. Captain, you have been practicing for 20 hours. Before the consciousness completely returned to the body, the voice of the AI butler sounded in my ears. It said, we have arrived in front of the final boss. Deputy Captain Mu has come here 3 times during this period. Do you need me to contact Captain Mu? When Wei Huan heard this, he jumped up from his seat and woke up completely. Tell him I'm awake. While saying this, Wei Huan opened the door and walked out in big strides, turning into the cabin 2 or 3 steps. He saw Mu Zhong, who was about to get up after receiving the news. There has been some progress in cultivation. Wei Huan explained what happened to him during this period of time in the first sentence. Then he asked, how much time is left? Mu Zhong didn't waste any words and said, it's 4 o'clock in the afternoon of the 10th day. There is enough time. I'm just worried about your situation. It's okay now. Also, all of us gave up the 12 o'clock transmission on the 80 line and left. The outside world has not received any news from us and may be very anxious. Wei Huan nodded. He understood the reason for Mu Zhong's anxiety. They are the pioneers and navigators of the Blue Star human beings in challenging the world. If they fail on the way forward, it will be a huge blow to mankind. Their victory is not only an emotional comfort to their family and friends, but most importantly, they have become the spiritual leaders of the Blue Star. They cannot lose. If possible, it would be best to convey this good news to the world at 12 o'clock. But they chose to continue moving forward to challenge the final boss. They lost contact and became the concern of the whole world. This is why Mu Zhong was a little anxious. Of course, Wei Huan has woken up now, and has made a big breakthrough in his cultivation, which is a good thing. Mu Zhong's face was dyed with a smile again, and he looked at Wei Huan deeply, then turned around and pointed outside the car and said, look, this is a platinum level ruins. It seems the challenge world is compensating us. Wei Huan narrowed his eyes and looked over. Located at the deepest bottom of the sea, there grew a group of twisted and floating plants with fangs and claws, and the end of them could not be seen at a glance. It looked like the body of the liar's descendants, but it looked more old, as if it had lived for 10,000 years. It had grown twisted and deformed, showing a decayed smell of dying. The sea leaves were broken and ragged, and in some places there were still twisted objects that looked like many fat tumors piled together and finally formed. A large group fell down, and it seemed that something ominous was hatching inside. The existence of this thing seemed to pollute the seawater. The originally dark seawater seemed to suddenly become thicker when it approached the sea leaf plant, like ink. Even if the level 7 car light shone over, the vision was limited and could not see too far. The reason why we know that this is a platinum level monster is because the chariot scanned out its level. On the projection map, there was a huge platinum treasure chest sign in front of them, but also a ruins sign. Ruins are more time consuming than treasure chests. The treasure chest appears right in front of you, and you can open it by just touching it. For small ruins, you need to get off the car to explore. For large monster nests called ruins, it is more time consuming to explore. However, there are often several boxes in the ruins. If you are lucky, You can not only get platinum treasure chests and platinum ruins, but also gold treasure chests and several silver treasure chests, which is a full meal. The platinum ruins in front of you look extremely scary and gloomy, and it clearly says no entry for strangers. Unfortunately, Wei Huan is not afraid of him. Wei Huan felt his own dark power. After summoning the thought beast, he lost more than half of his dark power. He said, "Wait for me to recover, and we start in 3 hours." Mu nodded and looked at Cousin Mu. Notify them and hold a combat meeting. Cousin Mu received the signal and turned around to contact the captains of each department. Soon, everyone was in the meeting room. Wei Huan's way of recovery was to find a place to take a light nap. Going to the professional temple for training, although it looks like sleeping, it is not actually sleeping. The mental consumption is greater, and it is more tiring than being awake. It's just that something is on his mind. Wei Huan couldn't fall asleep, so he simply turned over and sat up, opened the portal, and a black mist-like beast floated out of the door. Wei Huan looked at the black mist in front of him, felt its state, and studied it for a long time before he had a rough conclusion. This guy seemed to have just died, and his soul was detained in the underworld, but he met him before he could give birth to his spiritual consciousness. So he summoned it across levels, so he didn't encounter resistance. With Wei Huan's current ability, the success rate of summoning the thought beast is very low. This guy has a huge soul and a high star level. If he doesn't want to be summoned by him, even if he can't attack Wei Huan naturally, he will have enough time to escape. It's all luck that he can summon it. Wei Huan even suspected that if it was a new undead, could it be killed by himself? What is this called? Self-sufficiency? Unfortunately, after becoming an undead, all the past events disappeared, and the soul was annihilated in the void, and then a new spirit was born in this body, completing a new life. Whether the answer is what he thought, I'm afraid it can no longer be explored. Then, Wei Huan went to study the ability of the thought beast. Then, he was shocked. This thought beast turned out to be a possession-type summon. It can possess Wei Huan, increase Wei Huan's spiritual power during the possession period, and also increase the quality of his spiritual power when it is running. The former is easy to understand, that is, in the state of possession, Wei Huan's dark power value will increase by 10%. With his current total dark power value of 10,100, he will increase his spiritual power by 1,010 points after possession. 1,010 points of spiritual power can allow him to summon one more two-headed hidden demon every day. If he uses it to summon Shiroma, he can summon 33 more every day. The latter increases the quality of spiritual power, which allows Wei Huan to get better results when using the psychic ability to comb the souls of the undead, or to cultivate high-quality undead in a targeted manner. This ratio is probably about 10%. And this is just the ability of a thought beast. Thought beasts can merge with each other. The more they merge, the stronger they are, and the higher the increase Wei Huan gets when they are possessed. Moreover, in the early stage, it is only the increase in spiritual power. After fusing more thought beasts, his strength, agility, endurance, etc. will also be increased. As a summoner, the Gravekeeper's body is the biggest weakness. Even if Wei Huan did not stop his physical training, and Lu Qingji prepared a good meal every day, as each profession continued to deepen its cultivation, Wei Huan's physical data was still clearly different from the professions that really fought with the flesh. But if an elite thought beast could be cultivated, Wei Huan would have a basic elite panel after being possessed. If a heroic thought beast was cultivated, Wei Huan could fight with most of the Sequence 5 melee fighters on the car in physical combat. If he were an epic hero, he could follow Su Qingqiang and his friends to fight in close combat and on the front line. Legendary hero level, pseudo-god level, needless to say, he tore the Dark Beast King apart with his hands, stepped on the Dark Beast realm, and dared to destroy a plane by himself. Of course, the latter is an ideal state. How many thought beasts must be fused to reach this level? Wei Huan, who can barely summon one now, probably doesn't need to think about these until he cultivates to Sequence 8. Even at this moment, the improvement brought by this thought beast possessing him is enough to surprise him. Is the strength increased by 10% at once? Wei Huan continued to study the thought beast and tested the negative effects of the possession state. When he saw that the continuous and wave after wave of combat meetings in the conference room finally ended and were about to end, Wei Huan had to put down his research and walked out of the commander's room. On his chariot, the main force of the battle is always the undead, and the battles of other combat teams are all to cooperate with the undead army. Even though Mu Zhong has done a good job, he still needs to show up and give a few words. Wei Huan said, "The undead will go in first, and will be teleported after arriving at the location. I will also teleport when you clear the space." This period is the most dangerous time. After that, cooperate well with the undead army. Let the undead bear the danger, and let the undead send you to death. Protect your own life first and push out steadily and step by step. That's it. There is still half an hour to rest and wait. Say a few words, really say a few words. Earlier, Mu Zhong made various tactical analysis and combat plans with each team, and the details were handed down to everyone. But when Wei Huan came, he set up the battle framework here with great force. The previously vague places immediately became clear and definite, and the battle objectives were extremely clear. This is the role of a leader, who can always guide the direction at a critical moment. Everyone dispersed, and Mu Zhong returned to his driving seat. Now is not the time to rest. His previous 2 hours of busyness were certainly not in vain. Wei Huan set up the framework, and he filled in the details. The two of them were rough and detailed, and the rough and detailed were one of the reasons why this car was united and strong. However, in comparison, Jacques could not find his position in the car for the time being. Fortunately, Mu Zirwei was a studious person, and often followed Jacques to learn. Slowly, Jacques finally felt a sense of belonging in the long-distance team. After Wei Huan and Mu Zhong separated, they saw Jacques, who was also about to leave. Wei Huan stopped Jacques and asked, "I am with the melee team in this battle, and I only know the combat requirements of the melee team. What do you think about the ranged team?" Jacques obviously thought about it, and said immediately, "This ruins can be entered by car, but I believe that those seaweeds are not just for decoration. My suggestion is that the ranged team, together with other chariots, push forward all the way and attack from both inside and outside." Wei Huan nodded. "Okay, the external advancement work will be left to you, and I hope you can always keep in touch with other chariots and act in unison." After a pause, Wei Huan said, "If you feel you are not ready yet, you can also do it next time." "No, it's okay." Jacques shook his head. "I have nothing to regret for joining your chariot. It was Osum who tried to kill me, and you helped me at the critical moment. I have not let anyone down, but they let me down. They are the ones who should feel guilty and avoid it, not me." Wei Huan nodded, and there was a moment of sympathy in his eyes when he looked at Jacques, but he knew that this was not what Jacques wanted, so he showed an expression of recognition and appreciation, and nodded. "That's fine, I will leave the long-range combat to you, so that you can concentrate on the battle in the front." "No problem, leave it to me." A smile appeared on Jacques' face, and his eyes sparkled. Chapter 234. Half an hour later. Wei Huan adjusted his combat status, and it was time for the battle to begin. After the portal was opened, the first one to be teleported out was the Point Beast. Wei Huan wanted to upgrade the Point Beast to a legendary hero, so all the recruited Crypt Beast mothers were devoured by the Point Beast. When he was free, he would train the Point Beast, hoping that it could advance again. In the underwater world, there is no better undead army than the Crypt Beast. The only other one is the two-headed hidden demon that can fly in the water, but unfortunately he only has 21 of them. It's a pity that the Point Beast has not been upgraded until entering the highway assessment, and now it is only an epic hero. The number of undead in the tomb limits the advancement of the Point Beast. If there is no way to go to other tombs, the Point Beast can only rely on Wei Huan to slowly train it, which takes a long time before it has a chance to break through. Now, the Dot Beast was summoned. Although it was still an epic hero, it had enough ammunition because it had devoured a large number of Crypt Beast mothers. Countless Crypt Beast mothers poured out from its abdomen. After the Crypt Beast mother flew out, it opened its abdomen and released the face huggers. Finally, the face huggers turned into a terrifying number, like a natural disaster, rushing towards the platinum-level ruins like a white wave. As expected, as the Crypt Beast approached, the seaweed seemed to come alive, and the ragged leaves, even if they turned into silk, tried to wrap up the face huggers. Some complete large leaves could easily catch 2 or 3 with one roll. After wrapping up the face huggers, these leaves continued to exert force, tightening little by little, until the face huggers were crushed. The face huggers disappeared and returned to their own space to revive, and the leaves just stretched out again and rolled up the next one. In an instant, the number of undead army entering the ruins was reduced by 1/3. However, as long as the enemy cannot destroy all the undead army in an instant, this level of attack is not a problem in front of Wei Huan. The Point Beasts are still releasing the Crypt Beast Mother Beasts, and the Crypt Beast Mother Beasts are releasing face huggers after they come out. The dense face huggers are like food delivered to the leaves. Although they are easily rolled away, under such a huge number, the face hugger army is still pushing deeper. The whole influx process lasted for a full 10 minutes, and the crews from other tanks who watched this battle were numb. How many are there? Is it not over yet? With such combat power, who can fight? Is the sequence of Gravekeepers a bit too much? Of course, from another perspective, it is always a good thing for the Gravekeeper sequence to be on the human side. But they didn't know that these were only the abilities of the Facehugger. Up to now, Wave 1 had not consumed any extra dark power except for summoning the Point Beast. However, after 10 minutes, it was estimated that the Facehugger had almost entered deep enough, and the 10 portals on both sides of Wave 1's chariot had been opened, and the undead finally came out. A group of Shiroma with strong melee ability jumped out of the portal, and jumped onto the back shell of the Facehugger waiting at the door, just like stepping on a flying motorcycle. So cool! The allied forces who saw this scene had bright eyes and drooled. The key point was not what combat power this would bring, but the fact that Shiroma stepped on the Facehugger was simply a combination of skills in their eyes, and it was a very cool combination of skills. Imagine yourself flying in the sea on a Facehugger. How cool it would be! Why only summon Shiroma? Won't the crew go into battle? Someone asked in confusion. Someone who knew more explained. Some of Wave 1's summons can teleport. You should know the dog-headed man, right? It has the ability to teleport. In such a battle, as long as the dog-headed man is sent in, the main combat personnel on the car can be directly teleported in, which reduces a lot of risks. I always feel that if it is like this, I can do it too. Hee, I will be reborn in Yen country in the next life. I see there are people from other countries on Wei Huan's car. Would you like to be a licker? Or like Shock, it is said that it took 3 visits to invite him, and Shock still owes Wei Huan a big favor. Well, it's not impossible to be a licker. Joking aside, Shiroma stepped on the Facehugger, and used a huge number of piles to protect the real target in the center. This tactic still makes people's eyes shine. There were too many Shiromas, and they would actively attack the leaves along the way. The scene was a bit chaotic for a while, and the naked eye could not see the situation inside. But everyone knew that among these huge numbers of undead, there must be dog-headed people. The core of Wave 1's tactics was not difficult to guess, and he had no intention of hiding it. The battle would basically end after the dog-headed people were delivered. This time was no exception. Under the heavy protection of the undead army, the dog-headed people went deep into the center of the ruins. Of course, there was also a team of Magic Eye Lords hiding in the middle. They were Wei Huan's eyes. Only when they went in could Wei Huan see the situation inside. One of Wei Huan's eyes was lit green, looking at the unknown front. The other eye blinked suddenly, and then narrowed dangerously. He had been in for 10 minutes, and he had not found the treasure chest of this ruins. If he did not open the treasure chest, he could not get the supplies, and he could not kill the monsters, and this ruins would not be considered a clearance. If he did not pass the clearance, even if he went through directly and reached the portal at the end, he would not be able to get the system reward, and it would only be counted as his assessment of leaving at line 80. After confirming that there was nothing above the ground, Wei Huan decisively set his sights on the gray-white mud on the seabed, ordered the undead army to start digging down. The mud and sand rolled, and Wei Huan's vision was limited, but he could feel that the speed of the undead's death was accelerating. There were also attacks underground. Wei Huan ordered the undead to protect his vision and go down. In that gray-white chaos, a thick root broke through the water curtain and whipped over. Shiroma rushed up and wanted to stop the root, but the black shadows were faster. When he came back to his senses, he saw that the roots, which were more than 10 meters long, were easily torn into pieces by the 3 two-headed hidden demons. Wei Huan's melee lethality has finally improved. The two-headed hidden demon replaced Sayuroma and became the trump card in melee combat. It's a pity that the number is not enough now, and it can't form a real combat force, so it can only fight in small scenes. However, Wei Huan is already looking forward to the moment when the two-headed shadow demons will be formed into an army and show their power on the battlefield. When the two-headed hidden demons take action, Sayuroma will naturally have no chance. The 21 two-headed hidden demons are divided into 4 groups, guarding the side of Wei Huan's vision. Their powerful combat power can often detect attacks before Sayuroma, and they move fast and attack quickly. Whenever the roots of the ruins want to get close, they will be discovered by the two-headed hidden demons first and then killed. The undead army dug more than 300 meters underground. This was a big project. Everyone only saw Wei Huan's undead pouring in, but they were not notified to join the battle. In fact, there was a big dog-headed man on standby in each of these chariots. If reinforcements were needed, they could also be teleported by the dog-headed man. In addition, different vehicles can also be directly teleported by dog-headed men, but no one has used it until now. 10 days of adventure time, and the vehicles were the units, and there was no communication between each other, so trust was established very slowly. This is also the reason why Wei Huan believed that humans must plant the world tree in the 6th level world. Without combat missions, everyone can only wait nervously. Fortunately, this wait is correct. When Wei Huan's undead army had dug 300 meters deep underground, they finally realized that if the chariots outside just pushed the sea leaves on the ground, they would not be enough. They must fight underground to be safe. As expected of a platinum monster from the advanced world, the ruins alone are already very dangerous, and they haven't even seen the treasure chest yet. Just thinking about this, Wei Huan heard Mu Zhong's voice shouting, "It's out!" Wei Huan paid attention for a moment, and the screen showed that they had just opened a silver treasure chest. The silver treasure chest was opened, and a lion-headed scorpion-tailed beast jumped out of it. It was surrounded and hammered by the undead, and soon fell silent. There was no binding mark behind the supplies displayed on the screen. The silver treasure chest in the 6th level world cannot be ignored. The super high attributes are already considered a small gold level item. After all, the number of gold treasure chests is definitely less than that of silver, and the non-main combat crew members on the car are only wearing silver suits. In addition, this kind of small gold level equipment is also very popular on the Alliance vehicles. It is cheap and has good properties. They prefer to purchase this kind of equipment. Opening the first silver treasure chest means that Wei Huan is in the right direction. However, 2 minutes later, another silver treasure chest was opened. When the third silver treasure chest was opened, Wei Huan had dug nearly 500 meters deep underground. Fortunately, he has a huge number of undead. It is more difficult to find a treasure chest deep underground than a maze in such a deep and large place. Wei Huan thought that the treasure chest dug out at a depth of 500 meters should be gold level. Who knew that when another treasure chest was opened, it was platinum level? Is this the ultimate treasure? However, Wei Huan thought about it again. The difficulty of 500 meters deep is already very great. That is, he can find it so quickly. If he changes his profession, he may not be able to find it even if he drills underground for a day and a night. Moreover, these routes can attack and sneak attack to block challengers. The difficulty is very high. Wei Huan ordered the undead to move, and he rushed all the way to protect his vision, and finally arrived at the area where a large number of undead died in the shortest time. Wei Huan saw a pair of huge red eyes in the gray sea water, which were much larger than those of humans. When they opened and closed, they were very fierce. Then the monster seemed to have discovered Wei Huan's existence and attacked this side. A powerful water flow chopped over like a giant sword. This kind of lethality reminded Wei Huan of the angel spear. It was a powerful magic attack, and the surrounding spiritual power was mobilized in large quantities, and then condensed together. The two-headed hidden demons standing in front of them were killed one after another, and their deaths were brutal and torn into pieces. But there were too many undead spirits standing in front of Wei Huan, and they rushed up like ants. The water flow moved forward for about 100 meters, and finally the power disappeared and dispersed completely. But the giant beast did not stop attacking Wei Huan. It smashed through the white chaotic water wall with its head, opened its mouth like swallowing the sky, and bit down. It was at this time that Wei Huan finally saw what the monster was: a snake. A triangular head as big as a 30-meter high building. Its body was black and red, and the fangs in its triangular mouth were more than 10 meters long. There was a pair of long horns on the top of its head, and there were dense long whiskers on its lower jaw, as if it was about to turn into a dragon. It seemed to be the simplest attack, just biting Wei Huan with its mouth, but Wei Huan felt a trace of the power of the law. There was also a sense of fear that could not be ignored. This fear comes from the suppression of the life level, and also from the depth of the mastery of the law. Its life level is higher than Wei Huan. So Wei Huan is afraid of it, and wants to turn around and run away. It is too big. Is it a demon beast from the ancient wilderness? Or is it the legendary overlord of the ocean? Its eyes are like the abyss, which can devour souls. Wei Huan blinked his eyes, waved away the thoughts that came out of his head, and easily overcame the fear. This comes from his absolute confidence. But if he can do it, what about others? Everyone is Sequence 5. Facing this behemoth, they will all be shocked to a certain extent, right? Wei Huan made a decision immediately. He pressed the communication button and said, "Su Qingqiang, you are leaving with your men." "Yes." Su Qingqiang's voice sounded, and in the short word, there was an excitement that could not be suppressed. The criminal sequence is a group of battle maniacs, and they are also a group of guys who don't know what fear is when they kill. If put in a game, these criminal sequences are a group of berserkers, naturally immune to fear. They can appear first in this battle. As Wei Huan's voice fell, Su Qingqiang appeared in his field of vision. When he saw the huge snake head rushing over, the demonized Su Qingqiang laughed abnormally and excitedly. He. He rushed out without fighting. Immediately afterwards, from behind, one demon after another appeared like a surge, followed Su Qingqiang, and rushed towards this huge platinum-level sea snake. The criminal sequence is indeed the most suitable for attacking battles. They are fearless in battle. The key is that they all have amazing fighting power, and have a certain ability to recover blood through eating. Of course, Su Qingqiang's ability to recover blood is very strong. If he eats a lot, he can even overcome the negative effects of bloodthirstiness. Others are true heroes for 3 minutes, but he can be a true hero forever. When he appeared on the stage, he was flashing with bloodthirsty red light, like a beacon guiding the way in this dark and chaotic seabed. It was like that little bit of edge, and the gun came out like a dragon. Facing the sea snake's swallowing mouth, he did not retreat but advanced, but instead crashed into the snake's head, shining a claw at the snake's mouth. The damage was really amazing, and a huge bloody mouth was dug out by Su Qingqiang. Wei Huan was worried that Su Qingqiang was too reckless. After all, this was a platinum monster in the 6th level world, so he hurriedly ordered the undead army to follow him. His guess was right. The sea snake was hurt and suddenly went crazy, and began to bite frantically. Some criminal sequences did not react well, and were almost bitten by the giant snake. At the critical moment, the undead army appeared and directly filled the giant snake's mouth, which prevented the criminals from being in danger of life. But it was a platinum-level snake after all, and it would not work if it relied on the criminal sequence alone. In less than 10 seconds, Captain Shui and others also received the order to go to battle. However, when Wei Huan gave the order, he had already stepped into the mouth of the dog-headed man. The battle line was too far away, and he had to go to the front line, otherwise the replenishment would not be able to keep up with the consumption. The dog-headed man teleported, and the next second Wei Huan appeared on the battlefield almost at the same time as Captain Shui. The two sides cooperated tacitly. As soon as Captain Shui saw Wei Huan, he swam to the front and blocked in front of Wei Huan. Then, Captain Wang Ming, Lu Xiaotian, Brother Chui and others who appeared later also protected Wei Huan as soon as they teleported. But Wei Huan was faster. After arriving at the scene, he didn't have time to see the surrounding environment clearly. After reaching sequence 5, 10 portals suddenly opened behind him. Then all the undead waiting in the tomb swarmed out. At the same time, a black shadow came to Wei Huan and got into his body. Captain! Be careful! Because it was the first time to use the Beast of Thought, the others didn't know that this was one of Wei Huan's abilities. After seeing this unclear scene, everyone rushed over nervously. Unfortunately, they were a step too slow and watched the ominous black shadow merge into Wei Huan's body. Wei Huan also realized at this time. What did he forget? He raised his hand to stop others from approaching, focusing on the still awkward possession. As the Beast of Thought completed the possession, a thick black smoke flowed out of Wei Huan's body. A circle around his body formed a ball of black flame-like effect. The upper limit of spiritual power increased by 10%. All kinds of attributes increased by 0.5%. The control over the undead was a little higher, which was specifically reflected in the consumption of his resurrecting the undead army, which was reduced by 1%. This improvement was huge in Wei Huan's eyes, and what he liked most was that this ability had growth potential. As long as he continued to cultivate this Beast of Thought, when it evolved and became stronger, he would get more benefits after possessing it. Wei Huan was satisfied with his changes at this moment. After indicating that he was fine, he looked at the battlefield in front again. The newly summoned undead had entered the battlefield and completed the replenishment. The pressure on Su Qingqiang and others was relieved, and the situation was slowly reversing. Now, it is only a matter of time to kill this platinum-level sea snake. Leaving the resurrected two-headed hidden demon behind to protect himself, Wei Huan, who was stepping on a 300-meter-high underground beast, was covered in black smoke, and endless undead souls poured out from the 10 doors behind him. This scene shocked Captain Shui and others even more, and they were in awe of Wei Huan. It was just like a demon god, so scary. The undead souls, like waves, rushed towards the giant sea snake. They were fearless, and even if they died one after another, they still couldn't stop their conquest. Under such an offensive, the giant sea snake retreated little by little, retreated and retreated. Finally, some allied vehicle commanders couldn't help but send people to teleport to the front line through the little dog-headed man. This is what I saw. Standing on the huge underground beast, a man with hellish black flames all over his body, with his undead and warriors, was beating the giant snake. Such a big snake, extremely vicious, and with the pressure of life level, was still no match for Wei Huan. Finally, it whimpered and collapsed for the first time. Some sharp-eyed people noticed that the body under the skin of the giant snake seemed to be eaten, and it was shriveled up piece by piece. Occasionally, there would be criminal sequences, or face huggers crawling in and out of the occasional gap. This feeling of being devoured from the inside made people's scalps numb, which was both cruel and satisfying. Blocking the snake head was a group of martial kings. Although they were only sequence 5, they were well-fed and well-dressed in Wei Huan's car, and they also had the tree buds of the world tree to help them practice. They were as strong as blood cows. If they just dealt with it instead of taking the risk of killing it, it would not be difficult to force the giant snake. One of the martial kings was particularly strong. For some reason, the giant snake was always looking for him. The more pain he felt, the more he chased and bit him. But this guy was really tough. The giant snake's teeth and head had hit him several times, but he didn't suffer any serious damage except that he kept somersaulting and running away in a panic. Another martial king had already stood on the giant snake's head, using a big axe like a door panel to chisel the giant snake's forehead. It was unknown whether the giant snake felt no pain or its attention was always attracted by the embarrassed martial king. In short, it ignored it completely and let its head bleed. There was a hole in its skull. These two people are naturally Captain Shui, who is born with a taunting physique, and Hammer, who is born to be a passerby. One of them uses platinum level and diamond level equipment, and the other uses a diamond level axe. One carries and the other fights, and the hatred and output are stable. In addition, there are Captain Wang Ming and Lu Xiaotian, who are new to the car. They have been following Mu Dihao for a long time, and some of them are even big brothers who have watched Mu Zhong grow up. After the advent of the Challenge World, Mu Dihao arranged for people to visit the hidden masters in the famous mountains and rivers, as well as the fighting tactics of various countries in the world, to cultivate them. Each of them is a good player in output and resistance to damage, and they are sensitive, flexible and agile, and have extremely high tactical qualities. Surrounding the head of the giant snake, they just don't attract the hatred of the giant snake. In this moment, the head of the giant snake has been beaten beyond recognition, and it looks a bit pitiful. Of course, the real fatal killing intent is still in the body of the giant snake. Su Qingqiang brought more than 30 of the strongest criminal sequences, and with the cooperation of the face hugger, they were almost hollowing out the giant snake. Such internal and external cooperation. In less than half an hour, the huge sea snake that was twitching and struggling in anger finally whimpered, softened, and completely stopped moving. Looking at the final victory of this battle, these allies who came to support but were actually watching the battle were shocked by the tacit cooperation. At the beginning, they always thought that the reason why Wei Huan's chariot was strong was because of Wei Huan's endless undead. Now I know that their strength is because everyone has their own position, and there is tacit cooperation, not stealing credit or offside, and close cooperation like a whole. How can such a chariot not be strong? The platinum giant snake died, and the remaining layer of skin and half of its body were quickly taken back by the Challenge World. Even if 40 criminal sequences were to eat freely, they could not eat such a huge snake. Fortunately, the endless prison still detained the soul of the giant sea snake, so some resources were not wasted. After the platinum monster died, the ruins did not disappear, which means that there are still treasure chests that have not been found. However, with the army of undead, it is only a matter of time to find it after digging deep into the ground. Wei Huan was forced back to the chariot by a group of people with pitiful expressions. Although he was planning to leave, he was still a little unhappy to be forced back. Teleported out and appeared directly in the combat meeting room. Mu Zhong was here at the moment. After seeing him come back, he said with joy, "Wei Huan, did you see it dropped?" "No. The 7th level protective shield was dropped. Now it's good, you get what you want, and your adventure in the 6th level world is more secure." Chapter 235. November 20th. On this day, many countries on Blue Star had a heavy snowfall. When the people woke up from their sleep in the morning, they opened the curtains and saw a vast expanse of white snow. What they felt was not romance and purity, but a palpitation that seemed like a bad omen. I don't know how many people picked up their phones to check the notifications of the challenge app, but they all looked disappointed. Even after waking up from a nap, the news they wanted to get was not sent. Someone posted on the forum, "I can't sleep at 4 o'clock. Did I miss any news? Can anyone tell me that Wei Huan and his team have successfully passed the level and arrived at the 6th level world?" Immediately, there were more replies. "Getting up at 4 o'clock? You are so careless. It has been 24 hours since yesterday. I dare not close my eyes. I even hold my phone when I go to the toilet. How can you sleep? No news. I am so desperate now. What should I do? If they don't pass the level, I am afraid I can't survive. This fucking world, destroy it quickly. Why is there no news? Why is there no news? Why is there no news? The posts are full of desperate remarks. Wei Huan's breakthrough to the level 6 world this time has touched the hearts of the whole world. In Wei Huan's victory after victory, many people have placed the life and death of mankind on him. If Wei Huan falls, it will also be the backbone of countless people and the support for their survival. And this part of people is not only from Yin country, but also from foreign countries. Those who shout desperately are from other countries. Some people are even on the verge of collapse, and may commit suicide at any time. So in posts like this, there are people speaking up. Yin country notifies that the beacons of Wei Huan and others are all healthy. Don't worry, Wei Huan is just clearing the level. Be patient and wait. This is to give confidence to the people of Blue Star, and also to help them in this difficult time. We cannot let negative emotions spread on the forum, or terrible things will happen. However, such remarks can only prevent the tragedy from happening at the moment. If Wei Huan really cannot clear the level in the end, or even dies in the challenge world, mankind will face a disaster. This is terrible. If the Yin countryman succeeds this time, he will win the hearts of all ordinary people on Blue Star. What else? Do you want him to fail? There must be a limit to stupidity. Such voices frequently appear among the top leaders of some countries. Even the top leaders of Osum scold their subordinates, who do not understand the situation. The countries of Blue Star have indeed been fighting, and they are still scheming and calculating their interests until now. But they are just greedy, not stupid. Wei Huan has obviously taken up the banner of fighting against the Dark Beast, and everything is going in a good direction. At this moment, human beings should share the same interests and pray that Wei Huan is alive. As for the very few people, they can only say that they are blinded by hatred and are willing to take the whole world and their own lives in exchange for Wei Huan's death. And the vast majority of people are holding their mobile phones at all times on this day. Waiting. Praying. November 20th. Challenge the world at 12:57 noon. Mobile phones all over the world seem to ring. The hands holding the mobile phones are shaking, and then cheers are heard from all over the streets. Ah! It's done! It's done! Ha ha, good news. Great news. Did you check your phone? Did you hear it? I'm so happy. I'm not this happy even when I'm married. I love you, Wei Huan. Oh God, woo! Congratulations to the Blue Star humans for completing the level 6 highway assessment. Congratulations to the Wei Huan team for killing the final boss, and completing the ultimate challenge, and rewarding a gold treasure chest. Congratulations to the Blue Star humans for completing the level 6 highway assessment. Congratulations. After 3 consecutive screen refresh notifications, another notification sounded. Notification. The Blue Star humans took the lead in completing the level 6 highway assessment. After 30 days, the challenge world will open the battlefield Lost World. Please prepare for both parties. Notification. The Blue Star humans took the lead in completing the level 6 highway assessment. Notification. After that, there was new news. Congratulations to the Wei Huan team for taking the lead in completing the level 6 highway challenge and winning first place, and issuing a gold treasure chest. Congratulations to Wei Huan's team. Congratulations. 9 messages in a row, one every 10 seconds, controlled all the human beings on the earth for 1.5 minutes. Then came the cheers and screams from all over the world. Some people were so excited that they knelt on the ground, kissed the ground, and cried tears of joy. Wei Huan won, and mankind ushered in a real counterattack. Humanity finally came out of the darkness of despair. Thank God, thank Wei Huan. Just half an hour later, a large number of petitioners holding signs appeared in front of the government gates of several countries competing with Yin country, mainly Osum, hoping that their governments could further repair relations with Yin country and reach cooperation with Yin country, so that with the help of Wei Huan, mankind can completely get out of the predicament. Please ask the government to take our proposal seriously. Let those old antiques who are self-contained, greedy and corrupt step down. This is a war concerning all mankind, and each of us has the right to decide our own life. We want to cooperate with Yin country. We want to cooperate with Wei Huan. No matter what those big crocodiles, who have controlled power in Asham for hundreds of years, are thinking at this time, the people are completely shocked by the news that Wei Huan has entered the 6th level world. Wei Huan's strength is not as simple as his successful entry into the 6th level world, but his high profile, arrogant and confident attitude that he doesn't even take the final boss seriously. Only the strong are qualified to be arrogant. Only the strong can lead mankind to hope. Under the impact of this series of good news, their trust and love for Wei Huan have reached a fanatical level. If the country always takes a stance against Yin country and Wei Huan, if they can't change all this, then stay away from here and rush to the Garden of Dreams. Speaking of which, whoever is strong will follow him. A full mentality of admiring the strong. But the world has become like this. If there are no strong people, they will only end up like this. In the Osum National Parliament Hall, a group of elderly people in their 70s and 80s, the youngest of whom is over 60 years old, have been silent in this circular Parliament Hall for a long time. Nearly 100,000 people gathered outside to petition. The crowd stretched from here to 3 blocks away. It seemed that everyone in the city had gathered here. This is not the era of population explosion before the advent of the challenge world. Now, a city with 100,000 people speaking out can already represent the wishes of a large part of the people. After receiving the news, the members of the Osum Congress rushed here in their private planes or by car from the underground passage 10 kilometers away. Almost everyone gathered together. Among them, there was an old man who was about to die. His lower eyelids were drooping, and you could see the scarlet flesh of his eyes. He was the focus of everyone's attention. He sat at the highest point. In the past, about a week ago, he was very determined to suppress Wei Huan's faction. He had a very high status in the parliament, and he had worked for many years, and had many loyal supporters. At the same time, his family was very rich. Nearly 1/5 of Osum's assets were in the hands of his family, which made him control almost 1/5 of the power of the country in the past. The president could not take office without his nod. Even now, after the advent of the challenge world, he used the family's wealth and the power in his hands to gather a large number of challengers, including his family's children, who also entered the challenge world one after another, continued to hold important positions, and plundered resources. Before Wei Huan appeared, even if he could not become a challenger, he was still one of the most powerful people in the country under his operation. But the change came unexpectedly. Before he could predict, the necromancer of Yin country had grown to a level that he could not hide. This was not the most excessive. It was that the necromancer not only killed his family members, but also opposed his family members everywhere. Even the killing of 278 Osum challengers, some people began to persuade him to let it go, and persuade him to be a hero in the face of the times. How could he be willing? He was a member of the Hodgson family. The Hodgson family never bows their heads. They are born superior. They are born to stand at the end of power and wealth, and look down on all living beings, stirring up the world. What about Yin country? They have accused it of being a stumbling block to the power of Asham. In the past hundreds of years, it has been suppressed like a dog, so now let him bow his head? How is it possible? The Hodgsons, who have been proud all their lives, will never bow their noble heads. Okay, enough. Hodgson drooped his eyes, and lightly suppressed the gazes of those who asked him for instructions. It's just a group of ignorant people who are willful. As you can see, Asham has always been on the right path under our resolution, and this time is the same. Or I propose to arrange the chariot to follow Wei Huan into the 6th level world. Have you forgotten? The ability of human beings to pass the 6th level highway depends not only on Wei Huan alone, but also on the chariots of us and our allies. This is enough. We are the great Asham Empire. Can you imagine we bow to Yin country? What else do they want from us? The complex relationship between countries is not something that ordinary people can understand. Okay, let's do it this way. Let someone contact the captain. What's his name? Follow Wei Huan to the 6th level world. Oh, Captain Clay Wilton. He will be our hero of Osum. They just want heroes. We give them. It's very simple. Okay, let's talk about the next thing. Someone proposed to me that William State should merge with Konda State. Next, please let the proposer speak. Outside the Parliament Hall, there was no anger on the faces of the petitioning people. Wei Huan's joy of passing the level infected everyone. They gathered here without any incitement or gathering in advance, just because when the good news was delivered, they and most of the people around them had the same idea. Yin country and Wei Huan are the hope of mankind. We must cooperate to defeat the dark beasts and make mankind prosperous forever. This idea was not unexpected. From the advent of the challenge world to the resistance of mankind, those who stood up and rushed to the front have worked very hard and are very great. It's just that the stumbling process made too many people worry and live in fear, fearing that one day when they wake up, the Alliance army will be defeated on the battlefield. Such days without seeing the future are muddle-headed and uncomfortable. So ordinary people need a guiding light to tell them clearly that they still have a future, they can work hard and live. They gathered at the door of the Parliament House. Of course, Wei Huan and Osam's pioneering army have had frequent frictions recently, and the news has spread to Blue Star. Even though the media of Osam had publicized Wei Huan's tyranny and cruelty, he was the only human being who hoped that this matter would be beyond doubt. So they all hoped that Osam could let go of his hatred and the prejudice against Yin country in the past years, find his position again, and truly cooperate with Yin country to complete the challenge. Hodgson was angry in his office as the Speaker of the Parliament at this moment, and he became even angrier when he saw the people gathered outside the gate. He had just arranged for someone to contact Clay Wilton, the driver who had successfully entered the 6th level world with Wei Huan. But he personally met with him, but was rejected by the other party, who only sent a small captain to reply to him. He is Hodgson. The trembling small captain was completely clueless and only told him that there were many things to do after entering the 6th level world, and he could not leave the challenge world. Damn it! There was no mandatory time requirement to return to Blue Star, and he dared to refuse his summons? Hodgson had a gloomy face and was angry about how to benefit from this matter. When the door of his office was knocked open, the adjutant sent his useless grandson in. Countless resources were used to cultivate him, escorted him all the way, and even sent him to the car of that woman Agri's, but he couldn't do anything. Every time he saw him, he would only cry and complain about his grievances. He was his worst grandson. But who said he was his own son? The most important thing is that this child has been the best at acting like a spoiled child since he was a child, and he is the one who is least afraid of him among all the children. He complained in his mouth, but he also liked him the most. Carl Hodgson was the deputy driver in Agri's car. After Challenge World received the notification from the world, he left Challenge World immediately and found his grandfather, the chairman of the parliament. In the past, his complaints and cries always got some response. This time, he wanted to complain about the city lord and wanted Jacques to die. It would be even better if Wei Huan could be humiliated and cry at his feet. Grandfather. Carl Hodgson walked into the office and went directly to the old Hodgson. Then, like a child, he knelt beside the old man and lay on his legs, looking at his grandfather, his patron, with infinite attachment and grievance. The city lord of Peanut City let Jacques go. He had surrounded him, but let Wei Huan take him away. Jacques is a wanted criminal for treason, and the person who let him go should be guilty of the same crime. Carl Hodgson held the old man's wrinkled hand and looked up at him with admiration. Grandfather, Wei Huan passed the test, and his prestige has increased. When I came, I saw people outside. He is threatening your position, but he is too strong. What if I can't kill him? Even that idiot from the Mulberry country, I spent so much effort to train him, but he came back empty-handed and seriously injured. He didn't even hurt a hair of Wei Huan, and let him take the world tree away. Speaking of this, Carl Hodgson cried with grievance. Grandfather, what should I do? We are Hodgson. Old Hodgson touched Carl's head, just like touching a dog, but he enjoyed the younger generation's coquetry, and his eyes were full of pampering and helplessness. He said, if I remember correctly, you have already contacted people related to Wei Huan, and his father is very happy to come to Asham. Wei Huan doesn't like his father, because his father doesn't only love him. Look at that greedy stepmother, and that ignorant child. If they are gone, his father will only consider his only son wholeheartedly. And you, Carl, my child, you will be Mr. Wei Jinhong's best friend. Old Hodgson persuaded him step by step, and did not hesitate to teach his dirty tricks to the child. Although he is useless, who told him to love him? He also told Carl Hodgson, and those people you brought back from Yin country, don't waste their abilities. Wei Huan is more than one person on the chariot, such as the famous cook. I heard that among the people you rescued, there are people who are very familiar with him. These are all lines that can be infiltrated. Oh, by the way, that criminal sequence seems to have been supporting the welfare home. The children there are very cute, and some of them are also challenging the world, right? That's right. If you can't kill or stop Wei Huan's growth, then change him step by step. Starting with the people around him is often the easiest, and this trick has always been successful in the past. After all, who can refuse a helping hand at a critical moment? They don't want the other party to betray their country, but just want to maintain the balance between countries, and between the strong and the country in this way, right? Carl Hodgson left the House of Representatives through a secret passage. As soon as he got in the car, his sad face became arrogant and wanton. He said to the people around him, contact Irene to bring people to my yacht. She serves that woman every day and thinks she is. What kind of goddess is this? She is just lucky. I am the most powerful heir of the Hodgson family in the future. What is she? After complaining like this, Carl Hodgson's car passed through the streets of the city, and all he saw were people who were as happy as if it was a festival. Thinking that all this came from that guy named Wei Huan, he felt sour as if he had eaten a big bite of lemon. Why is it that I am never lucky? They are just a group of guys who have a little luck on the primary highway. Why are they loved by so many people? I really want to replace them. Or seeing his painful look. Well, speaking of it, the man in his car seems to be just a dancer of sequence 4. Even as a dual professional driver, he doesn't have much combat power. I wonder if Wei Huan would still be so happy if this man was not there. Just as Carl Hodgson was thinking this, his eyelashes suddenly jumped, and a sense of crisis surged in his heart. Looking at the small road outside that had entered the building at some point, Carl Hodgson frowned. Didn't we say we were going to the beach? His secretary glanced around, and then said with certainty, the main road is full of petitioners. We were blocked and had to take a detour. It's fast here. But before he could finish his words, a flash of light cut directly towards Carl Hodgson's neck. Fortunately, Carl Hodgson sensed something was wrong in advance and jumped away with a quick reaction. But a cluster of blood still burst out of his neck. You? There was no time to say more questioning words. Carl Hodgson couldn't even take a second look at whether this secretary, who had been with him for more than 10 years, was still the same person, and under the warning that kept pulling his nerves, he broke the window and escaped. Hua la la. The glass window and the car door flew out at the same time, and Carl Hodgson turned into a giant bear with gray mane in midair and fell heavily to the ground. Puff! The blood on his neck spurted out like an arrow. Roar, roar, roar! Carl Hodgson roared angrily, and then turned over again, ready to spread his wings and fly. But his secretary and his driver also jumped out right after him. 5 figures jumped down from the roof at the same time. Carl Hodgson was furious. Someone wanted him dead. No, no. He is Hodgson. 3 minutes later, a red cloud floated over and stopped on the rooftop of the building in the alley. The red cloud dissipated, and Agries looked at the pool of blood on the ground, raised his eyebrows, and finally said, "Is he dead?" Then, Agries looked at one place alertly, turned over, and the red cloud spun around, and the person was gone. Carl Hodgson was dead. When old Hodgson got the news, he almost had a heart attack. Check. Check for me. He knocked on his cane, and tears burst out in his roar. This was his most beloved grandson. He wanted to find the murderer and slice every piece of meat. When everyone left and left the old man alone in the room, the old man's angry face gradually became gloomy. Someone finally took action against Hodgson. This was a terrible warning, and the scene he was most afraid to see. The deterrent power of the Hodgson family was weakening, and the advent of the challenging world was reshuffling the world's power structure bit by bit. Damn it! How can Hodgson be great forever? Old Hodgson's gloomy eyes finally fell on his mobile phone. He hated himself for not being a challenger, hated the world of challenge that suddenly came. It was this damn world that changed everything. Trampled his dignity and his face on the ground. But, if it doesn't change, the Hodgson family might be finished. Now that things have come to this, it seems that I have to pay more attention to Wei Huan. The anger on Hodgson's face quickly disappeared. It might not be a bad thing for a person who is praised as hope by people all over the world to choose to join him. Anyway, he can continue to play power in the new power system, which he is very good at. Come here. The door that the chairman of the parliament had closed for a long time was reopened. Old Hodgson, who had stabilized his emotions again, looked at the adjutant who came in and asked, "You arranged someone to investigate the cause of Carl's death. Now I have a new and more important job for you. You contact Yin Country and say that it was my suggestion to let them host a World Peace Alliance meeting. At that time, Osam will fully support the convening of the meeting. I just hope that the person who presides over this meeting can be our hero, Mr. Wei Huan." Chapter 236. The movements of Asham and the changes in the past 3 hours were not what Yin Country was concerned about. At this moment, Yin Country was the happiest about Wei Huan's successful clearance compared to other countries in the world. And the people of Yin Country obviously believed in Wei Huan's strength and the Legion more. The notice made them feel relieved, and they were really just waiting patiently. Even though 24 hours had passed since the first end of the assessment, everyone was still calm. After all, Wei Huan had done the same thing in the past. Besides, Wei Huan dared to provoke even god-level monsters in the 5th-level world, so how could the assessment of the 6th-level world stop him? Therefore, the people of Yin Country, who firmly believed that Wei Huan would succeed, did the same thing as soon as they got the news. They took out the firecrackers they had prepared long ago and lit them on the streets, in the community, and in the corridors. With the sound of crackling, the whole city seemed to cheer and laugh. There were lion dances in the south, dragon dances in the north, and ethnic minorities celebrating this moment with singing and dancing. The school children even had a half-day holiday, and the streets were full of people in high spirits. Zhou Xian also received a notice of temporary holiday from the university, so she thought about taking her daughter home and not going to kindergarten in the afternoon. As soon as she drove out of the school gate, she was startled by the red confetti all over the ground, and then smelled the gunpowder in the air, and felt a long-lost happiness and relaxation. The streets were full of students who received a temporary notice to leave school. They were talking and laughing with their school bags on their backs, and their figures jumped between the leaves. The adults were all holding their phones, gathering in groups of 3 or 4, chatting about something. With their eyebrows raised and their mouths wide open, they looked as if they wanted to dance on the spot. A middle-aged man, with a cigarette in his mouth, ran out of a shop on the street, holding a long string of firecrackers in his hand. Passing children and adults stopped and waited by the side with joy. Zhou Xian's car drove past, and the sound of firecrackers crackling came from behind. She saw people laughing in a group in the rearview mirror. Zhou Xian's smile didn't fade away until she got to the kindergarten. It wasn't until she saw 2 young people standing there at the door of the kindergarten that she was shocked. The car didn't even have time to park in the parking space, so she hurriedly turned off the engine, opened the door, and jumped out of the car, trotting a few steps to the 2 young people, looking at their energetic smiles. Zhou Xian wanted to laugh, but she didn't know why she cried. Covering her mouth, tears fell in big drops, crying with joy. "Mom." Mu Zhong smiled and gently held Zhou Xian in his arms, gently wiping the tears from her face. "Don't you think we are in danger? If you don't believe me, you have to believe Wei Huan. What does he mean in the level 6 world?" Zhou Xian held back her tears, glared at Mu Zhong, and then looked at Wei Huan. "When did you come back?" "I just got the news not long ago." "You came back as soon as you passed the level?" Wei Huan was a little embarrassed after being apart for too long. He called Auntie and then said, "I came out after completing the assessment. I stayed at the military district for a while, and my uncle was arguing to come back, but he was called away at the door, so we came here first." "Your Uncle Mu is back too?" "Yes, I mean I want to come back to see you." "What are you looking at? You're working so hard and challenge the world. I won't cause you any trouble. You don't need to take time to come back. You should rest more." Even though she said that, Zhou Xian smiled with her eyes bent, looking at this and that. Her happiness was all on her face. It was time for the kindergarten to pick up the children. Many parents heard that the school was closed in the afternoon, so they came to pick up their children. There were people coming and going here, and many people set their eyes on Wei Huan and Mu Zhong. Wei Huan pulled his cap down to the lowest. In fact, he used the portable system to change his appearance directly, but he was afraid of being misunderstood as cheating on the child, so he used his original appearance at this time. The young mother closest to him looked left and right, as if she wanted to recognize Wei Huan. When Wei Huan lowered his head and raised it again, his nose was collapsed, his lips were thick, and his jawline was invisible. He had become an ordinary round face. The young mother was stunned and looked away. The kindergarten opened, and the children lined up, holding the clothes of the children in front of them, and walked out with the teacher holding their hands. Mu Xi was the first one, and saw her mother at first sight, and then she saw Mu Zhong. She said loudly and crisply, "Teacher, teacher, my brother is here. My brother is Mu Zhong, and I have another brother named Wei Huan. You just said you want to see brother Wei Huan, I will take you to see him." Shua, along with the teacher's face, countless eyes looked over again at the same time. Mu Zhong did not adjust his appearance. The second before being recognized, he smiled as a default of his identity, and then made a gesture of silence. The kindergarten that Mu Xi attends is the Qinglong Military District's children's kindergarten. The children who attend this kindergarten basically have families, who work in the Qinglong army. Apart from other things, the quality and awareness of these family members are top-notch. "Lieutenant Colonel Mu. Oh my god, it's you. I said you looked familiar? I saw Sister Zhou coming over, and I was wondering who she was talking to. Is the assessment of the 6th level highway difficult?" Although everyone was talking around, their voices were very low and they also kept enough measure, so although there were many people at the entrance of the kindergarten, it was not messy at all. Mu Zhong was not tired of interacting with people. He patiently answered a circle. Those who got the response were very happy, and they knew that they could not entangle, so they made way for the 3 people who picked up Mu Xi. Mu Zhong and the others knew each other. The one in his arms was Mu Xi, and the one walking on the left was Zhou Xian, and everyone was familiar with him. Then the young man on the right. Anyway, he can't be Commander Mu, So could he be? Some people came to their senses and watched Wei Huan's back gradually fade away, their hearts pounding, but in the end, they didn't do what they shouldn't do. But it's really good. Challenging the world is so difficult, and it's also opening up a level 6 world. After the work is done, he still comes home to see it. How should I put it? I think such a hero is very good, very down to earth, and very close. Wei Huan got in the car and completely relaxed after the door was closed. But before he could come to his senses, a pair of small hands held his face, and the little girl who came up pouted his chubby face and asked, "Brother Wei Huan, why have you gained weight?" There was a burst of laughter in the car. Wei Huan asked the system to adjust his face back. The little girl felt that his face was different, her little face wrinkled, and she actually showed a distressed expression. "It doesn't hurt if you blow it. It won't hurt if you blow it. My mother told me that every scar is a military medal. I won't cry when I get hurt, and I will ask the teacher to give me a little red flower." The childish words of the little boy made everyone laugh again. Wei Huan also gradually adapted to the family atmosphere in this process. Wei Huan is not homesick. Anyone with such a father would resist family life. In addition, he basically lived in the challenge world in his previous life and rarely returned to Blue Star, so he rarely thought about coming back. It was just that after the 6th level world assessment was over, Mu Zhong came to celebrate and suggested that everyone go back to Blue Star to rest for a few days. Since they entered the 5th level world, they have been fighting and opening boxes everywhere, and they have not had a holiday. They are not allowed to go back to Blue Star unless there is something special. Now is the time for everyone to sort out and start again. Do you think it should be a holiday? Wei Huan asked puzzledly. It must be a holiday, Mu Zhong said. Then let's go. Wei Huan agreed. Just like that, Wei Huan's chariot was on holiday, and all the crew members returned to Blue Star. It just so happened that the other allied vehicles were also in a hurry to send out the intelligence, so they followed Wei Huan and directly hid the chariot into the void at the entrance of the 6th level world. So old Hodgson did not see Clay Wilton, and it was obvious that the other party did not want to see him. As the black hand behind Asham, the old man had never been humiliated like this. Not long after Wei Huan returned to Mu Zhong's house, Mu Dihao also came back after finishing his work. The family cooked and celebrated by cooking, and Mu Zhong did not forget to go back to the car to accompany Do Lin. All the people in the car left at once, and the remaining ones just didn't want to leave, not that they couldn't go back. Only Do Lin was trapped in the challenge world forever. There are too many children like Do Lin, and after so many years, even if the country investigates with all its strength, it is difficult to find the location of the beacon. Now there is only one possibility, that is, Do Lin is so strong that he is not afraid of the environment where the beacon is located. After returning to Blue Star, he can ensure his survival no matter whether he faces high altitude, deep sea or lava. Challenge World will be able to release him. Challenge World has some preference for human children born in its own world. Do Lin can practice since birth, and he can get the professional training ground without opening the diamond treasure chest. Because they have never had their own chariot, they can only live with their guardians before they are 20 years old. At least Wei Huan will protect Do Lin until he grows up. How powerful will Do Lin be at the age of 20? It is hard to imagine. Mu Zhong, who accompanied him in the chariot for a while, left only after seeing Lu Qingji return to the car after accompanying his grandmother. Wei Huan was talking to Mu Dihao. The two of them set out kung fu tea on the balcony. They didn't know how many cups they had drunk. They looked indifferent, and there was a sense of relaxation that only relatives have. Mu Zhong stood at the door, looking past them, and looking at the fireworks in the city. This is where he was born, and it is also the place he guards. The environment of the 6th level world is really cruel, and it is becoming less and less suitable for human survival. Speaking of which, I have paid attention to a place. Have you noticed the name of the opening battle of the 6th level world? It is called the Lost World. Mu Dihao asked this, attracting Mu Zhong's attention. Mu Zhong sat down next to Wei Huan and took over the work of making tea. His posture was natural and smooth, like an art. After adding tea into the sky blue teacup, he said, "Is it because the 6th level world has been submerged by the raging flood? So it is called the Lost World? We did find a lot of traces of ruins on the seabed." Mu Dihao said, "The 5th level world is called the Ancient Battlefield. As the name suggests, it is an ancient world. The 4th level world is called the Wilderness Battlefield, and the 3rd level world is called the Ruins Battle. Can you tell from the names that there is a world line? Ruins, wilderness, and then ancient times, and in legends all over the world, there are legends about floods flooding the world, which is an era older than ancient times. After thinking for a while, Mu Diheo said, "Mythological era." Mu Zhong and Wei Huan looked at each other, and then said, "And we can see from the golden treasure chest that the 7th level world is a legendary world, and those monsters are creatures that exist in human legends. Hydra, two-headed dragon, lion-bodied scorpion tail beast, two-winged flying snake." Mu Diheo nodded. "I think so too, until the legendary creatures begin. After the beginning of the appearance, I am afraid that it is not far from the coming of the gods. So what is the purpose of our existence in the challenge world? Archaeology? Exploring the past of mankind? I don't know, but after the death of the survivors of the 5th level world, the pictures left in the spiritual fragments may be very important. Be careful of the unknown lives in the memory fragments. They are a bit too powerful. That may be the Dharma image. No matter what it is, the most unforgettable memory left in the brain of the creature must be the most unforgettable memory." Mu nodded. "Indeed." Wei Huan rarely spoke during this period. He has now lost the ability to foresee the future, but he also knows that the assessment of the challenge world will go from the challenge of the bee colony civilization to the civilization of the extremely powerful individuals. And this is in line with the definition of human civilization. Therefore, only if you are absolutely powerful can you always take the initiative in the unknown future. After reaching the 6th level world, he can take a break and wait until he has accumulated enough strength before exploring the 7th level world. As for the threat from the dark beasts, after Wei Huan gradually grew to this level, he no longer had the original deep hatred for the dark beasts. It's not that he forgot the hatred, but this hatred is not difficult to avenge. He just needs to wait for him to go to the battlefield, and make the dark beasts lose soldiers and generals. It's only a matter of time before the dark beasts are destroyed. So his eyes have unconsciously looked further. Where is the end of human evolution? He must go and see. That night, Wei Huan did not waste time practicing. After lying down, he entered the professional temple again. He came to the depths of the tomb, and felt that his eyes were suddenly clear. The perception range of 1,500 meters was already very large, and he could see very far with his eyes. The key is that Wei Huan seeing is not seeing with his eyes, but seeing with his consciousness. The whole world became microscopically clear, and he could even see that the dark and rotten soil was also filled with rich dark power. In fact, when he was a sequence 4 psychic, Wei Huan thought of a possibility. He was cultivating his divine consciousness. Now, he could only enter the soul of his summoned creature. If he cultivated to a certain level, would it be possible to return to the body, and his divine consciousness could also leave the body? If cultivation is just cultivating the body, there must be a limit. And what makes humans most confused, but also the most useful, is actually perception. The process of making humans extraordinary is to train the body and various perceptions to the level of transcendence and sainthood, and finally achieve the improvement of the level of life. Cultivating perception is cultivating the 5 senses. Now within this 1,500 meter diameter, I can sense everything, even the sound of a grain of sand falling to the ground, the sound of the soil breathing, all at my fingertips, as long as I pay attention to it. I can make such a big progress at one time because of my unexpected gains. Wei Huan looked at the figure beside him, the thought beast. The 8-star thought beast, a ghost-like life that seems to be ethereal and without substance. Their souls are composed of countless soul threads, so they have their unique abilities in the Dark Beast clan. But what surprised Wei Huan was the possession ability of the thought beast, which can comprehensively improve all his values, and his strength has increased by more than a little bit. This thought beast was very weak when it was summoned, as if it had just died and came to the tomb, and there was not enough time to give birth to spiritual consciousness. At this time, it was like a blank piece of paper, so it was easily ignited by Wei Huan. But it seems unlikely that I will encounter a similar situation again, so I still have to focus on the 2-headed hidden demons. At least there are more of them than the thought beasts. Wei Huan looked at his 1,500 meter field of vision, and had an idea in his mind. With a thought, he summoned the point beast at a height of 300 meters. Wei Huan stepped on the back shell of the point beast, and stood in the front, with all the elites behind him. Now there are only ghost crows, and 2-headed hidden demons in groups of 5 flying outside, and only their speed can keep up with the point beasts flying at full speed. This time, Wei Huan plans to win with speed, not giving the 2-headed hidden demons time to react, and directly catch them. After all, except for a few cunning 2-headed hidden demons, most of them are like wild beasts, with only some basic instincts left. The point beast received the order, and its 8 legs rotated in the air like propellers, and flew out at a very fast speed. The effect was also very fast and good. Just as Wei Huan was flying forward, there was movement on the left and right of the 1,500 meter divine thought field. This feeling was like shining a flashlight beam at a place in the extreme darkness. Although you can't see what it is, the black shadow that flashed by proves that something exists. Wei Huan didn't think much about it, and rushed to the side as usual. The point beast was in harmony with his mind and spirit, and it was as easy as an arm to command. At the moment when Wei Huan ordered it to turn around, the 3 long legs lightly touched the ground, and the huge body turned like a dandelion, and spun in the direction of Wei Huan's beginning. Beautiful. Wei Huan was amazed. Isn't this the legendary graceful beauty? As Wei Huan's vision changed, he caught a group of black shadows again. It was indeed a 2-headed hidden demon, and it was a 2-headed hidden demon with more intelligence. The other party continued to escape. Wei Huan turned around twice, and finally he caught the opportunity. The thorn of his spiritual consciousness pierced into the soul of the 2-headed hidden demon. The 2-headed hidden demon squatted on the spot with a stiff body, as if concentrating on resisting Wei Huan's invasion. Wei Huan did feel the other party's resistance in the process of igniting the fire of life in the 2-headed hidden demon's soul. Will resist? This feeling is a bit fresh. In the process of Wei Huan recruiting undead, after such a long time, he only encountered resistance when recruiting emoji. Of course, as a wizard of the undead system, he naturally has the right to control and dominate the undead. Unless the bloodline and level are too different, once he successfully performs it, almost no undead can escape his domination. The same is true for this 2-headed hidden demon that evades flexibly. Even though it resisted during the process of being stabbed by Wei Huan's spiritual consciousness, when the spiritual consciousness thorn turned into the fire of death and was ignited in the depths of its soul, it was like a cat with its fate strangled by the neck, and immediately gave up resistance. He successfully recruited another 2-headed shadow demon. Wei Huan's undead army not only had 1 more warrior, but also increased his field of vision by 4 meters. The most important thing is that Wei Huan found the right method, and his recruitment process finally changed from passive to active. This change made Wei Huan recruit 2-headed hidden demons faster, and it was no problem to recruit the full quota of 2-headed hidden demons in 1 day. And all these were brought by this thought beast, not to mention that he could recruit 1 more 2-headed hidden demon when it was possessed. I can only say that I was lucky. For a moment, Wei Huan saw the look of the thought beast, and he even liked it more. The following actions really confirmed that Wei Huan's guess was correct. It took less than an hour to recruit 12 2-headed hidden demons in 1 go. Not only did the efficiency increase, but the 12 2-headed hidden demons also gave him a field of vision of more than 50 meters, which allowed him to see farther and catch 2-headed hidden demons faster. In addition, he could stay in the tomb for 25 hours a day. In the following time, Wei Huan practiced on the back shell of the point beast and waited for his dark power to recover. If it was during the battle, his dark power would not be used indiscriminately, but now that he was back on Blue Star, there was almost no possibility of fighting, so he could use up his dark power. Don't worry if there is an accident. Wei Huan now has 9 super energy storage tanks in his hand. They can't be used to recruit undead in the tomb, but they can be used to fill the nether fire bombs, or quickly replenish nether power in this situation. In a blink of an eye, today's practice time is over. Wei Huan left with satisfaction. Today, he recruited 16 2-headed hidden demons. In the past 14 days, he only recruited 21 in total. From now on, his strength will snowball and grow faster and faster. After returning from the tomb, he was in Blue Star, and Mu Zhong slept beside him. Wei Huan sensed the natural power emanating from his body, which made people feel very comfortable, indicating that he was also practicing in the professional temple. Wei Huan turned over, facing Mu Zhong, and closed his eyes. Practicing in the professional temple does not mean resting. Every time he finishes practicing, Wei Huan still has to sleep for 2 hours. In fact, with his current ability, it doesn't matter if he doesn't sleep for 3 or 4 days, but sleeping has always been the best way to restore energy. 2 hours later, he woke up naturally, and the sky was slightly bright. Feeling the breathing of Mu Zhong in his sleep, Wei Huan knew that he had come out of the professional temple, so he raised his hand and put his arm around his waist. The waist under his palm was narrow and strong, without a trace of fat, and it felt very good. Wei Huan couldn't help pinching it, but woke Mu Zhong up. Mu Zhong woke up, but didn't open his eyes. He turned over naturally, and slept in Wei Huan's arms, buried his head in his neck, and soon fell asleep again. Wei Huan obviously woke up, but didn't move. He enjoyed this moment of intimacy. The two were too busy, especially in the challenge world. They managed 1,000 crew members, plus the dangers of the outside world and the frequent accidents. Most of the time, the two took turns on duty, and one had to stay downstairs during the march. That person is usually Mu Zhong. Wei Huan's strength is crucial. He can practice every day, but Mu Zhong can only practice when he has time. The solution to this problem is not difficult. Just cure Mu's cousin's headache. The old ox will work day and night, and Mu Zhong will naturally be free from the busy work. Although I feel a little sorry for Mu's cousin, I will definitely choose Mu Zhong between him and Mu Zhong. Fortunately, although Mu Zhong is busy, his practice progress has not fallen behind. Now judging the progress of each sequence by percentage, Mu Zhong has reached 90% in the progress of sequence 4. This is all because of the effect of the fruit of the world tree brought back by Wei Huan, which can also be called natural fruit. Natural fruit has the effect of accelerating practice for every profession, but it is especially obvious for natural sequence. The 4 natural fruits are all in Mu Zhong's place, and Wei Huan did not let the third person know. This is his personal trophy, and he can do whatever he wants. Mu Zhong had not yet completely digested the pure power of the first natural fruit. After eating all 4, he was able to catch up with the first team and stay in the front. In fact, Mu Zhong did not need to be very strong, but he knew how strong Mu Zhong was. And he also hoped that Mu Zhong could reach the highest scenic spot with him, and see the same scenery. Wei Huan slept for less than an hour in a daze. He woke up when he heard a movement around him. When he met Mu Zhong's clear eyes, Wei Huan kissed Mu Zhong on the lips intimately without lust. "Are you going to get up?" "Well, early this morning, people from the procurement departments of various military regions will come, and the mecha factory will soon be full. In addition, I have to replenish materials. I may be busy until the evening before I can come back." Wei Huan nodded. "I also made a big breakthrough in my training last night. I will go back to the professional training ground to consolidate yesterday's recruitment. See you tonight?" "Okay, see you tonight." Although the two said so, they still had breakfast and told their families before leaving. While eating, they heard the sound of firecrackers again. The uncles and aunts downstairs in the military compound spoke a lot louder today, and they sounded very happy. Mu Zhong said, "It was lively all night last night, and it's still playing today." Zhou Xian smiled. "It's been a long time since it was so lively. It's good. I guess it will be lively for a few more days." "Have you been to the Challenger Forum? Various countries have organized people to come to Yin country for pilgrimage. You must not leave the compound these 2 days." "Pilgrimage?" Mu Zhong shook his head. Those yellow-haired guys used to love pilgrimages, and now they are doing it again. In troubled times, people need a spiritual pillar. They go their way, and we live our own lives. Mu Zhong ate a dumpling, which was covered with too much vinegar, so he squinted his eyes and swallowed it whole. He asked Wei Huan as if he had thought of something. "Is faith a condition for becoming a god?" Wei Huan, The dumpling almost got stuck in his throat. Mu Zhong asked again, "Do you feel anything? For example, the speed of cultivation is faster or something like that?" Wei Huan really felt it seriously and said, "I'm not sure, but I think faith in becoming a god also requires a matching method. If so, do you want to practice?" Wei Huan shook his head. "I heard it's not good, so I won't practice." Because faith requires fulfilling a vow? And relying on gathering the vows of others to cultivate oneself is not as good as being absolutely strong by oneself. That's something you would say. After saying this, Mu Zhong turned to Moody Heo and smiled. "Have you ever thought about building a temple for Wei Huan?" Ahem. This time it was Moody Heo, who almost choked on the dumplings. He looked up at Mu Zhong. "Ha ha, I am indeed considering whether it is possible to succeed in such an extreme environment. Humans are extraordinary. Although we have no idea about becoming gods, it may not be impossible. We have to try different directions." After speaking, Moody Heo looked at Wei Huan. "Do you need it? If you need it, I can see if I can find similar information. The things collected by the state are more than you think." "Maybe there is." Wei Huan shook his head. "You can check it, but I don't need it. Those in the sequence will eventually become gods. I want to concentrate on walking along this road until the end." Moody Heo nodded in approval, then looked at Mu Zhong and said, "See? Only by walking a road with concentration can you get the greatest reward." Mu Zhong said, "Look, do I not want the driver sequence? Or the dancer sequence?" Moody Heo thought about it, and then became angry. "I'm talking about the incense god. Aren't you the one who is busy looking for information?" Mu Zhong laughed. "Why don't you set one up for yourself? Go, go!" Breakfast was spent in laughter. It is impossible to build a temple and a statue, but you can check the information. This is not a wrong direction. With the advent of the challenge world, the future of mankind has become infinite. Even if the ultimate strong cannot become a god, they will be invincible in the plane. Are there other directions that can make people equally strong? Incense god? Magic and martial arts dual cultivation? Becoming a god by law? These contents that only existed in fantasy novels in the past can be used as a way of investigation. After all, the journey of the challenge world is already halfway through, and you can shift your attention slightly from the Dark Beast Lord and look in other directions. Talking about this, Wei Huan and Mu Zhong said one last thing before they separated. We were notified of the opening battle yesterday. What do you think the reaction of the Dark Beasts was? I really want to arrange someone to go and find out. It shouldn't be good, right? The truth is of course not good. Not only is it not good, the Dark Beast realm is already in a state of chaos. The Dark Beasts entered the level 5 world first, taking precedence over the human world for about half a month, but lost to humans in the opening battle. The land of the Dark Beast plain was lost, resources were reduced, and some fruits that could change genes and strengthen the body after eating, and the spirit beasts disappeared, which slowed down the evolution of their tribe. If only the rewarded land disappeared, it would be fine. In the past few opening battles, the Dark Beasts won more and lost less. After the rewarded resources were distributed, the Dark Beasts have been strengthened several times, and their overall strength is not worse than that of the humans who won the first battle. Theoretically, the current strength comparison between the two sides should still be that the Dark Beasts are stronger. After all, although humans won the last opening battle, the resources they were rewarded with must not have been fully digested, while the Dark Beasts almost transformed all the resources into strength. But now, when they heard the notification of challenging the world, the Dark Beasts were stunned from top to bottom. It shouldn't be. Why? What did humans do? From the notification yesterday until today, the Dark Beasts were in a confused, quiet, and almost oppressive atmosphere. After all, they have just started to build their territory in the 5th level world. Even in the King's City of the Dark Beast King, there are still many resource points that have not been conquered. Without conquering resource points, it is impossible to build more advanced buildings, nor can it recruit more powerful soldiers. Once their territory is moved to the opening battle, it will not meet the strength of the 5th level world. The Dark Beast nobles have high IQs. The Dark Beast King gathered his best subjects, and have been together since last night to discuss countermeasures. The Dark Beast tribe certainly has many speculations about the humans entering the level 6 world, such as luck passing the level 6 world road test, the emergence of a strong man like Wei Huan, and the humans taking tough actions regardless of sacrifice in order to seize the initiative. This time, the humans concealed it too well, and there was no news beforehand, so the Dark Beast tribe did not detect the movements of the humans. The only way is to order all the royal families to contribute their resources and upgrade my king's territory to level 6 within a month. With less than a year, resources from all parties are very limited, and it is impossible to upgrade to level 6 within a month. Then summon the kings to fight for the king. The king's Dharma image will surely flatten the nest in the territory. But in this way, the royal family may suffer casualties and sacrifices, and the development of their own territory will also slow down. Roar! Are we just going to sit and wait for death? The powerful Dark Beast nobles gathered under the king's tent, arguing endlessly, and occasionally, they would suddenly bite each other, flying all over the ground with messy hair and blood. This look is exactly the same as the situation in the level 5 world, when the blue-starred humans learned that the Dark Beasts had completed the assessment, and the leaders of the world gathered together, and quarreled with hostility. Obviously, in the face of adversity, all lives, even the cruel and bloodthirsty Dark Beasts, will be confused and panic, and quarrel out of control. Finally, the Dark Beasts set a new strategy for this lost world. Let the hunting teams continue to go out to all the assessment roads to kill the human challengers. The 5th level world has just completed the highway assessment. Damn it! Then kill on the 4th level highway assessment. Kill all the human races. The Dark Beast King made a gurgling sound from his throat. His body was huge and majestic like a mountain. When he looked down at his own tribe, the eyes on his head were like the sun, moon and stars. The huge pressure made the Dark Beast dare not look up, and lie on the ground in awe. Its rumbling voice sounded above his head, summoned all the royal families after the 2nd generation to arrive at the king's tent within 5 days, and sacrificed their bodies to deal with the nests in the territory. As the Dark Beast King issued the final order, the thought beast below it roared silently, the black mist in its body surged, and countless soul threads connected to the void, connecting with other thought beasts to form a network throughout the entire Dark Beast plane. The king's latest order appeared directly in the minds of all dark beasts in the next second. Even the lowest level ghost crows and newly born young beasts remembered this moment deeply. Remember the pressure that the human race gave to the Dark Beast clan, as well as the king's anger and the deep hatred for humans. Wei Huan stayed in Blue Star for 3 days, and then returned to the chariot. The chariot was already very lively, most people returned on time. 3 days of vacation is not long, but it is the limit that Wei Huan can open. At the moment, when the Dark Beast tribe is fully prepared for war, what qualifications do they have to rest and take a vacation? Humanity is about to usher in a new war, which will be a huge change. If they win, humans will completely reverse their past weaknesses and truly suppress the Dark Beast tribe. If they lose, they will become the sinners of mankind for starting the opening battle first. After all, according to the time calculation, they will have no problem entering the 6th level world 2 years later. After all, humans have not even stood firm in the 5th level world, and there is still a lot of room for improvement. Under this kind of pressure, Wei Huan didn't need to say much. Every member on the chariot had enough awareness. Some people didn't even get off the car, and spent the 3-day holiday in the car. Another thing worth mentioning. All the crew members on Wei Huan's chariot, their beacons are in the camp of the Qilong Corps. Even if they return to Blue Star, they can't contact the outside world or their families. As the most important chariot of Yin country, when they boarded this car, they had already contributed their entire people to the country. Losing contact with the outside world is just basic. Of course, their families, who are still alive, will receive a considerable bonus because of this successful mission. If there are any special requirements at home, such as children are about to enter the challenge world, or want to advance to a higher level world, as long as they find the Qilong army, they will be satisfied to the greatest extent. So most of the crew members here, even if they return to Blue Star, that is, they are active in the camp of the Qilong Corps, they are still very limited in scope, and they can't even contact old comrades who have crossed a battalion. Some people ordered some junk food, hoping to enjoy a good meal, but they couldn't eat after a few bites. The food on the chariot was too good. Eating other food would really be like eating junk. Among the people who left the chariot, there were some special ones, who could leave the camp. Not to mention Wei Huan and Mu Zhong, the old man of the bureau also went back to visit his family under the care of the guards. Lu Qingji also went home. His family background is very good, and it is a national industry. In ancient times, it was considered an imperial merchant, so naturally it was extremely trusted. So when Lu Qingji came back, he said to Wei Huan, "My grandma said that there are some abnormal orders from Osum recently. Several international leading companies have placed large orders with Xingang. Who am I to support? A strong woman who has been surfing in the business world for a lifetime, can't she see the little tricks of Osum? When I came back this time, I had to tell the boss about the abnormality as soon as possible. The people behind the several companies of Osum are all the Hodgson family. It seems that those old foxes are going to give in, and want to seek power under the new power system." Wei Huan didn't quite understand this matter, and Mu Zhong didn't quite understand it either, but what they lacked the least in their car was wise elders. Ask more, listen more, and learn more. Under the analysis of the old bureau and others, the old Hodgson's thoughts were clear, including every step of his future arrangements. The old bureau also said, "I know you definitely don't want to be empty, but the relationship with Osum should not continue to be tense, and it is inevitable to redistribute the interests. You have also heard my analysis just now. Leave this matter to professionals. The olive branch handed over by old Hodgson is that as a leader, what you should do is to set the bottom line, and you don't need to worry about the rest." Wei Huan nodded, learned it. Sure enough, the real power holders will not work endlessly like cattle and horses. At his current stage, there are fewer and fewer things to do. After thanking the director, he rested in the car for another 2 hours, and Cousin Mu came over. He said, "The crew members have returned, everything is normal. Only Colonel Jacques Beacon has not been moved, but he did not leave the chariot during this period. That is, Jones and the others followed the requirements and returned to Blue Star. After that, they followed the Yin Country challengers who had been waiting there in advance, came to Yin Country, and then returned to the chariot again. This is called beacon management. Now, only Jacques Beacon was still outside the entire chariot, and it was obviously under control, so Jacques had not gotten off the chariot. Cousin Mu pointed this out specifically, and in fact, he made a special report to Wei Huan with some distrust. Wei Huan did not say much. Jacques was now the temporary deputy commander, and this position was very important. As long as his beacon was not transferred, he would not be able to get real power in the chariot. But Jacques did not have to worry about transferring the beacon. Didn't old Hodgson show his goodwill? This man was so smart that he must know that they were determined to get Jacques Beacon, so the two sides would definitely negotiate on this matter. There was still a great possibility that Jacques would be successfully transferred. After all the members arrived and the review was correct, Wei Huan announced the departure. The chariot drove out of the gray alien space and came to the world, but the scene in front of him was still dark, depressing, and cold. This was the 6th level world, the underwater world. The portal at the starting point of the 6th level world seemed to stand in the middle of the sea. There was seawater all around, and the sun could not reach the bottom of the sea, which was as dark as ink. A huge deep-sea fish appeared in the range of the car lights. Its mouth was full of sharp teeth, its eyes were white, its skin was gray-brown, uneven, and covered with dense bubbles, like a zombie fish. Next to it was a 3-headed sea snake. The sea snake's body was as huge as a train, and its black scales were densely packed. It was full of pressure when it swam in front of them. In addition, there were many sea beasts that were hard to describe, gathered here, and actually surrounded them in a circle, staring at them with a covetous look. In particular, a larger body could be vaguely seen behind the sea beast, which was as huge as a mountain. Even if one tried to open his eyes wide, one could only see a corner of its body. Someone was nervously shouting, "Oh no, we are surrounded. Is this a beast tide?" "No." Wei Huan said so. Wei Huan summoned Emoji, and with Emoji as the anchor, all the illusions in front of him disappeared. Sure enough, after entering the swindler's base camp, any scene in front of him could not be believed. Easily kill the swindlers floating around, and these illusions disappeared. But Wei Huan did not rush to leave, but waited in place. After a while, chariots came up one after another. Before leaving, Wei Huan set a time. He would only wait in place for half an hour before setting off. Under the threat of death, everyone was very punctual, and all members arrived with 18 minutes left. After all, they had been on an adventure together. After Mu Zhong connected all the tank commanders, the atmosphere became much more harmonious, and they were all greeting and chatting with each other. Everyone was ready to go, but Wei Huan didn't move. He just opened a level 7 protective shield to protect all the tanks, and then floated in place without moving. Wei Huan was eating breakfast with Mu Zhong in the tank commander's room. The two of them were not in a hurry and chatted while eating. "I think it would be more appropriate to build a world tree next to the portal." "Okay. But I don't know if it must be rooted in the seabed. I'm afraid we have to go down and take a look." "Yeah, that's what I thought. The liar's descendants we killed just now were not even silver level, right? But there were so many of them. So many that they had a qualitative change, and they could actually transform into such a huge and real picture. This world is not too difficult. With an anchor point, the intensity of the battle is even the lowest in all worlds. But be careful to prevent accidents." "Okay." The two made plans while chatting, and after eating and cleaning up, it was almost time to set off. Mu Zhong left the captain's room and returned to the front, his own driving seat. At the same time, on the projection screen in front of Wei Huan, on the wall dedicated to the connection, Mu Zhong's face appeared. Wei Huan moved Mu Zhong to the seat position and turned it up to the maximum. Then he heard him say, "Commanders, we are about to set off. The adventure plan will be fully formulated by us. We will notify you in advance when there is a battle. It is up to you to decide whether to participate in the battle, but please do not act without authorization. If you leave the area covered by our protective shield without authorization, we will not be responsible for your life or death. Depending on the severity of the situation, we will drive you away if it is serious. I hope you all remember the above." This is a notification, not a discussion, so after Mu Zhong finished speaking, he looked away and said, "Let's go." As the chariot moved forward, the other 17 chariots all followed, in the level 7 protective shield, and were protected by the undead, which was extremely safe. They were going down, but the process of sinking into the deep sea did not give people too obvious changes, just because they had always been in the deep sea. The edge of the level 7 protective shield was illuminated by the headlights, forming a dazzling arc in front of it, like a sharp sickle cutting through the water, and also romantically like a dandelion floating down in the darkness, swaying leisurely. Occasionally, some huge sea beasts would appear in front of them. They looked majestic and difficult to deal with, but in the eyes of Moji, the anchor, they all turned into clumps of seaweed. The swindlers that you can only encounter by opening a gold treasure chest in the level 5 world can be seen everywhere here. Some of them will transform into sea beasts, some will transform into humans asking for help, and sometimes even a Wei Huan will appear in the sea. However, no matter how many changes they make, it is useless. Before they hit the chariot, they are strangled by the undead. Wei Huan does not need to stop to deal with such low-level world monsters. The newly activated 2-headed hidden demon brigade can easily kill them. And because they have excellent combat effectiveness and mobility, because of the beast tide that gathered because of plowing the land to open the treasure chest. As they moved forward, a team of two-headed hidden demons kept fighting in and out of the beast tide, which was very impressive. The bound materials in the warehouse were untied in a short while, indicating that the treasure chest monster had died. One after another, even Wei Huan was curious and descended his vision to that area. I saw that there were only a few treasure chest monsters left, and the surviving silver treasure chest monsters were surrounded and killed by a dozen two-headed hidden demons. The silver monsters were forced to stop fighting, and often they were brutally killed by the two-headed hidden demons before they could escape from the battle. This was the first time Wei Huan saw the strength of the two-headed hidden demons directly. As expected of the nobles of the Dark Beast clan, the general-level Dark Beasts, who were mainly responsible for killing, were indeed terrifyingly powerful. Chapter 237. They were limited by Wei Huan's Sequence 5, so they could only fight against the silver-level monsters in the Level 6 world with the strength of Sequence 5, but more than 10 of them besieged one monster, and it often took less than 3 minutes to kill it. Wei Huan hadn't felt this kind of light battle for a long time, and he could complete the battle with just a few undead. The establishment of the two-headed hidden demon army would become the most powerful force in his hands. The first day passed like this. They kept sinking, but at their speed, they had not yet reached the bottom of the sea. Along the way, they did not encounter any boxes above the silver level. It's just that there are so many silver level boxes that they can hardly see bronze boxes now, and even the black iron boxes are decreasing. This is of course a good thing. Silver level equipment, produced in this world, is equivalent to gold level properties. Naturally, the more the better. Sending it to the rear can strengthen many people. The strengthened pioneer army then eliminated the equipment and sent it down layer by layer. After more than a month, the New Year's newcomer assessment began. I'm afraid that the newcomers of Yin country can not only get energy blocks for free, but also get equipment and weapons for free. As for whether to share these treasure chests with the other 6 cars, Wei Huan has never thought about it. He should be grateful for his protection, and should not be greedy. Besides, he has listed the alliance regulations, and can come to the car to exchange equipment for more cooperation. As for the two-headed hidden demon being too powerful, and not giving others a chance to act, Wei Huan can only say, is there anything wrong with being strong? Anyway, Wei Huan feels very good now. He practiced at night, and took the initiative to attack in the tomb world again, and also caught 11 two-headed hidden demons. By the next day, these two-headed hidden demons had all reached level 5, and could be put into battle. It felt great to be getting stronger every day. At about 10 o'clock the next morning, they met the first royal tribe. In the level 6 world, the royal tribe corresponds to the liar's descendants from the gold level treasure chest, but the royal tribe not only has a gold level king, but also has more than 10,000 small seaweeds. Such a huge tribe not only makes their illusion larger and more real, but also makes the brains they need to clear become more and more, so many that it makes people feel overwhelmed. The allied forces played a role this time. When Wei Huan arranged for them to take action, everyone looked like they were sharpening their knives and rushed into the tribe with a roar. But when they really started fighting, it was not what they thought. Seeing Wei Huan's easy response, when they took action themselves, they found that it took a long time to kill any small monster. Chariot attack is the best way at the moment. In such an environment, the commander is not confident that the crew will leave the car to fight. In such a comparison, the criminal army led by Su Qingqiang and the Wuwang army led by Captain Shui as MT and Hammer Brother, as the main output, are very powerful. They cooperated well, and flexibly used the teleportation of the dog-headed people. They appeared in various places on the battlefield in groups. At a cold glance, they seemed to be a pile of loose sand. However, all the commanders here are excellent generals. After a few more glances, you will find that they are orderly in chaos, and they maintain a distance that allows them to fight alone and rescue at any time. In addition, their strength far exceeds the current world average, and a mere king-level tribe can be strangled at will. This is a king-level tribe. The leader must have dropped sequence materials from a higher-level world. Does that mean that after Wei Huan wiped out this king-level tribe, he, or the humans on Blue Star, has mastered the ascending channel of the 7th-level world? Oh my god, it's too magical, right? Is this still a challenge world? I thought I was riding an elevator, going up. Will Wei Huan go to the 7th level world again in a few months? Who can keep up with this progress? No, I should say. How can he be so strong? Is there anything in this world that can stop him? Wei Huan thinks there are many things that can stop him. For example, if a diamond level treasure chest is placed in front of him, he will not open it until he is sure of victory. There are also treasure underground palaces above the platinum level. If he goes in, he will be chased by Mafati, so he will not go in. Now Wei Huan has 3 artifact fragments, which can increase all attributes by 75% when put together. As we all know, the percentage increase is the most terrifying. If others can get 10 points of spiritual power at a time by joint farming in the microcosm, Wei Huan can get 17.5 points of spiritual power, which is an extraordinary speed and very unreasonable. When challenging the strongest group of magic professions in the world, the general spiritual power was only more than 3,000, but Wei Huan already had more than 11,000 spiritual power. This is the possibility that Wei Huan is stronger than everyone else combined. But even so, he is not invincible. With his current strength, he may not even be able to open the gold treasure chest in the 7th level world, so he will never go to a higher level world before his strength allows. In addition, he needs to stay in this world for more than half a year, waiting for the next road test to start. Captain Fong will bring the saplings of the world tree, and Mu Diheo and other commanders of the major pioneering armies will also come and set up camps at the new frontier. After the first city is built, Wei Huan will leave here for the next world. Waiting is not only for precipitation, but also to stabilize the overall progress of mankind. In the challenge world, the enemy of mankind is not only the dark beast, but more from the attacks of the world monsters. Wei Huan is strong enough, and his crew is not bad, so it is relatively simple to deal with, but it is not the same for others. Wei Huan observed the people around him. Based on their combat effectiveness, it may take a long time to gain a foothold in this world. It will be good after the world tree is planted. Living on the world tree, the speed of cultivation can be doubled. In the future, this most lonely underwater world may become a holy place for challengers. So this world must be built. Sooner or later, this place will grow to an unimaginable degree. That's right, during this period, Wei Huan must pay attention to every detail. When other drivers were thinking about how to fight, and how to defeat the king-level tribe in front of them, Wei Huan had already been distracted, and was thinking about the next step. When you are in a difficult situation, you can be calm and make plans. Wei Huan is not a natural leader, but he is very adaptable to his current identity, and does a very good job. So when the battle here ended, and the core materials of a level 7 criminal sequence were obtained, the whole car was cheering, and some people were already congratulating Su Qingqiang for upgrading to sequence 7, but Wei Huan called Mu Zhong into the driver's room. Wei Huan asked Mu Zhong, "How do you collect intelligence about the Dark Beast?" Mu Zhong said, "After the Sleepless One captures the Dark Beast, he can invade its soul and explore its memory fragments. In addition, the fortune teller can get the correct answer by asking questions." Wei Huan said, "Before the opening battle, our assessment road may be a little dangerous." "Oh, the general staff has already considered this. To prevent any accidents, we plan to issue a notice 3 days before the assessment begins. We hope that challengers will try not to participate in the assessment. The reason for the notice at that time is also because we are worried that the Dark Beast will get intelligence. In addition, for random challenges, we also arrange people to go in, which can not only hinder the development of the Dark Beast Lord, but also detect their next plan through the movements of the Dark Beasts." Wei Huan nodded. The more people, the better. Before he thought of it, the country had already started. I am in the front, and the country is doing all the logistics in the back. This feeling of having no worries is great. Mu Zhong said, "Don't worry, I'm thinking about it as much as possible." In addition, after the opening of the 6th level world, the mall can directly purchase materials for the 6th level world, and there will be large-scale attack scrolls and defense scrolls that are more powerful than the Angel Spear. Almost the entire army has been arranged to brush points. The more strategic reserves, the better. Wei Huan nodded and said, "I am growing very fast every day now. I will focus on improving my personal strength. In addition, no matter how busy I am recently, I must take time to jointly farm." Mu Zhong thought of the feeling of joint farming, and his heart beat a little faster, but he didn't show it on his face. He said, "Okay, let's do it after dinner. I will definitely make time for this." "Yeah." Wei Huan thought this time was right. "Then I go first. The battle just ended, and there's still a lot to do." Before he could finish his words, Wei Huan pulled him back with his hand. His powerful hand pinched the back of his neck and pressed it down, and then a kiss came up. This was a kiss of desire. Mu Zhong was not the only one affected by the joint farming. The kiss between the two of them went from a light kiss to a deep kiss, and when Mu Zhong came back to his senses, he was already pressed on the table, even in this posture. Mu Zhong's ears were so hot that he wanted to refuse, but couldn't. In fact, he wanted Wei Huan more than he wanted him, and wanted the other person more. In the end, Wei Huan restrained himself. He put his forehead against Mu Zhong's forehead, panting hoarsely, and calmed down the commotion bit by bit. Finally he said, "Let Cousin Mu work a little longer at night." "Okay." Mu Zhong was very reluctant to leave. Although he reluctantly agreed, he hugged Wei Huan and kissed him several times before leaving. Wei Huan leaned on the table, looking at Mu Zhong's departing back, touched his numb lower lip, and saw the water stains on his fingertips when he put it down. His eyes were dark, and he was already looking forward to the arrival of dinner. They dived for 3 days, and the blue star had crossed 30 times, and they were finally about to reach the bottom of the sea. The environment here is already very bad. This layer near the bottom of the sea must be described as a dust layer, with many dust particles and various broken grass leaves floating in the seawater. Looking carefully through the eyes of the anchor point, you can still see the huge number of red roots among the dust particles. This part of the area has been completely occupied by the swindlers. It is either a large area of the swindlers themselves, or the seeds they threw out to take root again. I don't know if it's because of their existence, or if this world is just like this. Compared to the dead ocean on the assessment road, this ocean is at least alive in a way that humans can't accept, but it's real. The seawater here is like jelly. Even if a level 6 chariot is traveling here, it feels blocked and the speed gradually slows down to nearly half. Here, facing this harsh environment, Mu Zhong's face was very tight, and he murmured, "If there is no world tree, how can humans survive in this world? Like duckweed, drifting with the flow? Or falling asleep in fear?" Wei Huan was also worried. Even if humans could barely build a city on the seabed, the technology required for such an environment was too high. Just like Mu Zhong said, in the end, all the chariots would have to float in the sea. Challenge World arranged the Colossus assessment to start at that time, probably to deal with this world. The purpose of Challenge World has never been to destroy mankind, but to stimulate human evolution. Mu nodded. "Fortunately you made a different suggestion, otherwise we might have to plant the tree in the 5th level world. It's not completely impossible to plant it in the 5th level world. At least the restrictions are 1 level lower, and more challengers will benefit, and the strength to enter the 6th level world will be stronger. That may not be the case. You have to know that many people are speculators. If there are better things in the 6th level world, they will rush into this world even if it is reluctant. There are also people who practice diligently." That's right. As they talked, they walked deeper and opened a silver treasure chest. A unicorn flashing with holy light jumped out from inside, but Emoji saw that it was just a bunch of seaweed. It was the liar's descendants. Theoretically, the liar's descendants were easy to kill, but this time it took Wei Huan a lot of effort. The difficulty of the battle increased. The environment here is obviously not suitable for human combat, including Wei Huan's army of undead. In this jelly-like substance, their strength was suppressed. The speed advantage of the two-headed hidden demon was completely lost. The seaweed rolled up its body and shattered its skull. It returned to the tomb 3 times before killing a silver-level monster. This seems to be a domain suitable only for these descendants. Our strength is weakened here. And did you notice that since we came in, the monsters that came out of the low-level treasure chests are also these descendants? This is their main battlefield. Mu Zhong analyzed like this and looked at Wei Huan. Wei Huan nodded. He was thinking. Either leave or stay. Wei Huan has rarely retreated since his rebirth, but that doesn't mean he is so stubborn that he would rather die than retreat. Wei Huan said, "Leave first." He still has a lot of room for improvement, needless to say. In addition, the opening battle is about to start, and the equipment of the participating legion still has a big gap, and some tanks need to be upgraded. This is a silver-level treasure chest, which can open materials from the 5th level world. He must use this priority time to strengthen the humans on Blue Star again. Wei Huan's choice was not unexpected by Mu Zhong. Wei Huan is a very opinionated person, but that doesn't mean he is stubborn. He will make the right choice according to the situation. Of course, this choice is not necessarily correct, but Wei Huan's greatest ability is that even if he makes a wrong decision, he has the ability to cover the bottom and set things right. The chariot group evacuated from the position close to the bottom of the sea, which also made other allied chariots feel relieved. The environment there was too terrible, like entering the nest of some monster. The further down they went, the more they felt a tingling sensation on their scalp. Many people thought that it was because of their lack of strength, and they did not dare to give any opinions to Wei Huan. It was great to be able to leave the ghost place now. Soon, they left the bottom of the sea, and the speed of the chariot gradually increased. When it returned to the peak, they completely left that area. Wei Huan took a last look at the bottom of his feet and frowned. Did humans reach the bottom of the sea in a previous life? Such an underwater environment, even if it has not been confirmed, allows Wei Huan to perceive that there may be terrible things lurking deep in the sea, perhaps a group of platinum-level liars, or even more advanced ones. In short, the bottom of the sea is not a place he can explore calmly now. Wait until his strength is improved before coming back. Back to the ocean, after experiencing the exploration of the bottom of the sea, the coldness and darkness of the ocean now make people feel a little more intimate. As expected, everything is afraid of comparison. Wei Huan's chariot continued open the sweeping mode, and finally encountered another golden treasure chest that day. A 100-meter tall cyclops jumped out of the golden treasure chest. After killing it, Wei Huan took out 5 seed pearls from the warehouse. Sea pearl. After taking it, you can have the ability of a mermaid in the sea. Gift from the stars specialties are out. Wei Huan felt that this world was all sea, which was a bit too unfriendly to humans. If there was no world tree, how could humans move alone in this world? How could the challenger leave the chariot to explore the ruins? Even if humans' bodies have evolved to face the pressure of the deep sea, it is still inconvenient to move in the sea. At least it is much worse than real marine creatures. Sea pearls can give humans the ability of mermaids. Let's not talk about the fact that there are actually mermaids in this world. The mermaid's ability to move in the sea must be strong and flexible. In addition, mermaids are a species more similar to humans, so they are described as mermaids' abilities, not fishes' abilities. Wei Huan took out all 5 sea pearls, and looked at these 5 sea pearls that were only the size of glass beads, and as white as pearls. Without thinking, he put one directly into his mouth. The sea pearl did not melt in his mouth. It was hard and big, and it was painful to swallow. After swallowing it with great difficulty, it got stuck in his throat. Wei Huan stood up and coughed twice, and then his expression showed a bit of surprise. The sea pearl was absorbed in his throat, and he felt a little foreign, but soon even this feeling faded. It wasn't eaten into the stomach. Wei Huan felt other changes in his body, and found nothing unusual. He glanced at the other 4 sea pearls in his hand, one of which was for Mu Zhong to eat, so he had to try it out first to see if there was any problem. Wei Huan summoned the dog-headed man in the car, and then asked the thought beast to follow him, and both walked into the dog-headed man's mouth. The next second, Wei Huan came out of the car and soaked in the sea. The feeling of facing the deep sea was not as scary as imagined. After Wei Huan found that he could see things more clearly in the deep sea, he confirmed that the effect of the sea pearl was immediate. He had fought away from the car once during the highway assessment, so he knew the comparison before and after not taking the sea pearl. First of all, the vision was better, and the pressure of the seawater was reduced as if in the air. In addition, the feeling of coldness disappeared, and it felt warm in the water and very comfortable. With such a body temperature, it would be possible to return to land, right? Wei Huan thought about it, shook his head and smiled. This is the next step. Can we think of a way to pass this level first? After initially feeling the state of his body, Wei Huan swam forward again. Without exerting any effort, the speed increased instantly. He sprinted quickly and felt that he could swim 100 kilometers. If this was replaced by a melee profession with stronger physical fitness, wouldn't it be possible to rush to 300 kilometers per hour at a fast speed? This item has a very obvious improvement in underwater combat ability. To be honest, it is a waste to give it to myself and Mu Zhong. But there is nothing to hesitate about. This is the improvement they deserve, even if it is not necessary. Wei Huan played outside for a while, and the voice of his butler rang in his ears. Deputy Captain Mu asked me to tell you that you look very handsome when you are free in the water. Wei Huan's increasingly unbridled swimming style suddenly stopped and looked around. The chariot was parked 3 miles away, and it should not be visible with the eyes, so... Wei Huan looked at his butler. You were invaded. The Iron Heart has higher authority. The AI butler felt a little wronged. Wei Huan knew, of course, and said, ask him if he wants to play together. The AI butler said, I can help you connect. Forget it. Wei Huan summoned the dog-headed man, and returned to the car from his mouth. The water was falling down. It seemed that the sea pearls could not prevent the liquid from sticking to the body. In addition, it was very hot when I suddenly returned to the car, but the heat disappeared in a few breaths. It seemed that I didn't have to worry about returning to land. Wei Huan just got used to the temperature in the car. He looked up and saw Mu Zhong coming towards him. He raised his hand and smelled his arm, frowning. The sea water smelled fishy. I originally wanted to take Mu Zhong to play in the sea after eating the sea pearls, but I didn't feel the smell in the sea. It was really disgusting when I returned to the car. It was like a dead sea full of dead fish and rotten shrimps, which made people sick. No wonder Mu Zhong mentioned casually that the sea smelled strong. He thought it was an exaggeration, but it turned out to be true. I'm afraid it will take several days for the smell in the commander's room to go away. I have set up a shower room and a dressing room at the entrance of the car to solve the problem of bad smell in the car. You have bypassed this procedure. Mu Zhong pushed the door and walked in, smelling the smell in the room and smiled. Is it because of the seed pearl? Wei Huan said. I go upstairs to change clothes. Before leaving in a hurry, he handed the remaining 4 seed pearls to Mu Zhong and said, eat one for yourself, and divide the rest. If it's not enough, we can fight again. Mu Zhong took the seed pearl and smiled at Wei Huan's back. He didn't think he had a chance to leave the tank, but he still picked up one and put it in his mouth. Wei Huan would be unhappy if he didn't eat it. The seed pearls that were too big were particularly hard, and the feeling of swallowing them was painful. Finally, they were attached to the throat, and made people marvel at its changes. After adapting to the seed pearls, Mu Zhong found that he seemed to want to try it in the sea, but he gave up after smelling the smell in the car. After leaving, Wei Huan called Su Qingqiang, Captain Shui, and Brother Chui over and distributed the seed pearl to the 3 of them. They had just returned from fighting in the sea, and they still smelled like a bath, but the stench of the seawater was too strong, and it was still a bit overwhelming. But it was harmless. Look forward to your performance. Seeing their surprised expressions after eating the seed pearl, Mu Zhong smiled and said, tell everyone that advantages are snowballed. The stronger we are, the more treasure chest monsters we can kill, and the more good things we can drop. Everyone will have this seed pearl in the future. Chapter 238. When everyone heard there was something good, they went crazy on the spot, and they were not polite at all. Su Qingqiang said, if you open 5 pearls at once next time, we will need 3 pearls in the criminal sequence. Captain Shui said, Brother Chang, we needed more at the front. We take 3 and you take 2, okay? Su Qingqiang said, in these battles, we were the first to rush forward. We need to be flexible to avoid the most dangerous stage in the early stage. Captain Shui said, but after that, you went in. For most of the rest of the time, we were the ones who held on. Mu Zhong interrupted their argument. We have already decided on this matter. 5 seed pearls, 2 for the King of War team, 2 for the criminal team, and the remaining 1 for the remote team. Captain Shui and Su Qingqiang objected at the same time. The remote team doesn't get off the car. Isn't it a waste to give it to you? What if? Who can guarantee forever? Besides, the opening battle is said to be a lost battlefield, and we don't know what's going on. We can't rule out the possibility that a certain battlefield will require remote combat. The 2 didn't say anything, thought about it and agreed. For hours later, they encountered another golden treasure chest. The 3 people who ate the seed pearls were simply warriors in the ocean. They were like flying in the water, thousands of times more flexible than before. This golden treasure chest monster is a big fat fish with wings. Its attack method is to bite with its mouth and whip with its fins and tail. It is very large, and humans are smaller than ants in front of it. Could this be Quinpin? Mu Zhong speculated when he was chatting privately with Wei Huan. Classic of mountains and seas? The speculation about the legendary life has been confirmed. It will definitely appear in the 7th level world. It is not surprising that Quinpin will be opened in the golden treasure chest. Will there be immortal cultivators? Do we count? Do we count as physical cultivators? They also train their chi and mental strength. In short, immortal cultivators are just like us, evolving into the extraordinary. Then Mu Zhong looked at Captain Shui, who was swimming like a laser in front of Quinpin, covering a mile in an instant, and said, Captain Shui is very happy. He is also afraid of being beaten. Although he was able to dodge, he still held the hatred tightly. Is it because he was too arrogant? The 2 of them talked and laughed, and were not nervous about this level of battle at all. Only when they occasionally saw the Alliance car crew sent out from other tanks to fight, who did not know what to do, and were afraid to step forward, the smile in their eyes faded a little. Letting the Alliance car crew participate in the battle, they felt that they were clumsy, and not only could not help, but also got in the way. But if we don't let them join the war, it's not in line with the Alliance agreement for them, and we don't want them to continue to eat free rice like this. After paying attention to the performance of the Allied car crew for a while, Wei Huan said to Mu Zhong, after this battle, call a meeting of the team leaders and let them arrange a tactical training, at least to find their own position. Mu Zhong nodded. We didn't arrange it before because we were worried that they would think we wanted to swallow up their power. I believe that after this period of adventure, they should understand that we are not interested in their power. Yes, it takes a process. We said at the beginning that if we want to build our own power, the 6th level world will be a good opportunity. Now these 17 vehicles are approaching us. If they are operated properly, they will all become our strength. You can tell them that if they perform well in this world, they will be taken to the level 7 world. Aren't you worried about spies? There will definitely be, but I'm not worried. There are no secrets that cannot be revealed. In the face of absolute strength, all means are useless. That's right. They are destined to find out nothing, and the display of strength will help improve morale and deter villains. That's right. The two were just chatting casually. They always do this. When commanding battles or performing tasks, they will open a private connection. Starting from the level 4 vehicle, a position on Wei Huan's right side of the view is always reserved for Mu Zhong. After a while, Mu Zhong said, "An alliance captain sent me a message asking me why Brother Chang and his team suddenly improved, and hoped to get some of the resources in exchange." Wei Huan said, "It's not open for the time being. The drop rate is not high. Our main combat team members are not armed, so we won't consider other vehicles." Mu Zhong nodded, of course. Some things can actually be decided directly by Mu Zhong, but Mu Zhong would ask Wei Huan for both big and small things, and the two would decide after discussion. While chatting casually, the Kunping died. Captain Shui, who had returned from the battlefield, was still full of passion and laughed excitedly. "I haven't killed enough. This is too exciting. I feel like I can fly." Wei Huan and Mu Zhong personally welcomed the soldiers at the gate, and then Mu Zhong turned his hand and spread it, and 4 seed pearls appeared in his hand. "The snowball is getting bigger and bigger. Eat it, and practice well." Everyone knew what a good thing this was. Their eyes sparkled and their mouths watered. Su Qingqiang and Captain Shui each took 2, and gave them directly to the people who had reserved them in advance. Those who got them were naturally ecstatic, and those who didn't get them were not in a hurry. The seed pearls dropped twice in one day, and everyone will have them in the future. Seeing that Mu Zirwei was just coming down with the long-range team, Mu Zhong waved to him, handed him a seed pearl, and said, "Have you heard of this?" "Seed pearl?" After receiving it, Mu Zirwei was not very excited, and said, "Our long-range team can't use it. Let's give it to Brother Chang and Captain Shui first." Brother Chang raised his eyebrows and smiled with a cigarette in his mouth. "No problem, I don't have much free time." Captain Shui quickly said, "The more the better." But Mu Zhong said, "The long-range team should have a small quota, take it." Mu Zirwei took it, but didn't eat it himself. After looking around, he looked at Jacques standing outside the crowd and said, "Why don't you eat first?" Jacques smiled, pointed to his throat, and said, "Captain Mu has already given it to me." Mu Zhong shook his head and laughed. How could he give up such a good opportunity to improve his favorability? Jacques was invited by Wei Huan several times, and he was also the deputy captain of the car. It was not appropriate to give him this kind of thing in the second batch. It was not Mu Zirwei's turn to give it. Mu Zirwei also reacted at this time, smiled and raised the seed pearl and said, "Then I suggest that the first one be bid with DKB. Everyone should bid according to their ability. Those who want it should come here with me." The seed pearl suddenly became an important strategic material. Everyone was staring at it. Even non-combatants were interested. After all, in this underwater world, it is really difficult to move without a seed pearl. However, the drop of seed pearls is very ordinary. First of all, it must be a gold treasure chest to drop it, and secondly, the probability of opening a treasure chest should be less than 20%. The reason why both gold monsters opened seed pearls on this day was just that the probability was right. In the next few days, they opened treasure chests at an efficiency of 2 to 3 every day, and it was normal that there were no seed pearls after a day. Gold treasure chests will drop blueprints and materials of the 5th level world, and now they can also open blueprints and materials of the 6th level world. Wei Huan's chariot needs to be upgraded to level 7, and the materials are not easy to get, so he collected the occasional 6th level materials that dropped. Luckily, 2 blueprints of the 6th level vehicle were opened in the past 2 days. Wei Huan kept one for the country, and released the other for exchange. It was instantly killed. The chariot of the Jones country was obtained, of course, because the one who is close to the water gets the moon first. He was close to Wei Huan every day, and could get the news. Wei Huan didn't care about this. He gave it to anyone. The chariot of the Jones country was already considered to be relatively brave, and it would rush to the front in any battle. But Mu Zhong was not happy, thinking that Jones should not leak the information, which was equivalent to stealing from the inside. Mu Zhong called Jones away, and had a good talk. Jones was a little depressed when he came back, but since then, no news about Wei Huan has been leaked. Mu Zhong expressed basic satisfaction with this. Time passed day by day, and the opening battle was getting closer and closer. Occasionally, we would get news that a special operations team had destroyed 3 cities in a row in a random challenge. When we returned, we had achieved the good achievement of slaughtering 10 cities without a single death. The special operations team's achievements in siege could not be compared with Wei Huan's undead army, and after losing the protection of the chariot in the random challenge, humans were in an absolute disadvantage, and could only rely on their own combat power to attack the territory of the dark beasts. To be able to achieve the result of slaughtering 10 cities is indeed a great achievement. Wei Huan also specifically asked who the other party was? Maybe it was a hero he knew. Mu Zhong said, it was Osam's convoy. The driver was called Anton, but this name was created within this month. If you check it further, you can't find more information about him. Guess who else was in his car? After a pause, Mu Zhong said, the Su family father and son we have been looking for are in this car. Wei Huan was a little surprised. Although they were also people he knew, they were completely different from what he thought. He had asked Mu Zhong to check the news of the Su family father and son for a long time. Su Man was Lu Qingji's childhood friend, and also a member of the Zhang clan. In order to seize the Lu family's property, he even wanted to kill Lu Qingji by using the Zhang clan. Wei Huan was looking for clues about the missing military supplies of the Qinglong Corps at the time. He accidentally saved Lu Qingji, and also thwarted the conspiracy of Su Man and the Zhang clan. In addition, in this operation, Shi Hongjuan, who came from the same district as Wei Huan, was cut in half in that battle. Although no body was found, according to expert speculation, the possibility of survival is very low. It was this time that Shi Hongjuan was cut in half, which caused the revenge of Shi Hongjuan, who joined forces with the multinational convoy headed by Osam to kill Wei Huan on the 4th level highway. Wei Huan and Jacques met in this ambush. Jacques is a person with a bottom line, and he strongly disagrees with Osam's approach, so he contacted Wei Huan in advance and let Wei Huan remember this friendship. Let's talk about the Su family father and son. When Wei Huan was in the 4th level world, he single-handedly destroyed the base camp of the War Clan and killed the saint of the War Clan. But when he saw the appearance of the Holy Lord, Wei Huan found that this person was not the Holy Lord on the wanted list in the previous life. Later, he still investigated the line that Lu Qingji was framed by his childhood friend, and finally found that Su Man was the Holy Lord of the War Clan that Wei Huan had seen in the previous life. The Su family is also a well-known wealthy family in Yan country. The industries they operated in the previous life even controlled a small part of the lifeline of Yan country. At the same time, they are also famous philanthropists and have a strong private fleet in Challenge World. In short, in Wei Huan's memory, the Su family was very powerful at that time. As for how they started, how they calculated the property of Lu Qingji's family, including the accidental death of Lu Qingji's uncle, because there is no evidence, it is impossible to make a conclusion. We only know that Lu Qingji was set up by Su Man, and Su Man was the Holy Lord of the War Clan in the previous life. In this way, it is not difficult to guess the truth by inferring the activities of the Su family father and son. First of all, in the previous life, Su Qingxue, the head of the Su family, was Su Man's father. He was an old fox behind the scenes, very good at calculating, and especially liked to stab people in the back. In the previous life, he succeeded and made the Su family a private force that was not inferior to a country, ranking among the top in the world. In front of people, he has always maintained the hypocritical identity of an entrepreneur and philanthropist, and no one has discovered it for decades. Behind the scenes, the War Clan was also controlled by the Su family, but it was Su Man who was responsible for the development of the Challenge World and the training of the Challenge Orphans. In the previous life, it was obvious that the Su family overthrew the former Saint Lord, not only plotting the entire War Clan power, but also obtaining the hunter training ground in the hands of the Saint Lord, the animal stable. This father and son, one in the open and the other in the dark, control both the Challenge World and Blue Star. This power control is simply higher than the power of a country. Even in the later period of the Challenge World, the true identity of the Su family father and son was exposed, and the authorities failed to catch them. Considering the core doctrine of the War Clan, maybe the father and son hid in the survivor space of the Challenge World when humans were defeated in the previous life, and they could have been kings for many years before the new Challenge civilization arrived. As for this life, because of Wei Huan and Lu Qingji's good at sucking up to others, the Su family father and son's plan failed from the beginning. After confirming that the Su family father and son and the War Clan and the Shiheng group of the Mulberry State were cooperating, they were wanted by the Yin State and disappeared. At the same time, in the Challenge World, because of Wei Huan, they lost a safe haven and have been missing. Now looking back, it is obvious that they asked for Osam's help and got Osam's protection. It is indeed something that only an old fox like old Hodgson would do. While showing weakness to Wei Huan and seeking peace, he was still looking for another way out. He didn't believe that old Hodgson didn't know that he was investigating the Sioux family father and son, but he not only took them in, but also wanted to use them to build a new team of heroes. After losing Jacques, Osum urgently needed a group of heroes who could stabilize the people's hearts. In fact, there is nothing wrong with this, but the car where the Sioux family father and son were arranged was a bit disgusting. Wei Huan went through the matter of the Sioux family father and son, and then asked Mu Zhong, "Why are they?" Without the hunter training ground, the strength of the Sioux family father and son should not be so strong. Mu Zhong said, "The car commander is very powerful. He is an insomniac who has cultivated the demon Dharma. He alone has the ability to demolish the city. In addition, the strength of the others is also good, so he has achieved such a record." The insomniac of the demonic Dharma? Wei Huan frowned, always feeling that he seemed to have overlooked something. He only knew that these few words gave him a bad feeling. Why was it the insomniac of the demonic Dharma? Wei Huan remembered that he and Jacques had killed Denton in the trial of the Colossus. That guy's combat power was actually average, but his skin was really thick and tough to the point of being difficult to chew. His vitality was so strong that it seemed to be stronger than that of a small cockroach like Brother Chang. In the end, he saw with his own eyes that the angel spear pierced his body, and he was pressed down by the 100 Miles Mountain. Didn't he die? But even if he didn't die, with his skills, it would be impossible for him to kill a level 4 Dark Beast Lord in a level 5 random challenge, let alone take down 10 cities in a row. This kind of record has never been achieved by humans except Wei Huan, and it is for this reason that he was promoted as a hero by Osum. Now Osum is celebrating, and Osum finally has its own hero. Wei Huan asked again, "Where are the information of other members?" Mu Zhong said, "There are several strong men from Asham, there are." Mu Zhong reported more than 10 names in one breath, some of which he had never heard of, but there were also Alva Gould and Brule Harvey, both of whom were very famous strong men in the previous life. The direction of history has become strange and unpredictable, but one thing is certain, old Hodgson is restless, knowing that Yen country is wanted for the Sioux family father and son. He tried to whitewash the Sioux family father and son by creating heroes. There may be some tricks in this, and we need to wait a few days to see. Wei Huan wanted to talk to Mu Zhong about the Asham hero chariot, but Mu Zhong suddenly fixed his eyes and looked at a place as if listening attentively. Wei Huan stopped talking and waited for him, knowing that he was talking to others through the iron heart. Mu Zhong, who had just said a few words, suddenly turned his head and looked over, saying, "Wei Huan, a diamond-level treasure chest was found in the level 5 world." Wei Huan was surprised. So fast. It's been less than 2 months since the last diamond treasure chest. As the world level increases, the refresh frequency of high-level treasure chests also increases. And the diamond treasure chest is refreshed on the island of one of the Great Bear Country's garrisons. Now everyone is surrounding the treasure chest and dare not open it. The Great Bear Country hopes to jointly develop the treasure chest with us. Wei Huan nodded. This is understandable. It's normal to share a piece of the pie when it refreshes on someone else's territory. But, are you planning to go back before the opening battle? Wei Huan said. Then you have to hurry, time is running out. Mu Zhong raised his hand and simply connected the video to Wei Huan's portable system. Mu Diheo's face appeared in front of Wei Huan. "Uncle Mu." Wei Huan greeted him and got to the point. "We can't bring a vehicle with us when we return. If we arrange a level 5 vehicle to pick us up now, time will be very tight. In addition, in the level 5 world, diamond-level treasure chests are not difficult to get, but the number is huge, and a large number of combat forces are required to join. These people must also be arranged. Lastly, who will open this diamond treasure chest? What profession can have the confidence to pass the assessment of the professional training ground?" "I go," Mu Zhong said. "You don't have to worry." Wei Huan and Mu Diheo objected at the same time. Then Mu Diheo said, "You already have a professional training ground on you. This level is enough before you become stronger. We can try to keep the dancer's training ground, and you will be able to open it yourself sooner or later." Mu Zhong pursed his lips. Wei Huan looked at Mu Zhong's helpless eyes, which were obviously unhappy but still compromised a little bit, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. It's better for my father-in-law to talk about this matter. Mu Zhong was helpless, but he also knew what was good and what was bad. Well, it's a pity that I haven't reached the 5th sequence of dancers yet. If I'm more than half a month later, I may be able to advance, and then I will have a better chance of passing the assessment. And you are right, I already have a training ground with me now, and I'm afraid it's not appropriate for me to go and get it. Okay, then which profession do you plan to get this training ground? Mu Diheo said, We hope it's the prayer sequence, but the Great Bear Country hopes to open the gardener sequence training ground. However, there is unconfirmed news that South America has already mastered the gardener sequence training ground, and many powerful druids have appeared in the low-level world recently. The Great Bear Country, and we are jointly investigating. If it is true, the prayer should be arranged to go there in the end. Jiangyu? No, we have contacted a group of excellent prayers, and they will get the training ground at all costs. This? Mu Zhong didn't know what to say. Mu Dihao was very implicit, but they knew what the group and at all costs here meant. Professional training grounds have always been difficult to obtain. Even someone as strong as Su Qingqiang was half dead when he came back. It is hard to say what kind of assessment the prayers will encounter. Perhaps because most of the prayer sequence are healers, they will subconsciously worry about them and want to protect them. It's just that the training ground is crucial, benefiting the huge sequence of prayers. There will always be someone who will go alone to overcome this difficulty. The selection of the prayers was not discussed in depth, and Mu Dihao said, "This action is not necessary. The opening battle is imminent. Everything depends on your status." In the remaining time, continuing to take risks in the 6th level world to open supplies can also bring us improvement. Wei Huan hesitated a little this time. Both sides have improvements. Staying in the 6th level world is a steady improvement. If you open the diamond treasure chest, if you are lucky, the strength of mankind will get a leap, and the chance of winning in the opening battle will be even greater. Neither the father and son of the Mu family spoke, worried that it would affect Wei Huan's decision. Wei Huan is now going too far and too high. Even the head of the army, like Mu Dihao, dare not make decisions for him easily, so Wei Huan must think clearly by himself. Go back. Wei Huan made a decision faster than they thought. The diamond treasure chest not only has a professional training ground, but also diamond-level equipment and materials. Maybe we can strengthen it again before the battle. After a pause, Wei Huan said, "In the opening battle, if there is a chance, I want to cripple the dark beasts and let them be defeated on the battlefield. Then we humans can focus on strengthening ourselves and exploring the challenge world." Okay. Mu Dihao nodded in support. "I will arrange a nearby car to pick you up. Just come here. I will arrange the rest." "Well, thank you for your trouble. What are you polite about?" Mu Dihao smiled. "We are a family." Wei Huan nodded and smiled. As soon as he said it, Wei Huan immediately announced his return and sent a notice to the Alliance tanks. In the next period of time, they will completely suspend their actions in the 6th level world. The Alliance tanks can move freely, but it is recommended that they leave the challenge world together when they leave. There is no mandatory requirement to leave the level 6 world. I believe some commanders will consider trying to open low-level treasure chests. After all, they have been following Wei Huan to the level 6 world for such a long time. They will be jealous of Wei Huan buying goods every day while they have to spend Alliance DKP to buy them. With the average strength of the Alliance tanks, it should be no problem to open the bronze treasure chest. If they can form a team, they can also try the black iron treasure chest. During this period of time with Wei Huan, they have also improved a little. The fact that Wei Huan was leaving alarmed all the Alliance tanks, but it was just a notice, not a discussion. After Wei Huan issued a notice and left the return date to be determined, he left the tank with his combat team. A large group of people appeared directly in the deep sea. Some people lit the cigarette in their hands. Some people stretched. Some people took off their weapons and held them in their hands. The light flickered, and one after another of the crypt beasts appeared, turning into jellyfish-like white bone mounts, carrying people. They spread out densely over a large area, rising and falling in the deep sea, with light and darkness uncertain. What they surrounded was the gate to the 5-pole world. The huge gate was 100 meters high, flickering with light, floating in the center of the deep sea, slowly rotating. Wei Huan stepped onto the shell of the huge mother cave beast, with faint black flames lingering around him, and came to the gate. Then he stepped in. Chapter 239. Including Mu Zhong, Wei Huan brought more than 700 people back to the level 5 world this time, all of whom are main combat personnel. 200 Wu Wang, 200 demon apostles, 50 stacking explosions, 50 angels, and 200 long-range personnel. Wei Huan brought Jacques and Lu Qingji, as well as Ding Qi and the twins. Although the latter are not strong enough to stand alone, they are not bad. The most important thing is that they are all senior drivers, and the elites on the car. They need to participate in this mission. Among the old people, only Cousin Mu and the old soldier were not allowed to follow. They are not needed in the war. In addition, Cousin Mu is a headache, so he should be given a vacation. The mighty 700 people came out of the chariot, and sat directly on the back shell of the crypt beast. The melee is in the outer circle, the long range is in the inner circle, and the middle guard is the point beast that Wei Huan rides. Mu Zhong, Lu Qingji and others are also on the point beast. The 10 portals behind Wei Huan opened, and the army of undead spread out, the farthest of which was 30 kilometers away from Wei Huan. In the middle, there were 2-headed hidden demons that could fly and move very fast. After these days of recruitment, the number of Wei Huan's 2-headed hidden demon army has reached 300, which can barely be considered to be of initial size. Let's go! Wei Huan gave the order, and his portable system transmitted his voice to the ears of every crew member. As Wei Huan moved forward, this airtight undead formation also floated in the deep sea, carrying more than 700 people and passing through the teleportation point. They returned from the 6th level world back to the 5th level world, the archipelago. From the oppressive and cold seabed back to the sky, almost everyone squinted their eyes and showed a comfortable expression. Isn't this too comfortable? This is where people should stay. I'm almost suffering from thalassemia. There is no world tree in the level 6 world. No one should come here. It's too torturous. The team was discussing, and everyone was relaxed. After returning from the high-level world, when arriving at the low-level world, it gives people a feeling of coming. It's as if they are looking down at this world, and it's as if their tense nerves have completely relaxed. Naturally, everyone started to laugh and chat, and their eyes were full of vigor. This feeling was the most profound for those who came to pick them up. Team Zhou took on the task of picking up people this time. In order to make room for Wei Huan and the others, he drove 25 chariots over. 25 level 5 chariots are also considered to be a considerable combat power in this world. Silver level treasure chests can be opened at will, and gold level treasure chests can be opened at will if they are for the survivors. They appeared together, and the unified chariot, the symbol of the Yin Kingdom's Qinglong army, would make people who saw it look up and couldn't hide the envy in their eyes. Even when they came out of the city, they couldn't hide their complacency in their hearts. But here, seeing this group of people who returned from the 6th level world with their own eyes, the little pride in their hearts was destroyed. Even if they had met often not long ago, at this moment, looking at the flying ghost crows, the occasional 2-headed hidden demons that flashed before their eyes, and the comrades who stepped on the back shells of the crypt beasts, they still felt deeply shocked and looked up. Captain Zhou was a little envious. When Wei Huan's chariot was expanded, he could get on this car as long as he said a word. It was just that Commander Mu needed someone around him at that time, so he chose to stay. Now Captain Zhou saw many old comrades in this group of people, either squatting or standing, with their proud postures, which were somewhat depressed and regretful. Just as Captain Zhou was sorting out his emotions, the undead army and the cave beasts carrying people separated to both sides, and the huge cave beast called the Point Beast, carrying Wei Huan and others, slowly came to the front. Looking at the man on the back shell, Captain Zhou felt inexplicably uneasy in his heart, even more nervous than seeing Commander Mu. Then he woke up his throat, and repeated a sentence over and over in his mind several times before he dared to say, "Report to Colonel Mu, Qinglong Pioneer Army Zhou and led the convoy to perform the escort mission and report to you." Wei Huan nodded and returned the greeting. "Thank you for your hard work. Time is tight, so I will complete the boarding according to your arrangement." "Yes." The opening battle is imminent, and every second counts in hitting the diamond treasure chest. If we can start the journey earlier, maybe more praying people can be upgraded. The importance of the healer is self-evident, and it can even reverse the situation on the battlefield. Next, Wei Huan did not say much, and waited until all the crew members got on the chariot separately, and then asked the beast to send them into the chariot of Team Zhou. Team Zhou's chariot is a level 5 chariot, which can only accommodate 100 people. In order to ensure the combat effectiveness on the journey, 70 combatants were left in the car to set off with the car. This is also the reason why they need to drive 25 chariots. Team Zhou cleared the deputy commander's room, and let Wei Huan and Mu Zhong live there. Wei Huan did not go up, but asked, "Can I go to the driver's room?" Captain Zhou nodded. "Of course, welcome to visit." Wei Huan said, "It's not a visit. Captain Zhou should know my habits. On the way back, we can't just rush. We can't miss the treasure chests that should be opened. After all, it won't delay time." Of course. Captain Zhou was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly agreed. The corners of his eyes and eyebrows had already produced joy. The treasure chests opened in his car, and the materials went directly into his warehouse. Even if they had to be handed in at that time, they were close to the water tower, so they could pay attention to any good things in advance. Wei Huan went to the cab, and Mu Zhong stayed in the square to maintain the connection with each tank and settle the crew. Lu Qingji rolled up his sleeves and smiled. I'm going to the kitchen. Su Qingqiang also got on their car, lit a cigarette and followed, and went to the kitchen together. Dou Lin lagged behind, trotted past Su Qingqiang, and walked beside Lu Qingji. He was the assistant of Chef Lu. The remaining crew members followed the assignment, and went to the room, but Su returned to the square and started today's training. Leaving the chariot, there is no bonus from the World Tree, which is just right for melee combat to cultivate physical strength, and long-range combat also has things to do. The reason why they are excellent is not only because of the good resources on Wei Huan's chariot, but because they are excellent in the first place, they are qualified to step on Wei Huan's chariot. Unremitting efforts are just the most basic quality. Wei Huan's crew members rolled up in the car, and Wei Huan continued to release his army of undead, and continued to plow the land to open treasure chests on the way. Why not take the 0 yuan purchase? Is there still too much supplies? Wei Huan's chariot escaped into the void, and another world was separated. The challenge world defaulted that the chariot he was in was a warehouse. When he opened the treasure chest, Captain Zhou stood beside him, unwilling to move his feet. The supplies that kept appearing on the screen made him dizzy, and his heart beat like thunder. It was too cool. At dinner, Captain Zhou held a small reception banquet in the car and talked about today's harvest, saying it was a dream. Wei Huan's crew said that it was just basic exercises. But the flying eyebrows could not hide their pride. After dinner, Wei Huan did not go to the cab, but returned to the room prepared for him, but did not collect the undead plowing outside, and continued to perform the search and guard tasks. With long-term persistence, Wei Huan can continue to summon the undead, and keep control of the undead, while sleeping and resting in the professional temple. This is not the ability of a great keeper, but who said there is a need, and he practiced it unconsciously. Of course, during the rest and training phase, only the ghost crows can open the treasure chest, and the chariot must maintain a high speed to avoid being besieged by the beast tide. The real battle can only be deployed when Wei Huan is awake. At 6 o'clock, the challenge world was dark on time, and there was no transition from day to night, just like turning off the lights in a closed room, and it was pitch black. The convoy of 25 vehicles sped all the way on the sea. Even if they encountered an island in front, they chose to go straight through it under Wei Huan's order. Everything is based on speed. The passing chariots caused the birds living on the island to become restless. The royal family and the birds chased the chariots until they left their warning range and had to return. When they returned to their hometown, they found that the gold treasure chests that had been refreshed near their nests were gone. Knowing that the treasure chest monsters would not stop until they died, the royal family closed their eyes contentedly. At 11 o'clock, Captain Zhou looked at the 2 gold-level monsters chasing after the car, and he couldn't sleep because of the tension in his heart. The 70 chariot members he brought also looked as if they were facing a great enemy, and almost all of them were at their posts, ready to fight at any time. Most of the people brought by Wei Huan returned to their rooms, eating and sleeping. Captain Zhou looked at the quiet upstairs, and Anzi smiled bitterly. Is this the difference in experience? How can you sleep in such an environment where you are being chased by monsters? Mu Zhong did not sleep. He asked Captain Zhou to arrange him and Wei Huan in a room. When Wei Huan was practicing, he would accompany him and slowly refine the natural power in his body. After all, it was a wartime state, and he couldn't relax completely. Mu Zhong, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, had completed today's refining. The natural fruit in his body was a little less. The energy of this natural fruit is very strong. With his current strength, it would probably take about a year to refine one. He still has 3 in his hand, which should help him practice the dancer sequence to sequence 7. Mu Zhong remembered that there were still a few of these natural fruits in the hands of a demon named Dinton. Unfortunately, with his death, these fruits were completely left in the assessment world. He didn't know how many there were in total. If he could get them all, not to mention sending himself to the dancers in sequence 9, but there would be no problem practicing to sequence 8. Mu Zhong thought about it randomly for a while, looked at the time, and it was still early for Wei Huan to finish his practice, so he entered into meditation again and continued to refine the natural fruit. In this state, he can be woken up at any time, and only he can wake Wei Huan up. He closed his eyes and looked at Wei Huan again. Then, the room became quiet again. At this time, Wei Huan was in the world of the Great Tomb. Now his vision is very wide. The 303 two-headed hidden demons provide him with a visual range of 1,200 meters, and the thought beasts are 1,000 meters. In addition to his training during this period, his vision has exceeded 3,000 meters. If it were not for the black mass 3,000 meters away, his vision would be the distance that ordinary humans can see, and they would not be able to see as clearly as he does. Such a visual range makes it easier for him to capture the movements of the two-headed hidden demons. He can recruit a full quota of two-headed hidden demons every day, and then send them to the undead ranch for improvement. The next day, they can become combat forces and join his undead army. The two-headed hidden demons are very useful, which slightly solves some of Wei Huan's problems of insufficient attacking force. In addition, Wei Huan had no undead to recruit in the tomb, so he would have to fight the two-headed hidden demon for a long time. The opening battle was not far away, and if the daily recruitment was full, he could only recruit more than 200. In Wei Huan's opinion, this number was still a little less, but there was no way, not everything could be done at his own pace. After completing today's recruitment, Wei Huan practiced in the tomb, absorbing the dark energy obtained by enlightenment, and quickly improving himself. When the time came, he was ejected from the tomb, and his dark power had recovered half. Wei Huan sensed his condition, and sat up from the bed. As soon as he sat up, Mu Zhong opened his eyes and looked over, smiling. "Are you awake? Take a break or now. There are quite a lot of monsters following behind, and there are 2 gold-level monsters gathered." Wei Huan woke up and said, "Now, let's go to bed after the fight." "Okay." Mu Zhong's message finally came. Captain Zhou, who had been guarding the commander's room and dared not close his eyes, breathed a long sigh of relief. Finally, these things following behind can be cleared. If they are not surrounded by these monsters, hundreds of their own vehicles will not be able to escape, and any chariot can be smashed. How can they relax? Wei Huan's undead went out and started a fight in the dark night. The team on duty would rush out to speed up the end of the battle. Su Qingqiang and his criminal brigade were the most active. This beast-tide killing moment is the best opportunity to upgrade the prison level, and for criminals, now is also feeding time. Blood was splattering in the dark night, and terrifying screams were heard. The battle in the deep darkness could not be seen with the naked eye, but everyone knew what was happening in the depths. After all, they had seen several such battles in the daytime. There were 2 gold-level monsters this time. I wonder how long it would take. Some people thought so, and waited nervously. Although they believed that Wei Huan had the ability to solve the problem, they were inevitably a little worried before they could really solve it. It took about 10 minutes before and after, and the last bound material was untied. The challenger who went out returned to the car with blood and murderous aura. At this time, the undead were pulled into the void by transparent hands and returned to the tomb. Only the ghost crows were left outside the car, croaking as if they were singing a dirge for the dead. Soon, the convoy set off again. The corpses on the ground were collected by the challenge world, and not even a drop of blood could be seen on the battlefield. Captain Zhou looked back at the depths of darkness again and let out a long sigh. Now he could finally fall asleep. After ending the communication with Mu Zhong on the video, Captain Zhou arranged the people on duty tonight and returned to the room to wash up. Just after coming out of the bathroom, the voice of the AI butler sounded above his head. "Captain, we just got platinum-level equipment in the car. Do you want to notify the crew to prepare for battle? Do you want to notify Captain Wei?" Captain Zhou blinked. It's a good thing to get a platinum treasure chest, that's... He looked down at the water droplets on his body, sighed secretly, picked up the clothes he had just taken off, and hurried out the door while saying to the butler, "Contact Captain Mu and tell him about the current situation." Mu Zhong didn't get in touch, so he contacted Wei Huan directly. It is now time for Mu Zhong to enter the professional temple, and it is Wei Huan's turn to take a light nap and take duty. When they were not strong enough, they took turns to rest. Now they are on a mission outside, and they are not really relaxed as others think. The most basic vigilance and professional ethics are still required. Wei Huan did not leave Mu Zhong's side, and directly recruited the undead army. The crew members on rest quickly arrived, and Su Qingqiang led his criminal brigade to the battle. This battle was not long, and it was over in less than half an hour. The platinum-level treasure chest monster is a liar's remnant, mainly a large body. After seeing through its tricks, it is not difficult to kill it, just to waste time. Fortunately, there are 25 tanks this time, and Wei Huan has 300 two-headed hidden demons in his hands, which makes up for their weakness of not having tanks. The battle ended smoothly. Captain Zhou looked at the extra set of platinum-level supplies in the tank warehouse, and there were also core supplies for upgrading the whole vehicle of Sequence 6, and was silent for a long time. It's really a bit too easy. Why don't I stay up today and wait to see if I can get some more good things? This is a bit addictive. The door of the commander's room was knocked. Captain Zhou turned around and saw the tall and strong Lu Qingji pushing the dining cart in. He smiled and said, "Captain Zhou, it's me." This mission is too urgent. You and your brothers have worked hard to stay up late. I made some midnight snacks. Thank you and your brothers on duty. You are too polite. This is what we should do, Captain Zhou said, and did not refuse Lu Qingji's kindness. Everyone knows that the food made by the chef in Wei Huan's car can increase attributes when eaten. Who wouldn't want the attributes that fell from the sky? A little more is a lot. Lu Qingji not only made supper for the leader's car, but also sent some to other cars. Before Wei Huan got on the car, he put a few small dog-headed people in each car, so that even if they were in a hurry, they could go back and forth between each car without stopping. Lu Qingji sent them back and finished his work, and happily went back to his room to sleep. He didn't have much fighting power, but it was no problem to help the boss with these trivial matters. Of course, brothers should be taken care of specially. On the way back to the house, Lu Qingji also turned to Su Qingqiang's room. He knocked on the door and saw Su Qingqiang picking his teeth and asked him, "Brother Chang, are you full?" "I left a lot." Su Qingqiang didn't say anything, just answered him with a burp. On the way back, the days passed like this. Moody Heo would send a copy of the military intelligence about the preparations for the opening battle on the human side, trying to make sure Wei Huan was fully informed of everything. Wei Huan was either practicing or killing monsters on the way. The warehouse on Captain Zhou's car had been cleared once, and sent to the battlefield in advance to give the challengers, who were about to participate in the battle, time to adapt. Moody Heo also sent the core materials for upgrading the whole vehicle that dropped from the platinum level last time to the battlefield. Logistics development is important, but the battlefield is the key to victory. At this time, all good things must be sent to the front. If one more car can be armed, 100 people can survive, and it can also promote victory. On the fourth day before the opening battle, Wei Huan's chariot finally arrived at the destination. The latest diamond treasure chest spawned at the Great Bear Country garrison. The place was already full of cars. The Great Bear Country surrounded it 3 times, and only let in some reporter cars from other countries. The things that were scavenged at the Great Bear Country station were theirs. Yin Country had the ability to open the treasure chest alone, so it was qualified to share the materials with the Great Bear Country. Other countries knew that they could not compete, but they were also curious about the entire development process. Each country gave 10 reporters a quota to watch this diamond war up close. The last time Wei Huan opened a level 5 world diamond treasure chest, it took 3 days and 3 nights. If it weren't for the 5-star island to divert attention, it would have been discovered long ago. Later, Wei Huan proposed a deterrent strategy and announced his actions in developing diamond treasure chests. Although all countries were interested in watching, they were too far away, and it was too late to rush over. This time, the Great Bear Country opened the press box, which can be regarded as a contribution to all countries. After watching a high-level war, there will always be some experience left, which can be used sooner or later. Wei Huan, and the leader of the Great Bear Country, who is responsible for this operation, met in the car via video link. This is a man with a big beard on his face. He looks over 50 years old. It is said that he is a commander in the north of the Great Bear Country. Now he is responsible for the development of the Great Bear Country in the Challenge of the World, and he is also the commander-in-chief of the development. This status is 1 level higher than Moody Heo. Yin Country has never set up this position, mainly because no one has the ability to lead the entire army. Whether it is challenging the world or on the battlefield, Yin Country is the country with the strongest number and combat effectiveness. This force is too large for anyone to control, so it is better to divide it into 4 legions and listen directly to the country's dispatch. So if we only look at the power we hold, Moody Heo is only a little worse than the commander-in-chief of the Great Bear. Now that Wei Huan is here, this little gap has been made up. Moody Heo's chariot met up with Wei Huan thousands of miles away and arrived here together. After a simple greeting, the remaining docking work was handed over to Moody Heo. Soon, both sides sent out their respective prayer teams. Triggering the prayer professional training ground was the result of a unified decision after everyone agreed. But who can get it depends on their ability. It was clearly written in the contract signed before. Both parties will send 20 prayers each to compete for the professional training ground together. One party obtains the professional training ground, voluntarily gives up other item drops, and unconditionally obtains the priority use right of 1/3 of the training ground, with preferential fees. In addition, there are some divisions and cooperation of Blue Star resources, because Yin Country and Big Bear Country have always been strategic allies in the past, cooperating with each other, and the whole negotiation process was very smooth. Now the only uncertainty is which country this professional training ground will fall into. It depends on luck, and it is competitive. When the prayer appeared, the whole audience was solemn. Even Moody Hale and the commander-in-chief of Big Bear Country, who were talking, shut their mouths and looked over nervously. This is a diamond treasure chest, shining with a dreamy light, quietly parked on the beach. It seems to have been sent to the island by the big waves at night, tilted. Half of the box is in the gravel, and half is exposed. The diamond treasure chest is a circle smaller than the silver treasure chest, but the details are completely different. One looks like it was produced on an assembly line, and the other looks like it was carefully molded by the gods. If you look closely, there are small and complex patterns on it. The waves are clattering, constantly washing the box, over and over again. The island where the garrison is located is not big. In short, it cannot accommodate the body of the diamond-level Lyre survivors. According to their experience, the body of the diamond-level Lyre survivors is so large that it covers at least 100 miles around. Therefore, the ordinary guards and the idle people on the island were cleared out, and now only the chariots that are about to participate in the battle are left. The chariots of Yin Country and the Great Bear Country, a total of 300 chariots are parked here, in order to complete the killing as soon as possible. The 20 prayers from both sides, divided into two sides, came to the coastline 100 meters away from the treasure chest. They are all carefully selected challengers. Even the healing professions are energetic and full of fighting spirit. Moreover, there are both men and women, and the quotas are almost evenly divided. Wei Huai noticed that the age of the candidates has been specially arranged, ranging from 20 to over 55 years old, just in case there is something special about this assessment. They stood at the starting line, each lined up in 2 rows, and stood still and waited quietly after arriving. The commander-in-chief of the Great Bear Nation said, "Colonel Wei, it's up to you now." Wei Huan nodded. Chapter 240. The 10 portals that had been opened long ago, under Wei Huan's command, flowed out like a waterfall with skeletons and dark and strong walking corpses. Although they rushed out frantically, they were orderly, surrounding the diamond treasure chest from all directions until they came to the back of the prayer team and stopped. In the interval between stillness and movement, they were like soldiers who had been tempered and obeyed orders. The coastline was soon surrounded, and the undead army began to expand outward, spreading to the end of the vision, as if filling the whole world. Even in the sky, there were a large number of magic-eye lords and crypt beasts floating, surrounding the diamond treasure chest. Finally, the undead army was completely quiet, with only faint green fire rising in their eyes. Although they knew they were friendly forces, the prayers who were surrounded could not help swallowing their saliva, and their bodies were tense. Only when you are surrounded by the dead can you understand how terrible this aura is. After completing the final arrangement, Wei Huan looked at his father-in-law in front of the screen and said, "Report to Commander Mu, the action deployment is complete and can be launched at any time." Moody Hale replied with a serious face, "Thank you for your hard work." Then he shouted, "Everyone evacuate, wait for my order." The commander-in-chief of the Great Bear Kingdom also waved his hand. "Evacuate, prepare for action." When the chariot group spread out 30 miles, Wei Huan's car stopped first, and this was his summoning limit. The chariot specially arranged for him was a level 6 chariot, which could fly. Most of the treasure chest monsters at present cannot fly. Even if the large leaves of the Lyre's descendants penetrate the sky and the earth, it is not flying, and there are great limitations. The body of this survivor is 100 miles long. It is impossible to break through from the outside to the inside. He also has to protect the prayer who ventured to open the treasure chest. The chariot that Wei Huan was riding stopped, and the other chariots continued to move out. After so many days, the Qinglong army also had 2 level 6 vehicles, one of which was from the Great Bear Country. In addition to the chariot that Wei Huan was in, the other 2 chariots chose to leave this area. They will attack from the outside to the inside. Diamond-level monsters, except for Wei Huan and his crew, no one dared to resist. Soon, everyone took their positions. Countless micro-cameras flew over the diamond treasure chest, and there was a gurgle turning, with a big eye with fascia and blood vessels floating behind it at the top, looking down from above. The time for the action to start was approaching, and the atmosphere was getting tense little by little. Some prayers couldn't help but wipe the sweat from their palms. Finally, a voice sounded in the tactical headphones they wore. "Action begins." 40 praying men rushed out along the path made by the army of undead. Some of them ran on their legs, some used speeding props, and some even wore bamboo dragonflies on their heads and leaped up suddenly. One of them particularly attracted Wei Huan's attention. She was a female angel from Yin Country, but she was not Jiangyu. At the moment of departure, she spread a pair of angelic wings behind her, and flew forward with flowing light all the way. Wei Huan's eyes were attracted by her. Is this a skill? Or equipment? Although there are all kinds of things in the challenge world, Wei Huan has lived 2 lives. Except for Jiang Yu, who turned into a soul angel and grew wings after his death, he has never seen such angel wings. Wei Huan also knew that he had changed too much history, giving some talents, who had never been seen before, the opportunity to emerge. Then, will this angel's wings have a positive improvement on her sequence? She was chosen to come here, so she must have been completely unknown before, right? That is, the speed of this wing is really not too fast. After all, the distance is only 100 meters, but a young male prayer from the Big Bear country, who used the acceleration props and ran all the way, was faster and successfully touched the treasure chest first. Before setting off, the 20 prayers were assigned to their respective leaders' cars, and the supplies they opened would appear directly in the chariot. As the treasure chest was opened, the commander-in-chief of the Big Bear country could not help but be happy, while Moody Heo kept a straight face and did not speak. It seems that it was indeed the young prayer from the Big Bear country who touched the treasure chest first. Next, it depends on whether he can get the prayer training ground. Wei Huan didn't know whether he should bless him for a while. But at the moment, he still has his own things to do. As the treasure chest was opened, a dazzling white light enveloped the scene, instantly depriving everyone of their eyesight. Others observed the scene through the camera footage. For a long time, the screen was all white. Wei Huan opened his eyes wide with green flames. The eyeballs of the elite demon Eye Lord who was in his sight bulged, and black bloodshot spread forward from the blood vessels behind the eyes, like a spider web, densely covering the eyeballs. Wei Huan's netherworld power was greatly strengthened, and he tried hard to see the situation in the white light clearly. Unknowingly, under his strong desire, the black bloodshot on the eyeballs of the elite demon Eye Lord spread to a terrifying degree. But when these powers were finally poured into the depths of the eyeballs, with a boom, the white light instantly disappeared from Wei Huan's eyes, and he clearly saw the process of the monster being released from the treasure chest. At this time, the treasure chest had actually disappeared, but the monster trapped inside seemed to be still walking out of the space channel. I guessed correctly, it was indeed the descendants of the plant civilization scammers. It was like a small group of seaweed, which quickly expanded after encountering the air, and the leaves became thicker and the rhizomes became stronger. It spread outward at a very fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it was several miles away, expanding to the location where Wei Huan's body was. But Wei Huan was not concerned about these. His vision fell on those respectable people who were fearless and brave enough to fight for a possible platinum-level boss with the fragile body of a healer. Wei Huan noticed that 10 people disappeared. The Great Bear country arranged more men, so they were ahead in the process of the competition, and 7 people disappeared. 2 women and 1 male angel disappeared from the Great Yin country, including the female angel with a pair of angel-like wings. These 10 people may have gone to the training ground for assessment, so like Su Qingqiang, they disappeared in this plane. The remaining 30 people were completely exposed to danger because they were a step slower and were not teleported. This is a platinum-level monster. An angel from the Great Bear country, who was closer, was pierced by a thin vine when he was avoiding the white light and could not react in time. The vine suddenly grew to the size of a building in the next second. The people who were pierced and torn disappeared without even bleeding. There were also 3 or 4 people who were blown away by the growing leaves. For a while, they could not see where they went or whether they were still alive. Wei Huan could not care about the situation on his side. His attention was focused on this group of praying people. Under his command, the fastest 2-headed hidden demon was dispatched. The 2-headed hidden demon waved the dragon wings behind it, and flew into the middle of the praying people like a flash of lightning. Some of them hugged the praying people with a slap and flew up, while others were hugged by the legs of the praying people who reacted faster. The 2-headed hidden demons were racing against time to save people from the scythe of the god of death. The 2-headed hidden demons that failed to save people turned into meat shields and bayonets, facing those ferocious leaves and roots, using fangs and sharp teeth to tear up all the attacks that arrived in front of them. Some praying people were lucky and were easily rescued, but some were photographed halfway through the evacuation, and then fell into the encirclement of monsters and disappeared. At this time, Wei Huan's undead army had all gathered around the monsters, some attacking, some searching, and some responsible for covering. Wei Huan multitasked and directed the actions of the undead to the level of details. This team of undead should go here, that team of undead must go to die, and the Lord of the Magic Eye in the sky must suppress it. If this sea leaf cannot be broken within 10 seconds, the people below will surely die. He calculated frantically, and deployed his troops without distraction. Finally, one by one, the praying people were rescued from the crisis with his efforts. In this short period of less than 30 seconds, the people on other chariots were still in the time when their eyes were white. Wei Huan had already completed a set of battlefield command that was almost micro-manipulation. When the white light completely disappeared, most of the people who could be saved were also rescued, and the pitch-black leaves that reached the sky had spread for hundreds of miles. Wei Huan suddenly came back to his senses. Did he just see the depths of the leaves? Even the places blocked by the leaves, could he see? Wei Huan realized something and jumped his sight to a nearby demon Eye Lord. Then he looked at the demon Eye Lord he had just possessed and understood everything. This demon Eye Lord that he often descended into his sight had advanced to become a heroic demon Eye Lord. The appearance of the demon Eye Lord that had been upgraded to the heroic level had changed a lot. The blood vessels and muscles behind it were twice as many as before, splitting into two sides behind it, and turning into a pair of black wings that were 10 meters long when unfolded. The wings were of course also made of muscles and blood vessels. Looking closely, these black muscles and blood vessels seemed to be alive and could wriggle, which was extremely disgusting. Of course, as Wei Huan summoned, he was very satisfied with this evolution. The appearance of the heroic demon Eye Lord was not only more stylish, but most importantly, it was practical. Not only did it increase the flying speed of the demon Eye Lord, but the most important thing was the double enhanced antenna, which allowed him to not only have a 360-degree stereoscopic vision, but also see the scenery in areas that were not completely closed. It was similar to observing a completely closed box. He couldn't see what was inside, but if he poked a pinhole-sized hole in the box, the obstruction would be blurred, and he could see clearly inside. This ability could be described as perspective, which might give people a sense of vulgarity. But Wei Huan knew very well that this advancement was a huge improvement for him, allowing him to leap forward in commanding the army of the undead. It was great to have such an improvement before the opening battle. This time, Wei Huan was particularly satisfied with the advancement of the heroic undead. Then he returned his vision to the heroic demon Eye Lord. As the big eyes rolled, Wei Huan carefully observed and found some prayers struggling to hold on in the depths of several leaves and roots. It's good to be able to find it. Wei Huan ordered some two-headed hidden demons to rush to his side with the rescued prayers. The rest once again rushed to the depths of the platinum monster. This time, the battle was a little more difficult. After all, the platinum monster has also adapted to the environment after the seal was lifted, and its movements are more flexible. It is very ferocious in chasing the army of undead. But this is not a big problem. The small dog heads that were equipped in advance were hung on the heads, shoulders, and waists of several two-headed shadow demons. As Wei Huan's orders were issued, they rolled their eyes and stiffened their necks as if they were eating something stuck in their throats at the same time. Su Qingqiang, Captain Shui, Brother Hammer, and others were vomited out. Hee! Your grandfather is here, you bastard! As soon as they appeared, they rushed to the root system with a clear purpose. In this process, the undead cooperated with them to guide the way and fight, and went straight underground. After a few twists and turns, the last 3 trapped prayers were successfully rescued. If there were more, they would either die at the beginning or be in a place where Wei Huan couldn't see them. However, the latter possibility was not high. The ability obtained by the demon Eye Lord after reaching the heroic level was already very powerful. After rescuing the people, the only thing left was to kill monsters. Platinum-level monsters had been killed once, and they were familiar with them. Besides, everyone had improved during this period, so it was easier to fight. However, Wei Huan still issued an order to fight quickly. Because it was unknown when the 10 people who participated in the assessment would come out, and this group was in a mess. If they finally got the professional training ground and were attacked as soon as they came out, it would be too much trouble. No matter which country gets the prayer's professional training ground, it will be a great improvement for mankind. In the face of a powerful enemy, Wei Huan hopes that Yin country will get it, but it doesn't matter if it doesn't. At most, it will be a pity. The road must always move forward. The only thing Wei Huan must take down is the dancer's professional training ground. He is bound to do it. What Wei Huan regrets is that the main body of the survivors is not where the treasure chest is. He attacked with all his strength, but it was a waste. His undead and the crew cooperated to dig up the 3 miles of land near here, but did not see the disgusting big brain. Then it was cleared from the inside out. After clearing it almost, the core of the monster could not be found to kill it. Finally, there was another trick, that is, the chariot with the item left here, and the challenge world would teleport the monster directly in front of him. The reason why he didn't do this at the beginning was, of course, because the diamond-level monster was so powerful that the leader car of the Great Bear Country might not be able to withstand it. Another advantage of clearing from the inside out is that it can ensure that the group of people who were tested are in a safe environment after returning. As long as they are safe, the rest will be easy. The advantage of the large number of the undead army played a crucial role in the face of such a huge monster. For a moment, all the leaves were covered with undead. Shiroma stepped on the face hugger and landed on the huge leaves. Although some of them were smashed by the leaves, most of them easily grasped the leaves and searched along the roots all the way down. The long-range attack of the Demon Eye Lord and the two-headed hidden demon were the main combat forces in this battle. Especially the latter, which had strong destructive power. Although they are not as good as the crew in attacking, the key is that they are not afraid of death and will actively die when necessary, as long as they can destroy the target. Wei Huan used it very smoothly. The two-headed hidden demon still need to be recruited. The Thought Beast is also very useful. To improve it, I have to catch more Thought Beasts to feed, but now my vision is not far enough. These Thought Beasts are sensitive and can avoid me. It would be better to die when there is another one. Wei Huan thought about the upcoming big battlefield. If he killed more, I wonder if these stupid Thought Beasts will appear in the tomb world. That would confirm his previous guess. After a slight distraction, Wei Huan quickly refocused his attention and observed the surrounding environment. The remnants of the original size, with huge leaves reaching the sky, are also attacking the chariot flying into the sky. This chariot is also equipped with abundant firepower. The chariot arrow tower and long-range attack at the same time have destroyed two large leaves at this moment. At this moment, they are fighting with some roots sticking out from the sea. Some roots are very long, not inferior to leaves, and they bite like dragons, very flexible. The chariot moves left and right, flexibly positioning, and the attack falls on these roots. Some of them break into pieces and fall into the sea, and some hit the chariot, which is blocked by the protective shield, and then counterattacked by the 6th level protective shield, and the thunder bombards, directly blasting into slag. Although it looks a bit busy, the overall problem is not big. If you can't beat it, you can fly higher. Wei Huan simply left some undead to help clear a place to stay. As for the 300 chariots arranged by the two countries, they were pushed from the outside to the inside. After Wei Huan confirmed that the core of the survivors was not in the box, the next step was to play the game of let's find the difference together. No one knew where the thing was hidden, maybe it was hidden in the edge of the area. The battle was proceeding according to the plan. Although there were occasional thrills, most of them could be resolved. As more and more monsters were cleared, everyone's attention fell on those who were praying for opportunities. Wei Huan saved 21 people and teleported 10 people away, which means that there were still 9 people who died on the spot. Healers are not easy to train, and they are all excellent angels who have reached sequence 5. The loss of every life is an important loss to mankind. Unfortunately, on the road to challenge, death is often the most common scene. Wei Huan was not sure when the people who had undergone the assessment would return. And how would they return? So he cleaned the area nearby very carefully. Even that small section of broken grass roots had to be dug out and crushed. This was also the reason why Wei Huan focused on this area. The most direct benefit was the island station of the Great Bear Country. Although the ground facilities were destroyed at the beginning, the ground part was basically intact under the attack of the diamond-level monster. This also made the subsequent reconstruction much simpler. The leader of the Great Bear Country was very happy, with a smile on his face. After all, the supplies were in their car, which meant that their crew had a greater chance of taking over the training ground. Now the island facilities and equipment were far less serious than they had imagined, which were all good things. It was at this time that the undead that Wei Huan spread out finally found the core of the liar's descendants that was deeply hidden deep in the sea. With the influx of the undead, and Wei Huan's crew being teleported over, the battle was about to end. There were almost no complications during this period. There were no monsters, and no humans. The joint development of Yin Country and Big Bear Country, plus the return of Wei Huan, the strongest man in the human race. If you talk about how powerful this diamond-level monster is, and how badly it beat them, those countries watching might have some ideas. As for now, who dares to have any ideas? The killing was so smooth, and they showed up at this time. Are they trying to be the next boss? No, in front of Wei Huan, they are probably not even the boss. Wei Huan, who has reached the 6th level world, is indeed more intimidating to the countries still in the 5th level world. They didn't dare before, and they dare even less now. When the diamond level monster was killed, no matter how jealous Osum was behind him, he was the first to send a congratulatory message. Congratulations to the Great Bear and Great Yin for jointly killing the diamond level monster. I wish the prayer training ground a successful assessment, which will make our human race even stronger and reach new heights. After seeing this, some countries that did not get along well with the Yin Kingdom also followed awesome steps and congratulated the Yin Kingdom and the Great Bear, and even sent some congratulatory gifts. The diamond-level monster that was originally planned to be killed in 3 days was now killed in only half a day. In the remaining time, the leaders of the two armies mainly dealt with the congratulations from all parties. In addition, these countries spoke out at this time, of course, not just for congratulations. The prayer training ground is very important to every country. It is really irrational to make enemies with these two countries at this time. Some people even tried to get in touch with Wei Huan by congratulating him on the success of the operation, so that they would not have to worry about anything. In a blink of an eye, it was dark. 1/10 of the repair work on the ground part of the island base had been completed, but the 10 people who disappeared had not returned. Mu Dihao said, "Our Major Su Qingqiang also obtained the training ground of the Endless Prison when he fought against the diamond-level survivors. He disappeared for 3 whole days before returning. In that assessment, he was caught in a bloody massacre and fought with tens of thousands of monsters. In the end, he successfully put these monsters into the prison and obtained the energy key to open the prison. Be patient, they may be experiencing some kind of suffering in there, and we can only wish them well." No one slept that night. Even the leaders of other countries were paying attention to this matter and waiting for the results. The professional training ground is a very wonderful object that has the ability to improve the profession and can also make up for the shortcomings of the profession itself. Therefore, its form is not uniform, and it even makes people look forward to it. What will the training ground for the prayers look like? Will they be given some medical books? Or will they be given divine power directly? What do you think the training ground for the prayers will look like? Mu Zhong also asked Wei Huan. Wei Huan shook his head, he didn't know. In the last life, humans failed in the 6th level, or in the 5th level world, and many professional training grounds could not be opened, which also made Wei Huan lose a lot of foresight information. The Iron Triangle of War, Pastor and Magic only opened the Battle Tower of the Farmer sequence. The other two professions were probably because of the long-range reason, and the probability of triggering was too low. If it weren't for this organized action, I'm afraid the training grounds for the long-range and healing professions would not appear. But, if the prayer assessment is also to kill monsters, what can we do? Wei Huan and Mu Zhong chatted casually, and when they saw that the time was almost up, they both entered the professional temple to practice. This time, the two-headed hidden demon once again showed amazing combat effectiveness in killing the diamond-level monster, making Wei Huan extremely eager to recruit them all and gather them into an army. Today, he did not hesitate to recruit the two-headed hidden demon. When his dark power was insufficient, he practiced in the tomb until he reached the limit of the time he stayed in the tomb, and his spirit was ejected. As soon as he opened his eyes, he found that it was bright outside the window, and he was being woken up by Mu Zhong. Is this dawn? It's not dawn. Mu Zhong obviously knew what he was thinking. He jumped out of the bed, walked to the window and looked out, saying, "It's not even 12 o'clock yet. You practiced for about 4 hours, and the sky outside suddenly became bright. This is abnormal." If there is no monster, Wei Huan thought of the only possibility. He and Mu Zhong said almost at the same time, "Training ground." Yes, if there is anything else that will have such an abnormality, like an abnormality that makes the sky bright, then it is only the prayer training ground that all mankind is paying attention to, which has finally appeared. Chapter 241. Wei Huan had gotten up and walked to Mu Zhong's side. At the same time, the portal opened outside the car, and a large eyeball with a pair of black wings with muscles and blood vessels flew out of the portal and flew towards the glowing place. Mu Zhong saw the upgraded demon Eye Lord for the first time, and turned to look at Wei Huan. Wei Huan had already focused his vision on the Lord. His left eye was burning with green flames, and his right eye was as black as glass. He was clearly looking out the window, looking at a place in front, but it seemed that he even saw Mu Zhong's expression. He curled his lips and asked, "Is he handsome?" "Handsome." Mu Zhong looked at the flying demon Eye Lord and said, "He is handsome with wings. Wings represent flying, so..." Wei Huan was talking, and suddenly got stuck. All because a group of mythical creatures that theoretically should not appeared in his vision. It was a group of angels with wings. The huge wings spread out behind them, and the white light fell like gold powder. The holy power made Wei Huan feel very uncomfortable. Wei Huan stared at the depth of the light source in front of him, and found that among the angels with only one pair of wings, there was an angel with 2 pairs of wings, which was particularly dazzling. Her wings were bigger and more numerous, and the light was more dazzling. Indistinctly, the breath of all angels was involved in her, making her look particularly heroic. Wei Huan recognized who she was from her extra pair of wings. It was the Yen country praying person, who had a pair of angel wings and attracted his attention before the war. Wei Huan now knew her name, Xiaoyu. He is only 24 years old this year. He entered the challenge world 2 years ago. He is the same age as Su Qingqiang. He is younger than Jiangyu, and his talent is not inferior to Jiangyu. After seeing Xiaoyu, Wei Huan also confirmed the identity of this group of angels. It seems that this professional training ground is really related to angels. He actually gave them wings. Perhaps it was because the winged eyeball that Wei Huan descended was too scary. When these 10 people were originally flying in high spirits, everyone couldn't help but slow down when facing the Lord of the Magic Eye. At the same time, the dazzling holy light on them also faded a little. "This is Colonel Wei." Someone immediately spoke up to stop the possible commotion. Others also nodded, "I know." Someone looked respectful and said to the Lord of the Magic Eye, "Sorry to bother Colonel Wei, we have successfully completed the prayer assessment task and obtained the prayer training ground, Heaven." Wei Huan's Lord of the Magic Eye cannot speak, but his hearing and vision are equally excellent. Hearing this, he murmured, "Heaven?" Mu Zhong beside him heard, "What? Is this heaven? Professional training ground? Heaven for praying people, it complements each other." And he said, "Angels and heaven should exist at the same time. Legend has it that angels' wings are given by heaven. The strongest will have 12 wings. They can be roughly divided into 3 levels, and 9 types according to their wings. Seraphim, cherubim and thrones are upper angels, archangels, power angels are middle angels, and power angels, archangels and ordinary angels are lower angels. But no matter how they are classified, one thing is certain, that is, angels with wings are not only more powerful, but also have the ability to fly. So, when the kingdom of heaven descended, did they all get wings? Mu Zhong, who was not visible in the distance, was able to analyze everything based on the 2 words Wei Huan said. Even Wei Huan roughly understood the relationship between these wings and the kingdom of heaven through Mu Zhong's description. So, this professional training ground is like this, right? The demon-eye lord who descended on Wei Huan turned and flew back. His dark wings and hideous eyeballs spread out 10 meters. The wings made of muscles and blood vessels flapped and flew slowly in front. The 10 angels behind him, who were shining with holy light, could feel the damage caused by the dark energy and the purification power in their bodies. But at this moment, they were as obedient as a group of elementary school students following their class teacher. Even the 7 people from the Great Bear Country were the same. The location where these 10 praying people returned was not where the treasure chest was. It was not located on the sea, but 10 kilometers away from the treasure chest. Wei Huan flew all the way to the light source. He was fast and left as soon as he said he would. After he had picked up the people and walked a distance, several chariots that also followed the light appeared in front. There were chariots from Yen Country and Big Bear Country. Wei Huan's vision rose, and he looked down from a high place. He followed the chariots of Yen Country back to the temporary station, until he was sure that the prayers of Big Bear Country and Yen Country had entered the chariots of their respective countries. After the joint development of the diamond treasure chest was completed yesterday, Yen Country did not stay on the island. First, the upper layer of the island station was damaged, and second, it was necessary to be on guard. No one knew what would happen to the prayer training ground. To prevent possible conflicts, Mu Dihao arranged for the chariots to be parked on the sea outside the island, located on the east side of the island. There were 3 cars for picking up people. After driving in parallel for about 3 minutes, they dispersed. Wei Huan accompanied the Yen Kingdom car all the way back to the camp, and then called the demon-eye lord back to the tomb. The green flame in his eyes disappeared, and he opened the door and went downstairs with Mu Zhong. In the meeting room on the first floor, Mu Dihao was already sitting here. In front of him were the 3 praying people who had obtained wings. Mu Dihao was waiting for the 3 praying people to drink water. When he saw him come in, he asked, "Who will tell us first?" What did everyone experience? The 3 angels who had just relaxed a little sat up straight, holding the water cup in their hands, and looked at the supreme leader of the Qinglong Pioneer Army a little awkwardly. The male angel spoke first. "The training ground we got is the kingdom of heaven. As you can see, each of our angels who completed the test of the kingdom of heaven can get a pair of wings, which will greatly increase our spellcasting effect and movement speed, and at the same time have different degrees of angel protection." "Like a magic weapon?" Mu Zhong asked. The male angel thought about it, and shook his head. "It's called a magic weapon, but I personally think it's more like a grade." After saying this, he looked at Xiaoyu, who had 2 pairs of wings, and said, "We are just angels." Xia Yu has obtained the title of Archangel. Her power in heaven is higher than ours. She can not only control the keys of the first and second days, but also participate in the assessment on the 3rd day. Mu Zhong looked at Xia Yu. He did not rush to ask about the ownership of the keys in heaven, but caringly said, "Are you okay now? What effect does the 2nd pair of wings have on you?" Compared with the introverted and shy Jiang Yu, Xia Yu instead showed an elegant temperament like a talented woman. She was also very beautiful, with black hair tied in a high ponytail behind her head. She was at least 175 centimeters tall and had a model-like figure. Of course, these 2 pairs of wings make her more elegant and sacred. Xia Yu smiled, and her answer was full of confidence. "I am fine now. The 2nd pair of wings makes me full of strength. These wings are actually containers of sacred energy, just like our external power bank. Although the ability to use them still depends on the quality of our body, it can indeed give me stronger endurance and stronger sacred power." After that, Xia Yu looked at Mu Zhong, her eyes sparkling, and said, "And the 2nd pair of wings allows me to barely have the ability to exert power across the sequence. Lieutenant Colonel Mu, I am sure I can heal your leg." Crack! After the chair was pushed, the sound of scraping the ground was heard. The person who stood up was the taciturn and somewhat cold Wei Huan. Wei Huan looked at Xia Yu with a completely different look at this time. He said, "Angel Mo, if you can cure Mu Zhong, I personally owe you a promise. As long as it does not violate the moral order, any request is acceptable." Xia Yu looked at Wei Huan and said, "Colonel Wei, you don't need to make such a solemn promise. Saving the dying and the wounded is the duty of medical staff, and healing challengers to cope with the advent of the challenging world is also the duty of us prayers." Mu Dihao smiled. "Colonel Wei never makes promises. Since he asked you to accept it, you should understand how a person who has been ill for a long time, including his family, will feel when he has hope of recovery. It is definitely not enough to just say thank you, so feel free to mention any ideas. If possible, try to complete this task before the opening battle." Seeing Xia Yu hesitate and want to say something else, Mu Dihao said, "You can also think about it. There is no rush. Now let's talk business first. So is the kingdom of heaven in your hands?" Xia Yu wanted to continue to refuse, but with such a change of topic, she could only say, "No, the kingdom of heaven cannot be controlled by people. After it is unsealed, it will lead all angels. After reaching sequence 5, the prey can come to the 5th level world, where they will experience the 1st day of assessment and obtain the title of Angel and Wings." After speaking, Xia Yu raised her hand and turned her wrist, and a group of unreal light appeared in her hand, and there was a special energy flowing in the light. She said, "The key to the 1st day is not with me, but the key to the 2nd day is with me. There are a total of 7 layers of heaven in the kingdom of heaven. The 7th day is the highest, which is the kingdom where the Lord of God is located. Only high-level angels can go there to meet. We angels will rise from the 1st day, and each time we experience an assessment, we will be given an extra pair of wings and gain stronger abilities. The person who controls the key of this layer is also the leader of this layer of heaven. Until he ascends to a higher level of heaven, he will automatically resign from the position of the previous layer of heaven. I think the key of a layer of heaven should be in Ha Luo's hand." Wei Huan thought about it, and found the person. Halo is the one who ran the fastest in the Great Bear Country, and touched the treasure chest first. Mu Zhong and Mu Dihao also thought of it. They also wanted to ask the specific authority of the key controller, and then they heard Xia Yu continue to say, 10 of us went in. As the first angels, we also have a trace of special souls, which will help us practice faster than others. The soul that chose me is Michael. Captain Lin is Gabriel, and Captain Zhao is Raphael." Mu Zhong said after listening, "We have 3 of the 4 main angels in front of God?" This was obviously a blind spot in Mu Dihao's knowledge. After hearing this, his eyes lit up. "Really?" Xia Yu nodded, "Yes." But she didn't look happy. Instead, she said, "But in the Holy War, there were only 7 angels standing beside the Lord, and we had 10 people. According to myths and legends, the 3 extra people are probably the fallen angels led by Lucifer." Mu Dihao pursed his lips again. He felt that he should look up some information about angels. He couldn't keep up with the train of thought. Mu Zhong obviously knew this part of knowledge very well, and talked with Xia Yu. "Let me think about it. Lucifer, Samael and Sanyangsa are the leaders of the 3 fallen angels. During the Holy War, they were thrown into hell by Michael and became fallen angels. Can they also get the power given by heaven? Or are you worried that there will be problems with their position?" Xia Yu shook her head. "I don't know, but I am more inclined to believe that fallen angels can pollute angels, allowing them to master dark energy, have powerful combat power, and can also treat dark energy challengers. This time it was Mu Zhong's turn. He glanced at Wei Huan and saw that his face was well camouflaged, and then looked at Xia Yu calmly. Xia Yu did not notice Mu Zhong's abnormality, and just answered according to Mu Zhong's thoughts. Although in myths and legends, these angels have fallen, but what descended on us is only a faint soul that is incalculable, and the impact on us is very small. And I am more inclined to believe that this kingdom of God is different from the legendary kingdom of God. As a sequencer who challenges the world, it is too strange that he can only heal with non-dark energy. I am more inclined to believe that Challenge World filled this loophole through the professional training ground. Mu Zhong realized that Xia Yu was not talking about this matter specifically for Wei Huan. She was analyzing it from her own perspective. It was no secret that Wei Huan's appearance was damaged, and Mu Dihao had once sought treatment with great fanfare. It was normal for Xia Yu to know, and her analysis was also reasonable. Mu Zhong nodded. Thank you. We will verify with the other side who are the 3 people who master the dark healing energy. Then next, I want to know the way to enter the kingdom of heaven. Can the angels who come to the 5th level world enter directly? Xia Yu shook her head. I'm not sure about this. Mu Zhong asked curiously again. What does the key you control represent? Xia Yu pursed her lips and said, I can issue wings. Oh! Explain in detail? This ball of light is more like a management system than a key. The names of those who pass the assessment will appear on it, and I can choose to issue wings or not. Great power. Mu Zhong said this, and then guessed. So the competition for the key to a higher world will be the biggest internal competition among your prayer sequence, and other countries will definitely find ways to catch up. Xia Yu nodded. Because of my special talent, I had my first pair of wings after awakening, so I directly participated in the 2nd day of the assessment this time. Michael Soul should have chosen me for this reason. But I can feel that the 3rd day's assessment will not be easier than my advancement to sequence 6, and it will also be a long process. After listening, Mu Zhong looked at Wei Huan. After the 2 exchanged silent glances, Mu Zhong asked Xia Yu, Do you want to come to our chariot? Xia Yu's breathing was rapid, and the angels on both sides also showed envious expressions. Mu Zhong continued, Our chariot has many bonuses, which are also helpful for cultivation. Although it is a little dangerous in the front, we will also ensure that we will not venture into dangerous areas and be responsible for every crew member. When you get on the car, in addition to daily treatment work, the most important thing is to improve your cultivation. You must always walk in front and strive to get the key of the 6th or 7th day. Xia Yu did not dare to agree and went to see Mu Dihao. Who doesn't want to get on Wei Huan's chariot? There can be the future of human hope, and it is the holy car in everyone's heart. At this moment, she was even a little disappointed. If she were a fallen angel, she might have a greater role in that car. I wonder if the undead will be more powerful after receiving dark treatment. It's a pity that her current energy is sprinkled on the undead, and the undead are directly purified. Isn't it too depressing to have the attributes that conflict with your future boss? Yes, at this moment Xia Yu has thought a lot. Even if she didn't think about what the child's name would be, she has already thought about following Boss Wei and Boss Mu to the 9th level world in the future and reaching the peak of life. Mu Dihao was a little hesitant and said, Xia Yu is originally on the front line, and it is also very important to be in charge of the mission. This time, because she has a special talent, I specially arranged her to come here. I also need to coordinate with the front line. Mu Zhong said, Which army? Mu Dihao said, Xuanwu. Similar to Jiangyu in our army, both are archangels with outstanding talents. If they don't go back? Oh, by the way, Xia Yu, first tell me if you want to get on the Weishang school bus? Xia Yu bit her lower lip and nodded, saying, The front line is important, but land reclamation is equally important, and it is related to the control of the heavenly world. I will also actively strive for it. I want to concentrate on practicing to seize more advanced keys, and make a contribution to our Yin country in this regard. Mu Dihao laughed after hearing this. You are a good girl, you have your own ideas, and your personality is also straightforward. Okay, since you said this, I will transfer you here no matter what. Wei Huan suddenly said, If Commander Wang doesn't let you go, I will go to ask him in person. Mu Dihao laughed. Haha, don't worry, if he can agree, Commander Wang's overall view is not inferior to Commander Dong. For the good of Yin country, he will definitely agree. Wei Huan nodded, and then looked at Xia Yu again. Xia Yu was confused by Wei Huan at first, and frowned nervously, until she saw Mu Zhong. She suddenly realized. Said, I tried to regenerate a broken limb in the army before, and at that time I could grow a small piece of flesh and bone. However, I had just tried it for a short time when I received this mission, so I don't have more detailed data. But I can guarantee that if I exert my full strength, I should be able to heal Lieutenant Colonel Mu's leg in 2 days. Mu Zhong said, no, the opening battle is the priority. Need. Wei Huan said, since you can, you must do it. If you do it well, and have no worries, you can fight wholeheartedly. If it takes 2 days, she still has time to rest. I hope to start as soon as possible. Mu Zhong thought that what Wei Huan said was right. Wei Huan has always been very concerned about his legs, just like he was concerned about the injuries on Wei Huan's body. Putting themselves in each other's shoes, they have seen each other's worst and ugliest appearances, but it is precisely because of love that they hope that pain will not befall each other. Healing his own legs is also healing Wei Huan's heart. Mu Zhong nodded with a heartfelt smile. Okay, Commander Mu, if you don't have anything to ask, we will go for treatment? Mu Dihao looked at Xia Yu. Anything else you want to say? Xia Yu looked at the 2 comrades beside him and said, in fact, everyone knows about the same thing. Okay, I talk to them, and I trouble you next. Mu Dihao stood up and shook Xia Yu's hand. At this moment, he was not Commander Mu, the Commander-in-Chief of the Qinglong Reclamation Army. He was just a father. After Mu Zhong stood up, Wei Huan followed him and left. Mu Dihao looked at the 2 people who left side by side, and Xia Yu who was very cramped walking behind them, and shook his head and smiled. Then he talked with Captain Zhao and the other 2 as if they were just chatting. At the same time, in the Great Bear Country, knowing that heaven cannot be controlled, the 7 of them who entered only got the key for the first day, and even the soul of the battle Archangel Michael was in Yin Country. The Commander-in-Chief of the Great Bear Country didn't know whether to cry or laugh. After all, they still have 3 fallen angels, and the soul of the fallen angel Lucifer, who is extraordinary in the use of dark energy. But the key is that among the sequencers now, the light system is the mainstream. Among the 3 dark systems, the Great Keeper sequence has only Wave 1 so far, and the Sleepless can recover blood by himself and doesn't need treatment. Now there is only the Criminal sequence left, and the key is that the Criminal sequence can also recover blood by itself. The identity of a fallen angel is really embarrassing. There is no room for healing, and for fighting. It is still a little worse than those pure fighting professions. It's quite uncomfortable. But if you say it out, it's Lucifer, the powerful fallen angel in the legend. If it's not strong, how much stronger do you want? This discomfort is just like swallowing a fly. The most important thing is that Yin Country will contact them soon and hold a meeting to discuss the distribution of diamond materials. Yin Country wants 70%. Because they got the key of the first day, and also had the soul of a leader like Lucifer, and the key was that they also had 7 praying people who got the inheritance of the legendary angel. They made a profit, make a profit. The leader of the Great Bear Nation cursed in his heart, drank a cup of strong bitter coffee, and went to the meeting room with his arms and sleeves rolled up. This time, the negotiation had to be discussed carefully. Wei Huan didn't care much about how to divide the diamond-level equipment. Although the diamond-level robe drop this time was useful to him, the key thing at the moment was to heal Mu Zhong's legs. The treatment was in the car. In the room temporarily arranged for them, Mu Zhong was already lying on the bed. It could be seen that he was a little nervous and uncomfortable. I heard that the feeling of bone growth was not very good, itchy and painful, and it took a long time and required great endurance. Going to the professional temple can slightly block the pain, but be careful that there may be a risk of going crazy. You can feel it a little. If you can endure it, it is recommended that you endure it directly. Xia Yu said this, and set his eyes on Mu Zhong's legs. Mu Zhong, lying on the bed, had taken off his prosthesis, revealing his legs that were broken at the root. After such a long time, his legs have healed, and the 2 bare pieces of flesh have been worn out by the prosthesis. Wei Huan looked at the legs, his eyes dimmed, and his mouth tightened. This Mu Zhong reminded him of the first time he saw Mu Zhong after his rebirth. At that time, he was lying in a wheelchair, hanging on with only 1 breath left, and he got the marriage certificate at the Civil Affairs Bureau. At that time, because of Wei Jinhong's smug look, he hated Mu Zhong and his parents very much. Although he agreed to Mu Zhong's request to get in the car at that time, he did not abandon him only out of moral bottom line. During that period, Mu Zhong was depressed and inferior. He crawled on the ground without legs, avoided him to go to the toilet, and tried to pick up a little bit of broken self-esteem. Now every time I think back, I regret my indifference at that time. Fortunately, it's all over. Wei Huan looked at the unbearable pain on Mu Zhong's face after being enveloped by Xia Yu's sacred power, but he knew that Mu Zhong was happy in his heart. Incompleteness is a pity after all. Even though he has stood up, he still longs for the day when he can really walk with his own legs. Now, this day has finally arrived. Chapter 242. Xia Yu's treatment of Mu Zhong lasted for a day and a half. Although Wei Huan knew that Xia Yu, who had gone through the assessment, should be very tired, he did not stop from beginning to end. Since the treatment has begun, there is no reason to stop and rest. If you have already adapted to the pain, don't do it again. Wei Huan can also be considerate, but only to Mu Zhong. During this period, Mu Dihao came a few times, sat for a while, and then left. He is now engaged in a war of words with the Great Bear Country. Everything is like this when it comes to interests. When cooperating, everything is easy to talk about, but it is very troublesome to take things out. Fortunately, although the two countries are fighting for every inch of land, and not giving up an inch, they have a boundary, and will not touch the real interests of the other party. Mu Dihao and the commander-in-chief of the Great Bear Country fought for 300 rounds, and came back a day and a half later, and came to Wei Huan's room. Mu Zhong's legs have all grown out at this moment, and only the more delicate nerves are left. He just woke up from a coma and looked at the person who came in with bloodshot eyes. Mu Dihao whispered to Wei Huan, who had been with him for a day and a night, "Are you done?" Wei Huan shook his head and said, "No." He added in a hoarse voice, "The nerves have not fully grown yet. It has come to this point. We must do our best." The last sentence was said to everyone present, especially Xia Yu. Xia Yu was indeed a little overwhelmed, but she also knew that this was her chance to show her ability, and she had to persevere no matter what. As a challenger, not sleeping for 3 or 4 days was a bit hard, but it was not impossible. It was just that doing the same thing over and over again for a long time made her brain dizzy, and her hands slowed down unconsciously. Reminded by Wei Huan, she regained her spirits and walked the last few steps with full concentration. Mu Dihao walked in and took another look at his son's legs that had grown back. They were as good as if they had never been injured, and there was nothing wrong with them. He had come here several times during this period. Seeing the legs grow longer little by little, tears came to his eyes several times, but he held them back. At this moment, he finally couldn't hold back. Before the tears rolled down, he raised his hand and wiped his eyes hurriedly. Then he smiled. "It's good double happiness." Wei Huan and Mu Zhong looked over at the same time. Mu Dihao said, "After a day of verbal battle, the old guy finally gave up and gave up the supplies that belonged to us." After speaking, Mu Dihao wiped his hand, and an exquisite flat wooden box appeared in his hand. He handed the wooden box to Wei Huan. "I know you need this, and it is also the supplies I am determined to get." Wei Huan knew what this was before he opened it. Now that he opened it, it was exactly as he thought. Looking at the diamond-rayed black robe inside, even though he knew that the robe belonged to him, and even if the country couldn't get it, he would trade it privately and was determined to get it, but it still felt great to be handed to him. Yes, I really need this robe. Diamond-grade equipment in the 5th level world is almost equivalent to pseudo-god equipment in the primary world. The attributes of this robe are extraordinary. New clothes of the god of magic add 4800 spiritual power. Add 100% spiritual power recovery speed. Add 3000 spiritual power effect. Add 500 element affinity. Add 500 element resistance. Where? Get the magic mist effect. Where? Get the magic gate effect. Where? Get the magic shield effect. Blessings from the stars. Blessings from the god of law. This piece of clothing is undoubtedly a divine artifact. All the properties here, except for the spiritual power effect, are particularly suitable for him. First of all, the 4800 spiritual power added by wearing it can allow Wei Huan to recruit nearly 5 additional 2-headed hidden demons every day. There is also the 100% spiritual power recovery speed. Although I haven't tried it, the spiritual power recovery must be twice as fast as it is now. Originally, he could recruit 4 additional 2-headed hidden demons every day by recovering spiritual power, but now he can recruit about 8. In other words, just the growth of spiritual power and the recovery speed can allow him to recruit a total of 25 2-headed hidden demons every day. It only takes less than a month for him to have an army of thousands of 2-headed hidden demons. The effect of thousands of 2-headed hidden demons going out together, I am afraid that even if he does not send other troops, just the army of 2-headed hidden demons, he can easily slaughter 5 level 5 territories of dark beasts. Of course, except for the king level. The royal will and royal dharma possessed by the Dark Beast Kings are simply like bugs in the early stages of the challenge. The Dark Beasts obey the Dark Beast Kings 100%, and can also gather the power of all the Dark Beasts around them to form a huge dharma for battle. And what about the human race? Until Sequence 5, they still lack strong enough dharma abilities, and were very lacking in strength. At present, if we don't develop, the human race is not as strong as the Dark Beasts in overall strength. Thinking about it this way, it is already very remarkable that humans have been able to fight against the Dark Beasts in the past 8 years without being directly defeated. This is related to the fact that the chariots driven by humans are more flexible, and of course, it is also related to the correct judgment of the decision makers. However, the strength of the human race and the Dark Beast race will soon usher in new changes, and individual civilizations have indeed ushered in a turning point in the 5th level world. This is not only brought by Wei Huan. In fact, from the evolutionary direction of each professional Sequence 5 to the abilities that their Sequence 6 may have, we can see how great the potential of humans is. In contrast, the Dark Beast race is obviously an early race. There are only 321 of their strongest royal families. Recently, Wei Huan killed 3 of them, leaving only 318. Except for these 318 Dark Beast royal families, who are powerful because of their bloodline, the rest of the Dark Beasts are just soldiers. Not only are their upper limits limited, but they are also suppressed by the Dark Beast royal family, and they will never be able to surpass the Dark Beast royal family. But humans, the strong ones, will not be limited. As long as they have talent, strength and luck, they have the opportunity to reach the Dark Beast royal family, or even surpass the Dark Beast royal family. Will humans only have 318 strong men? That's impossible. Wei Huan has only recently come to understand that humans are a late-stage race. As long as they persist in challenging the world, they will be infinitely stronger in the future. Everyone is a god of law, everyone is a demon god, everyone is a god of war. How can the Dark Beasts compete with them? 318 is their upper limit. The most important point is that Wei Huan will not let their royal family live to the end. As long as the royal family dares to appear in front of him, they will be killed. I just don't know if the royal family killed by him can come to his tomb. Although he now looks down on the Dark Beast royal family, he doesn't mind if they are recruited as his soldiers and controlled by him. For a moment, his thoughts drifted a little far away, full of lofty ambitions, as if the destruction of the Dark Beast was already in front of him. This idea was a little silly. Wei Huan calmly came back to his senses, and put on the robe in everyone's expectant eyes. He came out of the next room, and saw Mu Zhong looking at him. Knowing that Mu Zhong was still enduring pain, Wei Huan deliberately stood by his bed and asked, "How is it?" Very mysterious. Mu Zhong thought, very evil. Then, with Wei Huan's eyebrows raised, he finally said, "Very handsome." It is indeed handsome. After all, it is a diamond-level robe, not just the precious and rare materials, and it has an auxiliary effect when worn. This level of robe must be made with care. From the cutting of the fabric to the design of the style, it is extremely exquisite. It feels light to hold, but when worn, it not only modifies the figure, but also has special designs on the shoulders, waist, hem, etc., which makes Wei Huan look tall and majestic, and more indifferent and proud. But such clothes are extremely comfortable to wear, just like wearing a set of pajamas at home, without any sense of restraint. The material used for the robe is unknown, and it is branded with complex magic patterns, which not only makes the robe look unusual, but also increases the attributes. When Wei Huan looked down at the robe, he also saw his latest data. Name, Wei Huan, pseudo-artifact plus 75%. Title plus 25%, age, 20. Gender, male. Occupation, Netherworld Gatekeeper, Sequence 5, Endurance, 11,000. Strength, 1,220. Agility, 1,066. Netherworld Power, 17,200. Netherworld Power Recovery Speed 100%. Special Status 1. Accelerated Erosion of Dark Energy. 2. Being Chased by Mafiti. Equipment Spells, Magic Mist, Magic Gate, Magic Shield Dark Control plus 3. Number of Summons plus 120,000. Wei Huan's current attributes are very amazing, especially his Netherworld Power points, which are far ahead of the second place in the magic profession, more than 5 times that of the opponent. It is precisely this amount of dark power that allows him to have such a huge army of undead and be able to control it. You must know that in every battle, although the undead army is not afraid of death, every resurrection of them will consume Wei Huan's dark power. If the dark power is not enough, the human wave tactics of the undead mage will be a joke. What are these magics such as magic fog? Obviously Mu Zhong is also checking his current attributes through the portable system Iron Heart. The most powerful thing about this robe is that it comes with 3 magic effects. Magic shield is the easiest to understand. It is to carry a defensive shield with you. Wei Huan felt it, and it was still passive, which means that he is not afraid of sneak attacks now, but the specific effect will have to wait for testing before it is known. Magic Gate. Looking at the name, Wei Huan can also guess roughly. He cast this magic, and 2 doors appeared in front of him. He walked into the magic door in front of him, and then walked out of another magic door. It is a portal with the same function as the dog-headed man. Wei Huan thought this spell was useless at first, but after further research, he found that the coordinates on both sides of the door could be set, and he could go to any location in the current world beyond his summoning distance. He could completely achieve the possibility of fighting monsters tens of thousands of kilometers away during the day and going home to sleep at night. From this point of view, this function is not useless. The only pity is that because it is not a spell controlled by himself, he cannot carry others, and can only shuttle between the 2 doors by himself. The cooling time for each use is 1 minute. Finally, there is the Magic Mist, which is also a spell that is difficult to determine its function just by the name. But when it is actually used, it is very simple, that is, flying. The Magic Mist consumes the power of the Dark Force, which is about 10 points of Dark Force per minute. The Magic Mist will wrap his body and move with his mind. As long as the Dark Force is enough, it can be used all the time. Although Wei Huan also has the ability to fly, this icing on the cake is still good. After all, he can't fly by himself, and he relies on the Crypt Beast to carry him. In case of something, he still has a second option. All 3 skills equipped on the robe can be used, but the most useful one is Magic Shield. Mu Zhong also said, "We need to find someone to test it carefully to know its bearing capacity." Wei Huan nodded. "This dress has greatly strengthened me. I can't catch up with the opening battle now, but in the long run, this dress is worth it at any price." After Wei Huan finished speaking, he looked at Mu Diheo and said, "Uncle Mu, I still have some diamond-level equipment in my car. You can take one and use it to exchange for this dress." Mu Diheo waved his hand and smiled. "It's not that I'm being polite, nor do I not understand your ambition to lead our human race through the customs. But there is one thing you need to know. As the strongest person in our human race, we should give you the things you need first. This is what we should do. Andreev argued with me about other materials, but he knew that you were going to wear this dress, so he never argued with me from beginning to end. You have to know that there are bad people in the human race, but there are more people who understand the truth and remember your kindness." Wei Huan nodded, and Mu Diheo's words made him feel warm. It is because of the existence of such open-minded and upright people that the human race can always be united. Even if some bad apples appear, in Wei Huan's heart, the human race will always be his race, the home he can return to after challenging the world and struggling. Of course, as for how much supplies Wei Huan sent back, or how much supplies Mu Diheo had given him in the past, these detailed accounts are completely unnecessary. They are originally a whole. If the human race is really gone, no matter how strong Wei Huan is, he is just a wandering orphan, homeless. Wei Huan and Mu Diheo talked, and Mu Zhong listened attentively until a certain moment. A long exhalation sounded. Xia Yu raised her dry and pale face, but her eyes were shining, stood up and said, "Commander Mu, Colonel Wei, fortunately I have fulfilled my mission. I have completed the treatment of Lieutenant Colonel Mu." Everyone looked over, and then looked at Mu Zhong's legs. Even Mu Zhong himself stared at the newly born legs, and then under everyone's encouraging eyes, he supported himself to sit up, slowly, tentatively moved his legs. Then he raised his hand and pinched his legs. This time he used force, leaving a deep red mark, and the pain made Mu Zhong's eyes filled with tears. He could only lower his head, and couldn't help crying. Mu Diheo thought about it, and motioned Xia Yu to follow him out, leaving the space for Wei Huan and Mu Zhong. Of course, he felt a little bitter in his heart. The father's duty has changed from companionship to protection. Now the person who accompanies his son has been replaced by someone else. He feels lost and happy at the same time. Even though the matter of Mu Zhong and Wei Huan's marriage has been surging in his mind countless times since the beginning, with too many helplessness and compromises, he is still relieved to see that the relationship between the young couple is so stable, and he consciously gives the closest position to his son to the young man, who also loves his son deeply. "Thank you, Xia Yu. Have a good rest first. If there is anything, wake up and talk to me. I have already asked about your transfer, and Commander Wang has agreed. Now we will go through the process. If it is fast, you can get on the car before the opening battle." Mu Diheo was very happy, and sent Xia Yu to the door of the room. Xia Yu stood at the door. Although she was very tired, she was excited. In the past few days, she was like dreaming. Not only did she get the best inheritance, master the key for the next day, but she also got the opportunity to get on Colonel Wei's chariot. Healing Lieutenant Colonel Mu's legs is a good start. She will definitely become more useful in the future and become an indispensable core force on that chariot. Just when Xia Yu fell asleep in a beautiful dream, Wei Huan had already helped Mu Zhong get up and walk back and forth in the room. It's just that I'm not used to it, but I can feel that the power for my legs is very strong. The ability of the Angel of Life is not only to help me regenerate my broken limbs, but it's more like using the cells in my body to help me extend a pair of legs, so the quality of these legs is similar to my body. It's just that I haven't felt the sensation below my legs for too long, and it takes some time to adapt. Mu Zhong held Wei Huan's wrist tightly from the beginning, and took every step very carefully. Now he just holds it loosely, and he is about to walk fast. The progress is huge and visible to the naked eye. The smile on Mu Zhong's face also changed rapidly. The joy of regaining a treasure made him talk a lot more. Wei Huan supported Mu Zhong beside him, and listened to him, and his eyes were full of laughter. Until a certain moment, his hand fell down, and he was about to let go of Mu Zhong and let him go alone. But the hand that slipped away did not completely withdraw as he had expected, but fell down along his wrist, and finally grabbed his hand, interlaced his fingers, and held them together. Go out for a walk. Mu Zhong pulled him back and walked in front, and Wei Huan followed behind with a smile, his eyes full of indulgence. They came to the balcony, and saw the blue ocean outside. The light from the sky was shining, making the sea surface flicker. There was a sea breeze blowing in the face, and Wei Huan used a warm wind to push aside the hair on Mu Zhong's forehead, and kissed him tenderly on his forehead. Mu Zhong hugged him back, and hugged him very tightly. November 24th was not a holiday, but today has become a day that the whole world is paying attention to. Many countries even chose to take a holiday on this day, and the live broadcast room was crowded. There were also many media and TV stations that broadcast the content of the live broadcast room on this day. Various military expert groups, challenge experts, etc. were also invited to participate in the live broadcast. In Yin country, banners with the words Triumph were hung in all the streets, communities, challenger camps, challenger universities, and other places. Many older people got up early this morning to burn incense to the bodhisattvas, Guan Eri, and other gods they worshipped at home, praying that the human race would win this time. People were coming and going on the street, talking about it, and the most common word was Wei Huan. Will Wei Huan participate in the opening battle this time? Although he didn't participate last time, he influenced the outcome of the opening battle in an unexpected way. If he hadn't slaughtered 100,000 dark beasts, and killed a dark beast king at the critical moment, it would have been difficult for the human race to win that battle. Wei Huan is so strong, and he went to the level 6 world. Logically, he should be able to go live easily after getting a treasure chest and opening up a ruin. I watched every day but didn't see it. Is it because of confidentiality? But how strong is he? Can he win this battle? I have seen Wei Huan explore the underground palace of the Platinum Ruins, and pull out a fragment of an artifact from the tentacles of the demon god Mafati. This is already the ceiling level combat power of the level 5 world. How to fight the dark beasts. The dark beasts are still on the first floor, and our strong men are already standing on the 99th floor watching them. We still have to be careful, and don't be too arrogant. The overall strength of the dark beast tribe is actually a little stronger than ours. We can't put all our hopes on one person. I hope that the major legions can prepare for the battle rationally. It's about to start. There are still 3 minutes left. Oh my god! I am so scared of the opening battle of the level 4 world. I hope the time will be slower. This time, I hope the 3 minutes will be up soon. Kill the dark beasts. Challenger University in City A is the alma mater of Wei Huan and Mu Zhong. Since the two entered the challenge world and caught up with the highest exploration world of mankind, the Challenge University they attended has also become the most popular school in Yin country. Before the New Year's enrollment began, people who came to consult about transferring schools or admission qualifications have already trampled the school's threshold. The school's principal is invited to give speeches by universities and Challenger Corps from all over the world every day. The purpose is self-evident. Everyone is curious about how to awaken the Gravekeeper sequence. And are there any techniques for awakening the double sequence? If the students of the school go out and say that Wei Huan and I are alumni, they will immediately become the most beautiful kid in the village. Studying in the same school as Wei Huan and Mu Zhong, it would be much easier to find a wife. The only flaw is that the school has invited Wei Huan and Mu Zhong several times, hoping that they can return to school to give speeches when they are free. But Wei Huan never agreed. Mu Zhong agreed, but the deadline is unknown. After a while, everyone knows that Wei Huan is very busy saving the human race against the dark beasts and adventuring in the challenge world. This kind of superficial work, he obviously doesn't want to waste time. Of course, there is nothing to be angry about. Wei Huan is busy with the future of mankind and the safety of Blue Star. He is an umbrella in front of all of them. He should be busy. So although Wei Huan did not come to the Challenge University in City A after several invitations, the names and portraits of Wei Huan and Mu Zhong have been hung in the school's Hall of Fame. For this opening battle, Challenger University in City A announced that classes would be suspended during the battle. In addition to entering the challenge world for adventure, there were also basic physical training classes. Students had to go to the classroom on time to watch the live broadcast during school. If there was a battle at night, they had to get up to watch. And students in the second year of Challenger University in City A, including postgraduates and masters, had to be prepared to enter the challenge world at any time. Of course, the latter one was an order issued for every opening battle. It was to stop the expansion of the Dark Beast Lord at the critical moment, even if they had to die with their own bodies. The school notified that they were not allowed to rest, and had to be woken up even if they fell asleep. The students in the university all expressed their understanding. When can't you sleep? Do you have to sleep these 2 days? It's about the survival of mankind, a comeback, and you can still sleep at such an important moment. Are you a pig? At 2 minutes to 6, all the students in A were already sitting in the classroom, and the screen in the classroom was projected with a live broadcast room. The students also had a mobile phone in their hands, and they could choose their own perspective to watch after the live broadcast started. The screen in the classroom will undoubtedly be placed above the battle between the two armies, and it will remain there all the time. This should be the choice of most people. The remaining part of the people should focus on Wei Huan's chariot. Before the live broadcast started, the classroom was a little noisy, with people talking in low voices. The young people's faces were full of expectations and excitement, as if they were the ones who were about to step onto the battlefield. Especially in a class of sophomores, the people sitting in it were the most nervous and expectant. While looking at the phone, they couldn't help but look at an empty seat, which had been vacant since their classmate won the first place in the primary assessment and entered the school's Hall of Fame. Until now, from time to time, the principal would bring experts and scholars from all over the world to take a look. There is no doubt that that is Wei Huan's position. Chapter 243. Wei Huan is a relatively outstanding person in college. He is handsome. Wei Huan himself has never admitted it, but in the eyes of others, he looks cold and has a unique temperament, and has a kind of unapproachable iceberg handsomeness. In fact, many female classmates have tried to get close to him, openly or secretly. Unfortunately, I don't know whether it is the serious school spirit of A-level university, or the tense situation of human beings, or Wei Huan himself has no such nerves. Anyway, he has always given people a sense of distance during his 1.5 years in school. The only people who can interact with him are a few classmates in their dormitory. But they are not particularly close. As for learning and challenge results, Wei Huan has always been at an intermediate level, not particularly good, but not bad. Before he entered the challenge world, there was nothing special about him. So at the beginning, when Wei Huan won the first place in the overall list and became famous all over the world, many people in the class didn't say it, but they still felt that Wei Huan's success was more due to luck, and they were envious and jealous in their hearts. But I don't know since when, even the most petty people in the class no longer thought whether Wei Huan got to where he is today by luck. It's because he has come too far, and he has been too tough along the way. Every month, there are good news, and they are all related to him. Not only did he dare to bomb the Mulberry Kingdom, but he could also fight against Osum alone. Now he has reached the 6th level world, even the National Pioneer Army is left behind. With such an excellent classmate, who would be jealous? Just get a tattoo on the forehead, and everyone who sees him will know that he is Wei Huan's classmate. So excited? Big Brother must win. Big Brother, no problem. I know Big Brother, no problem. I just can't sleep because I'm thinking about how many Dark Beast Lords he can kill today. Big Brother has gone to the 6th level world. I returned to school after getting the challenger status. I haven't returned to the chariot once until now. Not letting you go back is for your own good. We will improve our physical fitness for another year outside. When the national supplies are distributed, we can go further in the 2nd level world. Speaking of which, I heard that we have to distribute more supplies this time than in every previous session, all because of Big Brother. Thank you, Big Brother. It's special care, Because Big Brother got a lot of supplies in the 6th level world, you know? The one that plows the land to open treasure chests. Waves of fat. Waves of fat. Thank you again, Big Brother. Big Brother eats meat, and we also benefit a lot from drinking some soup residue. The two people who were talking were Wei Huan's former roommates, so their relationship was naturally better than others. At first, they called Wei Huan Big Brother as a joke, but now they call him Big Brother sincerely. Unfortunately, Wei Huan was reborn and witnessed the great defeat of mankind. He did not have a deep attachment to the school. After becoming a challenger, he was completely stationed in the challenge world. He did not maintain the friendships in the university. However, he could not remember, but others remembered him firmly and regarded him as an idol. Many people hope that they can grow up as soon as possible after entering the challenge world again. If they can grow to a strong enough level, it will be easier for them to board the chariot as Wei Huan's classmate. That car is the beacon of mankind. It is the only light in the vast darkness. On the white projection screen in the live broadcast room, only a set of numbers kept jumping, the minutes changed, and the countdown came to the last second. As the screen changed, everyone saw the flickering light. Not one, not dozens, but thousands, hundreds of millions, the fireflies that humans lit with their own lives. The stars illuminated the world. We humans are not afraid of bloodshed, forge ahead in danger, never forget our original intention, and protect the country. The opening battle of the 6th level world. The Lost World. It's open. This battlefield is the underwater world, which is not unexpected at all. The 6th level world is the deep sea, and the Lost World also means that the whole world no longer exists. That's why it's called the Lost World. As soon as they were teleported, they were in the deep sea. However, unlike the 6th level world, their chariots are parked on the bottom of the sea at this moment, and because they are the reason for starting the war, the time of the war is daytime. There was a hazy light falling from the top of my head, and after penetrating the seabed, it presented a hazy visual sense. And unlike the 6th level world, this seabed was very clean, without endless swindlers, and without the jelly-like domain that could even hinder chariots. Just like the seabed in the legend, with a bit of fantasy and extremely clean. There was a huge broken statue on the seabed, with half of the head of the sea god and his huge arms raised above his head, standing majestically in the most eye-catching place in front of him, holding a huge sword that reached the sky, pointing directly to the sky, as if to cut through the thorns and break through the sky. In the past, this must have been a miraculous building. But now it is broken, most of its body is buried in the mud on the seabed, covered with green seaweed, slowly floating in the caress of the seawater. The one intact eye looks at the sky, as if looking through the seabed, as if angry, as if helpless. The scope of the battlefield is very limited. According to past experience, the area is only half of Yin country. Just like challenging the highway, they cannot cross the border of the battlefield. If they leave this world, they need to stay for 10 days before coming back. The two civilizations on this battlefield are like in a beast cage. They must fight to win, and compete for the next stage of supplies. As one rises and the other falls, they can only fight and become the winner to keep civilization alive. Wei Huan remembered this battlefield, he had seen it in the live broadcast. At that time, he had fallen out with Wei Jihong, joined the Suzaka Legion, and became a resident team leader of the 3rd level world. In that life, without Wei Huan, humans stayed in the 5th level world for 8 years before they went to the 6th level world because of the pressure from the Dark Beast Lord. That time, the Dark Beast Lords also walked in front, and it was the opening battle they started. So once they entered this world, the vision was dark, which was a suitable environment for dark beasts. Because they had always lagged behind the Dark Beast Lords, humans seemed worried and lacked confidence from the time they received the notification of the challenge world until they entered the battlefield. Wei Huan still remembered some gossip that came to his ears at that time, saying that some legions in the challenge world mutinied and refused to participate in this opening battle. It was also said that humans chose to join forces with Atlantis to counterattack the Dark Beasts and win in the opening battle of the 7th level world. Now that I think about it, those soldiers who refused to join the war did not want to join the war at all, but their brains had been invaded by the survivors, and they became living dead. Their wills were controlled, and it was impossible for them to leave the challenge world. In the last life, humans lost quite miserably in the opening battle of the Lost World. In the 1-month battle period, they were beaten so hard that they dared not leave the camp for 3 days. Then some challengers left or evacuated tactically, which was equivalent to giving up the battlefield. It was simply a victory for the Dark Beasts. In this battlefield defeat, humans lost not only 5 million square kilometers of Blue Star area, but also the morale of Blue Star humans. After that battle, It was like breaking the backbone of the human race, even though various organizations were calling for it, and trying to rebuild the confidence of humans. But in fact, the War Clan, which had disappeared for several years, suddenly made a comeback, which proved everything. Most people have lost confidence and are waiting for the day of being sealed and lingering. Anyway, I should be able to live to old age in this life, and my children will probably live to old age too. As for my grandchildren and great-grandchildren, I'm dead, so I don't have to worry about them. I just make do with my life. The negative mentality continued until the human race really perished. During this period, it's not that no one rose up to resist, but it was too late. The most important thing was that the cause planted in the 5th level world, the human race, which was harvested in the 6th level world and was severely damaged, completely lost the chance to turn the tables in the face of the double attack of the Dark Beast Lord and the Liar's descendants. Close your eyes, and you will see the destruction of mountains and rivers. Open your eyes, and you will see the city of dark beasts. When your eyes open and close, you will see life and death, the seeds of hatred that continue, and the flowers of blood blooming on dry bones. Wei Huan closed his eyes and exhaled a long breath. When he opened his eyes again, he still couldn't suppress the boiling murderous aura. This battle must be won. If the Dark Beast clan cannot be destroyed, then let the Dark Beast clan also taste the suffering that humans have suffered. Captain, the network construction is complete. You can call me at any time to connect with other captains. The voice of the AI butler sounded above his head. Wei Huan couldn't hide the cruelty in his eyes, and even his words were full of blood. I know, I don't care about others, just give me a city first. Such a battlefield with millions of people gathered, and the movement of hundreds of thousands of people at any time, requires setting up camps and deploying troops. It takes time just for the early integration. And this time is exactly the time for the Dark Beast Lord to deploy troops and recruit soldiers. When the Dark Beast Lord enters the battlefield, he will bring his territory with him, and within a certain period of time, their territory can be moved. Often at the beginning, the Dark Beast King would prioritize placing all the royal territories in the outermost circle, and then slowly deploy troops in the siege. After all, compared to the flexible chariots of humans, the Lord mode of the Dark Beast clan is much more passive. Of course, attacking a city is definitely more difficult than defending it. Both sides have their own advantages and disadvantages. This time, Wei Huan decided to maximize the advantages of his side. He wanted to take the initiative to attack, and it would be better if he could fight quickly. So after a pause, he urged, let them hurry up. Butler Ai popped up 3 windows in front of Wei Huan. The window on the right was Mu Zhong's, and Wei Huan always left this position to Mu Zhong. But now Mu Zhong's attention was not on the video, but looking at the scenery outside the car, while constantly talking and issuing various orders. The left window shows Commander Chai, the Commander-in-Chief of the Azure Dragon Corps. Since Commander Hong Gang got into trouble, he was appointed as the temporary Commander-in-Chief of the Azure Dragon Corps. Because of his outstanding performance during his term, he has now become a formal commander. He is the Commander-in-Chief of the Azure Dragon Corps of Yin Country in this opening battle, and is also Wei Huan's direct superior. In the middle is an old man with a miserable look, thin and wrinkled face. He looks like he has carried all the hardships of the human race on his back, but his smile is warm and kind. When Wei Huan saw him, he saluted and said, "Hello, Commander Dong." Commander Dong Chu Jian, the Commander-in-Chief of the Suzaku Corps, is also the Commander-in-Chief of the Yin Country 4-Party Corps in this opening battle. The reason why the AI housekeeper connected to the communication between the two is very simple. If there is any direct communication, don't let it be a small commander in the middle as a microphone. After the connection, Commander Chai did not look at Wei Huan. At this moment, in front of the screens of these leaders, the number of people who are connected is probably no less than 10. There are communications popping up at any time, and some people close and leave. Commander Chai was talking to another person at this time. Although Wei Huan could see his face, he couldn't hear his voice. In addition, the system would blur his mouth shape for confidentiality, so it looked like he was speaking word by word, but if you tried to decipher it, you couldn't get the correct information. However, from his expression, you can see that Commander Chai was under a lot of pressure now. He was tense, and looked like he was facing a great enemy. Wei Huan, what's the matter? Commander Dong, the Commander-in-Chief of Yin State, noticed Wei Huan's appearance and chose to talk to him first. When Wei Huan heard the voice, he immediately gathered his scattered thoughts and shouted respectfully, "Hello, Commander Dong." Commander Dong nodded, motioning him to continue. Wei Huan said, without affecting the tactical layout, "I want to go to war. The target is the nearest royal territory in front. I can't let them arrange their troops with peace of mind. I want to catch them off guard." Commander Dong thought about it and nodded. Okay, go ahead, be careful. Wei Huan didn't expect it to be so easy to agree. Just when he was about to say something, Commander Chai and Mu Zhong looked over. Commander Chai also smiled and said, I have seen your report. I have discussed your request with the Commander-in-Chief before. Just go ahead. We have made arrangements. Wei Huan nodded. Mu Zhong's private communication sounded in his ears. This time, in addition to the actions of the army, our tactics have also arranged a legion to assist us. If we act now, I will connect his communication. As he spoke, another video was opened in front of Wei Huan, a man who looked to be in his 40s. He looked ordinary, with a mellow and honest look in his eyes, but Wei Huan knew him, and he was an impressive existence in both his previous life and this life. Xiong Yi, a senior general of Yan State and a major general of the Xuanwu Corps, presided over no less than 5 multinational joint exercises before the advent of the Challenge World, and was a very famous military commander in the world. Now he fights on the battlefield all year round, and is one of the best generals. In addition, he is also an honorary professor of military command at Atiao University. Wei Huan attended his classes twice while studying at school. Once, Xiong Yi even captured him to help him carry books to the car, and the two talked for a few words on the way. Probably for this reason, he was assigned to cooperate with Wei Huan's actions. As soon as they met, there was a trace of scrutiny in his eyes, as if he wanted to see Wei Huan's heart through the internet in this way. Wei Huan looked at him silently. After about 3 seconds of silence, Xiong Yi suddenly laughed and said, Colonel Wei, you can make arrangements. I will dispatch tanks to cooperate according to the situation. You are the main and I am the auxiliary. If you have any orders, just give them. That's right, in this operation, Wei Huan is the superior and Xiong Yi is the subordinate. But Xiong Yi didn't think there was any problem, and he didn't think that he would be embarrassed by being led by students. After initially confirming this task, he was very happy and contacted Wei Huan to report as soon as possible. Everyone knows how powerful Wei Huan's undead army is, and in his tactics, the undead army is always the main body. So after getting the dispatch task, so far, what Xiong Yi has done most is to study how to dispatch troops to cooperate with the undead march. For this reason, he also kept in touch with the captain on Wei Huan's chariot for a long time, asked for advice humbly, and blended into their side with a very smooth attitude. If he didn't have a lot of things to take care of, he would have to run to Wei Huan's car during the days when he was not preparing for the battle. Wei Huan certainly gave enough respect to this famous general and his teacher. He said to Xiong Yi, Captain Xiong, I will attack the Dark Beast territory next and try to concentrate on conquering a royal city. The Dark Beast will definitely not let me make a breakthrough. If nothing unexpected happens, he will dispatch most of his troops and resources to the city I attack, and your target is the nearby city that has been neglected. Which city is easier to break through depends on your understanding of the Dark Beasts. My Rune Wolf army will cooperate with your actions, including the use of the teleportation array, which will also be arranged by you. Wei Huan is also a general-level leader, and he is outstanding. Not only did he live a lifetime, but he also had the ability to control the battle of the undead army, and he also had internship experience in deploying 100,000 troops. If anyone has more than 100,000 soldiers to practice with every now and then, and is not afraid of death, they can have command ability. What's more, Wei Huan himself has talent in this area. It's just that commanding people on the battlefield is different from commanding undead. After Wei Huan got used to his own rhythm, he didn't think he could perform better than military experts like Xiong Yi in frontline command. Everyone has his own strengths and weaknesses. He still needs to learn more about commanding living people. Wei Huan asked Mu Zhong to connect with Xiong Yi. In fact, Mu Zhong was just an intelligence officer. At the same time, he has learned the true teachings of Commander Mu, and is good at logistics, but lacks in core command. In addition, the crew members, squad leaders, and battalion leaders on Wei Huan's car are all excellent talents and strong fighters, but they are mostly suitable for small-scale operations and special operations, rather than such group army operations with tens of thousands of troops. Wei Huan set his sights on Xiong Yi and wanted to recruit talents on the car, but then thought it was not appropriate. He was taking risks in the front, and could not experience such a battlefield with millions of people. Xiong Yi's military command ability could not be used on his own chariot, and at the same time, the front line lost a command talent. What a pity. In a flash, Xiong Yi and Mu Zhong had completed the docking and integrated the troops they were responsible for at the fastest speed. Then, the two looked at Wei Huan at the same time, and the report was completed. Wei Huan gathered his thoughts and focused on the present, signaling to the two leaders, and then his voice resounded throughout the car. Attention, all departments, the wartime state is activated, and we are setting off. As the voice fell, all the combat departments that had been waiting at the combat positions for a long time showed expectations, as if they were about to do a big job. Then, the chariot started, and in full view of the public, it drove out of the Blue Star human camp. In fact, as soon as his chariot moved, countless pairs of eyes looked over. Not only the Blue Star audience in the live broadcast room, but also the chariots of all parties that had entered the battlefield. Because the battlefield is a battlefield of civilization confrontation, here there is no distinction between Yin country and Asham, and everyone here has only one name, called human race. The human race is located in a corner of the square battlefield, facing the Dark Beast tribe head-on, occupying less than 1% of the corner. This is also the rear of mankind. The chariots participating in the war will squeeze into this corner of the battlefield. 800,000 chariots, or 80 million challengers, appeared here together. Even with a large-scale convoy, it was not too crowded, which shows the size of this area. But the chariots came and went, all of which were moved horizontally to the left and right, and at most diagonally upward. Not exceeding the initial transmission distance is the boundary set by each country. Therefore, after discovering that 1,000 chariots of the Great Yin Kingdom drove out of the boundary, generals of many countries shouted for a while, "Which ignorant country is messing around? Report to the commander, that is the convoy of Wei Huan of the Yin Kingdom." Wei Huan's car. "Oh, that's nothing. Ask what tactics this is so that we can cooperate." This scene and similar words almost appeared in the mouths of senior generals of more than a dozen countries. They were seen by some viewers in the live broadcast room, and then they were specially collected and made into videos, which became popular on the internet for a while. The hot topic is it Wei Huan? That's nothing. It is said that military orders are like mountains, but that is only for ordinary soldiers and generals. In the ever-changing and complex battlefield, there are always some people, and some teams that are special. And here, Wei Huan is the most special existence. If his strength follows the army to fight, it will only drown out his fierce fighting power. As the sharpest knife of mankind, it should do the most ruthless things. Wei Huan led his men out of the crowd, which means that the Yin state has begun to act. As long as the battle can go smoothly, the generals of various countries do not mind cooperating with Wei Huan. Wei Huan not only walks in front of Yin state, but he is also the sharpest star on the spear shot by humans at the Dark Beast. On the big map, a visible passage appeared in the black fog of war that permeated the battlefield between the two sides. The green dot belonging to the team flashed in the passage. If you zoom in on the picture, you can see Wei Huan marching with 1,000 chariots, and the undead army on his left and right sides that spread out like wings. The face huggers and the crypt beast mother swam quickly in the sea water, and there were ghost crows that were as black as thick fog and flickered in the middle. Because the demon Eye Monarch moved slowly, he lay on the back shell of the crypt beast mother, and his ferocious big eyes looked up and down, gibbering back and forth. But what was more attractive was Wei Huan's famous Blue Star Shio Roman army. The 4 ferocious claws on their horses grabbed the 4 face huggers, making them look like they were stepping on propeller-like shoes in the seawater. The face huggers' arthropod bones and long legs waved wildly, leading the Shio Roman army forward. The advantage of entering the 6th level world in advance was fully demonstrated. Wei Huan coordinated his army of undead to fight in a more suitable way on this battlefield. Who would have thought that these undead could be used in this way? The people of Blue Star who saw this scene were all stunned by these Shio Ma's handsomeness. Chapter 244. Oh my god, this is the first time I see such a handsome temperament on Dark Beast. I also want a pair of shoes like this, would ya? Please put them on the shelves quickly. 3 heads and 6 arms, stepping on wind and fire wheels, etc. Why is this setting so familiar? This is the first time I know that the disgusting face hugger can be used like this. Next time I see a face hugger, I won't rush to kill it. There are a lot of jokes. Everyone is in a relaxed state of mind. The advantage of this time is that humans have a very high chance of winning, so they are in the mood to joke. But there are also people who analyze seriously and discuss constantly. Wei Huan took people out now. Is it a special operation? Will it affect the operation of the army? What do military experts say? I think this is right. Wei Huan should conduct special operations and trap him in the group army. It's a waste of talent. As expected of my brother Wei, he is really powerful. Others have just entered the field and are still familiar with the environment. I'm afraid that you can really catch Dark Beast off guard by rushing over with such a fierce momentum. Others would be giving up if they went up at this time, but I believe that if it were our brother Wei, he would definitely be able to gain an advantage. I'm already looking forward to the confused face of the dark beast. Expectation +1. Looking forward to it, but unfortunately the fog of war prevents us from seeing the situation on the dark beast's side. This is normal. If we could see it, the information would be leaked. This is the first time I'm thankful for this setting, otherwise our sneak attack would lose its effect. Come on, come on! Keep recruiting. Awesome. The undead army has been pouring out all the way. I've been watching for a long time, and they haven't finished coming out yet. This is just the beginning. I heard that Wei Huan's army of running wolves exceeds 50,000. With 50,000 people, even if 10 portals can simultaneously release 30 per second, it will take a while for all of them to come out. In the past, I wished that the battlefield was a little bigger, so that we could have more room to maneuver and deploy troops. Now it was the first time that I felt that this battlefield was a bit big. The battlefield was indeed a bit big. Wei Huan had already completed the deployment of the undead army, but they were not even halfway there. It seemed that the undead army had been summoned a little too early. The long-awaited opening battle had finally begun, causing him to be a little excited. But it was nothing. On weekdays, when they were adventuring in the challenge world, the undead would be released at any time to guard the chariot, but they would not release the slightly slower Zyroma in non-wartime. Wei Huan was too lazy to make corrections, and just ordered the point beast to release some more crypt beast mothers, and let the less than 10,000 running wolves that had just been released get on their back shells, solving the problem of insufficient movement speed. The running wolves were half useless in the seawater, but this was not a big problem. Because the dark beasts were not an aquatic race, they were also not adapted to the seawater. Since both sides had been weakened, rounding off meant that their combat effectiveness was equal, and the running wolves were equally effective on such a battlefield. After stopping and releasing the running wolves, Wei Huan ordered the butler to speed up a little bit by letting them sit on the back shell of the crypt beast mother beast, which was nicknamed Troop Carrier by the audience in the live broadcast room. They were marching at a speed that almost pressed the ceiling of the level 4 chariot. There were only 220 level 5 vehicles among the 1,000 chariots, and the rest were level 4 vehicles. There was nothing that could be done about it. Humans had only entered the level 5 world for less than a year, and the opening battle of the level 6 world had begun. Before Wei Huan entered, the speed of the pioneer army to obtain materials was relatively slow. If Wei Huan had not plowed the land in the level 6 world later, humans would have fewer level 5 vehicles than now. Besides, they couldn't all be assigned to him. Other legions also needed level 5 vehicles as their main combat force. The entry-level level 4 vehicle has a speed of only 800 km per hour. After upgrading several speed-related parts, it can reach a speed of 1,200 km per hour, which is not as fast as Wei Huan's usual plowing speed. But the level 4 vehicle is useful. It cannot attack the city, but it can be used to carry people. The official analysis of Wei Huan's past battles shows that although the undead army's attack on the city looks vigorous, the decisive factor is actually the assault team airdropped into the city. So this time, the official arranged a large number of special combat vehicle crews suitable for deep behind enemy lines, and they will directly enter the Dark Beast city to fight. Close combat and deep behind enemy lines are very dangerous tasks, but if everyone is afraid of death and dares not to do it, the war will be lost. This battle is crucial, and even if there are sacrifices, it must be won. Among the 1,000 chariots behind him, there are more than 80,000 soldiers, who follow Wei Huan with the belief that they must die. On the screen in front of Wei Huan, there appeared densely packed communication avatars, more than 1,000 of them. They were the captains of each chariot, driving their vehicles, closely following Wei Huan's chariot, waiting for the latest orders. But it was obvious that Wei Huan was not a person who liked to mobilize morale with words. The command channel was very quiet throughout the whole process. Only his heavy heartbeats and gradually rapid breathing could be heard. It was getting closer to the territory of the Dark Beasts. Wei Huan did not know which royal family he would face, nor did he know what the other party was capable of. This unknown danger was like opening a blind box for him. It would be great if he could directly face the Dark Beast King. He was confident that he could kill the level 5 Dark Beast King. If the Dark Beast King was killed, the Dark Beast clan would be in chaos, and the human race would easily win the battle later. Unfortunately. Finally, the fog of war broke through, and they arrived at the territory of the Dark Beast Lord. They met the first wave of low-level soldiers, who were hastily dispatched after receiving the news. Wei Huan saw his enemies clearly from the eyes of the demon Eye Lord, who was walking 30 kilometers ahead. A group of snake men that he had recruited in large numbers when he was fighting the 3rd-level Dark Beast Lord. This kind of snake man has a snake head, a human body, and a snake tail, and has 4 arms. It is a very powerful soldier. If human challengers of the same level are surrounded by 3 or 5 of these soldiers, it would be difficult to deal with them. The most important thing is that these snake men are poisonous. As long as they are bitten by their claws and teeth, or even in a long-term battle with them, and inhale the poisonous mist they spray, they will be poisoned, and they will lose blood, slow down and have hallucinations, etc. It is understood that in PD, it is one of the most popular soldiers for the Dark Beast Lord to recruit in the early stage. However, after reaching the 4th level Lord, there will be a new more cost-effective soldier, Medusa, and low-level snake men will be eliminated. Wei Huan looked at the countless snake men coming in front of him, but he was not happy. Did he accidentally bump into a low-level territory? Could it be that this time, the Dark Beast King blocked the low-level Dark Beast Lord in front? Soon, Wei Huan found that he was right. Facing the suddenly powerful human race, the Dark Beast clan, which has always seemed to be at ease and extremely arrogant, actually chose to defend this time. There was no need for the challenger army brought by Wei Huan to take action. The level 5 Ghost Crows and level 5 Face Huggers he sent to the front easily killed these level 3 snake men. After the snake men were killed, their poisonous blood flowed in the sea water, polluting the entire sea water into red. Wei Huan also realized the opponent's strategy. That's right, the snake men are not only cost-effective, but the snake tribe does have a mobility advantage in the sea. In addition, these snake men have the ability to pollute the seawater. If it works accidentally and poisons some human challengers, the Dark Beast tribe will make a profit. The Dark Beast tribe is in contact with the deep sea world for the first time. They can't figure out its rules, and are using their low-level tribesmen to try and make mistakes. This is really what the Dark Beast royal family can do in the honeycomb mode. Such a test can't be said to be completely ineffective. At least it was measured that the enemy rushing up at this time was Wei Huan. And in front of the undead army, the poison attack is ineffective. As for more, it can only be said that in the face of absolute combat power, all means are useless. Wei Huan's undead army ran directly in front of the waves of soldiers sent by the Dark Beast Lord. Soon, the apparently weak city wall appeared in front of Wei Huan. The city wall, less than 5 meters high, was facing him, with only 5 sentry towers upgraded to level 4. 3 ranged heroes of unknown levels, 1 human and 2 unknown demons, attacked them fearlessly. The shadow of the Dark Beast Lord could not be seen, so he must be hiding somewhere, continuing to rub his troops. The Dark Beast tribe knew how to be afraid, but under the influence of the hive mind, if the order to defend was issued by the royal family, they would never run away. Even if it came from the instinct of creatures, they would be afraid of death, but the will of the royal family was still above everything else. Facing the territory that was only level 3 as expected, Wei Huan did not feel happy at all, but frowned. The headquarters in the rear also synchronized his images and information. Commander Dong, who focused on this place, said, "It seems that the Dark Beasts have also realized the change in the situation and changed their strategies. Our reconnaissance vehicles have not arrived yet, but you have seen the latest intelligence." Commander Chai frowned. The longer it takes, the more familiar they will be with the environment. These Dark Beast Lords outside are cannon fodder. Killing more will not affect the combat effectiveness of the Dark Beasts. Wei Huan thought of something and contacted Jacques. "Jacques, can you see farther?" Jacques nodded. "I just took a look, and they are all within 50 miles. For the 3rd level territory, we can go deeper." Commander Chai also heard it, and when he spoke, he asked Commander Dong, "Commander, should our army push forward? Push down the cannon fodder in front as soon as possible?" Commander Dong chatted with the staff beside him for a few words, and said, "I have shared the latest military information with other countries' legions, but we must be cautious about changing the plan. The Dark Beasts will not always be passive and beaten. Once the army sets out, it will be difficult to turn back. I think the current battle should focus on special operations until the intelligence is truly ascertained, and then the strategy will be determined." Commander Chai nodded and stopped talking. While Wei Huan was listening, the other side had already pushed away the territory in front of him. In Wei Huan's eyes, the 3rd level territory was not even a steamed bun. At least the steamed bun still had a ball of dough after being kneaded. This territory was a piece of tofu, and it was crushed without even using strength. As the Lord's Hall was destroyed and the territory quickly turned into sand, Wei Huan stared at the misty road ahead, and was not in a hurry to let the undead army go in. "Jacques, take another look." "Okay." Instead of moving forward aimlessly, and killing some meaningless Dark Beast Lords, which gave the elites of the Dark Beast clan time to develop, Wei Huan thought it would be better to kill them accurately. Standing on the rooftop war platform, Jacques raised his hands above his head, and his loose hands seemed to be catching the wind. Although the water flow was separated by the protective shield, there was indeed wind spinning around him, curling up his hair and gathering in his closed eyes, inadvertently revealing a touch of pure gold. At the same time, within his 50-kilometer range, pairs of golden eyes appeared in the sky. Although they were only within his field of vision, they opened up dense dots on the human map. If you zoom in on these dots, you will find a field of vision point with a diameter of about 1 kilometer, which can break through the fog of war and see the eyes of the Dark Beast Lords that were blocked. When Jacques' eagle eyes descended, the Dark Beast Lords all reacted and looked up at the sky. Although it was just a probe, the Dark Beast Lords would receive a system notification of being spied on. For a time, all the Dark Beast Lords sent to the front to plug the loopholes were all anxious and deployed their troops faster. But some Dark Beast Lords were not panicked. They had already built fog towers in their territories. Although the human eagle eyes drove away a small piece of fog over their territories, their buildings would soon be obscured by the fog of the fog towers. In this vast Dark Beast camp, like a starry sky, it is not so easy to find them accurately. One of the 5th-level Dark Beast Lords is the dominant lord of this area. There are more than 1,000 low-level Dark Beast Lords around it, all of whom obey its orders. There are some factories in the territories of these Dark Beast Lords, and the materials produced will be gathered here, and then it will be handed over to the royal family. The Dark Beast tribe does not have the habit of plucking feathers from passing geese, but the Dark Beast King allows it to use some of the materials. In the Lord Challenge world, it is just an ordinary level 5 Lord, and most of the resource points in the territory cannot be mined, but here, with a supply of 1,000 low-level Dark Beast Lords, it still built a building. It is the Mist Tower. With the Mist Tower, it can completely hide its whereabouts. It doesn't believe that its luck is so bad. Before the decisive battle, when the Necromancer's army rushed forward, it just happened to find the location of its territory from the center of 1,000 territories. Besides, he was just one of the many dominant lords of the Dark Beast clan. There were thousands of dominant lords around him, as well as the Dark Beast royal family they protected. He couldn't be that unlucky. Thinking of this, the dominant Dark Beast Lord took a look at the system notification. The second territory was destroyed 30 miles away. Notification, ## was killed by Wei Huan of the human race, and the territory was destroyed at the same time. It was just a 3rd-level territory controlled by the Zyro clan. A group of low-level Dark Beasts, when they confirmed that they were attacked, should choose to take away the Lord's core, leaving a life to dedicate to the king. This is what low-level Dark Beasts should do. He actually died with the territory. This 5th-level Lord was naturally a 2-headed hidden demon, and he was lucky to have recruited 2 legendary heroes when recruiting heroes, so he was appreciated and cultivated by the royal family. The Lord Challenge slightly changed the rules of the Dark Beasts. The hero recruitment changed the social structure of the bloodline theory. Even the lowest-level Runewolf, if lucky enough to recruit a legendary hero at the beginning, would be cultivated by the royal family. Now, there is a dog-headed man who was originally of low bloodline, but because he recruited a pseudo-god-level hero, he became the new noble of the royal family and often served the king. The time of drawing heroes every month is simply a big reshuffle of the fate of low-level Dark Beasts. Of course, if you want a higher probability of drawing high-level heroes, you must continue to build higher-level hero temples. Because low-level Dark Beasts are not capable of mining special materials in the territory, they naturally cannot build higher-level hero temples, and the probability of drawing high-level heroes will be very low. As a 7-star Dark Beast, it can develop more than 85% of the resource points in the territory. When necessary, the king will send troops to help it fight, so that it has a high enough hero temple and 2 legendary heroes. The levels of heroes are divided into ordinary heroes, epic heroes, legendary heroes, pseudo-god heroes, and god heroes. The strength of a legendary hero is enough to easily fight against 5 chariots. If a long-range hero is recruited, it can even kill human chariots 10 miles away. It will become the dominant lord because it has 2 long-range legendary heroes. The 2-headed hidden demon lord armed his 2 most important legendary heroes to the teeth, and continued to recruit soldiers around the 2 legendary heroes, and paid attention to the notifications of the lord system from time to time. This human named Wei Huan is removing territories at a very fast speed, an average of 3 territories per minute. This also caused its system to refresh notifications constantly. A sense of urgency came to its mind unconsciously. It stopped recruiting, opened the map and looked at its own map, and then found that in front of its left, this Wei Huan was like a beast, biting off a large crescent-shaped territory. It has only been 10 minutes since the first notification sounded, and 33 territories have been flattened. The speed is too fast. Although it seems that the direction in which this human is moving will not come to its territory, it still makes it extremely nervous for no reason. Especially as it pays more attention, the more it can feel that this human, whether it is the speed of pushing the city, or the fact that few Dark Beast lords escaped from the territory he pushed down, all reflect his strength, which makes its sense of urgency rise to the extreme. I don't know when it changed its mentality from eager for a fight to can't see me. Especially in the last few minutes. Whenever a notification sounded, it would open the system map and check the opponent's route without getting tired. The wide route that spreads nearly 40 kilometers to the left and right. Even if a human army entered, it could only sweep so far. I am right at the edge of his route, which is too dangerous. Should I take the Lord's Corps and run away as soon as he finds me? Can't see me. Captain, it's nearby. Jacques said in the connection, I'm sure it's within this range. Wei Huan nodded to show that he knew, and looked around. The battlefield map was too large, and the fog tower was covering it, so it was difficult for them to accurately lock on the location of the suspected high-level territory. But this was not difficult for them. They just had to push all the way to the approximate range and search outward in a spiral. As long as they knew the approximate location, they would still be afraid of not finding it. Wei Huan ordered Jacques, don't worry about this territory anymore. I find it here. You continue to look farther, and find other high-level lords. Yes, Captain. After receiving the order, Jacques ended the communication and continued to use Eagle Eye on the roof. No one had thought that Jacques' special talent would become the key to breaking the deadlock, otherwise Wei Huan would have to wander around like a headless fly. Moreover, in this operation deep behind enemy lines, even Wei Huan was not safe. Once he was surrounded by high-level lords, he might also fall into a hard fight or die in it. Therefore, removing high-level territories in a targeted manner and then going deeper could at least guarantee a safe retreat. Now, Jacques continued his reconnaissance mission, while Wei Huan followed the plan and began to explore outward in a spiral shape with this area as the origin. He had to find the high-level Dark Beast territory here no matter what, and then he dared to move forward. He was responsible for the lives of himself and the hundreds of thousands of soldiers who followed him. It was okay to be slow. The two-headed hidden demon lord, who had been paying attention to Wei Huan's movements, saw Wei Huan and his convoy rubbing against the edge of his territory and advancing all the way deep. Even the two-headed hidden demon, who existed as a group of Dark Beast war gods, felt the fear of death passing by. Did he escape? But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, several ghost crows suddenly flew from the horizon. When they entered his territory, he received a reminder from the system. Attention, an enemy has appeared at the edge of your territory. Please be prepared to fight. The heart that had just been put down suddenly rose to the hair. At the same time, Wei Huan's vision descended on the hero-level Magic Eye Lord, and he also saw the unique city wall. It was more majestic and thick. The huge city wall built with solid materials was 30 meters high. The city wall was full of sentry tower bullet holes. There were also soldiers and generals training on the city wall, wearing advanced equipment, which showed that the lord of this territory was very powerful. If it were someone else, they might handle it carefully. But in front of Wei Huan, it was like a bee seeing honey. The depressed mood for a while suddenly cleared the fog, and the sun became bright. Found it. Wei Huan was refreshed. When he found the territory, 10 portals opened from both sides of the chariot at the same time. The AI steward who received the notification suddenly accelerated the speed and issued the latest order at the same time. Notification. Notification. Attention to all departments. The territory of the high-level lord has been discovered. Be prepared for battle. Notification. Notification. The hurried voice sounded in all the chariots. As the leader car, Wei Huan, coupled with the extremely high AI level on his car, easily took over the control of all the chariots. Playing a notification was just the simplest thing. In each chariot, the faces of the long-awaited soldiers showed the excitement of going to the battlefield, and a touch of resolute determination. If they died here, it would be a small step for the future of mankind. Even if it was only 1 centimeter, it was a way forward. They stood in a row, in front of a small, fist-sized dog-headed man, waiting. They didn't know what the battlefield ahead would look like, what kind of fierce environment they would face, and whether they could come back after leaving this time. But these were not the most important. The most important thing was that they were going to their ideals, fighting for the human race, and for their mission. Chapter 245. During this inexplicably long wait, the team leader and deputy team leader at the front suddenly disappeared. The same happened to the other teams, disappearing into the overly huge mouth of the puppy-headed man. As they finished swallowing, the puppy-headed man looked at the next person, and then opened his big mouth. The person swallowed felt a flash in front of his eyes. Then they arrived at the battlefield. The warrior who had just been teleported here held his weapon tightly and looked around quickly. There were battles in all directions, with their captain, familiar teammates, and undeads everywhere in the field of vision. With a boom, a 10-storied building was demolished, and the broken stones piled on the ground. It can be vaguely distinguished from the shape of the fragments that this is the Mist Tower that can only be built by a 4th-level lord. The Mist Tower was knocked down, and at the same time, this territory under attack was completely exposed on the human map. There is no doubt that this is a level 5 territory. Although most of the buildings are only level 5, which is much worse than the territory of the level 5 lord of the royal family that Wei Huan had met before, it should not be underestimated. On the wall of this territory, there stood a black eagle. It was more than 5 meters tall, with a sharp hooked beak and a pair of wise eyes sweeping across the front, extremely majestic. It looked down at the undead attacking the city, and its sight passed over those undead of only 4 or 5 stars, and it did not attack easily until a group of winged 2-headed hidden demons with dragon heads and snake tails flew in the sky ahead. It suddenly spread its huge wings over 20 meters and flew into the sky. Howl! With a cry, it pierced through the golden cave stone and turned into a black giant sword that soared into the sky. Then it turned back and rushed straight towards the group of flying 2-headed hidden demon zombies. Swish! Crack! Golden light spit out from its mouth and hit the heads of the 2-headed hidden demons. The heads exploded like popcorn, splashing black, smelly, and sticky objects. Swish! Crack! Swish! Crack! It was a very powerful attack. Before Wei Huan's team of 2-headed hidden demons could reach the edge of the city wall, they were killed by the black giant eagle spitting lightning and reappeared on the tomb. Although Wei Huan didn't care about reviving a few more 2-headed hidden demons, it would be best to be able to capture them directly. I couldn't help but look at the giant eagle a few more times. The 2-headed hidden demon sent over also increased 5-fold. The shots were accurate, and every shot hit the head. The damage was also strong. Since more than 20 2-headed hidden demons were not close, I would arrange 100 2-headed hidden demons to see if you hit fast enough, or I have more people. A large group of 2-headed hidden demons appeared again, and the number increased several times. The legendary hero Thunder Eagle Beast, who had just returned to the city wall, and had not waited to catch his breath, was ordered by the Lord to fly out to intercept again. However, this time, the same method was not so effective. The Thunder Eagle Beast killed more than 20 2-headed hidden demons in the same way, but there were still 80 alive, and they flew towards the city wall without stopping. It chased and hunted all the way behind, but only killed more than 10 more. The rest all climbed onto the city wall and killed crazily. The long range on the city wall was torn to pieces, and the long-range equipment was destroyed. The destructive power of the 2-headed hidden demons was amazing. The most important thing was that these 2-headed hidden demons had all reached level 5. Facing the territory of the same level 5, their strength could be fully exerted. The Thunder Eagle Beast chased after the 2-headed hidden demons, and finally killed 20 of them. As a result, when he looked up, he saw more than 100 2-headed hidden demons flying from another direction. In addition, the Demon Eye Lord shot down a black beam of light in the sky, which reduced the number of guards on the city wall. A section of the city wall that was attacked was already at low health, and would be destroyed soon, making way for the human undead army on the ground. The protection of the city wall had reached the most urgent moment, but suddenly a new order from the Lord came to his mind, asking him to go to the city to rescue and guard the Lord's hall. The recruited hero had no independent thinking, and regarded the Lord's order as everything. He knew that leaving here would lead to the complete failure of the action to resist the undead army, but he flew away as soon as he received the order. The territory was in chaos. Although the group of 2-headed hidden demons that appeared earlier were all killed and returned to the tomb, the small dog-headed people they successfully left behind sent a large number of undead and human challengers to the interior of the territory. There was smoke everywhere, and ruins were everywhere. The number of undead and human challengers in the city was already dozens of times the number of troops in the city itself. After being killed until now, basically only the demolition of buildings was left. Even if the Lord ordered them to come here, the remaining troops guarding the Lord's hall gathered here, but they were just fighting desperately. The Thunder Eagle Beast flew above the Lord's hall, hovering, and lightning fell one after another, hunting down these challengers who attacked the Lord's hall. But challengers are often much harder to kill than the fearless 2-headed hidden demon zombies. They will dodge, and use props to resist, and once injured, they will immediately retreat from the front line, and there are many undead and challengers covering the evacuation, so it doesn't even have a chance to make up for it. On the contrary, the legendary hero Water Mage, who was summoned here earlier and guarded the Lord, was even worse off, being beaten like a boss. The team moved forward in rotation, and attacks fell on him, making his clothes ragged and his health bar empty. The Thunder Eagle Beast, who saw the scene, was suddenly attracted by an extra annoying human, and was refreshed. Although this human was covered in steel armor, and his eyes could not be seen, he looked particularly hateful. I wanted to strike him. The sudden strong anger came from its brain that had never thought, and then a lightning bolt struck without hesitation. Crack! Captain Shui was struck by a powerful lightning bolt, fell to the ground, and was hit by a water cannon from the epic Water Mage, and flew backwards. Your grandfather! Captain Shui fell heavily to the ground, almost vomited blood, and his chest was stuffy, and he could hardly stand up. If the equipment he had on him was not at least platinum grade, these 2 consecutive attacks from legendary heroes might have killed him. Fortunately, at this moment, a warm current descended from the sky, soaking his body and quickly healing his injured internal organs. With a cough, the stuffiness in his chest disappeared. Captain Shui got up and looked at the angel who rescued him in time with gratitude. Under the protection of a group of undead, the shining wings were really sacred and beautiful. But, fuck you. You're just going to hit me alone, right? Is my posture wrong, or is it killing your father? Just hit me alone. Captain Shui, who returned, immediately attracted the attention of the 2 legendary heroes, and a new round of attacks naturally brewed, about to fall on this human challenger again. At this moment, a white light flashed from behind the legendary hero-level wizard and cut through his neck. He was beheaded with one blow. Behind the gradually falling body, a large axe like a door panel appeared in the hands of Hammer Brother, and his face, which was hard to leave an impression on people, was like a passerby. Dead. There is another one. The Lord is in the hall. We surrounded the Lord's hall as soon as we arrived. It can't run away even if it wants to. The boss said that we must clean up the high-level territory so that everyone can be really safe. Kill it, and we will complete the first important task. Kill! As the morale rose more and more vigorously, Hammer Brother hid his merits and fame, and disappeared again without knowing when. Some people deliberately looked for Hammer Brother, but they didn't find him. He was holding such a big axe in his hand, how could he not be seen? But soon, someone found that when the Thunder Eagle Beast didn't know what deep hatred it had, and kept chasing Captain Shui to chop, Hammer Brother had already come behind the Thunder Eagle Beast. It was just a mere level 5 territory. When Wei Huan was only at sequence 4, it was easy for him to flatten the level 5 territory, not to mention that he is now at sequence 5, and his undead army has been upgraded several versions. Even if he goes alone, it is easy to destroy this level 5 territory. When this level 5 lord and his lord core were destroyed, the first thing Wei Huan did was to find out the casualties. This was his first time to fight against a high-level lord on this battlefield, and Wei Huan was not sure of 0 casualties. Soon the news came back that there were indeed 0 casualties. Of course, there were many injured during the battle, and some soldiers were seriously injured if they were not careful. But humans have treatment, especially there is a 4-winged archangel in their car, who is at the level of sequence 5, and can perform sequence 6 healing magic. As long as they are not dead on the spot, they can be saved. 0 death. When this report appeared in front of Wei Huan, he breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, there can be no death in war, and he has no ability to protect everyone. But he still hopes to keep as many people alive as possible. Too many people have died in this civilization war. The West Mountain in the capital is full of sleeping heroes, and there is no need to add more tombstones there. After all the members returned to the team, Wei Huan also collected the undead, who went out to fight. Without waiting for a breath, he asked again, "Jacques, have you found anything new? Speed is of the essence in war. Since you have chosen a blitzkrieg, don't hesitate, and keep advancing all the way." Jacques lived up to Wei Huan's expectations, and said, "We found a suspicious point, and are confirming it. In addition, I seem to have found the pattern of the layout of the Dark Beast territory. Give me some time to verify it." "Okay, if you have any ideas, please communicate in time. There are so many people in the staff department, waiting for the rice to be cooked. You can't take away other people's work." This time, the person who answered was Mu Zhong. The ease of this battle made him smile. Of course, after his legs were healed, he looked more energetic and upright. "Okay," Jacques answered while continuing to use Eagle Eye. After a few seconds, his clear voice rang out, "Found it. The coordinates are." This time the coordinates were extremely accurate, and Wei Huan's chariot went straight. What was even more surprising was that halfway through this time, Jacques reported the coordinates of 2 high-level territories and said, "The pattern has been found," which also proves that my inference is correct. The Dark Beast seems to be built on a scale of 1,000 ordinary lords led by high-level lords. In addition, it can be inferred that the high-level lords in this area should belong to a royal family. As long as the location of 2 or 3 royal territories is found, the location of the Dark Beast King can be basically inferred. The latest news is exciting. With the Dark Beast's way of arranging troops, the human army can push forward, and when encountering high-level territories, they can prepare in advance and concentrate on attacking. It is much easier than the Dark Beast royal family standing in the front, and other Dark Beast tribes providing supplies. This change comes from the Dark Beast tribe's lack of confidence. When they turn offense into defense, they will become passive. This is the first time, since the human race and the Dark Beast have fought against each other, that they have stood on the balance of victory before the fight even started. The human army pressed towards the Dark Beast territory with great momentum. From the big map, it was like a wave, hitting it with the momentum of destroying everything. Compared with the excitement of the humans, the Dark Beast King and his royal subjects had fallen into a long period of silence. In fact, from the deployment of troops to now, the Dark Beast King had not even had time to eat the resources of his subjects. While he was still dividing the territory, Wei Huan had already led 1,000 chariots and had already killed his heartland. The killing of 6 dominant lords was not the point. What really made them feel cold in their hearts was that the maze they thought they had laid had been completely seen through. The human was heading towards the royal territory of that area, like a long knife, stabbing accurately. Then, it is only a matter of time to find the location of the Dark Beast King. After pondering for a long time, the Dark Beast King made a decision. He said to the thought beast beside him, "Dispatch more troops and resources to the territory of the Jinn, let it exert all its strength. I want to see how strong this human is now." "Yes." After saying this, the Dark Beast King leaned back on his throne and looked at the map projected on the dome of the Lord's Hall. Although the fog of war obscured the movements of the human race, it knew that the human race must have considered the possibility of sending out all its forces. After all, if it were it would also make such arrangements. The human race is becoming stronger, and the speed of its strength is so fast that it can't be prepared. In less than a year, it completed the development of the 5th level world and entered the 6th level world. This opening battle caught it off guard. Even if it planned and calculated, the overall imbalance in combat power still made it extremely passive. This time, the battlefield arrangement may not only have no possibility of counterattack, but will put the Dark Beast clan in danger of extinction. The Dark Beast King thought so, and once again confirmed an idea. But no matter what, he would never give up if he didn't try. Then, the Dark Beast King set his sights on the territory of Jinn. Jinn, a Dark Beast royal family. As a generation of royal family, its own strength is extremely powerful. It is a Dark Beast that has lived for more than 300 years. At the same time, it is in its prime. Whether it is brain or beast bravery, it is at the absolute peak. After the Lord Challenge came, it was even more lucky. When it upgraded to the 3rd level territory, it drew a pseudo-god level hero, and then drew 6 legendary heroes in succession. With such a gorgeous lineup, there are only a handful of people in the entire Dark Beast clan who can rival him, and his strength is firmly ranked in the top 5 of the Dark Beast lords. Of course, the combat effectiveness reflected by the top 5 of the Dark Beast clan and the top 5 of the human clan is different. The human clan is an individual civilization, and every human being of theirs has the possibility of evolving to the highest level sequence and becoming a god. In the Dark Beast clan, only the Dark Beast King clan can finally reach the top, and their ethnic characteristics limit their future. However, in contrast, the strength of the Dark Beast King clan is tied to the Dark Beast clan in their own territory. Ordinary Dark Beasts unconditionally obey the orders of the King clan, whether it is resources or life, without hesitation. So at the moment, the top 5 of the Dark Beast clan can be said to have gathered 10% of the power of the entire Dark Beast clan, and the ranking is reflected. And before the human clan is fully developed, it is indeed impossible to fight against the early civilization of the Dark Beast clan with individual strength. It's just the Great Keeper sequence. When the Dark Beast King thought of this, a trace of confusion appeared in his eyes. As a human sequence, even if there is only this one, is it too powerful? Or, if the human race can awaken more Gravekeepers, once the resources are evenly distributed, he will not be so strong? How to awaken the Gravekeeper sequence? This question is not only the Dark Beast clan eager to get the answer, but also many people in the human race are studying, discussing, and even experimenting. Waiting for a new batch of challengers to appear, whether more gravekeepers can be awakened. But at this moment, Wei Huan led his army of undead and rushed accurately to the territory of the Dark Beast clan. The territories of the Dark Beast lords along the way could not stop his unstoppable momentum. In order to prevent being encircled by the Dark Beast clan in the next battle, Wei Huan also called on the kobolds he upgraded to epic heroes to further expand the cleaning range. The epic kobolds can become signal amplifiers when they reach the border of his summoning, and once again increase the transmission capacity to 30 kilometers beyond the limit. Su Qingqiang drove his level 6 chariot and took the epic kobolds out, followed by 30 chariots, the elite among the elites. The next battle will lack Wei Huan's vision, which means that the replenishment of the undead will not be timely, and various unexpected situations may occur, and it is inevitable that someone will be sacrificed. But the number of people who actively signed up for special operations is too numerous to count. These teams will act outside Wei Huan's maximum summoning distance, raid any territory uncertainly, and expand the passage as much as possible to avoid being surrounded. It is very dangerous to go deep into the enemy's hinterland, and you must be careful. Jacques' eagle eyes made a great contribution today. He constantly released reconnaissance capabilities around him, and occasionally in critical battles, he would drop damage to help end the battle faster. Wei Huan didn't understand why Osum was willing to give up such an outstanding genius, just because he didn't want to go along with the crowd and compromise with the powerful. He actually accused the hero of treason. Such a country that harbors filth should not be left. Wei Huan has decided that after this battle, old Hodgson will still hold Jacques Beacon, and he doesn't mind personally taking action to bring Jacques back. Such an upright and excellent talent deserves all sincerity. Wei Huan, be careful. After discovering that Wei Huan went too deep, Commander Dong reminded Wei Huan, but he did not force Wei Huan to come back, just like a kind old man, giving a kind reminder. After all, Wei Huan's combat power has exceeded his cognition. If he must make Wei Huan listen to him, it will only bury Wei Huan's strength. The only thing he can do at this time is to make appropriate reminders. In addition, he will tell Wei Huan about his actions in person. The army has already set out. It will take about half an hour for the first wave to reach the territory. You have been isolated and helpless for half an hour. You must be careful. In addition, I have arranged for Captain Fong to go to your location. He should apply for a connection with you soon. You should keep in touch. This time we directly launched a general attack because Commander Dong took the time to talk to Wei Huan about the plan, and also talked about the original intention and ideas of their strategy, fully respecting the strongest man in the world. Wei Huan didn't say much, just listened. He didn't have too many plans for his actions. He just relied on his strong fists. The intensity of the current battlefield is not even as strong as he can fight against the gold-level monsters in the 6th level world. It is difficult for him to keep a cautious mentality. Commander Dong didn't say much. During this period, he went to do other things when he had something to do, but he always kept in touch with Wei Huan. He would chat with him casually after he came back from work to understand the situation ahead from the conversation. Wei Huan knew that Commander Dong was also worried that he was too reckless, so he kept the communication open, just like him and Mu Zhong. Now, in the lower right corner of his right vision, there was a communication from Commander Dong, and the first priority was of course reserved for Mu Zhong. Mu Zhong knew that Wei Huan was always connected with Commander Dong, so he did not chat with him from time to time as usual. But he could see Wei Huan on his video, and hear Wei Huan's voice. Occasionally, he would smile, which distracted Wei Huan and look at those shining eyes. So while Commander Dong was rarely away from the screen, Wei Huan simply turned his head and looked directly at Mu Zhong. Mu Zhong felt embarrassed, so he looked away contentedly. Of course, this was just a little fun thing on the march, and tense emotions always need to be adjusted. Most of the time, Wei Huan's attention was still on his left eye. The Demon Eye Lord, who descended into the field of vision, grew a pair of wings that made people lose their sanity after advancing to the legendary hero level. Not only did it improve Wei Huan's vision effect and give him the ability of perspective, but it also increased his flying speed a lot, so that he could barely keep up with the marching speed of the chariot and fly at the forefront of the scouts. This way, thanks to this heroic Demon Eye Lord, he was able to conduct frontline command very accurately and timely. After easily knocking down a city again, the Demon Eye Lord kept a distance of about 3,000 meters behind the Ghost Crow and continued to fly forward. On this battlefield, the fog of war was almost in front of the face, and the field of vision did not exceed 300 meters. Beyond 300 meters, it was a chaos and nothing could be seen. Often, the Ghost Crow's face was against the city wall, and it was bombarded by the opponent's dense cannon fodder. Only then did they realize that there was another city in front of them. Fortunately, after the Ghost Crow was upgraded to level 5, its ability to hide in the void was stronger, and even some artillery fire with space shock ability could not hit them out. It was this fearlessness that allowed Wei Huan to keep rushing forward. After all, there were Ghost Crows 30 kilometers away to explore the way. If there was any accident, his chariot could easily evacuate. This formation had lasted for a long time. The Demon Eye Lord flew 3,000 meters behind the Ghost Crows that were leading the way. This distance was beyond the range of most of the Dark Beast Lord's weapons. The Demon Eye Lord was very fragile, and had almost no means of defense. Just when Wei Huan was distracted, the scene in his left eye attracted his attention. When he focused his attention and looked over, he saw a turbulence in the air in front of him, like water ripples spreading outward from a certain point. In the area where the ripples reached, the Ghost Crows made a GA sound, and turned into black mist without any resistance and completely dissipated. Even Sister Crow barely withstood one blow, and when the second ripple appeared, it dissipated with a bang. Weapons with space-killing power? Wei Huan was refreshed, and after quickly verifying the coordinates given by Jacques, he said, "We found the royal family." Chapter 246. Commander Dong and Mu Zhong spoke almost at the same time. "Okay, be careful and be safe." Wei Huan had no time to answer. He saw a white light in his left eye, and then it was pitch black in front of his eyes, and the green flame in his left eye disappeared. This means that he has escaped from the state of vision. Mu Zhong naturally saw it clearly and said, "As expected of the royal family, the level of the territory is indeed very high." Wei Huan snorted without comment, and then the green flame in the bottom of his left eye jumped again. His vision had already descended on the Demon Eye Lord, who was following closely behind. The vision of the low-level Demon Eye Lord made Wei Huan a little uncomfortable, but he still saw clearly that under his command, the Ghost Crows that continued to fly forward. Even in the face of the opponent's space artillery attack, some Ghost Crows still successfully avoided it, and came to the wall of the Royal Dark Beast. Compared with the high-level lords who killed all the way, the king-level lords are indeed more powerful. Even though the Dark Beast clan has not yet been able to jump out of the level 5 world and obtain the ascension path to the level 6 world, it is easy for these Dark Beast royal families, who have gathered the resources of a group to upgrade the individual buildings in the territory to level 6. Wei Huan looked at the city wall in front of him that was more than 100 meters high. The towering city wall that stood in front of him like a natural moat. Although it was not the first time he saw it, it still gave Wei Huan a tricky feeling. The last time he saw such a tall city wall was on the assessment road from level 4 to level 5. The Dark Beast sent 3 royal families, and more than 10,000 high-level lords, to try to kill him on the assessment road. In that battle, Wei Huan fought 1 against 3, and achieved an excellent record of 2 deaths and 1 escape. This was also the first time that humans had successfully killed adult Dark Beast kings since the fight between humans and the Dark Beasts, and 2 of them died at once. Wei Huan had a deep memory of that battle. It was a pseudo-god level archer recruited by the opponent. His strength was quite terrifying. He could confront their chariots alone, and caused huge damage. But that time, Wei Huan chose to go to the meeting alone. A chariot kept walking on the edge of the world day and night, and successfully reached the end of the road and destroyed them before the royal family's Dark Beast territory was upgraded to a higher level. That time, Wei Huan didn't see many high-level territory buildings. But at this moment, he saw it. A wall upgraded to level 6 is not just tall and thick, the level of the weapons that can be equipped inside will also be upgraded. For example, the artillery shells specifically targeting the space system, in the past exploration of the Ghost Crows, as long as they did not take the initiative to fly out of the alien space, they had never been hurt and killed, but now they have returned to the tomb in the targeted artillery shells. Similarly, the flying monkey's kite state may also have an impact. Wei Huan recruited the Ghost Crows again, and recruited the Magic Eye Lord together. Mu Zhong saw the black Ghost Crows flying out, and asked after observing, "Didn't you use the nether fire bombs?" Wei Huan shook his head. "I can't use them for the time being. I have stored a lot of them, and I haven't used them. I'm looking for a space cannon. I'm afraid that no matter how many nether fire bombs I have, they will not be effective before destroying it. Since the city wall has been upgraded to level 6, the protective shield is probably also level 6. What are your plans?" "Then change the type of soldiers." Wei Huan said lightly. He didn't think this matter could stump him. The space cannon was indeed inside the protective shield. If the Ghost Crows were used to send bombs, the space cannons could hit the outside of the protective shield. The arrangement specifically targeted the Ghost Crows, and in turn protected the protective shield from being blown up by the netherfire bombs. I think the Dark Beasts had indeed studied the tactics against him. But Wei Huan didn't have only one type of soldiers, and his fighting style was never the same. If this trick didn't work, there were other tricks. Even if the dark beasts had their understanding of him engraved into their DNA, what would happen? He was improving and changing every day, and even he himself didn't know what his upper limit was. Why did a group of wild beasts think they could plot against him? The point beasts that had been protecting the chariot received Wei Huan's order and made a loud cry. Then countless female crypt beasts flew out from under its abdomen. At the same time, the crypt beasts were releasing face huggers. These face huggers were like carpets, covering the ground everywhere, swimming forward with a rustling sound, and soon they were everywhere in sight. They moved very fast, and there was a group of fat and strong bears in the middle. The big bears stepped on them, and were transported to the front line of the battlefield to attack the city wall head-on. On the left and right sides, there were countless running wolves, also carried by face huggers that moved flexibly on the seabed. Amid the click-click-click sound of the anal digger, these face huggers actually listened to its command and divided into countless small teams, moving flexibly up and down and rushing to various passes. The ghost crows and the demon eye lords regrouped into a huge army, with two-headed hidden demons in groups of 30 in the middle. These two-headed hidden demons were the hardest and sharpest hidden weapons hidden in the gloves in this frontal siege, and together with those unknown hidden nether fire bombs, they formed the most powerful combination punch. The undead army was approaching. At this moment, all eyes were focused here. Not only the audience in the Blue Star live broadcast room, but also the royal family of the Dark Beast clan and their king were waiting for the result of this battle. Finally, under the attention of the crowd, the rumbling undead army finally collided with the territory of the Dark Beast clan. It was not as fierce as the imagined collision between Mars and the Earth, but it made people's scalps numb. Countless undead, densely packed, spread across the entire field of vision, swarmed up and gnawed the energy on the protective shield. In the walls of the Dark Beast Lord, various spells and artillery fire were constantly being fired. Every time a shot landed, large swathes of the undead disappeared. Occasionally, there would be a loud boom. The Hellfire bomb was detonated. Some of the carriers were killed by the dense artillery fire, and they exploded before they could get close to the protective shield, but some were lucky enough to get to the protective shield, and the undead carrying the Hellfire bomb pressed their bodies against the protective shield, detonating the Hellfire bomb they carried in their bodies. Under such an attack, the level 6 protective shield was like a candle in a storm, shaky. Seeing this situation, Wei Huan, who realized the next change, stopped the two-headed hidden demon that was about to arrive. But the output of other arms not only did not slow down, but became more fierce. The facehuggers, which were just following the routine, accelerated forward, even stacking 2 or 3 together, tightly pressed against the protective shield, scratching frantically with their 8 legs, and biting with their teeth under their abdomen. The demon eye lord pressed down from above layer by layer, and the black beams broke through the water flow and bombarded the protective shield densely. Even the ghost crows flew out of the void, shuttled through the seawater, and hit the protective shield with their vulnerable bodies. Roar, roar, roar! The big bear roared, stood up, concentrated all the strength of the body, and slammed the mountain-sized claws on the light shield. Finally, after bearing this last blow, the protective shield flickered under the heavy load, and finally broke apart. The protective shield broke, but as the protective shield broke, a more terrifying force suddenly appeared, like an invisible sickle sword, slashing out. Schwa! The face huggers and ghost crows that were surrounded by the protective shield disappeared without even struggling. Then the demon eye lord, whose defense was very average, also disappeared in an instant, and only those who were far away survived. Wei Huan had a deep understanding of the power of the explosion of the protective shield. When he was only a level 5 vehicle, he also relied on the attack after the protective shield was shattered when facing the giant dragon form of the Dark Beast King. Faced with this huge amount of damage, not to mention those used for reconnaissance, cannon fodder, and long-range use, even the meat shield type of undead such as the zombie violent bear suffered heavy losses. Except for the 7 or 8 elite violent bears in the front row, there were no violent bears within 100 meters. Even the big bear was taken away by this wave of explosion because it had been suffering damage before, resulting in too low bloodline. The explosion of the protective shield shocked the live broadcast room. After several seconds, they spoke frantically. Will the explosion still occur if the protective shield is destroyed? It turns out that the level 6 protective shield is so powerful. Wei Huan's undead are gone in an instant. What should we do now? I told you not to rush. You dare to run to the territory of the Dark Beast King with 1,000 vehicles. Isn't it a suicide now? The undead on the battlefield are almost cleared. The level 6 protective shield is too terrible. How to break it? If it is not destroyed, it cannot hit the wall. But if the protective shield is broken, it will bring such a great lethality. I just want to know if our chariot level 6 protective shield is also like this. Otherwise it is unfair. However, there are still a few people who do not understand deeply, and can only complain when things are about to happen. And these slightly stupid remarks were quickly buried by a new wave of rainbow farts. This predictive ability is amazing. As expected of my brother Wei, he is simply a god of war. This wave of command definitely made the dark beasts confused. Ha ha, why do some people think that we are defeated just because of a level 6 shield self-destruction? What kind of loser mentality is this? Are you not satisfied with your life? Using the burst when the level 6 shield is broken to kill monsters is what my boss Wei left over, okay? How could it be possible to trick our boss? Here it comes. The backup is here. I knew nothing can stump our brother Wei. As the live broadcast room suddenly screamed with excitement, the undead army that had been waiting 3 kilometers away launched a charge like a storm. This was a charge after reorganization. It was also an attack after accumulating strength. Just like a heavy punch after taking a deep breath, there were 700 two-headed hidden demons waiting outside the explosion range. If it weren't for the restrictions on recruitment, and the fact that the opening battle was too close, Wei Huan would have wanted to replace all his undead army with two-headed hidden demons. The fighting power of the two-headed hidden demons was really amazing. The next second after the 6th level protective shield disappeared, the two-headed hidden demons rushed from all directions, like a group of crazy hungry wolves, and rushed towards the city wall. Their extremely fast movement speed was also reflected in the water. It seemed to be 3,000 away in the last second, and it was in front of them in the next second. But just when everyone thought that they would rush up to the city wall and fight with the enemy in a cruel and bloody close combat, everyone was surprised to find that these two-headed hidden demons seemed to have something hidden in their arms. Take a closer look. Oh my god! It's amazing! All is fair in war. It turns out that these two-headed hidden demons, which are not huge but have unusually bulging bellies, are actually holding a facehugger in their bellies. These facehuggers are tightly hugged by the two-headed hidden demons, and their bodies are also affected by the hiding ability of the two-headed hidden demons, and their skin is exactly the same as that of the two-headed hidden demons. They took advantage of the two-headed hidden demons' powerful explosive power, flexible mobility, and most importantly, their own outstanding defense. They came to the city wall under the first round of attacks from the Dark Beast Lord after the shield was broken. Stop them! The royal family, Jen, who already knew what these two-headed hidden demons were going to do, roared in the Lord's Hall. But they were a step too slow. The most important thing is that it thought these two-headed hidden demons rushed over to climb the city wall and kill its guards. But it didn't expect that they were just cannon fodder to transport the real killer. Using two-headed hidden demons as cannon fodder? Of course, as the Dark Beast royal family, in their hearts, the royal family is all cannon fodder, and the two-headed hidden demons are just higher-level cannon fodder. But when humans dominate these dead bones to fight, the Dark Beast royal family, who know how strong the two-headed hidden demons are, will still subconsciously regard them as the killer of the necromancer. So at that moment, knowing that the two-headed hidden demons are not easy to deal with, the priority weapon used was to destroy their mimicry to prevent them from being absorbed on the city wall and hiding after approaching the city wall. Then, there was the intensive attack. But such a theoretical response tactic that was completely correct became a joke because it completely misjudged Wei Huan's plan. That's right. After a circle, Wei Huan's strategy still regarded the Hellfire Bomb as a killer. When the face huggers reached a sufficiently deep area, they kicked the two-headed hidden demons hard and catapulted them towards the city wall. Their 8 claws were tightly clasped on the city wall, and the netherfire bombs in their abdomens were activated close to the city wall. There was a loud boom. 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 Bubbles surged on the seabed, the mud and sand became turbid, and the walls of the Dark Beast King clan shook violently, and the durability dropped rapidly. The most amazing thing, which was later praised by Blue Star as the art of war, and the most brilliant strategy, was that although the two-headed hidden demons attracted the war on the city wall and suffered a round of attacks, because of the rebound force of the face huggers at that moment of catapulting, many of them only suffered 1 or 2 injuries and actually retreated unscathed. Listening to the roar of artillery fire on the city wall, watching the wall that fell rapidly, and soon returned to zero and was destroyed. What made this Dark Beast King feel even more terrified was that he only focused on this wave of attacks for a while, and when he came back to his senses, those Shio Rome stepping on face huggers, roaring and shaking big bears, including those densely packed big eyes on top of their heads, were once again forced under the city wall. And this time, they were no longer fighting around the protective shield, but directly attacking its city wall. The defense line was inexplicably compressed by the advance and retreat. At the same time, the Dark Beast King who saw this scene had a gloomy face, as if he wanted to eat people, and made an unhappy snoring sound from his throat. Even though they were thousands of miles apart, Guang still felt the king's anger. At the same time, he also felt the fear of this human. After all, he had killed 3 kings before and after, and had long had the ability to kill the king. One more or one less would not be a big deal. Although he knew that this idea was bad, he was highly intelligent, and was not absolutely affected by the Dark Beast King's hive mind. At this moment, he had indeed thought about how to save his life after his defeat. Wang! The Dark Beast King's voice sounded in the Lord system. Although it was only one word, it suddenly woke up. It came back to its senses, and knew that it had to go all out. The king was watching it, and it had no way to retreat. This ferocious-looking dark beast put away the little thoughts in its heart, reorganized its troops, and began a new round of deployment. The first one to be sent out was, of course, its most proud and powerful pseudo-god-level hero. As his mind moved, a huge monster slowly came to the city wall that was blown up by the Hellfire bomb. From Wei Huan's perspective, he saw that the city wall had just collapsed, and before his undead could rush into the city, this section of the collapsed city wall was blocked from the inside. It was a dark substance that looked like iron, tall and solid. A face hugger happened to land on the black substance and ignited the Hellfire bomb. But the level 5 Hellfire bomb that could easily blow cracks in the city wall exploded on this black object this time, but it did not move at all. What surprised everyone even more was that as this gap was blocked, a fierce airflow pushed the waves outward, wave after wave, and the light-bodied undead were directly flipped over and flew back. There were also a few Shiroma and violent bears, who fell in front of the black object and hit it hard. But it did not move at all. Wei Huan was surprised and focused his attention. He used the legendary demon Eye Lord to look deeper. His eyes then outlined a huge monster hiding behind the city wall. What is this? Before Wei Huan could confirm, another figure appeared. The thing that looked like a loach fell from above the huge monster, swooping to this side, and then to the other side. As it flashed quickly, the water seemed to be cut by it. At the same time, several Zyroma and zombie violent bears that approached the huge monster were also cut. Finally, in its cutting-like galloping action, it ran into the big bear that was waiting for it. Roar! Scream! The terrible attack directly knocked down 1/5 of the big bear's blood, and also consumed a flying monkey in kite state. Green clouds circled over the bear's head, casting circles of healing halos. The guy blocked by the bear's thick body was forced to stop, and at this moment Wei Huan could see clearly what it was. It turned out to be a little yellow bird. It looked like a chick, with a fluffy face and a round body. At this moment, because it hit the bear, it was forced to stop, and the whole bird even spun down, as if it was knocked unconscious. So cute. Wei Huan ordered the bear to slap it to death. This little bird, and the thing behind the wall were obviously heroes recruited by Lord Aru. Killing one would relieve some pressure. The bear was slow, and when it slapped it down, the little yellow bird had recovered and flapped its wings to escape. But just in front of it, a Shuloma who hugged the bear with its claws, and was not swept away by the airflow slapped it faster and more accurately. The little yellow bird was slapped down again. This time, before he could recover, the big bear and Shiroma attacked him one after another, cruelly wanting to beat him into a bird cake. The giant behind the city wall seemed to increase the flow of air to save the little yellow bird, and the big bear took a half step back unsteadily. In a moment of negligence, the little yellow bird woke up again, and was about to fly away with its wings flapping. At this moment, a pair of eyes appeared in the sky, and then a bullet fell as if it had penetrated the space. It landed accurately on the little yellow bird. Puff! Blood splattered, and the little yellow bird was beaten and turned over several times in succession, and it looked like it was going to die. But the next second, with a loud cry, the little yellow bird, which was bleeding all over, suddenly ignited a hot red flame all over its body, but it seemed that in the flame that was only the size of a fist, a light band of more than 10 meters flew out. Then it spun, revealing a charming body, looming in the flames. Shoo! Another sound. The flames were so hot that bubbles and curling smoke burned the seawater around it. Then from the huge smoke, a bird head with a fierce look, a long downward curved beak, and scarlet flesh around its eyes emerged. It opened its mouth and spit out rockets, which were shot at the nearby undead. The temperature of these rockets was extremely high, and they would explode when they hit the undead. Often, one rocket could kill 1 or 2 level 5 Shiromas. At this moment, looking at the huge monster behind the city wall, it was a huge old turtle with a huge body, like a mountain range. But it was not entirely true to say that it was a turtle. It had a single horn on its head, and a big stone, like a bell on its back. When the bell was struck clang clang clang, air current surged out in a ring, blocking all the undead from crossing the line. What is this? Boss Xia and Fire Phoenix? Fire Phoenix looks a bit like it, but Boss Xia carries a stone tablet. This thing is so fierce, it crushed all the undead. After all, it is the royal family of the Dark Beast, so it must be something. Don't worry, I believe Wei Huan can do it. Haha, you are all attracted by the big scene here. Look at the other side, secretly crossing Shinsong. Look to the left and right. Yes, everyone's eyes were unconsciously attracted by this battlefield with the loudest movement and the most intense fighting between the enemy and us. But what is the reality? Smart people still remember that Wei Huan's Run Wolf army is not in this main battlefield. Also not here are the strongest challengers of the human race. How can the battle with the royal family be without this group of real fighting power? Some sober viewers locked their eyes on Su Qingqiang from the beginning. Although following Su Qingqiang, you may not see such a thrilling confrontation on the front battlefield, but there is one thing you cannot hesitate about. If you want to see how a battle is won, then Su Qingqiang and others are the real knife that pierces the enemy's heart. Chapter 247. The territory of a level 5 lord stretches for more than 10 kilometers, and this is only the area within the city wall. If it is in the world of the Lord Challenge, the large area outside the territory is also the Lord's territory, which will refresh a large amount of materials. Successful occupation and mining can allow the Lord to build more advanced buildings and recruit more powerful soldiers. So in such a huge area, the range of Wei Huan's frontal attack is only more than a mile long. But because of the army's pressure and clever strategies, after the damage of the city wall, the attention of the Dark Beast Lord was successfully transferred here. Of course, most of the troops were also concentrated here. But don't forget that Wei Huan is not alone, and his undead army is more than what it seems. Adding the number of recruited crypt beasts, the total number of undead that Wei Huan can sprinkle on the battlefield exceeds 240,000. What a huge number. If you kill 1 undead per second, you can only kill 86,000 undead in a day and night, not to mention that Wei Huan has the ability to resurrect the undead. This number of undead armies, piled on the battlefield, would dazzle his opponents, and it would be normal for them to lose sight of one thing while focusing on another. This move of pointing east and hitting west was always effective for Wei Huan, and by the time the Dark Beast Lord came to his senses, it was too late. Just like now. After being attracted by Wei Huan's main force, Jin found that his 2 pseudo-god-level heroes had caused huge damage to the undead, so he just wanted to chase the undead and kill as many as possible. But he forgot that he was still without a protective shield at the moment. He also neglected those wolves that seemed to be of low level, and would scratch until the end of time even if they were allowed to scratch. These running wolves can not only carry puppy heads, they can also carry hellfire bombs. There were constant booming explosions here, and before the Dark Beast King clan could react, there were explosions on the other side. At the same time, a group of puppy-headed people were transported to the city, and more than 100 challengers were airdropped to the bottom of the city wall. These challengers are not the damage of the undead army. As their sequence increases, their individual strength gradually becomes stronger. For example, the damage caused by Su Qingqiang alone is not necessarily better than that caused by more than 10 or 22-headed hidden demons. Hee. Su Qingqiang, who turned into a demon, laughed shrilly, split his big mouth full of sharp teeth, and scratched the city wall frantically. Around him, there were more than 50 demons with similar shapes to him, but slightly different colors and details. They also laughed strangely. As they scratched, the durability of the city wall fell like an avalanche. With a durability of over 300,000, they can finish scratching in less than a minute. But 1 minute is still too slow. On a battlefield that changes rapidly, the faster the better. The little dog-headed man opened and closed his mouth, and a new round of express delivery was delivered. This time it was the Wu Wang team, especially Hammer Brother, who wielded his huge axe like a door panel, and one axe could cut off more than 100 points of blood from the city wall. The damage of the Wu Wang was not weaker than that of the criminal sequence. Not to mention, there were some gamblers, who had done countless rounds of burst exercises, and chopped at the city wall fiercely after they came out. Shwa shwa shwa. One person can reduce the durability of the city wall by 3,000 points in one breath. The city wall is a kind of building specially used for defense. It is inevitable that it has strong defense. Ordinary soldiers can only reduce 2 or 3 points of durability at a time. Even the powerful challengers on Wei Huan's car can only reduce the durability of the city wall by 20 to 30 points. But they can't stand the large number. The Dark Beast King is attracted by the front battlefield at this moment. Seeing that Wei Huan's undead army was beaten back step by step, it just wanted to pursue the victory. Suddenly, the system jumped in front of its eyes and issued an alarm. Notification: the East City Wall is under attack. Notification: the West City Wall is under attack. Notification. After waiting for all the attack notifications that were like a screen to be refreshed, the new notification that followed made it take a breath. Notification: the East City Wall has been destroyed. Notification: the West City Wall has been destroyed. Notice. Looking at the broken wall on the territory map, the Dark Beast King was full of questions about who he was and where he was. The audience in the Yin Kingdom live broadcast room was overwhelmed by Wei Huan's show. Ah! My brother Wei is so awesome. Amazing. I bowed down to you. Brother Wei loves you. Ha ha, the wall is broken like a fishing net. Just ask the Dark Beast Lord if he is confused. This is a good battle. I finally let out the breath I had been holding for 8 years, and the acne on my face has been cured. It's so cool. Even the leaders of the human race on the battlefield showed expressions of surprise and joy. And it was not only the generals of the Yin Kingdom who changed their expressions, but also the General Osum, who was at odds with the Yin Kingdom, was so happy that his scalp was numb. I know Wei Huan should be fine, but when he really broke through the defense line of the Dark Beast King clan, I still felt very happy. The whole process is slow, but in fact, it took Wei Huan less than 3 minutes from breaking the protective shield to pushing down the city walls one after another. After all, the protective shield is charged, and it takes 3 minutes to reopen. Now the broken walls on all sides can no longer stop the iron hoofs of the undead army. The running wolves and the little dog-headed people swarmed in, and a whole group of demons danced wildly, like sowing seeds of hope, and scattered these little dog-headed people all over the territory. Invaded? Are we going to win? But some sharp-eyed people found that when the city wall was broken, only the undead rushed in. Su Qingqiang and other challengers were swallowed by the little dog-headed people again, and disappeared on the battlefield. Why is this? Don't they pursue the victory? Such questions appeared in many people's minds. The so-called experts in the live broadcast room wanted to analyze it, but before they could say more, the situation on the battlefield changed again. The undead, who had just entered the territory, ran into a giant head-on. This giant is not the big turtle with the stone bell, but a huge monster that is bigger and more ferocious than that one. This monster is more than a kilometer tall and extremely large, lingering over the city of the territory. It looks a bit like an octopus because it has countless tentacles, each as thick as a train, slapping on the ground, sending the undead running on the streets of the territory back to the tomb one by one. Its waving tentacles even rolled up the sea water, and some undead with light bodies were directly slapped away and then crushed by the tentacles. There are hundreds of tentacles like this at a glance. But if you say it is an octopus, the upper half of its body is completely different from an octopus. Because its upper half is actually a big eagle. This eagle has 6 eyes, and the hard beak is open, and it is full of fangs. The whole body is black, and there is a pair of huge wings that cover the sky when it is opened. Bird body with tentacles and tail, what the hell? I want to vomit at this appearance. It's so big. It must be 1,000 meters high? What kind of monster is this? A god-level hero? But some people answered very clearly. The Dharma of the Dark Beast King. The Dharma comes from the Dark Beast King's own ability to transform. They often choose the form they think is the most powerful, and the Dharma will take this form to the extreme and fight with higher intensity. The strength of the Dharma depends on how many people are in the Dark Beast King's territory. The more people there are, the stronger it is, and the longer it lasts. However, the Dharmadhatu is the last resort of the Dark Beast clan, because it will drain the power of the people, including itself, and it will also consume a lot. If it cannot win, it will have no ability to resist. Win or lose this battle, come on Wei Huan. Yes, after seeing this huge alien monster, Wei Huan knew that it was the Dharmadhatu of the royal family. This is the second time Wei Huan has fought against the Dharmadhatu of the royal family. He knows that it cannot be underestimated. After all, this is the strongest power of the Dark Beast clan that can shock the entire clan. It's not that difficult to kill. Wei Huan only said 5 words. Jacques, take action. Jacques, who had been waiting on the roof of the car, took out the scroll he had been holding. This is a golden scroll, only the thickness of a thumb, about 10 centimeters long, made of unknown materials, with mysterious and complex runes sealed on the outside. Jacques held the scroll in his hand, raised it to his eyebrows, and his eyes staring at the past were filled with golden light. His sight had already passed through the scroll, and through time and space to see the distance. At the same time, just above the head of the Dark Beast King Dharma image, a pair of eyes, like golden lines, appeared. The next second, after seeing the Dark Beast Dharma image, an already open golden scroll appeared 10 meters above the head of the royal Dharma image and fell gracefully. The Dark Beast King naturally discovered the abnormality at the first time, raised his sharp and strange bird head, and looked at the golden scroll that fell gracefully. When he saw clearly what this was, his pupil shrank suddenly, and then a tentacle came across, about to pull the scroll out. It's a pity that the express delivery guy is professional, and will not give it time to react. Before it could draw the scroll, the already activated scroll suddenly disappeared, and huge energy surged out from the place where it disappeared. Then an extremely huge underwater vortex appeared, from nothing to something, from small to large, filling the entire field of vision in an instant. The vortex was so large that Wei Huan, who was 20 miles away, could feel the surge of violent energy over there. The rotating vortex, like a huge meat grinder, immediately churned the Dark Beast King family in the center. The Dark Beast King family struggled in vain, but could not escape the forbidden spell scroll from the opening of the level 6 mall. It was just a level 5 Dark Beast King family. Even if the power of the entire city was gathered, it was firmly bound by the vortex, and its hands, feet and wings were trapped and unable to move. In the crazy rotation, its tentacles were torn, its feathers were broken and scattered, and the red and black blood gushed out as if it was squeezed out. Ah, a painful cry reached my ears. But this is far from over. The vortex not only sucked in the Dark Beast King, but also raged in the city. The people who had dedicated their strength to the king were torn into pieces, and completely dissipated the moment they were sucked into the vortex. Buildings collapsed one after another, and the rolled-up rocks became new and more terrifying weapons. The Dark Beast King was smashed and bleeding in the vortex, and shrank rapidly with the naked eye. What is this? It's like a natural disaster. I laughed to death. I just saw this Dark Beast King wanted to make a big move and made a big show, but he didn't even shoot a single shot and was directly withered. I give this wave 10,000 likes. Good job, Wei Huan. He is powerful but not reckless. He obviously has the strength to fight against the Dark Beast King's Dharma, but he still chooses a simpler and faster way. Although this does not reflect his ultimate personal force, I give 10,000 thumbs up to his belief in planning and winning. Such damage raged for a full minute. Seeing that the Dark Beast King was about to die, the Dark Beast territory was also in a mess. Just a little bit, the vortex finally dissipated. After all, it was only a strategic level material sold in the 6th level mall, not a 9th level or higher level material. Even if it can reflect some of the power of natural disasters, it is very limited. But in this way, Wei Huan easily broke the Dark Beast King's Dharma. If you can crush it lying down, there is no need to stand up and fight. The Dark Beast King, who barely escaped from the ascension, took a breath and opened the city's protective shield. The protective shield that had completed the energy storage flickered, and a transparent light covered the outside of the city, blocking the attack of the undead army. The bloody Dark Beast King lay on the ground gasping in pain, his eyes swept across his defeated city. Even the pseudogod level hero Mu Zhong he recruited first, and the pseudogod level hero Xian Yao he recruited later, were much weaker, and their combat effectiveness declined after he absorbed their power. Not to mention the heroes of lower levels, as well as the troops he recruited, the Dark Beasts who came to serve the king, all lost most of their power in the sacrifice just now. Originally, he wanted to concentrate all his efforts on the battle. Even if he couldn't kill the human with this move, he could at least drive him away. After his protective shield was reopened and reorganized, there might be a possibility of confrontation. Of course, it also knew that it would be difficult to stop this human who had entered the 6th level world with its own ability. This human had killed their Dark Beast Kings before entering the level 5 world, and he was a brave king whose strength was not much inferior to his own. How could he stop him alone? What he wanted was just a wonderful confrontation to prove his worth to the king. The king would naturally allow him to retreat. If he lost this time, as long as he was still alive, he would have a chance to come back. It thought very well, thinking of Wei Huan's strength and the Dark Beast King's psychology, and wanted to prove himself with one move. But what was the reality? That human didn't give him any chance to turn over. In the first real collision, he used a more ruthless move than him. The strategic materials in the level 6 mall can only be purchased by civilizations that have opened the level 6 world. Their Dark Beast civilization can neither buy nor defend against them. This move can be said to be that the Dark Beast King actually took all the damage. It spit out blood, opened the city's protective shield, and without waiting to take a breath, it reorganized its troops, and when it looked up again, it saw the humans who reappeared in front of it. That's right, it was the humans who evacuated in advance, and at this moment, they were teleported back through the dog-headed men. Everything happened too fast, leaving it no room for thinking. It just missed a step, as if the whole world collapsed. Even though many of the dog-headed men sent and died under the scroll attack just launched by their side, and some were killed by the guards in the city, there were still too many of them, and there were fish that slipped through the net. It doesn't need to be too many, as long as one is not killed in time, these dog-headed men, and humans, will appear like infinitely multiplying cells, crazy. They are coming. Su Qingqiang, who turned into a demon with thorns all over his body, took the lead, jumping and shuttling between the ruins of the building, making a strange cry, and scratched its neck fiercely with a claw. It barely dodged, rolled over, and looked up to see the martial king, who was armed to the teeth and had a set of at least platinum-level armor, running towards him with big strides. The sudden anger surged in its heart, and it howled and pounced on the martial king and slapped him. The next second, it felt like a mountain hit its back. It flew forward and spit out a mouthful of blood. It barely looked back, only to see the martial king turning around a little slowly and rushing towards it. So the new and old hatreds made it even more angry. Roar, roar, roar! The king roared and rushed towards Team Shui. Although there were more than a dozen challengers around him, it seemed to not see any of them and just chased Team Shui to kill. Captain Wang Ming jumped up and turned around to chop, causing King Wen to stagger. Lu Xiaotian, who was sliding over, just cut off the tentacles on 3 of his legs and fell to the ground. I don't know where Hammer Brother came out from, but he flew up with a broad axe, hitting King Wen's back with a large wound, and blood splattered. King Wen, who fell to the ground, was beaten up and almost died on the spot. But finally, Mu Zhong and Xian Niao arrived in time at its call. Although they devoted most of their energy to it, they were still able to contain this group of human challengers. It wanted to escape, it wanted to live. It only had to return to the Lord's Hall to take its Lord's Core, then it could escape. Otherwise, if the Lord's Core was destroyed, it would also die. Don't want to die. Don't want to die. King, save me. But everything was in vain. The undead army broke through the protective shield again, this time without any resistance, and easily drove straight in. Besides, the city was full of dog-headed people, and the challenger and the 2-headed hidden demon had already arrived in front of the Lord's Hall with the help of the dog-headed people's teleportation. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom. Countless attacks fell on the Lord's Hall, and the health of the building soon reached the bottom. Without giving the Dark Beast King any time to react, Su Qingqiang jumped into the ruins, grabbed the Lord's Core with the glow flowing, and gently squeezed it. Bang! It was like crushing a light bulb, and it was also like crushing the heart of the Dark Beast King. The king, who was still resisting, froze his whole body, the light in his eyes dissipated in an instant, and he fell heavily to the ground, motionless. At the same time, the heroes recruited by it, Mu Zhong and Xian Niao, who were fighting hard just now, all calmed down. Mu Zhong stood still, with his limbs and head retracted into his shell, motionless. The red flames on the black bird disappeared, and it turned into a furry little yellow bird again, flapping its wings and landing on the clock, blinking its eyes, as if it was sleepy, and fell asleep after closing them. Captain Wang Ming stopped the team members, who wanted to fight, and silently looked at the 2 pseudo-god-level heroes. After they calmed down, all the hostility disappeared, and then they fell into the water like a scroll. They, and the small area where they were twisted, gradually faded, and finally completely dissipated. When the 2 pseudo-god-level heroes disappeared, the entire territory began to overflow like gravel, melting away bit by bit. The gravel fell on the seabed and piled up into small sand piles. Finally, the seawater rippled, and the last bit of gravel left in the city disappeared, and the entire city disappeared. Looking at all these changes, everyone's tense nerves finally relaxed a little. Lu Xiaotian was the first to turn around and hug Captain Wang Ming, laughing. We won. Yes, we won. They killed a Dark Beast King. This is the first time that humans and Dark Beasts have achieved such a result in the battle. How difficult can the Dark Beast Kings be to kill? In the past nearly 8 years of confrontation, everyone knows that the Dark Beast Kings will run away when things are impossible. We know they will run away, but we can't stop them. When we meet again next time, They have become powerful lords again. There are only so many Dark Beast Kings in the Dark Beast clan. It is not difficult to raise a high-level lord again, with the power of a civilization. The Dark Beast Kings are always inexhaustible, and always come back. But this time, they really killed a Dark Beast King right under their noses, right in front of all mankind. When the body of the Dark Beast King lay motionless at their feet, at this moment, all the resentment seemed to have finally found an outlet. A young team member, who hated the Dark Beasts, kicked its body hard. "Paw!" He spit out disgusted saliva, turned around and hugged his teammates, and laughed. "We won!" Ha ha ha. Outside the battlefield, people on Blue Star were running around to tell each other, celebrating with laughter. They believed in Wei Huan. In this opening battle, humans have a greater chance of winning. Before the start, all humans firmly believed that Wei Huan's strength was enough to change the predicament of humans in the past. But when they saw with their own eyes that Wei Huan could kill the Dark Beast King so easily, everyone was still shocked in that inevitable thought. Is Wei Huan already so powerful? Have we humans completely stood up? Do we not have to worry about extinction? Do we no longer have to fear the Dark Beast? We can still live, and our children can finally grow up? The hope of life once again looms over the blue planet, as if blessed by some kind of power, and many people have regained infinite courage. Perhaps I should go back to challenge the world and fight again. Perhaps I should work hard and study hard. I can apply for a better university, and I can also have a better career. Perhaps I dare to get married, dare to give birth to a little life, let him see the world. Victory is not just victory, but a seed that can sprout. When the nation gathers a vigorous and upward spirit, the ethnic group can grow into a towering tree and have a backbone. Chapter 248. Of course, this first battle with the Dark Beast King was just the beginning. After the humans on Blue Star were very happy, they began to look forward to Wei Huan's next performance. There were more people who set their viewing angles on Wei Huan. At the same time, on the battlefield, the Challenger warriors, who were about to enter the battlefield, also received this good news. Did Colonel Wei kill the Dark Beast King? I heard it was a very exciting battle. He planned everything ahead of the Dark Beast King, and beat them so hard that they had no ability to fight back. This is the benefit of taking the initiative. This is the opening battle we started. We have prepared in advance, and have some understanding of the new world, so it has been very easy so far. Ha! I can't wait to kill the Dark Beast. I want to vent all the anger I have been holding back for these years. Kill the Dark Beast to avenge my son. Kill the Dark Beast to avenge my parents. Avenge my comrades. Wei Huan's victory greatly boosted the morale on the battlefield. The chariots that were rolling forward in the form of a group army were full of murderous aura that could not be suppressed. The leaders of the various legions saw this momentum, and could not help but compare themselves secretly. In every opening battle in the past, they had never gained such morale. Wei Huan's success has completely reversed the situation. I propose to speed up the march and get the soldiers to the battlefield faster. Our Yin country has said that it will do its best again and again. Before Wei Huan makes another record, our soldiers should also vent their anger. Everyone is too excited. Is this inappropriate? No. I agree with the previous speech. We should speed up. We must believe in the discipline engraved in the soldiers' bones and cherish this rare morale. I reconsider, speed up. I also reconsider, speed up. After the leaders of various countries made a decision in a few words, the legions of various countries received the latest order to increase the marching speed by 300 kilometers per hour. This decision was obviously made right. Feeling the increase in speed outside the car, the soldiers were not nervous or confused, but became more impatient, and praised the decision for being correct. The first battle was so exciting. Just as everyone was impatient, the first row of the army finally came into close contact with the Dark Beast territory. Listen to my orders, fire a salvo. Long-range preparation. Attack. Long-range free attack. Don't stop the covering strike. Kill, brothers. For the human race. For glory. The worst chariots are all level 4, and when they encounter a territory of only level 3, it's like an armored vehicle running over a brick house. The soldiers who had been holding back all the way, just the first round of salvos, all the Dark Beast territories encountered by human chariots, just like fallen leaves swept away by the autumn wind, directly scraped off a layer. Those level 3 Dark Beast lords also tried hard to prepare for war in order to survive, but after all, their level was too low, and they were no match for the high-level human chariots. Some territories were bombed by chariots outside their range before they even fired a single shell, and were directly blown into ruins. The human army, which had already significantly improved its overall strength and was slightly superior to the Dark Beasts, was now advancing all the way with overwhelming force. Blow him up. Ha ha, did you see that? I just killed a hero on the wall in 1 second. This is such a great fight. Not enough, another round? I didn't perform well just now, I can kill more at once. Push directly to the front of the Dark Beast King. Let's kill a Dark Beast King too, ha ha ha. The human warriors were in high spirits, and they flattened the Dark Beast territories along the way while chatting and laughing, and inevitably some people began to rush in and attack. Commander Dong Chu Jian, as the Commander-in-Chief of the Yin Kingdom Legion, is also one of the 5 chief commanders of the Blue Star Alliance Army. He reminded some countries online, don't rush in, low-level territories are interspersed with high-level territories, and the location of the royal family has not yet found a pattern. Now his words. The other 4 chief commanders of powerful countries have to listen to him, who said that Yin Kingdom's fist is so hard now, so hard that even if Commander Dong coughs, others have to reflect on whether what they just said is wrong. Even the Commander-in-Chief of Osum expressed a high degree of recognition of Commander Dong's words. Yes, you are right. Commanders, please restrain your soldiers. Our human race is a whole at this time. Only when we unite as a group can we punch harder and harder. The Commander-in-Chief of the Great Bear Country sneered. Running to the front to kill more dark beasts does not have any special merit, but it exposes yourself to danger and affects the overall action. The Commander-in-Chief of the Kangaroo Country looked unhappy, but he still turned around and said a few words to his adjutant and gave the order. A possible chaos of scattered soldiers was eliminated in advance, and the Blue Star soldiers, who gathered into a group, were like a shocking wave, devouring the territory of the Dark Beast Lord with overwhelming force. One after another, the Dark Beast territories disappeared. Listening to the crazy screams of the system, the Dark Beast King fell into a long silence. King! The Thought Beast standing under the throne was hesitant to speak, and finally said, no matter what your decision is, your people will obey you unconditionally and always respect you. On the huge body, a pair of eyes like the sun and the moon looked down, the scarlet eyes emitted a bloodthirsty light, and the unhappy snoring sound always existed. The Dark Beast King made a thunderous sound. Are you guessing my thoughts? The black fog of the Thought Beast surged, and it could be seen that its emotions fluctuated at this moment. No, it's not, I don't. So brave. The Dark Beast King just said it lightly, and then the Thought Beast's body began to expand rapidly and irregularly, and the black fog bulged out bubbles one after another, as if it was rapidly multiplying, until it turned into a large group of expanding black bubbles, and then bang exploded. The furious Dark Beast King killed his most capable subordinate, but instead of feeling happy, he felt even more angry. He looked at all the frightened Dark Beast Kings below, and finally his eyes fell on one spot. It was a Dark Beast King who looked very young and clever. While other Dark Beast Kings were trying to strengthen their bodies and transform into ferocious and terrifying postures, he stood in the middle of the royal family and transformed into a life with slender limbs, like a running beast. The scales on his body were hard, with a pair of eyes in front and a pair of eyes behind his head. If you didn't look for it specifically, you could hardly find its trace. Split. But the Dark Beast King called its name. The Dark Beast Split King, the one who had encountered Wei Huan twice and escaped successfully, shuddered. This is a very smart Dark Beast royal family member, who knows how to judge the situation. Now, it has been named by the Dark Beast King. The Split King trembled and walked out of the hidden corner, and respectfully pressed his body to the ground, not daring to look at the king's face. The Dark Beast King looked at this thin and weak Split King, who did not look like a Dark Beast royal family member, and was obviously not surprised that it turned into such a useless appearance. Facing this unique Dark Beast royal family, the Dark Beast King did not look down on it, but cherished this flexible and adaptable royal family. If it were not for the Split King's intelligence, they would not have received information about this human race so early, including during the Level 5 highway assessment. It was also its clever escape that brought updated news. Escape does not mean disobedience. Every choice of the Split King is correct, and in line with the Dark Beast King's mind. So at this moment, the Dark Beast King called out the Crack King's name, because he needed his subordinates to truly guess the situation and make truly fair and pertinent suggestions, rather than guessing his thoughts and making flattering answers. What do you think? Should we fight this battle or not? The Dark Beast King's low voice sounded like thunder above his head. The scene of the Thought Beast being blown to pieces was still echoing in front of him. The Crack King was trembling and said without raising his head, King, this battle must be fought. The Dark Beast King was silent. This choice was different from what he thought. It originally wanted to preserve its strength, regain the advantage through the Lord challenge, and then fight back. It thought that the Crack King had the same idea as it did. It just wanted to hear a guy who could use his brain to confirm that the reason for its withdrawal was correct, rather than such an unexpected answer. For a moment, the bloody atmosphere began to surge and quickly filled the Lord's Hall. The silence of the Dark Beast King made the Crack King dare not breathe, and he stuttered, "That human has a magic weapon. Every time he sees him, he becomes stronger. The 6th level world will not be his end. Even the existence that the demon dares to provoke will lead to a higher world at a faster speed. By then, humans will only become stronger." After a pause, the Crack King said, "Before the gap is completely widened, this is our last chance. We must surround and kill him. If he dies, the human race will not be afraid. Now he has penetrated deep into our territory alone, and you see, he is too fast, so fast that it is not time for us to move the territory. This is our chance." The last sentence was like a revelation, awakening the Dark Beast King, who had already wanted to retreat. He opened his eyes as wide as possible, and stared at the thin royal family. Then, after a few seconds of silence, he stood up suddenly. "Everyone go back to the territory. Kill him, kill him. Wei Huan, do you want to go deeper? We have killed a royal family, which must have angered the Dark Beast clan. They may set a trap ahead." When Mu Zhong said this, Commander Dong and Commander Chai also looked over. Mu Zhong's words hit the point, which is exactly what everyone is worried about. Wei Huan went too deep into the heart of the Dark Beast, which is too dangerous. And Mu Zhong looked at Wei Huan deeply and said, "The preparation time has not passed yet. I know what you want to do, but this is too risky. I hope you can think carefully again." Commander Dong and Commander Chai both nodded, but they did not speak rashly. It was their consensus to let Wei Huan judge the situation and act freely. The virtual screen in front of Wei Huan enlarged the images of these 3 people to the maximum, and the other people who were still connected were squeezed into the corner. He swept his eyes over each face in turn, and then said, "Before I came in, I made a great wish that the Dark Beast clan would pay for their blood debt with blood. Looking for the Dark Beast King clan is no less than looking for a needle in a haystack. It's better for them to come to me." Hearing Wei Huan say this, everyone showed an expression of as expected. Commander Dong's miserable face was full of worry. The Dark Beast Lord is less than level 6, so the territory war is not to be feared, but the Dark Beast clan's Dharma image is huge. Once more than 2 Dharma images appear, the pressure will double. Moreover, you will encounter more than just 2 Dark Beast Kings at that time. Wei Huan said, "Strictly speaking, I will most likely fight 5 or 6 at the same time. The size of the Dark Beast King clan's territory determines the number of people they can besiege me, unless they give up the territory and come to kill me alone. How can you be sure that they won't do this?" "No, I think they will definitely do this." "Oh, but without the defense of their territory, the Dark Beast clan is like a turtle without a shell, and it is the best time to kill them." Wei Huan's eyes were filled with murderous intent and a fierce determination. This is a war of civilization, a war for the survival of the race, and it is worth taking any risk. In addition, there is... Wei Huan flipped his hand, holding a pile of things in his hand, and said to the surprised Commander Dong with a smile in his eyes, "We still have a lot of trump cards." Commander Dong looked at the things in his hand and laughed. "That's right, fighting to support the war, that's the way it should be. I neglected this point." Although Commander Chai has not spoken, his facial expression has changed significantly, from worry to sudden enlightenment. Now, looking at his slightly fierce face, it is obvious that the solemnity has been melted by the smile. Only Mu Zhong's expression has not changed much. He is with Wei Huan, so he naturally knows what Wei Huan has done, but even if he knows, he does not want Wei Huan to take risks, but he knows that he can't persuade him, so he can only stop talking. After this conversation, Wei Huan's chariot and the convoy he led did not stop their offensive into the heart of the Dark Beast. However, the speed is indeed a little slower, and this time, the open space that Wei Huan flattened is more than 3 times wider than before. Although Wei Huan has the idea of luring the snake out of the hole, he can't let the poisonous snake really bite him to death. He has to be a snake catcher, and he still has to leave the way back. In addition, widening the route 3 times, of course, is also for the purpose of fighting to support fighting. In fact, it is also very simple to say, that is, to use the points from killing these dark beasts to buy forbidden spell scrolls. He crushed 3 to 5 cities in an average minute. Except for the first lord, who only had 1, he could only earn 1 point. Later, these lords would recruit other dark beast lords to fight him. The lesser ones could earn 5 or 6 points for each city, and the more points, like the royal family he met not long ago, could earn 110,000 points directly. In addition to the scrolls he had saved before, and the scrolls that the Blue Star Alliance army exchanged for him, Wei Huan now had a lot of forbidden spell scrolls in his hands. He was not afraid that the Dark Beast royal family would plot against him, but this aimless search was very troublesome. Wei Huan went deep into the Dark Beast territory in a Z-shaped way, not knowing that the Dark Beast lords around him were migrating on a large scale. The Dark Beast clan deployed troops under the order of the Dark Beast King, and were weaving a big net against Wei Huan. Of course, Wei Huan didn't know, but he just didn't know, not the cautious and careful calculation that the Dark Beast thought he was. The Dark Beast royal family deployed troops and generals. Wei Huan was fishing like Jiang Taigong, and who was the bait, and who was the fish in the end depended on how this fight went. While the two sides were fighting, the human army had already pushed forward more than 10 miles. The aggressive army, led by the highest level 6 chariots, was completely vulnerable to the level 3 and 4 lords they met. Occasionally, there were sacrifices. The cunning high-level lords chose to pause when upgrading their most representative outer walls to 99.99. When the human chariots arrived without warning, they were greeted by level 5 walls, or even level 6 weapons. Or, some high-level lords would have pseudo-god-level heroes in their hands. Even if the human side had made sufficient preparations, the level 4 chariots would still be blown up by pseudo-god-level heroes. The pseudo-god-level heroes have extremely high damage, and they are hidden among other lords and cannot be easily distinguished. Some are good at long-range combat, some are good at close combat, and there are also secret pseudo-god heroes of the assassin type. They are often invisible in advance. When they appear again, a car has been blown up by their super high critical hits accumulated for a long time. The crew in the chariot scattered, some escaped by luck, and some were strangled on the battlefield and buried on the spot. Goodbye, hero. This is why I am afraid to watch the live broadcast. It is too tragic. They are all lives. They may be children, parents, husbands, and wives. Although it cannot be compared in this way, I still want to say that this time is very good. Since we fought against the Dark Beast tribe, I don't know how many people have died. This time the battle loss ratio may be the lowest in history. Yes, many times in the past, even if we lost a lot of people, we still couldn't break through the wall of the Dark Beast Lord. This time we have level 6 chariots and many high-level level 5 chariots. We have an advantage in weapons and equipment, and the sacrifices are very small. May there be no war in the world. The audience in the live broadcast room revealed the current real situation. Although many people died, this time was indeed the smoothest battle compared to previous confrontations with the Dark Beast Lords. They only needed to keep pushing forward and killing the high-level lords, because the king-level lords were attracted by Wei Huan. This was a rare opportunity to consume the power of the Dark Beast clan. War was like this. 0 casualties was a miraculous term. The real war was about who died less and got more victory points. Of course, there were some with special missions. For example, Captain Fong also led 1,000 convoys and followed the road opened by Wei Huan at full speed. Wei Huan wanted to fish, and the generals in the rear also had things to do, but they also had to arrange Wei Huan's support troops to prevent any accidents. The battle of an army of more than 10 million people seemed to be huge in number, and difficult to see the overall situation with the naked eye, but in fact it was in order. Even those convoys that seemed to be moving back inexplicably had their own destinations. Of course, this was because the commanders of the war were all famous generals from various countries, and they had cooperated for many years on the battlefield and had enough tacit understanding. In addition, the disputes that occurred occasionally between the highest generals in previous years did not occur once in this battle. Commander Dong was tacitly given the highest right to speak, and as long as he decided something, few people would oppose it. That is why, less than 3 hours after entering the battlefield, the human race has achieved a good result that they had never thought of before. According to rough statistics, the human race destroyed 1 level 5 vehicle and 13 level 4 vehicles, and the death toll was about 517. The Dark Beast tribe destroyed 3,012 level 4 cities, and 32 level 5 cities, and Wei Huan also killed a Dark Beast king. High-level lords can gather Dark Beasts to serve in their own territories. By combining the points obtained by each legion, it is known that they have obtained a total of 1.67 million points. 517 people versus 1.67 million Dark Beasts. No matter how you look at this loss ratio, it is a great victory for mankind. 3 hours are about to pass. This is also the time left for the two sides of the battlefield to deploy troops. Wei Huan encountered the second royal territory after he came here. The reason why he knew that this was the territory of the Dark Beast royal family as soon as he arrived was because a tiger-shaped monster with a height of thousands of feet slapped it down without waiting for Wei Huan to get close. Directly connected to Wei Huan's ghost crow and his vision, more than 1,000 undead scouts were killed. The attack distance this time was so large, including the rare initiative of the Dark Beast royal family. When Wei Huan came to his senses, he found that he didn't even have a vision in front of him. The magic Eye Lord he sent out was taken away in one wave. This is not a good thing. Wei Huan informed Jacques. Looking at this coordinate, we seem to have encountered the Dark Beast King, and this king has left the city. Yes. Jacques received the order and went to execute it. Someone asked on Wei Huan's communication. Commander Chai asked, leaving the city? Commander Dong also had a serious expression. In the past, the Dark Beast Kings never left their tortoise shells. Even though their Dharma images were powerful, they still liked to rely on the city walls to fight against humans. A Dark Beast King who left the city and transformed into a Dharma image to actively attack Wei Huan, even if it was just this one attack, had revealed a lot of information. Mu Zhong said, "First, our guess has come true. The Dark Beast Kings took the bait, and it seems that they want to keep us here. But at the same time, the Dark Beast Kings leaving the city also represent their determination to go all out. We may need to deal with more than one Dark Beast King at the same time, and the number becomes incalculable." After a pause, Mu Zhong listened attentively to the analysis of the staff connected to him, and then continued, "The Dark Beast Kings transform into Dharma images. Because of their own lack of ability, they need to absorb the power of the city's population and the Dark Beasts, who are loyal to the king. The good news is that we only need to deal with these royal families, who transform into Dharma images, and the more Dark Beast Kings appear in the same city, the weaker their strength will be. So we can fight." After saying this last sentence, Commander Dong and Commander Chai both nodded at the same time. It was obvious that they and their staff officers also thought that it was not a particularly bad thing for the Dark Beast Kings to gather together. The more they gather, the less power they will get, and the easier it will be to kill them. If there is only one Dark Beast King in a royal city, it will be even better. This time, everyone really felt the benefits of strong combat effectiveness. No matter how the opponent calculates, they can't form a decisive kill against Wei Huan. The Dark Beasts have a strong killing intention, but their assessment of our strength is not accurate enough. The God of Luck has favored us. Commander Chai said confidently, "Captain Fong will arrive in your area in 20 minutes. Once you meet up, no matter how many conspiracies and tricks the Dark Beasts have, it will no longer matter." Then Commander Chai asked, "Do you want to act later?" Wei Huan did not make a decision directly. He turned to look at Jacques and asked, "How?" Jacques said, "In front of us, outside the territory, there are 3 Dark Beast Kings and 2 inside the territory. The details need to be verified again." Wei Huan thought for a moment and made a decision. In addition, for the Dark Beast Kings outside, each of them will receive a Dongfeng Express. I want them to be unable to return once they leave the city. Yes. Chapter 249. The best way the Dark Beast clan could think of to deal with Wei Huan was to surround the area where he was with the royal city. The territories of the royal city were close together, and if some of the royal family members directly gave up their own territories and entered other stronger territories of the same clan, they could use more royal talents to attack Wei Huan at the same time. At present, among the forces in their hands, the 2 that could be lethal to Wei Huan were the royal family's Dharma image and the counterattack damage when the level 6 protective shield was broken. Compared with the use of protective shields, the Dark Beast clan decided to use the Dark Beast clan, which was more mobile and had the initiative in war, in this first wave of means. Although the number of royal family members was rare and precious, under the threat of extermination, when other means had no effect on Wei Huan, even if they were distressed, it was time for the royal family to stand up and take up the heavy responsibility. In addition, the Split King also pointed out a fatal weakness of Wei Huan. As long as the arrangements were made properly, they might not be unable to win this battle. The strength of human beings is all tied to Wei Huan. Their biggest mistake is to let Wei Huan fight alone. Such people should stay in the challenge world to challenge a higher level world. If human beings are not level 6, but level 7 this time, the Dark Beast clan will really have no chance to resist. Therefore, human beings rely on Wei Huan, so the Dark Beast clan will naturally kill Wei Huan at any cost for the future of the race. What if they sacrifice some Dark Beast Kings? Therefore, when the eyes in the sky appeared again, and threw the golden scroll on the Dark Beast Kings who had transformed into a huge body, the other Dark Beast Kings saw it clearly, but they all chose to accept it. The strong wind released after the golden scroll was opened, rolled up the sea vortex, and also dragged the Dark Beast royal family into the depths. In this vortex, the sea water became a knife to scrape meat and an axe to chop bones, tearing the Dark Beast royal family into a mess, bleeding, like a ball of black and dirty sewage, spinning, stirring the seawater, and rushing all the way to the direction of the royal city. The power of the vortex made the sea turbulent. More than 20 miles away, Wei Huan had already felt the fighting in front. His vision was on the way to the front, and the speed of the parade attracted by the vortex was a little faster. Until he hurried to the place, he could only see the mud rolled up by the vortex, and the mess of the seawater. Jacques? Wei Huan could only rely on Jacques' vision now. Jacques said, "Successfully cast a forbidden spell scroll." The scroll dragged the Dark Beast King 5 miles, and hit the Dark Beast territory. The energy was broken by the 6th level protective shield of the territory, and the seriously injured Dark Beast King was rescued into the city. What a pity. It seems that the forbidden spell scroll alone can't really kill the Dark Beast King. The protective shield has been broken. Now is a good opportunity to attack the city. Although Wei Huan felt regretful, he immediately saw the opportunity and said, "The vision will arrive in half a minute. During this period you will be my eyes." Yes. Then, under the gaze of Jock Eagle Eye, Wei Huan's undead army rushed in the direction he pointed. Countless face-huggers and running wolves died on the way to the city. The 8-armed Dark Beast Dharma image in the city, like Shura, and the weapons on the city wall brought a devastating attack to the undead. But even so, Wei Huan's undead still surged forward endlessly, until the royal Shura arm slapped a face-hugger and ignited the green flame. Boom! The nether fire bomb hidden in the belly of the face-hugger was activated and exploded. The Dark Beast King Shura arm was injured and black smoke came out. A large amount of the energy of the Dark Beasts in the city was suddenly absorbed and collapsed. The Dark Beast King did not care, and continued to slap these ant-like face-huggers, vowing to block the undead outside the city wall before the protective shield was restored. But Wei Huan had changed his strategy long ago. Soon the second nether fire bomb exploded in its hand, boom, followed by the third, the fourth. As strong as the Dark Beast King, its arm was also blown into a mess in these successive explosions, and half of its elbow was gone. The rich dark power flowed out from the broken part of the arm. It wanted to recondense its wrist and palm, and suddenly its face froze. Looking at the territory again, the Dark Beasts and various recruited people who came to defend the king, the weaker ones fell directly to the ground, and were about to die in one breath. In a city, even if the population of their own territory was gathered, so many royal families interweaved to absorb the power of dedication, and wanted to give more during the battle, so the energy was not enough to be fully used. Its palm did not condense, but it sucked a group of Dark Beasts to death. It couldn't suck enough, and it couldn't escape. The Dark Beast royal family could only change another arm to continue to block the attack of the undead army. Boom! Boom! Like setting off firecrackers, its arms were blown up with black smoke, and it looked like 2 more arms were about to be balled. It felt miserable, but when it looked up, it found that it was not the worst. The human race threw the forbidden spell scroll here again. This time it was thrown directly into the city, and 2 were thrown. Except for it, all the Dark Beast royal family in the city were targeted and sucked into the vortex by the power of the scroll. While their bodies were torn apart, the buildings in the city were also destroyed rapidly, and even many Dark Beasts who came to the king were killed. The royal family, who had been injured and hid before, was sucked into the vortex again this time, and their eyes revealed despair. Its life was coming to an end. Outside the city, of the 3 Dark Beast royal family members who went out at the beginning, 1 ran back, and the remaining 2 were not feeling well. They were besieged by a large number of undead, all of whom were carrying bombs, and there was also a team of 2-headed hidden demon zombies, who were strong and chased and hacked around. Although they did not die easily, they were all in a very bad state. It was difficult for them to deal with it by themselves, let alone help others. Finally, under such difficulties, a total of 6 Dark Beast Kings, plus nearly 500,000 Dark Beasts, who came to the king, successfully blocked the attack of the undead for 3 minutes, and waited for the protective shield to be opened again. As soon as the protective shield was opened, the 2 Dark Beast Kings who ran out retreated without caring. They hid in the protective shield and cooperated to block another round of attack by the undead army until the protective shield was broken again. The protective shield exploded with a swish, taking away countless undead. The undead, who were resurrected in the tomb again, wanted to be recruited by Wei Huan. Depending on the level, they would need to consume Wei Huan's dark power. Even if the dark power consumed for resurrection is very small, once encountering this level of war, Wei Huan's dark power is still visibly consumed. Wei Huan glanced at the pile of super energy storage tanks placed next to him. He now has 31 energy tanks in his hand, But according to the current rate of his dark power consumption, even these 31 energy tanks may not last long. The tactics of the Dark Beast against him are already very clear. At the same time, the latest news from Jacques came. Captain, let the seriously injured Dark Beast royal family run away. During the period when the protective shield was generated, there is no trace of it now. Wei Huan's face turned cold and a little unhappy. After fighting for a long time, not a single Dark Beast royal family member was killed, which was not what he wanted. He knew the Dark Beast royal family's plan very well, but he also had his own ideas. He fought with his dark power to empty and consumed a certain number of scrolls. As long as he killed 3 or 5 Dark Beast royal families, it would not be a loss in one battle. You know, the opening battle has just begun. His dark power is gone, and he will recover after a sleep. The scrolls are empty, and he will have them when he kills the Dark Beasts. There are only so many Dark Beast Kings, and if one dies, one less, the young Dark Beast Kings can't become a fighting force at all. Using regenerative resources to exchange for the Dark Beast Kings that can't regenerate is a win no matter how you look at it. But now, the two sides have reached the second round of consumption, but no Dark Beast Kings have been killed, which is not what Wei Huan wants. It seems that there can be no more reservations. The reason why the Dark Beast Kings can't be killed directly is that his fighting power is insufficient. After making a decision, Wei Huan looked at Mu Zhong and said, "Open the blessing and judgment." Yes, that's right. Until now, Wei Huan has never opened the shaman's blessing and the fortune teller's judgment. He is already sequence 5. When he is on par with the current world level, with the blessing of God level equipment and the Challenger Special Operations team, he can easily kill a Dark Beast King together. So in order to consider the cruising ability of the battle, he has not opened the blessing. Now only Su Qingqiang, because of his special foodie ability, is constantly enjoying the blessing of the bloodthirsty blessing with 10 times the combat power, without considering the impact of negative effects. If possible, no one likes 3 minutes of true hero. It is too hard to endure the days of being weak for 30 days, and even panting when walking, and being unable to do anything. Even the blessing state is not necessary. 2 hours of double time, and 1 day of rest time are also annoying. But now, it is not the time to hate or not. Since the current battle result cannot meet Wei Huan's requirements due to insufficient combat power, it must be necessary to use various blessings. Dolan received the order, put on his white gloves, and lit up the scales in the sky. The predicted result is exciting, and the human race still wins. Dolan projected his hands into the sky, grabbed a handful of stars from the heavy scale, and threw them into the sky. Boom! Then, rays of light fell from the sky, penetrated the deep sea, and descended on the bodies of the dead, illuminating their skeletons with fluorescence, which was actually a bit sacred, and the appearance of them walking leisurely on the seabed was no longer so gloomy. The great victory was judged, and the strength of the dead suddenly doubled. Then, war drums sounded in the sky, and the projections of ancient sacrifices emerged from the depths of the sea. They came from the ancient wilderness, singing and dancing around the totem they obtained. The gods looked down, and their piety was responded to by the gods. Strands of blue light appeared in the bodies of the undead army, quietly blessing their strength. Doubled again. In an instant, the strength of the undead army was quadrupled. The body of the Dark Beast grew rapidly until it was close to 1,000 meters high. It made a yi sound, and moved its long legs like a dancing elf, entering the city and fighting with the Dharma image of the Dark Beast King. The big bear's body was nearly 100 meters tall, and if it stood up, it would be 200 meters tall. Although it faced 1,000-meter-tall evil-faced Shira with 4 broken arms, it did not appear one-sided. Because it had reached the strength of a legendary hero, and now it had quadrupled again. Just talking about the blood volume, it could basically fight against the transformed Dark Beast King, instead of killing it with one blow. The Big Bear's mission is naturally not to fight the Dark Beast King alone. As long as it can successfully withstand it, the tsunami-like undead will rush onto the body of the Dark Beast King and dismember it. Wei Huan's two-headed hidden demon army was divided into 2 teams, each with 330 heads, forming a flexible and mobile high combat team. Although the 2-headed hidden demons are only ordinary level undead, their high-star combat power is enough to make them the sharpest bullets on the battlefield. The 2-headed hidden demons, which have eaten enough of the 4 times attribute, fought around the 2 Dark Beast Kings. Even though they are as small as bees compared to the 1,000-meter-tall Dark Beast Kings, they are terrible killer bees. The 2 Dark Beast Kings were in a hurry to drive them away, and suffered terribly, but looking at the other kings, they were not having a good time either. Now they are envious of the royal family, who was the first to be seriously injured and almost half dead, but accidentally escaped from the battle and returned to the Dark Beast plane. But now, they can't run away even if they want to. The king can accept their serious injuries and evacuation, but will never tolerate them to escape without a fight. If you don't want to die, you have to fight hard. Both sides fought again with all their strength. The dark beasts in the city couldn't withstand such an intense battle, and fell to the ground and died one after another. But on the back of the city, more dark beasts were pouring in. The screen of Wei Huan's system kept refreshing the notification of points adding one. So far, I don't know how many dark beasts I have killed. I am about to accumulate enough points to buy a golden scroll. Ugg screamed in pain, and the first to fall was the dark beast royal family of Shura Dharma, with several hands broken. On its body, there were densely packed undead. At this time, the big bear didn't know where it went. At some point, it attracted its attention. Team Shui had become the one who attracted it. Captain Shui also took judgment and blessing, and was so strong that he was afraid of himself, and could easily withstand the damage of the Dark Beast King. But the one who dealt the fatal blow to the Dark Beast King was Su Qingqiang, who had eaten Bloodthirsty, and had 10 times the combat power. As soon as he appeared, he found the weakness of the Dark Beast King, and dealt it a fatal blow. The Dark Beast King, who was severely injured, suddenly annihilated its Dharma image, leaving the Dark Beast King's body lying on the ground, unable to move for a while. The body of the Dark Beast King is exactly the same as the Dharma image it transformed. But this is not the real appearance of the Dark Beast King. The Dark Beast King is invisible and colorless. It is more like a special monster created by the Dark Beast King with the power of will. It has no fixed image, but it has super combat power. The Dark Beast King fell down, and in full view of the crowd, he wanted to transform into a new image and escape. His body twisted and shrank, and it looked like he was going to transform into a small dog-headed man. Unfortunately, he was destined not to escape. Su Qingqiang pounced down fiercely, held down the Dark Beast King, and fought with it. The Dark Beast King, who could not escape, turned into a wolfhound, then a venomous snake, and then tried to absorb the power of the Dark Beast to transform into a Dharma image. But no matter how he struggled, he was no match for the bloodthirsty Su Qingqiang. The injuries on his body gradually increased, and a lot of flesh and blood were eaten directly by Su Qingqiang. With the help of other undead, this Dark Beast King finally became the second king to sacrifice in this war. There were 316 Dark Beast Kings left. The death of the Dark Beast King made other kings feel sad, but before they could resist a new situation, the Dark Beast King entangled by the Point Beast fell to the ground with a bang. It was seen falling to the ground, its body entangled by the long legs of the Point Beast, and countless undead had climbed up on its seemingly huge body and were cruelly eaten. Su Qingqiang, who was still in a bloodthirsty state, jumped to the neck of the Dark Beast King and attacked frantically, cutting off the neck of the Dark Beast in one fell swoop. The Dark Beast King with a broken neck disappeared, restored to its original size, and transformed into a new form to escape. Su Qingqiang rushed up first, and made several fierce attacks with all his might, and took away half of the Dark Beast King's life. Before his negative state came, he retreated under the cover of the undead. The Dark Beast King with residual blood was torn to pieces by the undead, and Su Qingqiang jumped back with the negative state and ate the body of the Dark Beast King. There are 315 Dark Beast Kings left. Su Qingqiang ate frantically, and a huge and pure power entered his body, and his attributes quickly improved and recovered. Soon, as his various attributes returned to normal values, the negative effects of bloodthirstiness he suffered disappeared. Su Qingqiang did not stop for a moment, and returned to the car through the dog-headed man. A shaman waiting in the car immediately activated bloodthirstiness for him again. 3 minutes of real man rushed back to the battlefield again, with murderous intent in the envious eyes of others. The battle with the Dark Beast King is not something that everyone can participate in. In this level of battlefield, ordinary challengers entering it are like rags caught in a gust of wind, unable to control themselves, and finally annihilated directly. Those who can walk calmly in such a battlefield are all the top strong men among human challengers. For example, Su Qingqiang in the bloodthirsty state, such as Team Shui, the first tank of the human race, and of course a passerby hammer. Seeing Su Qingqiang return to the battlefield, everyone was still thinking that Captain Shui and Su Qingqiang had made contributions. But when they hadn't heard from Brother Chui yet, a victory message came from the front. If one more Dark Beast King died, there would be only 314 Dark Beast Kings left. It was Brother Chui who made the contribution this time. It turned out that, after Su Qingqiang acted alone, Captain Shui received Brother Chui's request for cooperative combat, and he rushed towards the Dark Beast King with a roar. Captain Shui was responsible for attracting attention, and Brother Chui was responsible for killing. They were already old partners, and the two sides cooperated tacitly. Before the Dark Beast King could react, their Dharma images were broken. Once the Dharma image of the Dark Beast King was broken, it was just a Sequence 5 Lord. Its strength was stronger than that of ordinary Dark Beasts, but it was limited. Facing the top human warriors, they might not win even in a 1v1 situation, not to mention being surrounded by Wei Huan's undead, as well as Captain Shui and Brother Hammer. After struggling for a minute, he finally screamed and died at the moment. Killing 3 Dark Beast Kings in a row, this siege alone broke the highest record of human beings against Dark Beasts in the past few years. The two planes of Blue Star and Challenge World were full of jubilation and running to celebrate. "Let's go!" At this time, the voice of Mu Zhong sounded in the headphones of Captain Shui, Brother Hammer, and Su Qingqiang. Mu Zhong said, "Get in the car as soon as possible. The protective shield will be restored soon. 8, 7, 6, 5. In the continuous counting, the 3 human warriors found the nearest puppy-headed man and evacuated back. Accomplishing such a feat made them receive the warmest welcome in the car, hugging and celebrating their success. At the last second of the countdown, the protective shield opened again, and the undead army was separated from the inside and outside. Now, there is only one Dark Beast King left in the city, which is besieged by the 2-headed hidden demon, and another Dark Beast King whose existence is unknown. Because the city still stands after killing 3 Dark Beast Kings in succession, people have to suspect that even the Dark Beast King who appeared now may not be the real city lord. Commanding the territory to fight, replenishing resources, and accurately opening the protective shield all require a part of the Dark Beast Lord's attention. At present, this Dark Beast King who is entangled by the 2-headed hidden demon brigade may not have the energy to command the defense of this city. So, the answer is obvious. Wei Huan, be careful, there may be more than one Dark Beast King left inside. One of Commander Dong's staff raised this conjecture, and reminded Wei Huan immediately. Wei Huan was reminded to think about it, and knew that Commander Dong was right. However, looking at the wounded Dark Beast King who was about to fall, he was always reluctant to give up such a victory. During this hesitation, Dark Beast Kings appeared one after another in the city. 1, 2, 3, 4. Jacques counted quickly. 5 new Dark Beast Kings appeared in the city. Even if Jacques did not count, Wei Huan saw the huge body through the eyes of the Demon Eye Lord. He also saw that during this hesitation, the undead army separated from him in the city suffered a devastating blow. The purpose of the newly appeared Dark Beast Kings was very clear, which was to kill more undead army in the shortest time. They did not even show up when their own kind was killed, so they did not care about the integrity of the buildings in the city. The giant palm that covered the sky slapped down, killing. Kill! Kill! Kill more undead, more. Wei Huan tried to make up for his loss. An undead hand stretched out from the void, pulling the living undead back to the tomb. But he was a little slow after all. In just a few seconds of hesitation, nearly half of his undead in the city died. The undead were resurrected in the tomb, especially the resurrection of more than 300 two-headed hidden demons, which instantly consumed nearly half of Wei Huan's dark power. Wei Huan frowned and picked up the energy tank at hand. He used 3 in a row before his dark power was fully restored. He looked at the remaining 28 energy tanks. Although it seemed a lot, it was impossible to support the entire battlefield of this intensity. This is the plan of the Dark Beast. Mu Zhong said, it consumes your dark power, and our stock of golden scrolls. Most importantly, they used the lives of the 3 royal families to exchange for the CD of your undead army's blessing. After a pause, Mu Zhong said, in 2 hours, your undead army will be in a weakened state. Wei Huan nodded, but didn't care. He said, we have more than 1 or 2 trump cards in our hands. The advantage of entering the next world in advance is obvious. It's time to let them know how powerful we are. Mu Zhong smiled, that's right. Chapter 250. The decision has been made. No matter if there is a mountain of swords or a sea of fire ahead, he must go through it. Besides, it is still unknown whose mountain of swords and whose sea of fire it is. When he looked up again, Wei Huan's eyes were full of murderous intent. He looked into the distance, and his left eye, which was ignited with green flames, had fallen back on the battlefield. In the city covered by the protective shield, there were 4 huge figures, wreaking havoc and searching for something. Wei Huan knew that they were looking for his undead, those little dog-headed people that made them hate him so much. The little dog-headed people who were too thin were difficult to be eliminated. They could only destroy buildings and try to crush the little dog-headed people. After all, The little dog-headed people were as fragile as a newborn baby. In this extraordinary world of challenges, just a gust of wind during the battle might kill the little dog-headed people. Wei Huan didn't think it was a good time to enter the field. Even if his most powerful and fearless big bear was sent in, it couldn't withstand the attack of the 4 royal Dharma images. In other words, he had to break through the shield again and endure the damage of the explosion rebound before he could continue fighting. The other party wanted to consume his dark power, and the purpose of the golden scroll was very clear. In order to prevent the other party from fulfilling his wish, Wei Huan decided to take a risk. Mu Zhong. Here. Drive the car over and let Su Qingqiang and Captain Shui prepare for the battle. Mu Zhong had obviously guessed it long ago and smiled. They are ready. Why should he fall into the other party's consumption trap? This is not a one-on-one duel on the ring. He just didn't want to take risks, but it didn't mean that he had no way to solve this dilemma. So, 3 minutes later, the Dark Beast King clan, who was wreaking havoc in the city searching for the undead, saw 3 chariots slowly coming in from the edge of the territory. Of these 3 chariots, one is like a tank, square and angular, with green camouflage sprayed on it, flying 100 meters above the ground. Next to the tank, there is a red sports car, with wheels almost touching the ground and a flat body, as if people can only lie down in it. There is also an extremely exaggerated tail wing at the rear of the car, more like a peacock with its tail spread out. These 2 cars, one on the left and one on the right, are side by side, and there is another car in front of them, forming a triangle with them. It is an initial white car that is not ordinary at all now. A slightly round, pure white minivan, which looks like a tacky and vulnerable initial car, is very different when observed carefully. It flies 100 meters above the ground. At this moment, there are no more than 30 chariots in the world that have this ability. Not to mention its car shell, the material is not ordinary iron smelted by humans at all. The light hidden in the depths flows with powerful energy and exudes extraordinary power. There is no doubt that these are 3 level 6 vehicles. And the vehicle in the middle and the front is the chariot of Wei Huan, the strongest of the human race. Because of him, the shell of the original vehicle has become the most sought-after vehicle appearance now. Countless chariots have shed their gorgeous shells, returned to their original simplicity, and pretended to be Wei Huan. But the chariot was exposed as soon as it started. So far, all the level 6 vehicles are only owned by the Challenge Legion. They are strictly controlled to deal with this opening battle. The powerful force must be used on the blade. Now that these 3 chariots have come to the territory of the Dark Beast King family, their purpose is self-evident. In the live broadcast room, almost all the viewers who temporarily shifted their attention to the large army were called back. There is a big move. Wei Huan is going to use a chariot. Wei Huan's chariot is not just level 6, right? His chariot must be the strongest chariot of mankind, and there are level 7 weapons on his chariot. Level 7 weapons hit level 6 protective shields, 1 shot each to take them out early. Be steady, once close combat, there will be danger. Colonel Wei also chose long-range combat for safety reasons. After all, the opponent is the Dark Beast King clan, and they said so many in one breath. Considering that the other party is so cautious, we will play with them. I just want to ask, when will Colonel Wei be promoted to general? Is he qualified enough? On Wei Huan's way to March, the live broadcast room was full of discussions, and those impetuous voices did not fade until he arrived in front of the royal city. Mainly because the scene seen from Wei Huan's perspective was too shocking. Even though most of them had seen everything that happened in the Dark Beast territory from a god's perspective, and had seen those strange and huge monsters, they still felt a distinct sense of oppression when they looked out from the chariot, and saw the huge shadows slowly moving in the muddy and chaotic city through the protective shield. The Dark Beast royal family can transform into various shapes, any shape that they think will help them appear powerful. Countless tentacles are already a relatively normal appearance, and there are also royal families with long bodies like centipedes. But those centipede feet have become pairs of hideous arms, or they are similar to human shapes, but with eyes all over their bodies. This monster, which only exists in human nightmares, looms in the muddy chaos. It needs to raise its head to the extreme, as if it still cannot completely fit the other party's figure. This huge size difference will give people an insurmountable sense of fear. It's like the gap between humans and ants. The centipede's body is too disgusting. It reminds me of a perverted movie, My Shadow. The Dark Beast clan is really unrefined. That thousand-eyed monster even has eyes on its butt. Ha ha ha, you look really carefully. Wei Huan also saw the 4 raging Dark Beast Kings with his own eyes. When he looked at the other party obviously knew he was coming. They all came out from behind the muddy water, came to the edge of the city wall, and looked at him. The long centipede bent down, and tilted its head like a snake to look at him. Wei Huan's chariot was not even as big as its fangs. The eyes of the thousand-eyed monster grow on a fat body with 6 arms. It has no head. As its eyes open and close one after another, it makes people dizzy. There is also a royal family that looks like anemones. Its soft tentacles sway in the water looming. Several thick tentacles are placed on the city wall. Its eyes grow on each of the tentacles. In comparison, the last dark beast royal family is the most normal. It looks like a wild boar with thick skin and flesh, but its body is covered with black bristles. There are thick bone spurs on the joints of its body, which shows that the impact attack power must be very strong. These 4 dark beast royal families looked at Wei Huan from a distance. It was not difficult to see the ferocity in their eyes, and the fear that could not be hidden. Wei Huan's fate resounded throughout the dark beast plain. For thousands of years, the dark beast kings had never died without a disease. Even in the 8 years since the advent of the challenge world, the dark beast kings had fought against humans, and at most they were seriously injured and fled, and no one had ever died. But in this year, they died one after another at the hands of Wei Huan. Wei Huan could kill so many dark beast kings, and they wouldn't be short of a few of them. Now, just looking at the existence inside the chariot made the arrogant dark beast kings feel a little timid. It's a pity that they can't escape. Even though the dark beast kings are free most of the time and enjoy the supreme life, the dark beasts give them everything they have to support them, and even if they want their lives, they will be willing to offer them. But they also have orders that they can't refuse. The dark beast king asked them to defend here to the death. Even if they used their own lives to consume Wei Huan's power, they were not allowed to retreat a step. The fear of being unable to escape reached its peak after a brief eye contact with Wei Huan. Then, the ferocity of the dark beast king was aroused. Roar, roar, roar! Ah! The dark beast king opened their fanged mouths and roared, threatening Wei Huan with their claws and teeth. Wei Huan looked at the 4 dark beast kings in front of him with a blank expression. Wei Huan, who had already trampled them into the mud, how could he be afraid of their bluffing? On the virtual screen in front of him, the faces of Su Qingqiang and Captain Shui appeared in the middle, now enlarged to the maximum. He calmly gave the order, "Prepare for the first round of attack. The long-range team is in place. Listen to my command, and fire a round at once. 3, 2, 1. With Wei Huan's last order, 3 chariots simultaneously emitted a white beam of light. The 3 beams were only as thick as an arm, and they always existed like lasers, aiming at the same place of the territory's protective shield, and continuously attacking. The energy of the chariot was rapidly consumed, but at the same time, the territory's level 6 protective shield was also on the verge of breaking at an extremely fast speed. Roar, roar, roar! Ah! The Dark Beast King knew that this was a level 7 weapon. After all, in another battlefield where the army was fighting, human chariots also had level 7 weapons. As the strongest human, this necromancer must have a good chariot. 3 chariots easily attacked the level 6 protective shield, so they had to be stopped. The 4 Dark Beast Kings attacked at the same time. They jumped out from behind the wall and attacked the chariots at the same time, just wanting to interrupt the damage to the territory's protective shield by humans. They had to find a way to consume Wei Huan's undead army, and not let the chariot's attack really work. Otherwise, once the regular chariot and territory battle mode was entered, Wei Huan had the energy of the entire human race as a backing, and the consumption would become a truly ridiculous protracted war. The 4 huge Dharma-phase Dark Beast Kings attacked at the same time, and their power was still very terrifying. For a moment, it seemed that the entire sea area was covered. The power of the sea currents they raised was almost equivalent to the 6th level scrolls purchased from the mall. The sea water surged fiercely, and before the real attack arrived, the 3 chariots were shaken and the laser beams were skewed a little. At this time, the white car in the middle suddenly unfolded a transparent bubble-like protective shield, not only protecting itself in it, but also protecting the 2 cars on the left and right. The sea water hit the protective shield, as if it hit a hard reef, and a dense bubble burst out. Then a thick tentacle came and whipped over first. This tentacle should be one that the Dark Beast King family specially refined. It was particularly thick and strong, and it fell fiercely, as if it could split the world. Boom! The tentacle hit with all its strength, causing the 7th level protective shield to shake endlessly. Then, another giant hand fell, with eyes on the palm and back of the hand, which was extremely disgusting. It slapped on the protective shield, and from inside, you could see that the eyes were slapped and burst into blood, a hideous scene. In addition, there was a centipede-like royal family, who suddenly jumped, and a row of transparent wings grew on his back, taking it to the sky. The body twisted and bent, and finally crouched on the protective shield of the territory, trying to use its body to block the attack on the protective shield by the three chariots. Finally, it was the huge wild boar-like royal family. It rushed from a distance, broke through the city wall, and crashed into the 7th level protective shield of the chariot. The damage of this attack was particularly heavy, and the energy of the protective shield was directly exhausted. This joint attack was not just a simple attack by the 4 Dark Beast Kings, but also the tens of thousands of dark beasts in the city who contributed their energy. The power was very strong. This turbulent protective shield made everyone's heart tighten. After all, the chariots went forward to fight face to face, which was different from the battle of the undead army sent by Wei Huan. There was almost no margin for error. But fortunately, it was a level 7 protective shield after all, and it survived even after such a series of attacks. On the contrary, the level 6 protective shield of the Dark Beast Lord was finally blown up the next second, because the centipede-like Dark Beast King could not withstand the damage of the 3 chariots. After retreating with screams, the Dark Beast King was finally blown up. Pop! Pop! The shield shattered without making any sound, but it seemed as if there was a sound in my mind. 2 crisp sounds that almost overlapped each other, and the next second everything turned upside down. The first to explode was the 6th level shield of the Dark Beast territory. The shattering brought an explosive impact, and huge damage swept outward, hitting the 7th level shield of the chariot heavily. The 7th level shield was broken, and even more terrible energy raged in the opposite direction. The circular explosion damage was like a giant axe that created the world, condensed into a strand of circular silk, and cut an unknown number of miles in an instant. The entire underwater world was silent. Next, what was jaw-dropping was the boar-like Dark Beast royal family closest to Wei Huan's chariot. After enduring this power, its huge body solidified on the spot, and then it was cut into 2 horizontally from the head, and cut from head to tail. The Dharma image was broken just like that. The Dark Beast King that fell from the sky to the ground was just a bone-spurred black pig less than 10 meters in length. Its face showed a very human expression of astonishment. After all, the reason why it had a special liking for this form was that it concentrated most of its energy on the forehead, which could not only keep it alive, but also use the hard head but as a weapon. It was running wildly on the battlefield, like a chariot, invincible. However, its proud defense was simply vulnerable to the counterattack force of the broken level 7 protective shield, and was easily cut open. Looking behind it, it was so vulnerable, and the other 3 Dharma images that were mainly transformed for attack were even less capable of this extremely sharp cutting force. Bang, bang, bang. With just one strike, the 4 Dark Beast King's Dharma images were all broken. The 7th level protective shield was simply not something these 5th level lords could withstand. Even if they gathered the power of tens of thousands of dark beasts, they could only barely reach the strength of sequence 6 at most. How could they possibly resist the lethality of the 7th level protective shield after it was shattered? Just like that, the fragile bodies of the Dark Beast Kings were completely exposed in front of the human chariot. The lasers from the 7th level sentry tower fired 3 bursts in a row, and the first one, who couldn't withstand it, was the guy with eyes all over his body. Ah! Its fat belly was pierced from the front, and black blood flowed out, polluting the seawater. Its body shrank quickly, and turned to escape. The next shot fell on the Dark Beast King, with only tentacles. The thickest tentacle broke, and it shrank violently in pain. More of its body twitched, and tried to flip back from the city wall. And the black pig, which seemed to have thick skin and flesh, could not withstand the attack of the 7th level weapon, but it was flexible and accurate in its movement. After being knocked over once, it got up and ran faster. The blood flowing from its belly blurred its movement trajectory. In a blink of an eye, it surpassed the front, and was about to escape back to the city. Wei Huan would naturally not let them go, and ordered the chariot to continue chasing and fighting. Letting the tiger go back to the mountain would cause endless troubles. He was originally here to hunt the Dark Beast royal family, and he would never let one go. "Boss, what's going on?" At this moment, Su Qingqiang suddenly said, "We always miss." Wei Huan was stunned for a moment, and suddenly thought of something. "What you see is different from what we see." Su Qingqiang was suspicious to begin with, and when he heard this, he cursed fuck, and then said, "Hallucination? The ability of the thousand-eyed monster." Wei Huan looked at the staggering Dark Beast King who was running back, so clumsy, hit several times by the level 7 weapon, and was about to fall at any time, and said with certainty, "It is the city lord." They met a monster that can use illusions again. If it weren't for the fact that the level 5 and 6 worlds are monsters with mental attacks, they might really fall down when they encounter such things without preparation. No wonder the Dark Beast King dared to confront him, when they knew that he had a level 6 chariot and a level 7 weapon. It turned out that it was because of the Dark Beast King who had these special abilities. Does this thousand-eyed monster just distort the vision, including making the chariot, such as AI aiming, unable to lock? Or does it have other abilities? Wei Huan didn't think about it anymore, and immediately offered his magic weapon. Mog walked out of the portal, looked around, and saw that his ruler was not far away in the chariot, and immediately understood his role as a mascot. It lay on the ground and continued to sleep. Wei Huan also confirmed through Mog that what Su Qingqiang said was correct. They were indeed being disturbed by an unknown energy. It was a mental attack, and it was also like a distortion of light. Although the ability of the Thousand Eyes monster would not create a complete illusion of logic chain for them, it did distort their cognition. It was as if they had been attacking and beating the Dark Beast Kings to death, but they could not kill them. But in fact, these Dark Beast Kings, perhaps after enduring 1 or 2 attacks from the level 7 arrow tower, quickly used the distortion of light to escape from the danger of being chased by them. In the blink of an eye, they had already fled back to the city. Wei Huan looked at the figures that escaped into the city, and naturally would not let them go. The army of the undead was summoned again, and they were the undead that had received 4 times the judgment and blessing. They had all been strengthened, and they had to be used to the end before they became weak. The first to rush out was the 2-headed hidden demon that was resurrected in the tomb. Not only were they strong in combat, but they also had a speed of forming an army that was not inferior to that of the running wolf. 3 2-headed hidden demons could fly out of a portal at the same time, and they would rush straight into the territory as soon as they appeared. With Mog as the anchor point, Wei Huan's eyes would no longer be blinded by the illusion. His eyes were also the anchor point of the undead army. The 2-headed hidden demon turned into a flying dagger and rushed into the royal city, first locking onto the thousand-eyed Dark Beast King. The Dark Beast King also knew that they could survive until now, precisely because of the special ability of this thousand-eyed king, and this time the tactics were also carried out around this thousand-eyed king. So the thousand-eyed king could not die. The royal family in the form of a savage bone pig was the first to return to meet the 2-headed hidden demon. Unfortunately, it underestimated the 2-headed hidden demon in the quadruple attribute state. Just as it went to stop it, it was surrounded by a group of 2-headed hidden demons and bitten to death. A centipede with 1,000 arms swam out from the depths of the chaotic sea water like lightning. Its arms were flexible and sharp as blades. It swam close to the savage bone pig, and a series of 2-headed hidden demons were sent back to Wei Huan's tomb. However, Wei Huan was never afraid of the sacrifice of the 2-headed hidden demon, and his target was not the savage bone pig. Under his command, the 2-headed hidden demon evaded and avoided the obstruction of the 2 royal families, and once again killed the thousand-eyed royal family. At this time, a tentacle slashed across and beat the closest 2-headed hidden demon into a pulp. There were many 2-headed hidden demons and many tentacles. The Thousand Eyes royal family actually managed to escape back to the Lord's Hall in the midst of Wei Huan's continuous pursuit. A new round of protective shields was about to be raised. If successful, Wei Huan's newly recruited group of undead would probably be defeated here again, and their purpose of consuming Wei Huan's dark power would be achieved. How long will it take? Wei Huan asked Mu Zhong. Mu Zhong's system was counting the time, and the first answer was, there are 27 seconds left. They used the ability of Thousand Eyes to delay time. What do they want to do? Wei Huan raised a new question. Even if the shield is opened again, the undead I left inside can kill them. There won't be any Dark Beast royal family in this city? 24 seconds. After Mu Zhong finished speaking, he replied, you are right to suspect that we may be trapped. Since they have a royal family that can attack mentally, they will not only have these things. Yes, I saw it. Wei Huan, who had been staring at the battlefield, finally found something unusual when he looked away for the first time and looked at other places. At some point, 2 more territories of the Dark Beast royal family were built around them, cutting off their retreat. Now, they are surrounded by 3 royal cities. Seemingly realizing that his means were exposed at the same time, when Wei Huan looked at the royal city that appeared in the back at some unknown time, a bunch of huge Dharma images of various royal families suddenly appeared in the royal city. Among them, there are 2 or 3 royal families with the form of 1,000 eyes. It seems that the existence of these guys has blinded their cognition, and successfully used the negligence and intelligence to complete a siege on them. Looking at the Dark Beast royal family in the royal city, slowly pressing towards him, at this glance, there are actually 34 huge Dark Beast Dharma images. For a moment, there is actually a sense of deterrence when the monkey fights against 100,000 heavenly soldiers, and the huge Dharma image is projected down. Wave 1 murmured, "What, a decisive battle?